Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 6. They had been roaming the edge of the far north, and now they had been drawn in by the aura of the power of origin. At the same time, Sumyubai stepped out of the barrier left by Dylan, his wings of gale swaying as he stood suspended in the void. Notification. To Saint Extermination stage creatures have entered your current map. Emergency notification. Please be aware that to Saint Extermination stage creatures are rapidly approaching your coordinates. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, a smile couldn't help but curl the corners of Sumyubai's mouth. This was the Cataclysm trait that came with the map after the Cataclysm. Top tier system map Cataclysm trait. You can set a specific stage for creatures, and the map will keep watch for you at all times. Current alert threshold. 10th stage Saint Extermination. 1. You will receive a notification when a creature of the 10th stage or higher enters your current map. 2. You will receive an emergency notification when a creature of the 10th stage or higher on the map has a destination near your current coordinates. 3. No concealment methods below the level of rules can evade the map's detection. Although this Cataclysm trait provided no boost to combat power with it, as long as he wasn't being specifically targeted by a ruler of rules, Sumyubai would always hold the initiative. If he could win, he would wait for the opponent to walk right into his trap. If he couldn't, he would use instant movement a moment in advance, and the opponent wouldn't even get to see his face. The two creatures approaching now were clearly here to deliver their heads. Having arrived in the undead realm and seen his strength increase significantly, he was just worrying about having no opportunities to get active. Therefore, how could Sumyubai possibly avoid their edge? Creatures detected by the map would be directly marked with red dots. Sumyubai watched the two rapidly approaching light dots on the map, standing quietly in the air, waiting for them to walk into his trap. A moment later, the two creatures appeared in his field of vision. Oh, so these are undead players. Sumyubai's mouth curled slightly. I wonder how many undead creatures you can summon. His eyes flashed with golden light, and the status information of the two appeared before Sumyubai's eyes instantly. Angus. Undead race Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Lich Lord High Tier Undead Creature 10th Stage Saint Extermination Level HP 8. 58 trillion 8.58 trillion. Soul Mid-Stage Saint Extermination Comp Power. To mark Saint Extermination Law of Summoning. A genius among Lich Lords. One of the very few capable of breaking through the limit to reach the Saint Extermination stage. Weakness, low personal combat power. Main skills, summon Undead Army, summon Bone Dragon, summon Skeletal Giant. His death type resistance is 80%. The reason Angus appeared here is entirely because he was attracted by the aura of the power of origin. Charlie Undead Race Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Death Knight High Tier Undead Creature 10th Stage Saint Extermination Level. HP 810 trillion, 810 trillion. Soul Early Saint Annihilation Stage Combat Power Saint Annihilation Stage 3 Mark. Law of Strength. A genius among Death Knights. One of the very few capable of breaking through the limits to reach the Saint Annihilation stage. Weakness. His moves are wide and sweeping. In order to advance further on the path of laws, he has abandoned almost all long-range spell skills. Main skills, Death Charge, Annihilation / Magnification. His resistance to death type attributes is 90%. The reason Charlie appeared here is entirely due to being drawn by the aura of the origin power. The effect of the Eye of the Profound Heaven stripped both of them bare, leaving them with no secrets. Even the specific laws they had comprehended and the extent of their mastery were all displayed before Sumyubai's eyes. Sumyubai wasn't sure if the law of soul control played a factor in this, but the moment he saw the two, he could perceive several markings within their souls through the laws. It was exactly as the information probed by the Eye of the Profound Heaven indicated. Angus's soul possessed 2 law markings, while Charlie had 3. Almost at the same time, Angus and Charlie caught sight of Sumyubai. The soul fire within their eye sockets flickered simultaneously. How is there a human here? Do you feel that? Upon hearing this, Angus's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "This is the aura of the Death Sovereign. That means he possesses the Book of Death." Charlie grinned. his long sword pointing directly at Sumubai, who was high in the sky. He won't have it for long, because this book of death will surely be mine. As his voice fell, he and his warhorse transformed into a streak of black light, shooting toward Sumubai. Death charge, Malna, hurry! We cannot let Charlie take it all for himself. Angus's voice was urgent, and the frost dragon beneath him immediately pushed its speed to the limit. At the same time, Angus pointed his staff toward Sumubai. Summon undead army. Several summoning portals appeared instantly, and a vast, surging army of the undead charged out. Their target locked onto Sumubai. Chapter 415. The terrifying upgrade of Death Gaze. Bonus chapter. If it were any other race or ordinary undead race player, even if they killed Sumubai, they would have no way to use the Book of Death he left behind. The Book of Death would likely even be reclaimed by the Myriad Worlds game to be bestowed upon a more suitable fated individual. But 10th tier Saint Annihilation stage undead creatures were different. They pursued death itself, and naturally, they possessed the means to utilize an ownerless Book of Death to transition into a Death Sovereign, and the human race had always been synonymous with weakness in the Myriad Worlds. A race that couldn't even make it onto the Myriad Races ranking. What right did they have to possess the Book of Death? Furthermore, both of them clearly saw that Sumubai's cultivation was only at the 7th tier epic stage. In their eyes, the Book of Death in his hands was simply a windfall from the heavens. Not taking it would be an insult to the goddess of luck. The two of them didn't even consider Sumubai a threat. At this moment, their true opponent was each other. Sometimes, so-called camaraderie is just that fragile. In the face of a monumental opportunity, let alone friends, even family members would turn against one another. Therefore, when Sumubai raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Are they planning to play a numbers game with me?" As his voice fell, he raised his magic sword, but suddenly paused for a split second. He saw that although the undead army summoned by Angus had surrounded him, some of the powerful undead had turned to block the incoming streak of black light. Terrifying power erupted, and a large swath of the undead creatures blocking the charge path were instantly annihilated. However, with the summoning of over a dozen bone dragons protected by shields, Charlie ultimately failed to reach Sumubai. Angus, what is the meaning of this? Charlie was burning with rage. He didn't even look at Sumubai, instead turning to glare at Angus. Hey, I want the Book of Death too. Let us rely on our own abilities. Angus's cold, sinister laughter rang out. He waved his staff again, and tens of thousands of skeletons merged into a bone giant nearly 1,000 meters tall. The bone giant's surface shimmered with a metallic luster. Despite being made entirely of bone, it gave off an impression of bulging, powerful muscles. The moment the bone giant coalesced, it gripped a massive sword and slashed toward Charlie. At the same time, the remaining undead creatures launched an attack on Sumubai. Angus's goal was obvious. He intended to stall Charlie so he could take down this human player first. He was merely a 7th tier professional. As long as Charlie was delayed by a step, he could claim the Book of Death for himself. Who would win or lose was yet to be decided, and in the end, he could just share some resources with Charlie. Don't even think about it. Charlie let out a sharp shout, and both he and his warhorse instantly expanded, their size rivaling that of the bone giant. Get lost. He immediately utilized the law of strength, sending the bone giant flying back with a single sword strike. The next moment, Charlie locked his gaze onto Sumubai and swung his sword to cleave him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Sumubai yawned, his gaze sweeping over the confident Charlie and Angus, and a cold sneer curled his lips. "You really don't take me seriously at all, do you, Amir?" The two only had time to utter 2 words before the soul fire in their eye sockets flickered violently, and they were instantly struck dumb. 19 gray light curtains swept across the battlefield, and a massive Scourge Legion appeared in formation, instantly turning the tide. Among them were thousands of Death Knights and Lich Lords. These were summons that had been resurrected after dying in the Great War of the Saint Empire. Therefore, Sumubai did not need to summon them again. He simply needed to open his summoning space and use Death Domain Transition to release them instantly. Not only that, but under their horrified gazes, vast amounts of death energy gathered in midair, instantly condensing into a gray-black eyeball. Nether Flame Prison Fire Eye of Death. Gray-white flames instantly ignited on the bodies of everyone below. After breaking through to Tier 7, bolstered by the Catastrophe class trait, Eye of Death could now cover a massive radius of 2,590 meters. Although these undead creatures all possess significant resistance to death-type damage, one must not forget that what Samurai held in his hand was not the Book of Death, but the complete Codex of Death. All damage he dealt to undead creatures would be increased by 300% in an instant. Countless terrifying damage numbers popped up, with the figures appearing above the heads of the skeleton giant and Charlie being the most horrifying. 640 billion, 296 trillion. Angus had not entered the range of Eye of Death, and thus escaped the disaster. What? This is impossible. The two exclamations had barely rung out when, the very next moment, the soul fire within their pupils suddenly twisted. Vast death energy descended abruptly in Sumubai's eyes. Flames of death seemed to be dancing. His gaze, devoid of the slightest emotion or vitality, had already fallen upon the two. Death gaze, you are GH. Double quotes I. Two screams rang out as Charlie and Angus instantly fell into a state of fear. In the past, Sumubai's death gaze could not take effect on Tier 9 mythical grade creatures. But times had changed. These two undead players at the early stage of the Saint Extinction rank could not withstand the effects of death gaze either. Roar! Even the frost dragon beneath Angus let out a roar, performing a death spiral in mid-air and throwing the fear-stricken Angus off its back. This was a Tier 9 mythical grade frost dragon king, with a level as high as 269, far more powerful than the frost dragon of the past. Yet on this battlefield, it wasn't even Sumubai's primary target. It had merely been caught in the crossfire of death gaze. This scene left even Samurai stunned for a moment. Had his own life level already surpassed even the Saint Extinction rank? The judgment scaling of death gaze seemed to be beyond imagination. Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 416. Are you looking for me? System prompt. You have used death gaze on Death Knight Charlie. Your life level is judged to be higher than the target's. System prompt. You have used death gaze on Lich Lord Angus. Your life level is judged to be higher than the target's. System prompt. You have used death gaze on Frost Dragon King Malna. Your life level is judged to be higher than the target's. 48.6 trillion. 5.148 trillion. 2.28 trillion. Three terrifying damage numbers popped up, shocking even Samurai. He had used death gaze just to test it out, never expecting it to actually take effect on Saint Extinction grade creatures. In an instant, all three targets had their total attributes forcibly reduced by 60%. Since this was a suppression effect rather than direct damage, it did not receive the bonus from the Codex of Death. However, Samurai was already deeply shaken. No wonder that old geezer Huijian said that arriving in the undead realm would feel just like coming home. One had to admit, in this world, the effects of the Codex of Death were truly terrifying. I've only just broken through to Tier 7, and my life level has already surpassed the Saint Extinction rank. Samurai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As his rank grew higher, the fused class powers became increasingly potent. The Death Sovereign class was simply incomparable to what it had been when he first changed classes. However, Samurai estimated that Death Gaze having such a terrifying effect likely had an inseparable connection to his Saint Extinction grade soul and the law of soul control. Sweeping his gaze over the fear-stricken Angus and Charlie, Samurai flipped his hand and took out the wheel of time and space. In an instant, the time and spacer on them seemed to freeze for a moment. System prompt. You have sealed the time and space within a 5-kilometer radius. Unless permitted by you or the target possesses the power to break the seal, they cannot leave by any means, and outsiders cannot enter via teleportation methods. Seal duration, 21 hours, 34 minutes, 59 seconds. At the same time, Angus and Charlie recovered from their state of fear. The two instantly calmed their trembling souls and exchanged a look of terror. Is this the kind of strength a Tier 7 human professional can have? For fuck's sake, we are no match for him. The two made a decision in an instant, turning and flying in the opposite direction. Angus didn't even have time to care about his mount, which was still in a state of fear. Did you see his name? No wonder he's so strong. Isn't this guy the human genius mentioned in the recent world announcement? But even if he has comprehended the path of laws, he shouldn't be this strong, right? Unless He has walked further on the path of laws than we have. The fleeing Angus and Charlie looked at each other again, seeing the violently flickering soul fire in each other's eyes. This Baiyu was simply a monster. Sensing that Baiyu's aura was not pursuing them, the two let out a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, bang, bang, two loud thuds rang out. Angus and Charlie had been going full throttle to save their lives. But this sealed space was not something they could escape from. Consequently, the two crashed headlong into the wall of time and space, tumbling over in a heap, with damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands popping up above their heads. What kind of sealing method is this? Cold sweat streamed down Angus's forehead, and Charlie was no better off, his gaze darkening as he spoke. It seems Baiyu is determined to keep us here. The only reason the two had had time to turn and flee was entirely because Sumiubai hadn't had the time to deal with them yet. After breaking through to the 7th rank, the authority of the title Human Prodigy also improved. The number of additional subtitles that could be equipped increased from 1 to 2. Just now, after Sumiubai's space-time lockdown, he did not immediately pursue them, but instead added the title Peerless Speed to his slots. From now on, not only would he gain double the XP of a same-rank boss when killing players, but this EXP would also benefit from the bonus effects of Peerless Speed. Since the space-time within a 5-kilometer radius had already been locked down, the prey could not escape, which was why Sumiubai was in no rush to hunt them down. Following that, he hurriedly adjusted his EXP distribution settings before finally looking up at the two figures 5 kilometers away. At this moment, Angus and Charlie had already taken out their communicators, preparing to broadcast Baiu's information and coordinates to the world. Since they were already at a dead end, even if they were to die, they would never let this human prodigy have an easy time. Whether it was the races hostile to humanity or the powerhouses coveting the Book of Death, they would absolutely swarm to hunt down Baiyu. Seeing this, Sumiubai narrowed his eyes slightly and mobilized the only law he had comprehended. Law, soul control. Although he was unable to control other souls for the time being because he had fully taken control of Brian, interfering with a target for a short period of time was still no problem at all. Under the enhancement of the catastrophe trait, Sumiubai's 55% comprehension of the soul control law had an effect identical to the complete law, which was simply not something that Angus and Charlie, to 2nd and 3rd Stripe Saint Extermination rank professionals, could resist. The moment Sumiubai activated the law, the movements of both men froze simultaneously. Charlie looked at the communicator in his hand, confused. What are we doing? I don't know. We should hurry up and find a way to escape from Baiyu. Angus shook his head. Under the influence of the soul control law, the two of them had completely forgotten the purpose of their communicators. For a short time, they would deliberately forget the idea of broadcasting Baiu's specific coordinates and information. The two put away their communicators and turned around with ugly expressions to look for Sumiubai. Where did he go? Are you looking for me? Death domain shift. Sumiubai's figure appeared directly between the two, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed a sword strike at Angus. Nether Flame Purgatory ignited in an instant, causing Angus to let out a shrill scream. Baiyu, you go too far. Charlie let out a sharp shout, his massive hand, which seemed to blot out the sky, tearing through the air as it lunged towards Sumiubai. At this moment, he was still in his magnified state, with massive boosts to both his size and strength. This was not merely the effect of a skill, but the result of the enhancement from the law of strength he had comprehended. The violent power arrived with terrifying wind pressure, but Sumiubai had no intention of dodging. While slashing at Angus again, he threw a backhand punch. In an instant, his body size surged, transforming him into a giant over 200 meters tall body of the Death Sovereign. After breaking through to the 7th rank, the first 3 effects of this skill improved at the same rate as they did at the 6th rank. But the final transformation effect saw an astonishing increase. Body of the Death Sovereign, SSS. Exclusive growth type passive skill, no level. Skill intensity increases with rank. Skill effects, rank 7. 1. Death type resistance Kung 70%. Shadow type resistance Kung 70%. Curse type resistance Kung 70%. 2. Your strength effect is increased to 700%. Spirit effect is increased to 700%. 3. Your HP recovery speed is increased to 700%. Mana recovery speed is increased to 700%. 4. You can control your body size changes, with a maximum limit of 70 times your base size. When grown to the extreme, you shall be the new Death Sovereign. Although he was still not as large as Charlie, the gap was no longer so exaggerated. Sumyubai's fist collided fiercely with Charlie's palm. Chapter 417. Let me do it myself. Boom. The violent power exploded instantly, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings. Even Angus, who was also of the Saint Extermination rank, was sent reeling by the force of their collision. Despite the 14-fold strength bonus from body of the Death Sovereign, Sumyubai was still inferior to Charlie in terms of raw power. After all, the opponent was a 10th rank Saint Extermination existence, 3 full ranks higher than Sumyubai, and he had also comprehended the law of strength. But do not forget, Sumyubai had just used Death Domain Shift and was currently in an immune state, and Charlie had comprehended less than 40% of the law of strength. There was still a massive gap before it became a complete law. Therefore, his attack, both in terms of damage and force, was completely nullified by Sumyubai. During the collision, Netherflame Purgatory climbed up the arm, directly scorching Charlie's body. This melee attachment effect was a full 2 times stronger than the Eye of Death in the sky. However, because Charlie's maximum HP had been reduced by 60%, the actual damage was somewhat lower. 1,036.8 billion. A massive damage figure jumped out. Before Charlie could even swing his sword, he was stunned by the agony of the burning and the shock of his attack being ineffective. How is this possible? It's one thing for this guy to be so strong in laws and soul manipulation, but how is he so astonishing in terms of strength as well? Is he not going to let the undead live? Since you're here, keep me company and let's warm up. Sumyubai smiled slightly, put away the Netherflame Purgatory, and began to use the two as sparring partners. Anyway, whether it was the Frost evolution or Brian reshaping his divine body, both required some time. It was perfect to use these two guys to pass the time. A long time later, the undead army summoned by Angus had been completely wiped out and transformed into Sumyubai's catastrophe skeletons. Even his mount, that Frost Dragon King with a level as high as 269, had become nothing but a pile of withered bones. Its soul fire completely extinguished. Charlie was also unable to maintain his enlarged state, shrinking back to his original size. The two of them wore expressions of utter despair, unable to find even a glimmer of hope for survival. Just then, the ice layer beneath them began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. Following this, a series of ice-shattering sounds erupted, and the ice field below was instantly covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! The ground collapsed, canyons tore open, and the ice field spanning dozens of kilometers disintegrated in an instant. System notification. Your Mount Frost Dragon has successfully undergone a cataclysmic evolution into the demigod tier creature Nirvana Dragon Emperor. System notification. The Mount's level has been compressed based on the experience point gap. The post-cataclysm level is 54. The system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. This time, the level compression was not as exaggerated as the last. Sumyubai glanced at Frost's status window. Aside from its attributes at the same level being doubled, there were almost no other changes. The experience points required to level up had merely doubled compared to before, becoming 2,000 times that of an ordinary human player. Roar! A resonant dragon roar echoed from beneath the ground. Moments later, Angus and Charlie witnessed a scene they would never forget for all eternity. They saw a terrifying divine dragon break through the ice, its body suffused with the aura of nirvana and death. Its two pupils, which seemed to contain not a shred of emotion, stared coldly at them. This aura, it's a demigod tier Nirvana Dragon Emperor. Heavens! I never expected to witness the birth of a demigod tier Nirvana Dragon Emperor at the moment of my death. Their pupils dilated to the size of saucers, staring blankly at the suddenly appeared Frost, the soul fire within their bodies trembling violently. Sumyubai didn't think much of a demigod tier creature, but as undead race players, the two of them knew exactly what this meant. One had to know that the undead dragon clan hadn't produced a demigod tier Nirvana Dragon Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. The next moment, their already wide pupils widened even further. because they saw this demigod tier Nirvana Dragon Emperor shrink its body, only to fly directly beneath Bai Yi, and specifically condense a throne upon its head. Not only that, but the way this demigod tier Nirvana Dragon Emperor addressed Bai Yi was also something they found impossible to accept. "Master, leave the rest to me, Master." Hearing these two words, a surge of fury rose in the hearts of Angus and Charlie. This was a demigod tier creature of the undead race. How could it submit to a human? Even if this human was indeed overwhelmingly strong, it was still unacceptable. This was simply a disgrace to the races at the forefront of the 10,000 races ranking. But who would care about their opinions? If it weren't for waiting for Frost to finish its evolution, these two fellows would have died long ago, during that time, to keep them alive. Sumyubai didn't know how many times he had used Nirvana Death Chi to heal them. Now that Frost's evolution was successful, the two of them naturally had no value in remaining alive. However, Sumyubai did not let Frost do the deed. Instead, he shook his head and said, "I'll do it myself." As his voice fell, Goddess of Luck's favor flickered with light. "You have used Goddess of Luck's favor. For the next 60 seconds, your luck stat is increased to 508 points. Not only that, but the law of death manifested once more, condensing into a terrifying, massive phantom above Frost. Dead silence, coldness, fear, desolation. In an instant, countless feelings of despair rose from the depths of Angus and Charlie's hearts. The two stared blankly at the terrifying phantom as it rapidly merged into Sumyubai's body, their mouths agape, yet they could not emit a single sound. This feeling, it is the power of a law. Sumyubai merely glanced at the two, who were standing back to back, and the magic sword in his hand ignited with nether flame prison fire once more, thrusting forward violently to his side. Death Domain Leap Veil of Death. A great curtain of light instantly emerged beside Sumyubai. At the same time, magic sword, soul control thrust out violently from the gray light curtain beside Angus and his companion, instantly skewering them both together. 1036.8 billion, 274.6 billion. This single strike completely emptied their remaining health, taking their lives. And dead creatures, after all, could still die. Immediately following this, a series of golden lights rose simultaneously from the bodies of Sumyubai and Frost. The phantom of the law of death, which hadn't fully merged into Sumyubai's body, dissipated in an instant, having consumed only a tiny fraction of death energy. Then, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Chapter 418. Body of a Demigod. Bonus Chapter, Notification. The law of death has taken effect. You have successfully absorbed 100 points of soul power. Notification. Soul extraction has taken effect. Soul points come 100 million. Notification. Your soul points have reached the maximum limit. Notification. You have obtained soul crystal times 5,000. Notification. You have obtained the Saint Extinction tier special item Spirit Severing Reliquary. Notification. You have obtained the Saint Extinction tier item Undead Bone Hardened Wrist Guards. Notification. You have completely killed a tier 10 professional. You have gained double the experience points of a level 300 Saint Extinction tier boss. Notification. Level gap bonus has taken effect. Invader buff has taken effect. Careless has taken effect. Experience points increased by an additional 350%. Notification. According to your distribution settings, you will receive 1% of the experience points, and the remaining 99% will be gained by your Mount Frost. Notification. You have gained 11.7 trillion experience points. Notification. Your Mount Frost has gained 1,158.3 trillion experience points. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 209. All for dimensions come 1400. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come to 1500. System prompt. Yuri XP has reached 100% at level 209. You must break through to the 8th stage before you can continue to absorb the XP to level up. After all, these were to level 310th stage players, with multiple bonuses applied. A mere 1% of the XP was enough to push Sumyubai directly to the level cap of the 7th stage. Aside from 0%, 1% was the lowest possible ratio for XP distribution. Otherwise, Sumyubai would have even preferred to set the ratio to 0.1% to 99. because, given the amount of the XP he required to level up, 0.1% would have been more than enough to reach the cap. And this was even after the XP required for leveling up had increased significantly upon breaking through to the 7th stage. One had to admit, the XP provided by Saint Extermination grade existences was truly generous, although 0.9% of the XP was wasted. It was of no great consequence. A moment later, the golden light on Bing Xuang's body finally subsided. His level had soared from level 54, post-catastrophe, to an exaggerated level 200. Such a level already surpassed the highest level he had ever reached when he was the Frost Dragon King. It was a pity that the level required for a demigod-grade creature to reach adulthood was the same as that of a Saint Extermination-grade creature level 240. Otherwise, Bing Xuang would have been an adult by now. Mount Inventory. Bing Xuang base panel without ores demigod-grade Mount Dragon Emperor of Annihilation. Top-tier undead creature level 200 cannot exceed the player's level by more than 30 growth stage loyalty. 100 influenced by the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Sea, land, and air come 5000% HP 40 trillion mana, 40 trillion attack power, 16 billion spell power, 16 billion physical defense, 14 billion magic defense, 14 billion. Elemental resistance, death 90%, shadow 90%, frost 90%, others 60%. Skills, demigod body, dragon breath of annihilation, dragon emperor's might, death series spells, shadow series spells, frost series spells, numerous dragon language spells. More skills will be automatically learned as the level increases. Even as an adolescent, Bing Xuang already possessed half of Charlie's HP. And he was a creature capable of both magic and physical combat. Sumyu Bai estimated that once Bing Xuang reached adulthood, he would immediately be able to trade blows with Charlie, a Saint Extermination grade 3 strike player. Aside from being at a slight disadvantage regarding loss, Bing Xuang could completely crush Charlie in terms of pure attributes. After all, once he reached adulthood, his base attributes would receive another boost. Furthermore, this was also due to the passive skill, Demigod Body, passive skill. The bodies of the dragon race are extremely powerful, and the demigod grade Dragon Emperor has undergone an atavistic transformation, further awakening the divine dragon bloodline within. Effects. 1. Strength effects increased to 1000%. Spirit effects increased to 1000%. 2. HP recovery speed increased to 1000%. Mana recovery speed increased to 1000%. 3. Damage taken reduced by 70%. Ineffective against rule grade attacks. 4. Damage taken reduced by 90%. Ineffective against rule grade and law grade attacks. Master. It will still take some time for Brian to reshape his divine body. Bing Xuang spoke while experiencing the immense power surging within him. After evolving, he had uncontrollably returned to his full size, leaving the ice field below in ruins. At that time, Brian was at a critical moment in reshaping his divine body and had no way to withstand that shockwave. Although Bing Xuang had always found Brian unpleasant, out of consideration for the fact that they both served the same master, he had still condensed a shield around Brian. Therefore, although Brian was still underground, the process of reshaping his divine body had not been affected in the slightest. It's fine, no rush. Sumyu Bai nodded slightly. After killing Angus and Charlie, he did not withdraw his hand. Through the connection of the two death curtains, the death chi of annihilation overflowed from Sumyu Bai's arm, enveloping the corpses of the two. As a result, their bodies were not immediately decomposed by the Myriad Worlds game. System prompt. The target corpses meet the requirements for the birth of a top-tier undead creature. Do you wish to consume a certain amount of death chi to preserve the corpses? Confirm. Consume 0 points of death chi of annihilation. Cancel times to system prompt. You have 30 seconds left to make a choice. After the countdown ends, the target corpses will be decomposed. 28 to 27 times 12. The identical system prompts rang in Sumyu Bai's ears twice in succession. After becoming a 7th stage epic grade professional, he was already capable of condensing the death chi of annihilation himself. Coupled with the curse of annihilation acting as an infinite power bank, Sumyu Bai simply moved his thoughts. System prompt. You have consumed 463 points of Death Chi of Annihilation. System prompt. You are being eroded by the Death Chi of Annihilation from the Curse of Annihilation. Death Chi of Annihilation Kung 80. Current Death Chi of Annihilation, 1463 1. System prompt. You have consumed 463 points of Death Chi of Annihilation. Extra update for today, Chapter 419. Law Grade Special Treasure. The Holy Casket of Soul Records. Limited by his own capacity, Sumyubai had to repeatedly infuse the corpses with the Death Chi of Annihilation dozens of times before he successfully managed to preserve them. Unlike human players, powerful races like the undead often possess talents related to their life level. High-level undead creatures like Death Knights and Lich Lords usually have similar talents among their own kind when they are born. At most, there is only a difference between S grade and SS grade, and like humans, who are born frail but possess infinite possibilities, as players capable of breaking through to the Saint Extermination grade. Angus and Charlie had indeed raised their talents to the SSS grade. However, their talents seemed to be a notch inferior to those of the three from the Moonlit Night. Of course, this was not the main reason why Sumyubai chose not to use them to create undead creatures. System prompt. The corpse was level 300 in life and possessed an SSS rank talent. Consuming 3 billion soul points would allow for the reshaping of a brand new soul using this corpse, perfectly preserving the SSS rank talent while adapting it to be more suitable for the new vessel. Perhaps it was because his level had reached the 10th tier, but the proportional requirement for soul points was exactly 10 times the amount it had cost to reshape the souls of Tsukuyomi and the others back then. The consumption of 3 billion soul points was simply too high. Sumyubai's current maximum capacity for soul points was only 100 million. It seems they can only serve as human bombs and materials. Sumyubai shook his head helplessly, waved his hand to store the two corpses in his spatial ring, and took out the special item dropped by Angus to inspect it. Upon seeing it, a curve immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. This special item, named the Soul Death Spirit Casket, contained a space as large as the entire Sakura Kingdom, and its function was actually to store temporary summons, of course. Because its interior was filled with the aura of death and extinction, it was only suitable for undead-type summons. Normally, temporary summons could not be returned to a summoning space. Temporary here did not merely refer to a limited duration, it also included summons like the Calamity Skeletons. In other words, with the Soul Death Spirit Casket, Sumyubai could put away his Calamity Skeletons at any time. Waving his hand to summon an army of billions of Calamity Skeletons had already become a reality. Not only that, but Sumyubai could also freeload on it. Calamity, target, Soul Death Spirit Casket, system prompt. Please select the promotion grade, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, or add a Calamity trait to it. Click to view details. Given his current lack of soul power, Sumyubai first chose the 4th option. System prompt. You have lost 9 points of soul power. Having spent 1 point of death power to absorb 100 points of soul power from Angus and his companion, he had consumed nearly 1/10 of it in an instant. Only after adding the Calamity trait did Sumyubai begin his freeloading. As the power of Calamity appeared out of thin air, the Soul Death Spirit Casket in Sumyubai's hand gradually began to distort. A moment later, the Soul Death Spirit Casket had become faint and flickering, as if it did not exist in this space at all. Its overall form had also undergone a massive change, looking somewhat similar to Brian's phylactery. The difference was that a Lich's phylactery focused more on external defensive effects, whereas this treasure possessed extremely distinct spatial fluctuations within its interior. System prompt. You have obtained the Law Grade Special Treasure Soul Cannon Holy Casket. The system notification sounded, signifying that the upgrade was complete. Sumyubai immediately checked the panel information of this Low Grade Special Treasure. Soul Cannon Holy Casket Low Grade Special Treasure Usage Requirement. Must have comprehended over 50% of a compatible law path summoning, soul, spatial, etc. You can integrate this into your summoning space and add the following effects to it. 1. Store temporary summons without occupying the summoning space. When a summon with a time limit enters the summoning space, the countdown will pause. 2. Influenced by the law power of the Soul Cannon Holy Casket, Your base summoning space come 20,900 level times 100. 3. Influenced by the law power of the Soul Canon Holy Casket. Your commander summoning space come 140 tier times 20. 4. Influenced by the law power of the Soul Canon Holy Casket. Your summons can act autonomously and execute your last command even after leaving your control range. 5. The law power will constantly influence the summons within your summoning space, giving them a certain probability of evolving. Calamity trait. 1. Temporary summons that have been stored can be resurrected once at full status in their original location after death. For summons with a time limit, the timer will restart after resurrection. 2. Temporary summons that have been stored cannot be dispelled by holy light, life, or similar types of spells. This is a treasure condensed from various law powers, possessing extremely formidable strength. This was the first time Samurai had seen the attributes of a complete law-grade special treasure. By comparison, the calamity trait Samurai had added to this treasure when it was at the Saint Extermination grade seemed somewhat mediocre, if nothing else. The two attributes that increased the summoning space alone already surpassed an SSS rank skill Calamity World which lacked a calamity trait. Of course, if one were to count Samurai's class calamity trait, this treasure was still somewhat inferior. There was no helping it. Samurai's class calamity trait could only double the effects of his own skills and would not affect skills attached to equipment. Moreover, the Soul Canon Holy Casket could not even be called equipment. This special treasure would not occupy an equipment slot. Thinking of his class calamity trait, Samurai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately opened it to check. He was already level 209 now. He wondered if the third effect had been unlocked. Class Death Sovereign Exclusive Hidden Class Calamity Trait. 1. All personal skill effects are doubled. 2. You can create true undead creatures through corpses. Click to view details. 3. Insufficient level, not unlocked. Regrettably, the third effect still hadn't been unlocked. Samurai shook his head in disappointment, and with a thought, he began to integrate the Soul Canon Holy Casket into his summoning space. To utilize this special treasure, he naturally needed law power. As Samurai channeled the law of soul control, the Soul Canon Holy Casket instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the center of his brow. In an instant, Samurai felt as if a miniature world had suddenly appeared within his body, one that was constantly perfecting itself. The appearance of this miniature world was exactly the same as his previous summoning space, only now it had law power flowing through it. The summoning space has materialized. Samurai stood up abruptly from his throne, an expression of excitement on his face. Aster. Just as Bang Xuan landed on the shattered ice field, she sensed the fluctuations coming from Samurai. It's nothing. Continue digesting the materials and strive to reach adulthood as soon as possible. Samurai took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and spoke slowly. He couldn't help but be excited. He still remembered when he first entered the Myriad Worlds game. He had attempted to use the catastrophe summoning space, but at that time, there was no feedback whatsoever, because the summoning space was merely an attribute on his character panel, not a tangible object. But things were different now. Since the summoning space had materialized, didn't that mean he could perform a catastrophe? If it truly worked, then the value of the Soul Canon Holy Casket would be immense. Chapter 420. This bug keeps getting bigger. Thinking of this, Samurai immediately selected the summoning space which had not yet finished merging in his mind and focused his intent. Catastrophe, system prompt. This object is currently in an unstable state. Please wait until it stabilizes before performing a catastrophe. It really works. Samurai clenched his fists, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although the catastrophe hadn't succeeded, it was only because the summoning space was still in an unstable state. Back then, when he tried to perform a catastrophe, there hadn't been any reaction at all. After sensing the progress of the fusion, Samurai had to suppress his inner excitement and took out the Holy Annihilation grade equipment dropped by Charlie. The minimum level requirement for this piece of equipment was as high as level 180. In terms of defense alone, it was only slightly inferior to Samurai's End Time Demon armor, but considering this item was merely a bracer, The fact that its defense could rival a chess piece like the end-time demon armor showed just how top-tier it was. However, for the current Sumyubai, he had already seen plenty of Holy Annihilation grade equipment. The greatest value of this piece of equipment was the ability to freeload and upgrade into law-grade equipment. Sumyubai only roughly inspected the attributes of the Dead Bone Firm Guard bracers before impatiently activating his talent. Catastrophe target. Dead Bone Firm Guard bracers, however. The prompt that popped up on the virtual screen made his expression change. System prompt. Do you wish to consume 9 soul power to separately attach the catastrophe trait to it? Wait, what? This wasn't the God-forbidden land. There were absolutely no restrictions here. How could there only be one option? It had been so smooth when he freeloaded that special Holy Annihilation grade treasure just a moment ago. Why wasn't it working now? Sumyubai frowned deeply, cancelled the catastrophe, and then activated it again on the Dead Bone Firm Guard bracers. Yet, the prompt on the virtual screen remained exactly the same as before. Not even a single punctuation mark had changed. How could this be? Sumyubai looked at the plate armor bracer in his hand, murmuring to himself involuntarily. Since entering the game, he had never encountered a situation like this. Back in the God-forbidden land, even if Holy Annihilation grade was the upper limit, there would still be a prompt, unless... Sumyubai suddenly raised his head, a conjecture forming in his mind. At the same time, Bingshuang asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? After becoming a law lord, are there no more equipment upgrades? Sumyubai spoke slowly, seeking an answer from Bingshuang. The latter was slightly stunned, the soul fire within her pupils flickering slightly. She was clearly checking her inherited memories. After evolving into a demigod-level creature, although she was still a Nirvana Dragon Emperor, her inherited memories now contain much more information. A moment later, Bingshuang explained, Master, you guessed correctly. For equipment materialized by the Myriad Worlds game, Holy Annihilation grade is the limit. Following Bingshuang's explanation, Sumyubai finally understood why the Dead Bone Firm Guard bracers could not undergo a catastrophe. Because in the Myriad Worlds, any equipment made from materials could not provide a boost to a divine body, even the Death Cannon. Once Sumyubai broke through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm, would no longer be able to enhance his sovereign power. Not only that, but the same piece of equipment would have vastly different effects on different creatures. For example, a piece of Holy Annihilation grade equipment might increase a human player's attribute by 100%, but if used by a top-tier race like Bingshuang, it would have almost no attribute boosting effect. So, in other words, equipment is used by the Myriad Worlds game to balance the gap between races. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. That's correct, however. Even if an ordinary race wears a full set of top-tier equipment, it is difficult to erase the gap between them and the top-tier races. Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but nod. This could be seen from the attribute gap alone. At level 200, Bingshuang's HP had already reached a terrifying 40 trillion. If it were a human professional, level 200 would only be 7th tier epic grade, and even with a full set of top-tier blood tank equipment, their HP would at most be 1 or 200 billion. As for Sumyubai, let's not even mention him. His maximum HP had remained at a pitifully low amount until now. According to Bingshuang's inherited memories, once any creature condensed a divine body, the bonuses from equipment became null and void. As for the skills attached to the equipment, for a law lord, that stuff was nothing more than flashy nonsense, completely meaningless. At that realm, to defeat an opponent of the same rank, one relied on the comprehension and application of laws. Only those special treasures condensed from the power of laws could be of any help to an 11th tier law lord. If that's the case, what is the point of the Death Sovereign professional set? Sumyubai frowned, flipped his wrist, and a pitch-black, perfectly round orb appeared in his palm, his eyes thoughtful. Hearing this, Bingshuang spoke again. Master, for low-tier races, equipment is the best nourishment when condensing a divine body. What do you mean? Sumyubai frowned. Not because Bingshuang called him a low-tier race, but because he truly didn't understand. Bingshuang's next words immediately resolved the doubt in his heart. To break through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm and become a true god-level existence, two conditions must be met. First, fully comprehend a path of law. Second, condense a divine body. Speaking of this, Bing Shuang paused, organizing her thoughts before continuing. For top-tier races, condensing a divine body is not too difficult, but for races naturally frail like the human race, wanting to condense a divine body is inseparable from the help of equipment. At that time, all the power within a full set of equipment will be absorbed and become an aid in condensing the divine body. The stronger the equipment, the stronger the divine body condensed will naturally be. However, how much power one can absorb from the equipment depends on individual ability. Generally speaking, a powerhouse capable of condensing a divine body can absorb at least about 40%, though this ratio is very difficult to exceed 60%. Is that so? Sumyubai nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the definition of equipment in the Myriad Worlds game. When his gaze fell upon the Eternal Night Annihilation Orb, a look of wild joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Perhaps the fact that Saint Annihilation grade equipment is the peak in the Myriad Worlds is not bad news for him at all. On the contrary, it holds immense benefits, because the Death Sovereign Occupation set is not composed of concrete equipment. Rather, it is manifested by consuming equipment through the Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Orb, and then expending Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Liquid. The Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Orb is not a piece of equipment, but a special item. If this thing were to be catastrophized to the law grade or even the rule grade, wouldn't it be possible to manifest a set at those two tiers, even if there were no attribute bonus effects for the divine body? If he were to wear such a top-tier set, how strong would the divine body condensed during his breakthrough be? Thinking of this, Sumyubai's breathing could not help but become rapid. He did not expect that killing to Saint Annihilation grade early stage undead race players would actually bring him to major surprises. This game bug is getting bigger and bigger the more he exploits it. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Orb, his mind stirring. Catastrophe. Chapter 421. The Calamity of Eternal Silence. Bonus Chapter. Catastrophe Target. Eternal Night Deathly Silence Magic Orb. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details following the old routine before freeloading a promotion. Sumyubai first chose to attach a trait. Anyway, 9 points of soul power is not much. At worst, he could just override it with a stronger catastrophe trait once he had sufficient resources. Use it early. Enjoy it early. Prompt. You have lost 9 points of soul power. As the system prompt sounded, the pitch black, perfectly round orb in Sumyubai's hand immediately underwent a change. The surrounding space vibrated slightly, and terrifying power of law surged madly into the orb. Sumyubai had only comprehended the law of soul control, so he could not sense the specific type. But the color of the orb became increasingly profound, gradually turning into a miniature black hole, indiscriminately devouring all light. A moment later, the freeloading ended, and the orb, it shouldn't be called an orb anymore, because it now looked more like a micro black hole. Prompt. You have obtained the law grade special treasure Calamity of Eternal Silence. Calamity of Eternal Silence law grade special treasure cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered. Usage requirement. Exclusive to Bioefix. 1. Devour. The Calamity of Eternal Silence can devour equipment and materials of any grade and condense Eternal Silence power. Current Eternal Silence power 2. Manifest. Consume a certain amount of Eternal Silence power to manifest your exclusive Calamity of Eternal Silence set. Minimum requirement 3. Solidify. Consume a certain amount of Eternal Silence power to solidify the affixes and skills of devoured equipment onto the Calamity of Eternal Silence set. 4. Comprehend. Wearing the Calamity of Eternal Silence will assist you in comprehending the law of annihilation. Catastrophe trait. When condensing a divine body, the power of the set will be perfectly absorbed. A law-grade special treasure exclusive to you. Only you can use it. Although the panel information of the Calamity of Eternal Silence did not seem to have changed much, only adding a comprehend affix. But Sumyubai understood that this thing was absolutely a one-of-a-kind existence in the Myriad Worlds. Without a word, he immediately picked up the Bone Death sturdy wrist guards dropped by Charlie, spent 9 points of soul power to attach a catastrophe trait to it, and then brought it close to the calamity of eternal silence. In the blink of an eye, this Saint Annihilation grade plate wrist guard was completely devoured. Prompt: Calamity of Eternal Silence has devoured a piece of Saint Annihilation grade equipment, condensing 3 to Eternal Silence power. Prompt: The affixes and skills of Bone Death Sturdy Wrist Guards have been recorded in Calamity of Eternal Silence. You can consume Eternal Silence power at any time to solidify them onto the set. Can Catastrophe special effects be solidified? With this question in mind, Sumyubai immediately checked the affixes and skills recorded by the Calamity of Eternal Silence. To his delight, the Catastrophe trait attached to the Bone Death Sturdy Wrist Guards had truly been perfectly recorded by the Calamity of Eternal Silence. Sumyubai immediately felt relieved and began to continuously feed equipment to the Calamity of Eternal Silence to devour. Of course, before devouring, he thoughtfully attached a Catastrophe trait to every piece of equipment, while also catastrophizing any equipment that could be upgraded to Saint Annihilation grade. Although Sumyubai did not have much soul power left after Brian consumed a large amount of Essence of Divine Soul, but catastrophizing a piece of Saint Annihilation grade equipment only cost 10 points of soul power, he didn't care at all. Prompt: Calamity of Eternal Silence has devoured a piece of Saint Annihilation grade equipment, condensing 3 Eternal Silence power. Prompt: Calamity of Eternal Silence has devoured a piece of mythical grade equipment, condensing 0.3 Eternal Silence power. The system prompts rang out continuously, and the Eternal Silence power condensed by the Calamity of Eternal Silence quickly approached 20. At the same time, the affixes and skills recorded within it also became more and more numerous. Curse of Annihilation, End Time Magic Armor, Magic Sword Soul Control. Sumyubai used death energy to condense a set of decorative clothing on his body, then took off his top-tier equipment one by one and tossed them all into the Calamity of Eternal Silence. This included the Sacred Torch dropped by the St. Hall Emperor. It was a mythical grade offhand piece of equipment. After being upgraded by Sumyubai's free ride and having the Calamity trait added, it provided 3 points of Eternal Silence power to the Calamity of Eternal Silence, which was even 0.1 higher than the Bone Death Sturdy Bracers. Although the Eternal Silence power had long since exceeded the 20 points required for the manifestation set, Sumyubai still tossed the equipment into it with great enthusiasm, until a unique system notification sounded in his ears. Notification: This equipment is a temporary item. It is difficult to condense Eternal Silence power after devouring it, and it cannot record traits or skills. Do you confirm the consumption? Cancel. Sumyubai hurriedly cancelled the consumption. If it weren't for this system notification, he would have almost forgotten that he still had a piece of temporary equipment on him. It was none other than the high imitation version of Favor of the Goddess of Luck. If I manifest one less piece of equipment, I wonder if it will affect the set effect of the Calamity of Eternal Silence. Looking at the ring in his palm, Sumyubai frowned. This thing was temporary and could not record traits or skills. However, the skill Favor of the Goddess of Luck was still very useful to Sumyubai, especially at critical moments. It often brought unexpected gains, right? Doesn't Fujiya Qiangxia have an authentic one? Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly smiled. In the past, he didn't have enough lifespan, so he had to make do with the high imitation version, because the authentic one was only legendary grade equipment after being freely upgraded. But now he was not short on lifespan. He could fully upgrade the authentic one into Saint Extinction grade equipment. This way, the Calamity of Eternal Silence would be able to record traits and skills related to luck. However, before contacting Fujiya Qiangxia, Sumyubai prepared to sublime at the high imitation Favor of the Goddess of Luck in his hand. After all, the higher the luck value, the better the chance for Fujiya Qiangxia to roll out something useful for Sumyubai. Calamity Target Favor of the Goddess of Luck High Imitation version. As the talent was activated, the prompt that appeared on the virtual light screen left Sumyubai stunned. Today's extra update is here. Authors with similar performance all have tens of thousands of fans, while this book has 20 or 30,000 daily readers. So why do I only have a few thousand fans? So, dear foster fathers, please follow. If there are typos, feel free to me. Chapter 422. Authority of the Goddess of Luck, Calamity, Target. Favor of the Goddess of Luck High Imitation Version. Notification. Please select the promotion rank, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or add a calamity trait to it. Click to view details. Looking at the options appearing on the virtual light screen, Sumyubai was visibly stunned. What is going on? Wasn't it said that Saint Extinction grade equipment was the limit? Why could this piece of equipment be calamitized to a higher rank? Filled with doubt, Sumyubai decisively clicked to view the details. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote to the mythical grade temporary item. Favor of the Goddess of Luck High Imitation Version. No cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublime it to the Saint Extinction grade temporary item. Gift of the Goddess of Luck. Cost 1000 soul crystals. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect and calamitize to the law grade temporary special treasure. Authority of the Goddess of Luck. Cost 1000 soul power. Option 4. Add a calamity trait to it separately. Cost 0.09 soul power. Equipment can also be calamitized into special treasures. Looking at the third option, Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that not all equipment is unable to be upgraded beyond the Saint Extinction grade. Perhaps equipment related to the Masters of Laws can continue to be improved. What surprised him even more was that because this thing was a temporary item, the cost of calamity was 10 times lower than that of normal equipment. For Sumyubai, what was the difference between a 1-year temporary piece of equipment and a permanent one? After a year, he would definitely be able to obtain even better treasures. This confidence came entirely from his own strength and his cheat. Since this piece of equipment could be upgraded to law grade, Sumyubai naturally had no intention of trading equipment with Fujiu Tiangxi anymore. He made his choice decisively. Calamity Tier 3. Notification. You have lost 1000 soul power. Law energy appeared out of thin air and poured into the favor of the Goddess of Luck. The ring slowly floated up, and its shape gradually began to change. Sumyubai was slightly taken aback as he saw the ring being melted by the power of the law, subsequently condensing into a perfectly curved human figure, Goddess of Luck. The figure was very small, and he couldn't see the specific features clearly. But Sumyubai had an instant realization in his heart. This figure was definitely that of the Goddess of Luck. He saw the figure open its mouth, but no sound was emitted. Immediately after, it turned into a beam of light that enveloped Sumyubai's entire body. Ecchi. A phantom of the Goddess of Luck appeared behind him. The phantom opened its arms, as if to embrace Sumyubai from behind. A moment later, the phantom of the Goddess of Luck completely merged into Sumyubai's body, and the system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. You have obtained the low-grade temporary special treasure authority of the Goddess of Luck. Before Sumyubai could even check the specific effects, another series of system notifications sounded, causing his expression to change. Notification. You have stolen a portion of the Goddess of Luck's authority through unknown means. The duration is 1 year. Notification. The Goddess of Luck has noticed that her authority has been stolen. May you be blessed. Friendly reminder. The Goddess of Luck has another title, known as the Sovereign of Luck. The corner of Sumyubai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why wasn't there a warning before the calamity? Isn't it a bit too late to notify me now? My journey through the myriad worlds hasn't even officially begun, and I've already been targeted by a ruler of rules. And it's the elusive rule of luck, no less. Why do I have this feeling that I'm going to be unlucky in the future? Sumyubai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he shivered inexplicably. He quickly shook his head, casting this unpleasant conjecture to the back of his mind. Since he had already been discovered, worrying about it was useless. It would be better to make good use of her authority while the Goddess of Luck was still searching for him. Thinking of this, Sumyubai steadied his nerves and examined the specific effects of this temporary special treasure. Authority of the Goddess of Luck. Law-level temporary special treasure usage requirement, exclusive to Bai. The stolen authority has merged into your body. It will constantly influence you for a duration of 1 year. 1. Your luck stat is increased by 100%. 2. When taking fatal damage, unexpected events may be triggered. 3. You are embraced by luck. Many things will mysteriously develop in a direction favorable to you. Calamity characteristic. Unless the Goddess of Luck herself arrives in person and meets you face to face, She will be enabled to sense that you are the one who stole the authority of luck. The first effect is essentially turning the effect of favor of the goddess of luck into a permanent buff. Although it lacks 50 points of base luck, it isn't a loss for Sumyubai. Luck, 408. As for the latter two effects, they seem somewhat mystical. Only by experiencing them slowly in the future will he know how they truly work. However, the calamity characteristic made Sumyubai's eyes light up. Good heavens. It seems he had misunderstood the calamity talent before. With this calamity characteristic, where would there be any need for a warning? The myriad worlds are so vast: planets, small worlds, divine kingdoms, great worlds, realms. They are truly boundless. Sumyubai didn't believe he could be so unlucky as to run into the goddess of luck herself within a year. After a year, the authority would expire, and by then, it wouldn't matter anyway. The goddess of luck must be quite anxious right now, right? Guessing the goddess of luck's current expression, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Besides this piece of equipment related to the goddess of luck, Sumyubai had another piece of equipment that could not be devoured by the calamity of eternal silence. That was the Asura mark, which could grant even greater power once all 9 pieces were collected. This piece of equipment was clearly different from ordinary gear. With a thought, the calamity talent was activated once again. Calamity, target, Asura mark. Prompt: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or attach a calamity characteristic to it. Click to view details. It was exactly as Sumyubai had guessed, the Asura mark. This Saint Extinction level equipment promoted from the Human Butcher mark through a free ride could still be further promoted into a law level treasure, or even calamitized into a rule level supreme treasure. It was just that Sumyubai currently lacked the soul crystals and soul power, so he had to give up on it for the time being. Apart from that, all his current equipment had been fed to the calamity of eternal silence, and he now had nearly 50 points of eternal silence power. Finally, I have a fixed set. Sumyubai smiled slightly, and the miniature black hole in his hand began to expand. As a black hole that swallowed all light flashed and vanished, Sumyubai's appearance was instantly refreshed. Prompt: you have consumed 20 points of eternal silence power to manifest the Saint Extinction level calamity of eternal silence set. Prompt: this set currently only has base attributes, basic affixes, and fixed set effects. You can consume eternal silence power to solidify recorded affixes and skills onto each component. DIYing it is not bad, though I wonder what the cost of solidifying affixes and skills will be. Sumyubai muttered to himself. He wasn't in a rush to customize the affixes and skills, choosing instead to examine the set's base attributes and effects. Chapter 423. The set effects of the Calamity of Eternal Silence. Calamity of Eternal Silence. Complete set contains 16 components. Level 0-300 Saint Extinction level item indestructible. Bound to user. Cannot be stolen, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered. Equipment requirement. Exclusive to buy. Overall set base attributes. Tier 7 physical attack Kung 14. 63 million level times tier times 10. Spell power Kung 14.63 million physical defense Kung 29. 26 million level times tier times 20. Magic defense Kung 29.26 million. HP Kung 1.463 billion level times tier times 1 million. Mana Kung 1.463 billion. All attributes Kung 468. 160 level times tier times 20 times 16 comprehensive basic affixes 1. Ruler's might Kung 1000%. Agility Kung to 100%. Constitution Kung to 1002. Max HP Kung 1000%. Max mana Kung 10,003. Physical attack Kung 300%. Spell power Kung 300% 4. Physical defense Kung 300%. Magic defense Kung 300%. 5. Light and life element resistance Kung 50%. All other elemental resistances Kung 80%. 6. Critical hit rate Kung 100%. Critical hit damage Kung to 100%. 7. Critical hit resistance Kung to 100%. Additional critical hit damage taken 90%. Additional solidified component affixes. Additional solidified component skills. Set effects. 1. You can change the appearance of the set at will. 2. Ignores prying below the rule level, unless a ruler of rules arrives in person. No creature can view your specific information, including your soul aura. 3. The calamity of eternal silence constantly absorbs energy from the myriad worlds, accelerating the growth speed of your soul. 4. The calamity of eternal silence can sense the presence of the Book of Death. Current detection range, planet level. These base attributes and affixes alone were enough to prove the power of this exclusive calamity of eternal silence set. Although its set effects did not provide a direct boost to combat power, every single one of them except for the last was incredibly useful. The reason the final set effect was useless was also because Sumubai was cheating. It could be seen from the fact that the 5 books of the dead collected by Dylan had inexplicably vanished. There were no longer any books of the dead left in the myriad worlds. They had all been snatched away by the Cataclysm talent and fused into the Codex of the Dead in Sumubai's hands. Among all the set effects, the one Sumubai valued most was the third one, the moment he put on the calamity of eternal silence. His soul felt a sense of comfort. The enhancement effect this item brought to his soul was almost equivalent to 1/10 of absorbing soul points. While it didn't seem like much, this was a constant, ongoing improvement over the long months and years. The effect was undeniably powerful. Immediately afterward, Sumubai tested the first set effect with a thought. The deep black calamity of eternal silence set on his body instantly changed its appearance. It became a set of silver-white, form-fitting, exquisite armor. A moonlight light blade and a helmet encased his entire head, leaving only 2 crescent-shaped slits exposed, within which a pale blue light flickered. It was exactly the attire of Yu Yi Master. "Have you summoned Yu Yi?" "Wait, no, that's not right." Bing Xuan suddenly spoke, his voice filled with confusion. It wasn't because he saw the change in Sumubai's appearance, but because he sensed Yu's soul aura, as expected of Master, to be able to apply the law of soul control to such a degree in such a short time. After figuring everything out, Bing Xuan immediately began to flatter him. Sumubai just smiled and didn't answer. He had just been experimenting with controlling his own soul, trying to shift his soul aura to match Yui's as much as possible. He hadn't expected that even Bing Xuan wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This was the power of the law. The law of soul control wasn't just for controlling other souls, his own was no exception. With the blessing of the Cataclysm trait, from now on, unless a soul sovereign arrived in person, no one would be able to control Sumubai using soul-related skills or laws. There were no soul sovereigns in the myriad worlds now, which meant Sumubai would be completely immune to soul-type control skills from here on out. With another thought, the calamity of eternal silence instantly changed from silver-white armor to fire-red, and even the burning flames were manifested. If Sumubai stood next to Jinmi now, they would look exactly like twins. After the soul aura changed, they were almost identical. If other creatures saw them, they wouldn't be able to tell the real one from the fake. With this ability, things will be much more convenient in the future. Sumubai changed back to his original appearance, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. The previous myriad worlds announcement had been exposed to the eyes of all races because he had said it to never be hidden at the time. Now, with the calamity of eternal silence, unless he wanted to be seen, only a rule sovereign would be able to discern his identity. After clarifying the basic attributes of the calamity of eternal silence set, Sumubai immediately selected the entry for Curse of Silence. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 1 point of eternal silence power to solidify this entry onto the helmet component of the calamity of eternal silence set? The cost is this high. Sumubai frowned. The cost of solidifying entries increased with the number of entries on each component. Moreover, solidifying attribute boosting entries was useless because the calamity of eternal silence had already reached the upper limit for attribute enhancements, just as equipment bonuses were almost ineffective for top-tier creatures. A creature's attributes could not be increased infinitely. Every creature had its limit. He was only solidifying the first entry now, and it already required 1 point of eternal silence power. What would it be like later? Although the cost was high, Sumubai still had to solidify it. After all, he couldn't afford to lose his infinite power bank. Notification. You have consumed 1 point of eternal silence power. Notification. A new entry has been added to the helmet component of your calamity of eternal silence set. Entry 1. The wearer of this item will be subjected to the constant erosion of the dead chi of silence. Having grown accustomed to the presence of this thing, He felt a bit uncomfortable just now when the erosion stopped. Now that he felt the erosion of the dead chi of silence again, Sumyubai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Next, it's time to solidify the cataclysm trait. Sumyubai looked at the original cataclysm trait of the Curse of Silence. Before he could even check how much eternal silence power it would cost to solidify, a sudden system notification made his face light up with joy. Notification. Do you wish to solidify this cataclysm trait onto the helmet component of the Calamity of Eternal Silence set? No cost required. A cheat is indeed a cheat. Sumyubai was overjoyed. He had been prepared for the fact that solidifying the cataclysm trait would consume a lot of eternal silence power. But he never expected that this thing would be free. Would you believe it? As he willed it, two pieces of information were added to the helmet component of the Calamity of Eternal Silence. Cataclysm trait. 1. The dead chi of silence is endless. Even if the myriad worlds are destroyed, it will never be exhausted. 2. You can control the erosion effect of the dead chi of silence on yourself. With a minimum of 0 and no upper limit, default is 0. Next, Sumyubai continuously selected the entries and skills recorded by the Calamity of Eternal Silence, gradually fleshing out this exclusive equipment, taking the essence and discarding the dross. After consuming the remaining 20+ points of Eternal Silence power, the effects of the Calamity of Eternal Silence became increasingly perfect. However, he had only solidified one additional entry for each component, and not all components had skills. To continue solidifying entries and skills, he would need to devour more equipment. Finally, it's stable. Feeling the miniature world within his body, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. The fusion of the summoning space and the Soul Codex Holy Box was finally complete. Chapter 424. You can even cataclysm this thing. Bonus chapter. Having fused the Soul Codex Holy Box, combined with Sumyubai's breakthrough to the 7th rank, his current summoning space had been greatly improved. Ordinary summoning space, 214,800 1,504,800. Commander summoning space, 1,400 4,440 its 1.96 million 19.7136 million. The greatest improvement was undoubtedly the commander summoning space, with 4,440 commander class units, each capable of summoning 4,440 undead creatures. The total number of the Scourge Legion had directly surpassed 20 million. Furthermore, even Scourge skeletons could now be stored within the summoning space. If Sumyubai were to return to the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land with his current strength, he could single-handedly take down the Sanctuary Empire. One man capable of rivaling a nation. This was perfectly embodied in Sumyubai. This was the power of a cheat, but the power of the cheat went far beyond this. Sumyubai selected the summoning space in his mind and let his thoughts stir. Catastrophe. Target, summoning space, notification. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to a minor world, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to a major world. Cost, 1 trillion soul crystals. Option 3. Catastrophize into a realm. Cost, 1 trillion soul power. Option 4. Attach a catastrophe trait to it individually. Cost, 900,000 soul power. Looking at the option information on the virtual light screen, Sumyubai suddenly gasped. The summoning space could actually be catastrophized into a realm like the Death Realm, a realm that contains many major worlds like the Undead World. The catastrophe talent had once again shattered Sumyubai's perception. At this moment, he also understood why Zhu Xingchen had said yes and no at the time. Such a terrifying talent skill was definitely not something that the Master of Time and Space could have created alone. If even a realm could be catastrophized into existence, what else could this talent not do? However, the cost of upgrading a world was far beyond what Sumyubai could afford at present. He took several deep breaths in succession to calm the excitement in his heart and made his only choice. Promote to Tier 1. Vast energy instantly surged into the micro-world within his body, and Sumyubai could clearly feel the summoning space continuously expanding. Thump thump, thump thump. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a sound similar to a heartbeat. This was the pulse of a world. As time passed, the pulse became increasingly strong. The micro-world born from the fusion of the summoning space and the soul canon holy casket was evolving toward a minor world. But the subsequent system notification made Tsumyubai frown. Notification. The estimated time required for this promotion is 3 days. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent, otherwise, the promotion will fail. All this time, Tsumyubai's catastrophe had never had any cooldown time, but this time, it was equivalent to forcing catastrophe into a cooldown, clearly, compared to upgrading a world. The time spent upgrading equipment and items in the past was simply not worth mentioning. Who tilled 3 days? That's not too long. Tsumyubai exhaled. It was a good opportunity to take these few days to properly explore Hanyoan Star. Since arriving here, he had been constantly improving his own strength. Now that catastrophe had effectively entered a cooldown, it was time to walk around. However, before that, Tsumyubai looked at the shattered ice field below, preparing to check on Brian's progress. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly erupted, and the already shattered ice field instantly turned into dust. Countless ice shards and fragments shot out in all directions. But before they could fly very far, they vaporized due to the heat generated by their speed. In an instant, this area was filled with thick water mist, obscuring the sky and the sun. Old thing, are you provoking your master? Frost snorted coldly. The moment the ice field shattered again, she condensed a shield of death energy on her body to block the flying fragments. I wouldn't dare. A hoarse voice sounded from within the thick fog. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of Tsumyubai. It was Brian, who had successfully reshaped his divine body. His appearance was simple. He wore a wide black mage robe and held a simple bone staff in his hand. This was not equipment, but something he had manifested with divine power, possessing no special effects. Having just reshaped his divine body, the only low-level treasure he possessed was that phylactery. Thump! Brian immediately knelt on one knee and said apologetically, "This subordinate failed too. It's fine." Tsumyubai waved his hand, directly interrupting Brian. The latter hurriedly handed over his phylactery with both hands and said, "I ask that master keep my phylactery for me." Although his soul had been completely controlled by Tsumyubai, he himself felt nothing. This act was entirely to show his loyalty to Tsumyubai. "Very well, I accept it." Tsumyubai nodded and took the phylactery. This thing contained a portion of Brian's soul, so it could not be stored in his inventory or spatial ring. In the past, Tsumyubai would have only been able to find a place to store it. But now that the summoning space had become a micro-world, he could naturally place the phylactery inside. Watching the phylactery suddenly disappear from Tsumyubai's hand, Brian's pupils noticeably constricted. Such a method was something even he, a former intermediate god, could not comprehend. "Rise." Tsumyubai lifted his hand slightly, and death energy immediately helped Brian up. At the same time, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil between his brows slowly opened. Eye of the profound heaven. The status window of the Law Master realm was displayed before Tsumyubai for the first time. Extra update provided today, Chapter 425. Opening the Death Holy Canon again, Brian Undead Race. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom former ruler. Lich King top tier undead creature Law Master realm vitality, 42 stars divine soul. Peak intermediate god severely damaged state. Recovering divine body, mid-stage lesser god combat power. Late stage lesser god laws, summoning law, frost elemental law, soul annihilation law, soul harvesting law, death curse law. Once a peak stage intermediate god, and the previous ruler of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, his combat power will return to its peak as his soul power recovers. After glancing at Brian's status window, Tsumyubai asked directly, "What does 42 star vitality mean?" It can be understood as the vitality of 42 small worlds. Brian's answer made Tsumyubai's heart tremble. The minimum standard for a divine body is to possess the energy of one small world. Hearing this, Tsumyubai's pupils shrank slightly. The Law Lord realm was far stronger than he had imagined. If the vitality of 42 small worlds was still only considered a low-level god, then how strong must an intermediate god be? What about a high-level god? And what kind of existence would a rule sovereign, a rank even higher? Saint extermination level creatures were simply not worth mentioning in front of such beings. However, fortunately, Brian's soul was already completely under his control. The stronger he was, the better it was for Sumyubai. After a long while, Sumyubai nodded slightly, opened the map, and looked in a certain direction. Let's go to the nearest city and retrieve the resources Dylan left behind. Frost understood immediately and soared into the clouds. Brian also moved his mind, waving his hand to summon a massive bone dragon to follow closely behind. His former mount had long since died, so he could only summon a bone dragon to use temporarily for now. Soon, Frost flew out of the extreme north and headed toward the nearest city. The frozen continent was much larger than the No. 7 God-forbidden land. The nearest city was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the extreme north. After Sumyubai broke through to the 7th rank, although the teleportation distance of the Wheel of Time and Space had increased, it was still only 14,630 kilometers. Fortunately, Frost's speed was very fast, and Sumyubai was in no particular rush. So, he took this opportunity to familiarize himself with this continent. Sumyubai sat upright on his throne, his gaze fixed below. After leaving the extreme north, the land remained in a frozen state. This continent seemed to be one massive, enormous block of solid ice, and like the extreme north, where almost no living creatures existed, various creatures gradually began to appear on the land. Skeletons, ghosts, remains. These were not players, but wild monsters created by the world game, possessing distinct characteristics of the undead realm. After observing for a while, Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and opened his quest list. In addition to the quest Dylan's Sorrowed End, he had another quest that needed to be completed. The question mark level quest triggered after he scanned the incomplete Heart of Chaos. Now that he had left the God-forbidden land, he could finally view the details of this quest. Quest difficulty 13 stars. Quest content: become the new Chaos Sovereign. Phase 1. Please repair the incomplete Heart of Chaos within 10,000 years. Quest rewards: failure penalty. You will be severely injured due to the loss of the incomplete Heart of Chaos. Become the new Chaos Sovereign. There was a quest like this, but wasn't his profession the Death Sovereign? Could one hold multiple positions at once? Looking at the details of the Chaos quest, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was a 13-star quest really this unreasonable? Not only were there no quest rewards, but it didn't even provide a single clue. Just a simple please repair the incomplete Heart of Chaos within 10,000 years. Who would know how to repair it? Sumyubai curled his lips. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to complete this quest. Collect materials to repair it. That didn't exist, as long as there were enough resources. A simple catastrophe would easily allow the incomplete Heart of Chaos to recover into a complete Heart of Chaos. Touching his chest, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The incomplete Heart of Chaos had already merged into his heart, granting him the ability to call upon any basic element at any time. Besides that, he could also use it to activate the Chaos Domain. Speaking of domains, Sumyubai suddenly remembered something. This ability was standard for mythical level beings. But why didn't Angus and Charlie use it until their deaths in the previous battle? Upon inquiry, Brian provided the answer. The domains of Saint Extermination level creatures did not expand outward. Instead, they merged into the body. This was the first step toward advancing to a divine body. Once domain power existed within the body, even if covered by someone else's domain, one would not be affected. Therefore, Saint Extermination level powerhouses rarely released their domains during combat unless there were many cannon fodder enemies that needed to be cleared. This was also the reason why Angus and Charlie did not release their domains. They knew very well that even if they did, it would just be a waste of soul power and would not cause any impact on Sumyubai. After all, the power level of laws was much higher than that of domains, whether it was a professional skill or a mythical level creature's domain. To put it bluntly, they were merely techniques performed by borrowing the surface level aspects of laws. No matter the race or profession, everyone eventually had to walk the path of comprehending laws. Sumyubai currently comprehended 55% of the soul control law. Theoretically, he could already use the vast majority of skills in this category. It was just that he needed to try and develop their applications himself. The same law would exert different effects in the hands of different people. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai moved his mind, and the Death Codex appeared. After killing Angus and Charlie, his soul points had reached the cap, which meant he could happily flip through the book again. He could have opened it at level 180. But who told him to level up so quickly? I wonder if it's a skill or an advancement quest, Sumyubai murmured, flipping open the Death Codex. A staggering 100 million soul points were consumed rapidly. The grayish-white pages slowly spread open, and those complex and ancient mysterious inscriptions appeared once again. A flash of golden light flickered deep within Sumyubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened in an instant. This time, he finally understood these inscriptions. They were the manifestation of a certain law. It was a pity that his soul was not yet strong enough to comprehend more of the paths of law. Otherwise, he might have been able to seize this opportunity to grasp a new law. Another difference was that this time, when he opened the Death Codex, he did not feel that vast, boundless power of death descend. This was because he was currently in the Death Realm, where the power of death was omnipresent. A moment later, the ancient inscriptions transformed into a stream of light and merged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. Notification. You have learned the new skill Death Resurrection. My foster fathers, I apologize. I caught a cold and have been dizzy all day. I really couldn't write anything. So, I'm taking a leave of absence. Chapter 426. A couple not tolerated by the world. It seems that if I want to accept the advanced quest, I'll have to flip the page one more time. Sumyubai sighed and first checked the cost for the next time he would flip the book. Current soul points. 0. Consume 500 million soul points to gain the 16th opportunity to open the Death Codex. 500 million soul points. The increase was slightly less than Sumyubai had expected, only 5 times the previous amount. Waving his hand to put away the Death Codex, Sumyubai took out a perfect skill book and upgraded the new skill to its maximum level before examining its effects. Death Resurrection, SSS Next, Active Skill. Death is not the end. Skill effects. 1. Creatures you kill completely will not have their corpses decomposed for the time being. 2. Using the corpse as a medium, forcibly resurrect the target and compel them to fight for you. 3. Depending on the degree of damage to the corpse, the resurrected creature can exert up to 100% of its combat power from when it was alive. 4. The resurrected creature is completely under your control and can be buffed by all your skill effects. Instant cast. Cooldown of 1 hour. Consume 0.1% to 100% of maximum mana based on the target's strength while alive. Casting range is equal to the range of vision. Maximum number of resurrections per instance. 1463 level times tier. Currently capable of resurrecting up to Saint Extermination grade creatures. Resurrection duration, 24 hours. Cooldown for the same corpse, 10 days. The will of death can drive corpses to fight. This skill seems a bit excessive. Looking at the description of Death Resurrection, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. With this skill, the corpses he kept would no longer be mere materials or one-time bombs. Having Death Resurrection extract the remaining value, followed by a final destroy corpse and erase traces, truly squeezed every last bit of value out of his enemies. In front of the Lord of Death, dying was useless. Even in death, they had to stand up and work until their very corpses ceased to exist. Notification. You have entered the ancient wilderness. The system prompt rang in his ears. Bing Shuang had entered a new map. This was a barren wilderness where not a blade of grass grew. Dried bones and burial mounds were scattered everywhere, and the air was permeated with the stench of decay. Master, there seems to be a big guy here. I can sense its aura. Bing Shuang's voice suddenly rang out in Sumyubai's mind. At the same time, the top-tier system map also sent a notification. Notification. A Saint Extermination grade boss has been detected on this map. A Saint Extermination grade boss. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. This notification meant that this was a creature created by the Myriad Worlds game, not an alien player. The strongest boss he had seen in the past was merely the mythical grade peak Yamata no Orochi. Now that a Saint Extermination grade boss had appeared, he naturally had to go and take a look. Bing Shuang understood and immediately changed direction, flying toward the red dot marked on the map. Brian, standing to the side, did not speak and simply followed silently. It wasn't until they were close to their destination that Brian suddenly spoke up. Master, It looks like someone else has also set their sights on this boss. Hearing this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. The map had not given a notification, which meant that the boss was the only Saint Extermination grade existence on this map. In other words, were there beings below the Saint Extermination grade who dared to covet this boss? Sumyubai immediately became interested and chuckled softly. Hide our auras and go over to see the situation first. Very well, master. Brian nodded, with a wave of his staff. A thin layer of gray mist instantly shrouded the figures of the Bone Dragon and Bing Shuang. Their flight was not affected in the slightest, and they continued to head toward the coordinates at high speed. Although Brian's soul injuries had not yet recovered much, his methods were still beyond the comprehension of Saint Extermination grade beings. Unless it was a lesser god who was also proficient in the laws of the soul, it would be nearly impossible to see through his methods of concealing their auras and figures. A moment later, Sumyubai finally saw the people Brian had mentioned. His pupils constricted slightly, because the two figures not far below were actually two angels. What made it even stranger was that one of them had 3 pairs of snow-white wings behind their back, while the other had 3 pairs of pitch-black wings. This was a bizarre combination consisting of an angel and a fallen angel. Brian, aren't angels and fallen angels in myriad worlds hostile factions? Sumyubai turned to look at Brian with some confusion. The latter also frowned. I remember them being hostile. Could it be that I've been asleep for too long and the situation in myriad worlds has changed? It seems we've encountered a special situation. Sumyubai suddenly smiled. Resting his chin on one hand, he had Brian explain some basic information about these two races while he watched the black and white pair of angels below with interest, golden light flickering deep within his eyes. When their information panels appeared, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward slightly. Yo, so they're a pair of star-crossed lovers not tolerated by the world. Zhuanshan pupil, Lingyu Holy Light Angel Race Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless 6-Winged Angel. Tier 9 Mythical Grade Level, 260. HP 4.5 trillion, 4.5 trillion. Soul, Mid-Stage Saint Extermination Grade Combat Power. For Mark Saint Extermination Grade. Law of Holy Purification. A genius among the Holy Light Angel race. She left her race for certain reasons and became a freelance bounty hunter, traveling across the myriad worlds. Weaknesses. 1. Being in the Death Realm. The pervasive and dense death energy suppresses her. 2. While main skills. Holy Light Cross/, Holy Blessing, Holy Purification, Holy Protection. Her resistance to death type damage is 60%. The reason Lingyu came to the Death Realm is entirely to accompany Yulan. Fallen Angel Race Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless 6-Winged Angel Tier 9 Mythical Grade. Level, 262. HP 7.2 trillion, 7.2 trillion. Soul, Mid-Stage Saint Extermination Grade Combat Power. 5 Mark Saint Extermination Grade. Law of Dark Erosion. A genius among the fallen angel race. She left her race for certain reasons and became a freelance bounty hunter, traveling across the myriad worlds. Weakness: Lingyu. Main skills: Evil Cross/, Dark Curse, Dark Erosion, Touch of Corruption. Her resistance to death type damage is 80%. The reason Yulan came to the Death Realm is to complete a bounty mission. Tier 9 Mythical Grade. Yet possessing the combat power of a mid-stage Saint Extermination grade, they were even stronger than Angus and Charlie from before. Sumyubai had finally seen geniuses from top-tier races. Of course, compared to him, these two angels were still lacking. Although their starting point was high, they did not have a cheat like Catastrophe. As for mythical grade beings comprehending laws, it was quite normal for creatures of top-tier races. Once Bing Shuang reached adulthood, she would only be level 240, and by then, she would also be able to comprehend laws. While Sumyubai was reviewing their information, Brian also briefly recounted the history of these two races. Long ago, there was actually no distinction between Holy Light Angels and Fallen Angels. Back then, although their wing colors differed, and they specialized in opposing laws, Holy Light and Darkness, the angels were as one, never divided. Until one day, no one knew what happened, but the angel race suddenly split and became sworn enemies, remaining in opposition to this day. Even so, when mentioning these two races, Brian's eyes held a look of deep wariness, because after the split, both the Holy Light Angels and the Fallen Angels were ranked within the top 10 on the Myriad Race ranking. Chapter 427. Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons Yahello. What exactly is the Myriad Race ranking? Sumubai watched the two angels preparing to enter the BOSS's territory and continued to ask. He had heard the name Myriad Race ranking many times, but he had never found where to view it. Master, you must have seen various rankings in the God-forbidden land, right? Brian glanced at Sumubai and explained cautiously, in the Myriad Worlds, there is only one ranking called the Myriad Race ranking, which represents the top 10,000 races in the Myriad Worlds. Only the races that make it onto the list can view it. Sumubai curled his lip. The Myriad Worlds game was truly something. It was just a ranking. Why be so secretive about it? What if you didn't make the list? You couldn't even look at it, however. He also gleaned some information from this statement. There were 10,000 races on the list. But what if you counted those that didn't make it? How many races were there in the Myriad Worlds? Exactly. The path for the human race was truly long and arduous. Once a race makes it onto the Myriad Race ranking, the Myriad Worlds game will grant rewards to the entire race based on their ranking. With you as our master, I believe the human race will be on the list soon. Brian seized the opportunity to flatter him. He also pointed out the reason why all races valued this ranking so much. However, what Brian said was also a fact, and Sumubai was full of confidence regarding this. He looked up at the starry sky, his gaze profound. One day, the name of the human race would appear on the Myriad Race ranking because of him, and it would rise all the way to the peak. He believed that this day would definitely not be far off from Brian's previous explanation. Sumubai also understood why the angel race was so powerful. Angels at adulthood were at least tier 7 epic grade. Every additional pair of wings on their backs represented an increase in tier. 2 wings corresponded to tier 7, 4 wings to tier 8, 6 wings to tier 9, all the way up to 12 winged rule sovereigns. Of course, angels could not grow infinitely. Only geniuses like Lingyu and Yulan could grow all the way to the Saint Extermination grade. This tier was effectively the limit. Beyond that, it relied on the comprehension of laws. It sounded like these two races were not as strong as the Extinction Dragon Emperors, as every Extinction Dragon Emperor was a Saint Extermination grade being upon reaching adulthood. But the numbers of the two sides were not on the same scale at all. Even if you counted the entire dragon race, their numbers were far inferior to the angels. It was unknown what method Brian used. But despite the great distance, Sumubai could hear the conversation between the two angels. Shouyu, the death realm suppresses you. Let me handle this alone. The fallen angel named Yulan suddenly reached out to block Lingyu. A look of obvious worry on her face. Lingyu, however, shook her head stubbornly. Sister Yulan, I'm fine. This guy is very strong. We should still attack together. At this moment, the two had already arrived near the BOSS's lair. The area was filled with graves. A scene of desolation in every direction. Countless skeletal creatures discovered the two intruders and launched a frenzied attack. However, these wild monsters were not even in the eyes of the two. Yulan merely swung her sword casually, slaughtering thousands of skeletal creatures. Their target was only the boss in the center of the graveyard. It was a massive creature composed of countless bones, its entire body emitting a metallic luster, possessing 3 giant heads and a pair of bone wings on its back. The boss held a massive scythe in its hand, with rusted chains connected to the handle, wrapping around its entire body. Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons Yahello, level 300 Saint Extermination grade boss. HP 128 trillion. A monster formed from the bones of countless powerhouses, possessing incomparably formidable strength. Looking at Yahello, who stood a full 1,000 meters tall, Lingyu and Yulan could not help but swallow hard. The two realized they had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of the quest. The guy before them likely possessed combat power at the late or even peak stage of the Saint Extermination grade. Yulan no longer mentioned taking it on alone, instead repeatedly urging Lingyu to stay safe. If you can't beat it, you must run first. Don't worry about me at all. Lingyu nodded obediently, though a flicker of stubbornness flashed deep within her eyes. No matter what, she would never abandon Sister Yulan to survive on her own. Then, I'm going in. Yulan took a deep breath. gripped her longsword tightly with both hands, and black flames instantly ignited on her body. At the same time, Ling Yu raised her hand and released a beam of holy light, imbuing it into Yulan's sword. Logically speaking, these two diametrically opposed energies should have cancelled each other out, but now they coexisted on the longsword, clearly distinct from one another. The pure divine flame and the evil black flame burned simultaneously, making Yulan's already bewitching face appear even more stunning. Where did these bird people come from, daring to trespass into this emperor's territory? Yahello sensed their auras instantly. Its bone wings unfurled, and before its body even moved, the massive bone scythe had already slashed toward them. Holy light barrier! Ling Yu shouted sharply, pointing her longsword toward the sky, and a holy light barrier instantly blocked Yahello's path of attack. However, under the environmental influence of the death domain, the holy light barrier she released, already weaker than the boss, could not fully block the attack. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. Bang! Immediately following, the holy light barrier shattered with a roar. The pitch black wings behind Yulan fluttered as she soared into the sky, colliding with Yahello's bone scythe with her longsword. Violent power erupted instantly, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings, obliterating all the wild monsters that had been swarming in. Get lost, all of you! Don't get in the way here! Yahello let out a cold snort. Its three heads roared in unison, and spreading its bone wings, it arrived in front of Yulan in an instant. The battle entered a white-hot state the moment it began. Yet, neither side noticed that there were several pairs of eyes high in the sky, quietly watching this battlefield. Chapter 428 Master. You look down on the Lord of Laws too much. Bonus chapter. After finishing her support skills, Ling Yu also drew her longsword and joined the battle. Although her frontal combat power was inferior, assisting from the sidelines was no problem at all. From their initial hostility to later discovering each other's unique qualities, they had now fought side by side countless times. Their coordination had long since become so tacit that they were inseparable. Often, no words were needed. A single glance was enough to know what the other wanted to do. High in the sky, Sumyubai sat on his throne with his legs crossed, watching the battle below intently. It had to be said that the combat power of these two female angels was far higher than that of the human mythical great powerhouses. The temple emperor who died at Sumyubai's hands would likely have had no power to fight back against these two. However, compared to Yahello, who had a staggering 128 trillion HP, these two beauties were clearly still lacking. Old man, do you think they can win? The soul fire within Bing Shuang's icy pupils flickered slightly as he asked while keeping an eye on the battle below. They can't win. The Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons is almost the strongest boss the Myriad Worlds game can create. They are not yet capable of dealing with it. Does Master intend to take them as followers? Being able to display such combat power at the mythical grade, they are barely qualified. The strongest boss. Sumyubai was slightly stunned upon hearing this. It was only a tier 10 Saint Extermination grade. How could it be the strongest? The reason the Myriad Worlds game creates so many monsters and bosses is merely to accelerate the growth of the myriad races. Only true living beings can fully comprehend a certain law and become a Lord of Laws. So that's how it is. Sumyubai nodded slightly. What if you were to strike? How quickly could you end the battle? Strike. Brian smiled and shook his head. Master, you look down on the Lord of Laws too much. Although my soul injuries haven't recovered, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill this guy. Look at how full of yourself you are. I don't know how you ended up with only a soul phylactery left back then. Bing Shuang curled his lip in disdain. If it were a stranger who was a Lord of Laws, he naturally wouldn't cause trouble for Sumyubai. But since this guy was now one of their own, he had to let him know who was closest to the Master. So what if he was strong? Had he been by the Master's side as long as he had? Of course. What he despised most was that Brian's original intentions weren't pure. If the Master hadn't happened to comprehend the law of soul control, this guy would definitely still be stuck in his phylactery, being snapped at by Bing Shuang. Brian only twitched the corner of his mouth. The words were harsh, but they were the truth. He had ended up with all his divine bodies destroyed back at his peak. Now that his strength hadn't even recovered, what was there to boast about? And to do it in front of the Master, no less. You guy. Sumyubai smiled helplessly and stroked Bing Shuang's dragon horns. Ever since he gained control of Brian's soul, this guy had started competing for favor. He seemed terrified that Sumyubai would prefer the new subordinate. After all, in terms of strength, Bing Shuang wouldn't be able to surpass Brian for a long time. Sumyubai naturally understood Bing Shuang's thoughts. So, he didn't say anything more. What did you mean by followers just now? After soothing Bing Shuang, Sumyubai looked at Brian again. The latter hurriedly spoke up. It is to sign a contract under the witness of the Myriad Worlds game. Becoming the Master's follower. As long as the Master needs them, he can summon them at any time. Contracted creatures. Sumyubai nodded. That is indeed a good idea. While speaking, his gaze remained fixed on the two angels locked in fierce combat. It was not because they were beautiful or had stunning figures, but because when he had just used the Eye of the Profound Heaven to inspect their information, he suddenly felt something in the dark. These two had a great story behind them, otherwise, it would have been impossible to stir the strings of fate. Although his soul was not yet strong enough to comprehend new paths of laws, Sumyubai could still sense the hints given by fate. The battle below was in full swing. The chains wrapped around Kalio's body had fully extended, and the terrifying bone scythes had become long-range weapons. Every swing was accompanied by a sky full of scythe shadows. This creature was like a product of evolutionary deformity. It was neither a normal skeletal creature nor a lich, but rather a combination of both. Therefore, it not only possessed terrifying melee capabilities, but various curses and death spells were also at its fingertips, often catching the two angels off guard. Fortunately, Lingyu was there. Although her combat power was suppressed by the environment of the Death Realm, her holy purification law acted as a counter to Kalio to some extent. With her assistance, although Yulan was at a disadvantage, she was still barely managing to trade blows with Kalio. Old Boo, didn't you misjudge the situation? Bing Shuang suddenly spoke up. For some reason, he had given Brian a new nickname. Just watch. They won't last much longer. Brian rolled his eyes, not bothering to dwell on the nickname. At the very least, Old Boo sounded better than Old Thing or Old Guy, right? The boss hasn't used its full strength yet. Golden light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. With the Eye of the Profound Heaven, he could naturally see how strong Kalio was. If this guy really unleashed its full power, it could probably go toe-to-toe with an existence at the 7th or 8th level of the Saint Extermination rank. And that was the kind of existence that specialized in combat laws. Sure enough, not long after Sumyubai finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. You two idiots, daring to step into this emperor's territory, surely you have already prepared yourselves for death. Kalio suddenly let out a cold, strange laugh, its 3 heads and 6 pupils looking at Lingyu and Yulan with mockery. The next moment, the ground, which had been shattered by the intense battle, suddenly erupted with gray-black light. When the expressions of Yulan and Lingyu changed in unison, only then did they realize that every time Kalio had swung its bone scythes, it had been with a purpose. These gray-black rays of light were all shining from the gaps left by the bone scythes. In an instant, countless gray-black rays intertwined to form a massive barrier, and terrifying, deathly silence filled the entire battlefield. Lingyu's face turned pale. She instantly felt an even stronger suppression, to the point where even mobilizing the holy light purification law became exceptionally difficult. Welcome to this Emperor's World. Kalio spread its arms, emitting a harsh, grating laugh. The bone scythes connected by chains struck toward Lingyu like venomous snakes. Xiaoyu, dodge! Yulan's pupils constricted violently, before she could even wipe the purple blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her wings fluttered, and she instantly changed direction to head toward Lingyu. However, the speed of Kalio's attack this time was nearly twice as fast as before. Puchi! The sharp scythe blade instantly pierced Lingyu, although it could not penetrate further due to the obstruction of the holy light energy. The dense aura of death on the bone scythe began to rapidly erode Lingyu's divine body. Her armor was instantly stained with golden blood, and the gray-black corruption on her skin began to spread rapidly. Damn it! Yulan gritted her teeth and slashed her sword at the chain connecting the bone scythe, but it only caused it to sway, with no intention of retracting. At the same time, Kalio's figure suddenly appeared between the two. Its large hands instantly grabbed them, and its 3 heads simultaneously revealed terrifying smiles. Hey, once I fuse your skeletons, this emperor will surely become even stronger. High in the sky, Sumubai stood up and hurriedly, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. It's time for the hero to make his entrance and save the damsels. Today's extra update is here. I took my medicine and feel much better. Thank you, my benefactors, for understanding. Special thanks to Benefactor Humanoid Brain Storage Facility for the Great God Certification, Chapter 429. Did you hide your strength just for this moment? Yulan's brows were tightly furrowed, and the purple blood at the corner of her mouth was suddenly incinerated by a burst of flame. In an instant, an even more powerful force erupted from within her. Sister Yulan, don't. Seeing this, Ling Yu's face turned as pale as paper, and she reached out toward her with all her might. This move was a desperate technique of the fallen angels, exchanging the burning of one's soul and life for terrifying power. Even if she could escape death by using it, Yulan would be ruined afterward. Moreover, she knew very well that the other party was using this skill now, not to escape, but to save her. This power actually caused Yulan to break free from Kalio's large hand in an instant. Swish! Following that, a sword-like carrying 2 types of flames flashed by, and Yulan's figure had already appeared in front of Ling Yu. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the large hand Kalio had used to grab Ling Yu, and then it slid off directly from the wrist. The cut was so smooth that it looked as if the space there had been directly severed. Xiao Yu, we agreed, hurry and go. Yulan did not look back, her pale purple hair fluttering in the wind, brushing against Ling Yu's cheek. At this moment, her entire body was burning with the fire of life. Dense cracks had already appeared on her hands, and her wings were shedding dozens of pitch-black feathers from that last strike. The moment her voice fell, she had already raised her sword and flown toward Kalio again, looking every bit like someone resigned to death. Ha ha ha! Leaving, Kalio did not show anger at his severed palm. Instead, he let out a mocking sneer. Before the massive, severed bone hand could even hit the ground, it suddenly erupted with dense, necrotic death energy and rapidly flew back to his wrist. At the same time, a bone scythe was violently ripped from Ling Yu's waist, the long chain attached to it emitting a piercing, metallic screech. In an instant, the entire battlefield was sealed off by the chains, and the bone scythe, now back in Kalio's grip, slashed toward Yulan with terrifying momentum. None of you are leaving here today. Ling Yu's eyes were already soaked with tears. She whispered something under her breath before suddenly spreading her arms wide. Pure holy light flooded the space in an instant, and Ling Yu herself began to float within the radiance. Simultaneously, a phantom of an angel, standing over 1,000 meters tall, condensed behind her, its body gradually merging with her own. What kind of power is this? Kalio, who had been calm and composed just a moment ago, saw his pupils dilate sharply, his soul fire flickering violently. Yulan's expression also changed drastically. She turned abruptly to look at Ling Yu, her voice trembling as she said, Xiao Yu. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to slow down. Kalio's bone scythe appeared to be frozen in midair. In reality, this was not the power of time, but rather the holy light energy erupting from Ling Yu, which was so terrifying that it formed a barrier, momentarily stalling Kalio's attack. Much like the desperate final move of a fallen angel, this was a skill that a holy light angel could only perform by sacrificing their life. The difference between the two was that while a fallen angel slowly burned their soul and life away, a holy light angel sacrificed them instantly. Ling Yu's figure gradually became translucent. She gently caressed Yulan's cheek. Xiao Yu, you're such a fool. Yulan's beautiful eyes trembled, and a tear slid from the corner of her eye. Ling Yu leaned in and gently kissed the tear away, a brilliant smile blooming on her lips. Don't cry. The Yulan I love will always be the strongest warrior. Bang! At that moment, Kalio shattered the temporary barrier. The sharp bone scythe slashed down once more. Sister Yulan, promise me. You must live on. Ling Yu smiled sweetly and opened her arms to embrace Yulan, the massive angel phantom behind her shimmering with light. This skill of the Holy Light Angel did not boost her own combat power. It was a blessing of life bestowed upon a companion. Once the angel phantom fully merged into Yulan's body, it would mean that Ling Yu had completely perished. At this moment, Yulan felt her heart convulsing. Why did she have to take this bounty mission? Although it was to increase her strength quickly and evade the pursuit of the two great angel clans. Why hadn't she fully investigated Kaleo's strength? Now Ling Yu was going to die. And she was like a useless waste. Unable to do anything. Shang Yu, you're such a fool. Really, without you. What meaning is there in my life? Yulan murmured. And the misery in her eyes instantly transformed into a look of ferocity. She gripped her longsword and turned to face Kaleo. But before I die, I will avenge you first. There was one more sentence in her heart that she hadn't spoken aloud. If only someone could step in and save Ling Yu right now, I would be willing to do anything. But Yulan knew very well that there was no aura of any powerful expert nearby. Her thought was nothing more than a desperate wish. But then, Yulan's pupils suddenly constricted, because she discovered that a figure had suddenly appeared out of thin air between her and Kaleo. What was happening? Was this a hallucination born from despair? Become my followers, and none of you have to die. The voice that rang in her ears made Yulan tremble, and a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her eyes. She did not hesitate for a second, nor did she want to guess who the newcomer was. Now, she had only one thought, to save Ling Yu. I am willing, please. My lord, stop Xiao Yu's sacrifice first. If one were powerful enough, they could indeed stop a holy light angel's sacrifice. Yulan couldn't do it, and Kaleo couldn't do it either. But she knew that the person before her could definitely do it, because the moment the stranger appeared, Kaleo's body began to tremble violently, and the chains dancing around him dropped straight to the ground. Anyone possessing such terrifying presence was undoubtedly in existence at the Lost Sovereign Realm. The person who arrived was naturally Sumubai, and he had made his entrance at the most opportune moment, although it seemed harsh. They were strangers. After all, he couldn't possibly save them without expecting something in return, could he? Just because these two angels were good girls, what a joke. How many such existences were there in the myriad worlds? If it weren't for the fact that the two had plucked the strings of fate, Sumubai would have already stepped in to finish off Kaleo. A wise choice. Sumubai nodded slightly, looking down at Yulan from above, and spoke softly. Brian. Chapter 430 Followers. The next moment, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted, instantly forcing the angel phantom behind Ling Yu back into her body. This is... Ling Yu's gaze cleared, and she stood stunned, her face filled with confusion. Sister Yulan, how am I not dead? After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that someone had appeared on the battlefield. It was this lord who stepped in to save us. Yulan suddenly stepped forward to hug Ling Yu, whispering softly in her ear, Xiao Yu, I promise to become this lord's follower. You won't blame me, will you? As long as I can be with Sister Yulan, I am willing to do anything. Ling Yu hugged Yulan tightly as well, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Sumubai. A moment later, Yulan released Ling Yu, flapped her wings to come to Sumubai's side, and knelt on one knee. My lord, please allow me to kill Kaleo with my own hands. That might be a bit difficult. Sumubai smiled. Just as Yulan was feeling confused, Brian's figure slowly emerged, and his hoarse voice followed. You're a step too late. This guy is already dead. Dead. Hearing this, Yulan suddenly raised her head, and immediately after, she witnessed a shocking scene. She saw that the soul fires within Kaleo's 3 skulls had completely extinguished at some unknown moment. Its entire skeleton had also lost its luster, having clearly turned into a mere corpse. Master, did I act too quickly? Brian smiled awkwardly. The moment Sumubai had called out his name, he had simultaneously stopped Ling Yu's skill and wiped out Kaleo's soul. It's fine. Sumubai waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Yulan and Ling Yu as he spoke. I said I would let you both live. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. As he spoke, Sumubai turned to look at Brian. You know how to forge a follower contract, right, Master? Leave it to me. Brian nodded repeatedly, his gaze landing on the two angels. The pupils of both angels visibly constricted. This being, who was clearly at the Lord of Lo's realm, actually addressed the young man as Master. What exactly was this man's identity? While they were filled with doubt, Brian had already waved his staff, conjuring to contracts. Yulan and Ling Yu exchanged a glance, then knelt on one knee before Sumubai in unison. May we ask for your name, My lord, meeting their gazes, Sumyubai replied indifferently. Baiyi. It was actually Baiyi. Both of them had a fresh memory of this name. The world announcement had not been triggered for a very long time. The fact that Baiyi could comprehend the path of lows while only at the 7th rank had naturally left a profound impression on both of them. What was even harder to ignore was that such a peerless genius actually came from that frail human race. Upon learning that the person they were about to follow was such a peerless genius, a glimmer of light flashed deep within their eyes. Perhaps. Could Lord Baiyi accomplish that task? Take the oath. Brian's hoarse voice rang out, and the two contracts floated before Yulan and Lingyu respectively. Both took a deep breath, simultaneously clenching their fists and placing them over their chests. Distinct black and white flames ignited on their bodies. Your subordinates, Fallen Angel Yulan, Holy Light Angel Lingyu, are willing to swear by our souls to follow Lord Baiyi to the death. From this day forward, your enemies are our enemies. Wherever your sword points, that is our direction. As the oath concluded, the two contracts suddenly burst into flames, then transformed into streams of light that surged into the space between their brows. At the same time, two system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Fallen Angel Yulan has sworn allegiance to you. Do you agree to accept her as your follower? Notification. Holy Light Angel Lingyu has sworn allegiance to you. Do you agree to accept her as your follower? This was the very purpose of Sumyubai's intervention, so there was naturally no reason to refuse. After making his choice, a series of system notifications rang in his ears once more. Notification, congratulations. You have successfully contracted Fallen Angel Yulan as a follower. Notification, congratulations. You have successfully contracted Holy Light Angel Lingyu as a follower. Notification. A follower interface has been added to your status window. Notification. You have obtained the new skill Summon Follower. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to contract an alien follower. And for the alien follower's realm being higher than one's own, you are rewarded with the special title Alien Conqueror. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. Follower. Followers who have concluded a soul contract will follow you for eternity. Violating the oath will result in the immediate dissipation of their soul. Followers will retain their player status and can act freely with your permission, without any restrictions. When on the same planet, a small world, 80% of the XP generated by the followers' kills will be automatically allocated to you. Can be configured freely. Current limit for contracting followers. 1. Fallen Angel Yulan. Race. 6-winged Fallen Anga level. 262. Realm. 9th rank mythical grade combat power. Saint extermination grade. 5 stripes. 2. Holy Light Angel Lingyu. Race. 6-winged Holy Light Anga level. 260. Realm. 9th rank mythical grade combat power. Saint extermination grade. 4 stripes. Summon follower. Special active skill. Summon your followers to your side through the power of the contract. You can summon all of them or just one. Can summon across realms. Current casting time. 0 seconds to 1 month. Current cooldown time. 30 minutes to 1 year. The further the follower is from you, the longer the summoning time and the longer the cooldown. At the same distance, the casting time and cooldown time will decrease as your strength increases. Rise. After reading the information regarding his followers, Sumyubai gently raised his hand, and the aura of death surged forth, lifting the two angels to their feet. Immediately after, he flipped his hand to retrieve the 10 life soul source crystals dropped by Kaleo and tossed them casually to the two. Recover your injuries as quickly as possible. Although what they had burned earlier was not just their soul power limit, these 10 life soul source crystals would still allow them to recover quite a bit. After all, Sumyubai had intervened in time, and their souls had not suffered much damage. Chapter 431 Alien Conqueror. Bonus chapter. It was just a pity that catastrophe could not be used right now, otherwise, the effect of freeloading an upgrade while adding the catastrophe trait to the soul essence would have been even better. But they were only 10 life soul source crystals, and Sumyubai had no intention of hoarding them. Once he retrieved Dylan's inheritance, this bit of resources would not even be worth mentioning. As for the Saint extermination grade equipment and materials dropped by Kaleo, Sumyubai only glanced at them before leaving them in his storage ring. These items would only be able to exert their maximum value once catastrophe could be used again. Although Saint Extermination grade equipment had already reached the peak and could no longer be freeloaded for upgrades, it was still quite good to have an extra catastrophe trait as an option. Many thanks, Lord Bai. Yulan and Lingyu did not stand on ceremony. They took the soul origin crystals with both hands and immediately began to absorb them. While this item was indeed a rare treasure in the Forbidden Land of Gods, it was quite ordinary in the myriad worlds. Especially since both of them were geniuses from the angel race, what kind of fine treasures had they not seen before? Of course, such a thought was limited only to the present. Once the two of them witnessed Sumyubai's methods, they would understand Brian's feelings. Their past worldviews would only become more shattered the longer they followed Sumyubai. Soon, the two finished absorbing the 10 soul origin crystals, and the injuries within their bodies recovered significantly. Sumyubai looked at the status information on their panels and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is a free bounty hunter? Lord Bai can understand it as a mercenary who travels throughout the myriad worlds. It's just that we are freer than mercenaries, and the bounty hunter's home can accommodate those without nationality. Yulan tucked her long hair behind her ear and spoke slowly to explain. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Without nationality. Isn't that perfect for him? He immediately patted the miniature Frost perched on his shoulder, and the latter instantly grew in size. Get on, you are too slow. As his voice fell, Yulan and Lingyu immediately flapped their wings and arrived beside Sumyubai's throne. The Holy Light Angel and the Fallen Angel now appeared like two handmaidens, serving at Sumyubai's left and right. Although their strength was slightly higher than that of the still juvenile Frost, Frost was a mount-type unit. In terms of speed alone, the two could not compare. Brian also summoned his bone dragon, and the two massive creatures soared into the sky, flying rapidly toward the nearest city. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne and opened his title interface. Once he broke through to the 8th rank, the human prodigy authorities should be able to add one more title. If the title he had just been rewarded with was strong enough, he would be able to add it directly when the time came. Alien Conqueror, a special title. When equipped, it grants the following effects. 1. It exerts a certain suppression effect on alien races, the specific degree of which depends on the gap in strength between the two parties. 2. Your increase in strength will, to a certain extent, provide feedback to your alien followers, enhancing their comprehension. 3. Killing creatures that also possess the Alien Conqueror title will enhance the effects of this title. No specific numerical values. After reading the effects of the Alien Conqueror title, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. In this case, it was difficult to judge the specific value of this title. However, regardless, such a title couldn't be too bad, unless he obtained a stronger one. This would inevitably be the title added to his authority after reaching the 8th rank. While Sumyubai was checking the title effects, the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods was once again boiling over because of him. Blue Star Region Announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Empire player Bai for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to contract an alien follower, and one whose level is higher than his own. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. How long has it been since Big Brother Bai went out? He already has an alien follower. What the F? They want us to learn from him again. We can't even get out of the Forbidden Land of Gods. So how are we supposed to contract an alien follower? Aren't you guys curious about what kind of existence a follower actually is? Better not be curious. The game progress of a freak like Bai is simply not in the same world as ours. So what if I'm curious? Can't I be envious even if I don't have the ability? Exactly. I really want to know what race of follower Bai contracted. What other race could it be? It's probably an existence similar to us humans. Bullshit. With Big Brother Bai's strength, he definitely contracted one of those powerful races. Hey, just because you say so, we can't see it anyway. And I personally think it's impossible. Just as players from various countries were arguing in the region-wide chat channel, another system announcement rang out. Blue Star Region Announcement. The Blue Star Region Follower Ranking has been opened. Blue Star Region Follower Ranking 1. Bai, Fallen Angel Yulan, Top Tier Race. 9th Rank Mythical Peak 2. Bai, Holy Light Angel Lingyu, Top Tier Race. 9th rank mythical peak 3, none 10, none this time, the no. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods completely exploded. What the F, angels. And 9th rank mythical level angels at that. How on earth did Bai do it? No, why would a fallen angel and a holy light angel follow Bai at the same time? Aren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? I can't take it anymore. Is there no one in the myriad worlds who can sanction this cheater Bai? I thought Bai would have a hard time after going to the myriad worlds. Heh, I guess I was too young. It wasn't just the players. The high-level officials of various countries were also stunned by this announcement. For them, this news was no less significant than Sumyu Bai's earlier comprehension of the path of laws. You have to realize, this is the angel race. A race ranked in the top 10 of the entire myriad worlds. And they are actually following a human like Bai. Is this reasonable? Dragon Palace headquarters. Feng Yuan and Xingjun smiled at each other. Bai is indeed still the same Bai. No matter where he goes, he can always pull off some earth-shattering events. Holy Light Heaven headquarters. Danes was already in a state of despair. He now only hoped that Harriman would not run into Bai. Otherwise, let alone Bai. Just these two angel race followers could easily slaughter Harriman. He had already notified Harriman not to provoke Sumyu Bai again. But it is easy to leave the Forbidden Land of Gods. Wanting to return is out of the question for the time being. He had sent Harriman out earlier to nip Bai in the bud. But who could have imagined that this guy could grow so fast? Sumyu Bai closed the title interface, leaned back against the throne, and swept his gaze over Yulan. How long have you two been bounty hunters? Over 3 years. Hearing this, the corners of Sumyu Bai's mouth curled upward. You must have earned quite a lot of resources. Then, Yulan spoke without a moment's hesitation. As long as Lord Baiyu needs them. Everything we sisters possess belongs to you, rest assured. What I bestow upon you will only be more. Sumyu Bai smiled and waved his hand, falling silent as he looked ahead. In the distance, a magnificent city slowly appeared in his field of vision. The structures on the outskirts of the city were built almost entirely from bones, causing the entire city to exude a dense aura of death. In the center of the city stood a castle constructed of deep blue ice, its summit towering into the clouds, making it impossible to see its full scale. The first city Sumyu Bai had reached after arriving at Hanyuan Star Cellbone Frost Fortress had arrived. Today's extra update is here. My cold is gone, and I've returned to the normal 3-chapter schedule. Dear patrons, I humbly ask for your support with gifts. Chapter 432. This business is practically robbery. Notification. You have entered the territory of Cellbone Frost Fortress. Please land and enter through the city gate. Soon, a system notification rang in Sumyu Bai's ears. Bing Xuan also spoke up. Master, this city has restrictions in place. If I force a landing while flying, it will trigger an alarm and attract the city guard. No-fly zone. Why does the undead realm have this? Sumyu Bai frowned. He still remembered that when he entered East Sea City for the second time, he had almost been fined by the guards. He hadn't expected the cities on this planet to have similar restrictions, however. Upon second thought, there were many more powerful individuals here. If everyone summoned massive flying mounts, the city would likely never see the light of day. Master, if you wish to fly in directly, it is not impossible. Brian suddenly spoke up. The strongest individual in this city is only at the Saint Extermination grade 9 pattern level, not even a lesser god. Sumyu Bai was slightly stunned. Lord Baiyi, a lesser god is in existence at the Law Sovereign realm. It is uncertain if even one exists on the entire Hanyuan Star. Ling Yu, standing to the side, spoke softly, resolving the doubt in Sumyu Bai's heart. He had assumed that a lesser god was merely the weakest existence at the 11th tier Law Sovereign realm, and that they were common throughout the myriad worlds. It seemed that was not the case at all. Just like Brian at this moment, who had only recovered to the combat power of a lesser god, the previous peak Saint Extermination grade boss couldn't even withstand a single glance from him. It was easy to imagine that the 11th tier Law Sovereign and the 10th tier Saint Extermination grade existed in two completely different worlds. Forget it. Since we are new here, there is no need to be too high profile. Sumyu Bai shook his head slowly, signaling for Bing Xuan to land first. A moment later, the group of four arrived before a magnificent city gate. The scale of this gate was unlike anything Sumyu Bai had ever seen in his life. Although the gate was open, there was a pale gray light barrier, which appeared to be some sort of detection method. Ling Yu and Yulan followed quietly behind Sumyu Bai. In their non-combat state, they each had only one pair of wings, appearing as ordinary members of the angel race. Brian had specifically masked their auras to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to Sumyu Bai. The fallen angel and holy light angel races did not necessarily fight on sight. So, while this combination was somewhat eye-catching, it was not considered too strange. The most prominent figure was Brian, who walked beside Sumyu Bai holding a bone staff. The aura he exuded made all nearby creatures wary. Ding Xuan had also shrunk his size, coiled around Sumyu Bai's right shoulder, eyes closed as he digested the various materials within his body. Since Sumyu Bai's EXP had reached the cap, all the EXP from Kalio's death had been allocated to Bing Shuang. At this moment, his level had reached 239. This level was a threshold. Once crossed, Bing Xuan would truly reach adulthood, and both his soul and combat power would be significantly enhanced. As a demigod-grade creature, he would also begin to comprehend the path of laws at that time. Salbone Frost Fortress was a frontier city of the frozen continent, and countless people stopped here every day for supplies. Therefore, the flow of people in front of the city gate was endless. Sumyu Bai also saw the various races of the myriad worlds up close for the first time. Although this was the undead realm and not suitable for the vast majority of races to survive in, many free bounty hunters like Yulan and her sister still came here. Dwarves, short but muscular, two-headed ogres, robust in build but possessing two ferocious heads, beastskin, dark elves, night demons, vampires. The sheer variety of strange and bizarre races was a real eye-opener for Sumyu Bai. These were not monsters created by the Myriad Worlds game, nor were they the slideshows he had seen in the Void Rift, but actual alien players. Moreover, any player capable of leaving their own world to enter another was not weak. A 7th-tier epic grade player was an absolute weakling here, usually acting as a follower in some bounty hunter group. Those who dared to walk alone were at least at the 9th-tier mythical grade. They hadn't even been in the city's vicinity for long, and Sumyu Bai had already received over a dozen notifications detecting Saint Extermination grade creatures. Once they truly entered the city, such notifications would surely become even more frequent. Annoyed, Sumyu Bai had to change the detection standards of his top-tier map, raising it from all Saint Extermination grade to only Saint Extermination grade 9 pattern. Why are they all walking over there? Watching the direction the crowd was moving, Sumyu Bai frowned slightly. The city gate was so wide. Yet these players were not walking straight into the city, but instead heading to the side. My lord, one must pay an entry fee to enter cities in the Myriad Worlds. Just as Ling Yu finished explaining, Yulan immediately added, my lord, please wait a moment. I will go and pay the entry fee right now. As soon as she finished speaking, before Sumyu Bai could reply, she moved and vanished from where she stood. A moment later, Yulan's figure reappeared, with 4 badges already in her hand. Sumyu Bai took them and examined them. Soulbone Frost Fortress badge. A permit for entering the city. It takes effect immediately upon being placed in the inventory and is automatically destroyed upon leaving the city. After reading the information on the badge, Sumyu Bai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How much does this thing cost? 10 soul coins. Yulan handed the remaining badges to Ling Yu and Brian. As for Bing Xuan, he didn't need one because he was Sumyu Bai's mount. That expensive. Sumyu Bai was slightly stunned. 10 soul coins might not seem like much, but in the God-forbidden land, that would be equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. And here, it was only enough to pay an entrance fee. Looking at the scale of this Soulbone Frost Fortress, the daily foot traffic must be at least 10 million, right? The entrance fees alone would amount to hundreds of millions of soul coins in revenue. This business was practically highway robbery. This is a frontier city, so it's naturally a bit more expensive. Maintenance also requires huge expenditures. In ordinary cities, the entrance fee is only 2 or 3 soul coins. Amidst Yulan's explanation, the group quietly crossed the gray-white light barrier of the city. Notification. You have entered Soulbone Frost Fortress. If you wish to bind your resurrection point to this city, please proceed to the Resurrection Hall to pay the processing fee. The system notification made Sumyu Bai realize just how realistic the Myriad Worlds were. In the God-forbidden land, Binding a resurrection point was automatic and free. To think that it required a fee here. If one did not bind it, they would have to wait an hour after death to resurrect at a nearby wilderness resurrection point. The reason why places like resurrection points existed in the myriad worlds was that not all creatures were 9th rank mythical beings or higher. Even in the myriad worlds, creatures below the 9th rank made up the vast majority. It was just that the probability of strong individuals being born among powerful races was many times higher than that of humans in the God-forbidden land. After crossing the gray light barrier, the scene inside the Soulbone Frost Fortress was completely different from what Samubai had imagined. Instead of feeling lifeless, the interior was exceptionally prosperous. What shocked him even more was that the architectural style here even had a subtle cyberpunk feel to it. This created an extreme contrast with the fantasy styles of the various races. My lord, mounts are not allowed to grow large within the city. You will have to settle for using our transport tool. Yulan smiled, and the item she pulled out with a wave of her hand made Samubai's pupils dilate sharply. Chapter 433. The Wealthy Death Domain Bank. A fallen angel who had just been fighting a 1,000-meter-tall skeletal monster with a sword turned around and pulled out a stylish sedan. Would you believe it? Samubai, who had always been the one to shock others, had his worldview refreshed twice in a short period. First by the contrasting style of the Soulbone Frost Fortress, and then by the car Yulan produced. The space inside the car was much larger than it looked from the outside, which Samubai didn't find strange. It was just that he always felt this thing was completely out of place in the myriad worlds. My lord, I have already set the highest permissions for you. You can tell Xiaobai directly where you want to go next. There was no so-called driver's seat inside the vehicle. This thing was completely autonomous. Xiaobai was clearly the name of this flying car. Yes, this thing was exactly like the flying cars in Blue Star science fiction movies. However, inside the city, it could normally only travel along the ground unless one paid extra. Go straight to the nearest Death Domain Bank. Samubai snapped out of his thoughts and spoke slowly. Xiaobai received. Applying for flight path. Payment successful. Heading to the nearest Death Domain Bank, the intelligent voice sounded, and Xiaobai started instantly. Without any recoil, it took off from where it stood and then flew toward the target at high speed. Without asking, Samubai knew why this thing could fly. It was definitely because Yulan and Lingyu weren't visiting the Soulbone Frost Fortress for the first time and had already topped up their accounts. Or perhaps, the flight fee was universal across the Frost Prison God Kingdom or even the entire Death Domain. The Soulbone Frost Fortress was huge, more than 100 times larger than the Divine Dragon Imperial capital. Samubai felt that his earlier guess of 10 million people in traffic was a massive underestimate. Under the explanations of Brian and the others, Samubai gained a certain understanding of the cities in the myriad worlds. Although the Cold Abyss planet was much larger than the No. 7 God-forbidden land, the number of cities was far fewer. Moreover, there was no concept of countries on the entire planet. Because this place belonged to the sphere of influence of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, the master of the God Kingdom was called the Kingdom Lord, a powerful existence at the peak of the median god rank. He was also the strongest in the Frost Prison God Kingdom after Brian Raphael. That guy Raphael actually became the Kingdom Lord. When Brian heard this name, a flash of anger clearly crossed his eyes. Samubai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be impatient. What belongs to you will eventually return to your hands. What you need to do now is recover from your injuries as quickly as possible. I understand, Master. Brian took a deep breath and nodded heavily. It was only then that Yulan and Lingyu realized that the powerhouse at the Law Lord realm who addressed the Lord Bai as master was actually the former Kingdom Lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Deep shock filled their eyes, and Samubai's image and their hearts grew even taller. More than an hour later, the flying car finally arrived at its destination. This was not its maximum speed, but who could help it when there was a speed limit in the city? Brian was the first to get out, and like a qualified butler, he gently opened the door for Samubai. Samubai stepped out of the car, attended by the 2 angel maids. Before his eyes stood a tall building that looked extremely luxurious from the outside. Compared to this building, the wealthy Myriad Worlds auction house was nothing more than a village hut. Samubai silently turned on his recording device and sent everything here to Fujichanjia. The massive sign was covered in inscriptions, forming the four characters Death Domain Bank. Under the blessing of the inscriptions, one could see the complete text from any angle. Furthermore, it came with a built-in translation function. In Sumyubai's eyes, these characters appeared as Chinese. The most eye-catching sight was undoubtedly the massive tree standing before the Death Domain Bank. It was a tree formed entirely from solidified bones, its entire body shimmering with a golden luster. Dense branches hung downward, and instead of leaves, they were adorned with strings of soul coins. Clink, clatter. As a gentle breeze swept by, the branches swayed, producing the sound of clashing soul coins. According to Brian, every branch of the Death Domain Bank in every city possessed such a soul coin bone tree. And in front of the headquarters located on the Death Continent, there was even a soul crystal bone tree planted, hung with countless soul crystals. Good grief. What could possibly show off one's wealth to the world better than this? Not afraid of being robbed, are they? Sumyubai curled his lip. If this were a soul crystal bone tree, he would genuinely be tempted to stage a robbery. But since it was merely a soul coin bone tree, there was no need to bother. Sumyubai's manner of exiting the carriage naturally caught the attention of the doorman. First, he couldn't discern any information about this group at all, not even the butler or the maids. Most importantly, those two maids were actually of the angel race. The presence of someone who could keep two angel maids was something rarely seen. Not just on Henyuan Star, but perhaps not even across the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Therefore, he immediately stepped forward with a smile to welcome them. Just as he was preparing to lead this unfamiliar young master into the bank, he heard Sumyubai's snide remark. However, the smile on his face did not vanish. He simply said calmly, "Sir, the person who would dare to rob our Death Domain Bank has likely not been born yet." This sentence was delivered without any emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely stating a fact. Immediately following this, the doorman bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation, smiling. "Sir, welcome to the Death Domain Bank. May I ask what business you would like to conduct?" Sumyubai glanced at the doorman and raised an eyebrow. "Withdrawal. Please, follow me." Hearing this, the doorman turned and led Sumyubai and his group into the lobby. Chapter 434. The massive wealth left behind by Dylan. Bonus chapter. Don't let the fact that this guy was just a lowly doorman fool you. This was, after all, the wealthy and powerful Death Domain Bank. Therefore, he possessed the strength of a 9th rank mythical level. Even though it was only the early stage, it still made Sumyubai feel slightly surprised. Once one reaches the myriad worlds, mythical levels really are as common as stray dogs, and saint extermination levels are everywhere. And this was just on the small Henyuan Star. In this vast, boundless world, perhaps only those at the Law Sovereign Realm could truly be called experts. "Lady Vivian, this gentleman wishes to conduct a withdrawal." The doorman led Sumyubai's group directly to the second floor and knocked on the door of an office. The next moment, the door opened in response, and a figure with an explosive physique appeared before them. Yulan and Lingyu both lowered their heads slightly, glancing at their own 360 chests. They couldn't compare. They absolutely couldn't compare. Sumyubai was also taken aback when he saw her. Good heavens! Wouldn't something that large affect her balance? Or was this race just naturally this bold? The woman addressed as Lady Vivian had a pair of demonic horns on her head, and her ears were similar to an elf's pointed ears, though with slight differences. On her back grew a pair of small demonic wings. It wasn't clear if they would grow larger in combat. A tight-fitting leather outfit perfectly showcased her explosive figure to everyone, especially those headlights, which were truly dazzling. Her long, slender legs, wrapped in black silk, stepped into a pair of side-cut-out high heels. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, Sumyubai hadn't seen this style of dress in a long time. After all, aside from those pay-to-win web games back on Blue Star, he would wear black silk and high heels to fight. The reason Vivian dressed this way was likely because she basically had no need to fight. Just as the doorman had said, the person who would dare to rob the Death Domain Bank had not yet been born. Beyond that, she had a long, thin tail behind her. The tip of the tail peeked slightly over her shoulder, revealing itself to be a pink heart shape. A flash of golden light flickered deep within Sumyubai's eyes, and the target's information instantly appeared before him. Vivian Succubus race. Death Domain Bank Branch Manager of the Soulbone Frost Fortress Top Tier Succubus. 10th rank Saint Extermination Level 300. HP 28 trillion. Soul Late Saint Extermination Level Combat Power 8 Mark Saint Extermination Level Law Soul Control Law. The offspring of a high-ranking official in the Death Domain Bank, her talent is top tier even among the entire succubus race. Weaknesses 1. And like ordinary succubi, she is not interested in men, she only loves money. Main skills: soul charm, defection, deception, embrace of darkness. Her resistance to death type damage is 90%. The reason Vivian is here is merely to gain experience and build her resume. At the same time, Vivian's gaze also fell upon Sumubai and his group, as she swept her eyes over Yulan and Lingyu. A sharp glint flashed deep within her pupils, and like the doorman, she also noticed the frost creature coiled on Sumubai's shoulder. This silhouette, could it be the Extinction Dragon Emperor? Moreover, she couldn't see through the information of these people, and they were accompanied by 2 angels as maids. It seemed a major business opportunity had arrived. She never expected that by randomly choosing a place to build her resume, she would encounter such an unexpected surprise. Vivian waved her hand directly at the doorman. You may head down first. I will personally serve these distinguished guests from here on. Afterward, she flashed a charming smile at Sumubai and stepped aside to reveal the entrance to her office. Due to her slight bowing motion, a wave of motion surged across her chest. Distinguished guests, please come inside to discuss the details. Sumubai withdrew his gaze and stepped into the office. Yulan and Lingyu puffed out their chests and followed Sumubai, one on each side. After personally pouring a cup of fine tea for Sumubai, Vivian smiled and asked, "May I ask how to address our distinguished guest?" Yi. Sumubai nodded slightly, speaking the name. The name Bai had already made a mark across the myriad worlds. Although he now had Brian, a powerhouse at the Law Sovereign stage, by his side, it was always better to be cautious in all things. He had almost blurted out Hui Jian's name, but upon second thought, given that old man's style of conduct, the probability of him having enemies across the myriad worlds was extremely high. It was better not to use it. Mr. Yi, may I ask what business you would like to conduct today? Vivian sat back in her chair. Although her figure was partially obscured by the desk, her crossed legs subtly revealed a pair of proud, long legs. Sumubai did not reply. Instead, he beckoned to Brian. The latter immediately flipped his hand, producing a black gold bank card. His hoarse voice sounding out, "Withdraw money." Seeing this bank card, Vivian's eyes lit up instantly. "So you are a black gold VIP of our bank. May I ask how much Mr. Yi wishes to withdraw?" Even though it was Brian holding the card, in Vivian's eyes, Sumubai was clearly the one in charge. Brian stepped forward and slammed the bank card onto the desk, coldly spitting out a single word, "All of it." At this, Vivian looked at Sumubai in a dilemma, an apologetic smile on her face. "Mr. Yi, you should prepare yourself mentally. It is highly likely that the reserves at the Soulbone Frost Fortress branch are insufficient." As she spoke, she had already picked up the bank card and inserted it into an instrument on the desk to check it. Immediately after, Vivian stood up abruptly, covering her red lips with her hand. Her eyes filled with shock. This much, before her eyes, the light screen displayed the resource balance within the card. Soul crystals, 45,872,349,000. Life soul source crystals, 500,000. Essence of divine soul, 80,000. Marrow of divine soul. Even Vivian, who was accustomed to wealth, was stunned by this massive fortune. Nearly 50 billion soul crystals, plus resources worth nearly 20 million in soul power. What kind of concept was this? Let alone a genius of the succubus race at the saint extermination level like her. Even the vast majority of Law Sovereign stage existences had never seen such immense wealth. Vivian took a deep look at Sumubai. Which top-tier race's prodigy was this VIP? In any case, he must absolutely not be offended. Standing behind him was definitely a top-tier upper god, or perhaps even a rule sovereign. Otherwise, how could they give such a massive fortune to a young man like him? Although she could not see his specific information, Vivian used a unique method of the succubus race to sense that Sumyubai was definitely of the younger generation, not some old monster who had lived for who knows how long. How much can be withdrawn here? Sumyubai frowned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. The god of wealth talent, which possessed the world's greatest wealth, had the ability to conduct cross-world transactions. Did a power like the Dead Realm Bank not have that? Or was it that, although they existed, ordinary planets like Cold Abyss Star simply didn't have anyone contracted to handle such amounts? If Mr. Yuyi needs it right now, we can only withdraw 50 million soul crystals and 100 life soul source crystals. Vivian patted her chest, calming her fluttering heart. As for essence of divine soul, the Soulbone Frost Fortress branch currently only has 2,000 in stock. As for marrow of divine soul, we have none at all. Only this much, Sumyubai sighed, nodding helplessly. Then let's withdraw all of those for now. Very well. I will process that for you immediately. Vivian nodded repeatedly, her gaze shifting to Brian. Sir, please provide the dynamic security key while operating the machine. Vivian seemed to suddenly recall something. She looked at Sumyubai with alluring, watery eyes and said softly, by the way, Mr. Yuyi, we happen to be holding our annual auction tomorrow. Vivian cordially invites you to attend. Although the branch cannot withdraw such a massive amount of resources at once, your card will face no restrictions for purchases. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 435, a sudden announcement. Because of the auction, Sumyubai and his group decided to stay in the Soulbone Frost Fortress for the time being. In any case, it was already nearing nightfall, and there wasn't much time left until the next day. Sumyubai also wanted to take this opportunity to see how the auctions in the myriad worlds differed from those in the divine Forbidden Land. Vivian soon had someone deliver all the resources Sumyubai had withdrawn. Just as Sumyubai had expected, the bank card and dynamic key left behind by Dylan worked regardless of who used them. Presumably, Dylan had not anticipated such a situation, allowing Sumyubai to exploit a small bug once again. This batch of resources was packed into a spatial ring, which Vivian handed to Sumyubai with a smile. When their palms touched, she subtly scratched Sumyubai's palm. Sumyubai acted as if he felt nothing, calmly taking the spatial ring. With the eyes of mysterious heaven, he knew very well that this stunning, mature woman was no ordinary succubus. What truly interested her was the wealth he possessed. Seeing that Sumyubai was completely unresponsive to her charms, Vivian couldn't help but roll her eyes in a charming manner. Though it lasted only for a fleeting moment, her gaze swept over the original spatial ring on Sumyubai's finger, and she said with a smile, Mr. Yuyi, this spatial ring is a gift I have prepared especially for you. Notification. You have obtained the Saint Extermination level special item ultra-large spatial ring. Notification. You have obtained soul crystals times 50 million. Notification. You have obtained life soul source crystals times 100. Notification. You have obtained essence of divine soul times 2. Sumyubai looked at Vivian with a half-smile. He took off his original spatial ring, put on the new one, and transferred the items from the old ring over. Then I thanked branch manager Vivian for her kindness. Sumyubai understood that Vivian wanted to build a connection with him, and knowing her identity, he had the exact same intention. In the future, there might be opportunities for cooperation with the Dead Zone Bank, so having an extra acquaintance is never a bad thing. I wonder if I might have the honor of adding Mr. Moon Knight as a friend. Seeing that Sumyubai did not refuse, the smile on Vivian's face became even more charming. Sumyubai naturally would not decline such a request. On the way here, he had learned from Yulan that adding friends in the myriad worlds would not directly expose one's real name, because the other party would only see a string of communicator numbers, and then one could change the remarks themselves. During this first meeting, Vivian did not discuss too much with Sumyubai. However, upon learning that Sumyubai and his group had just arrived at Soulbone Frost Fortress and did not yet have a place to stay, she immediately had someone arrange a suite to make it convenient for Sumyubai to attend tomorrow's auction. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Land of the Gods No, a series of system announcements suddenly rang out, leaving countless players stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Announcement from Forbidden Land of the Gods No. 7. The Northern Radiance Empire has officially merged into the Divine Dragon Empire. Citizens of the former Northern Radiance Empire have officially become third-class vassal civilians of the Divine Dragon Empire. Only those with sufficiently high contributions will be able to continue to improve their status. Effective immediately, the borders between the two nations have vanished. The territory of the former Northern Radiance Empire is officially incorporated into the territory of the Divine Dragon Empire. Divine Dragon Empire players may teleport freely. This is hereby announced. Announcement from Forbidden Land of the Gods No. 7. The Radiant Federation has officially merged into the Divine Dragon Empire. Citizens of the former Radiant Federation times 10. Announcement from Forbidden Land of the Gods No. 7. Rewarding all players with first-class citizen status in the Divine Dragon Empire with 20 years of lifespan, 200,000 gold coins, and a permanent 200% EXP gain from monster grinding stackable times 10. This sudden announcement left everyone completely bewildered, including the players from the Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation. The global chat channel instantly became lively. Wait, what? They surrendered just like that? How come I didn't hear a single whisper about this? Hey bro, aren't you overestimating yourself? By the time you get the news, the entire Forbidden Land would have already been unified by the Divine Dragon Empire. Why are we only third-class vassal civilians? I just checked. Whether it's EXP benefits or anything else, it's only 50% of what a first-class citizen of the Divine Dragon Empire gets. Is this right? Exactly. We are at least 2 of the 4 major powers in the Forbidden Land. Why is the treatment so poor? You call that poor? Isn't 50% of the Divine Dragon Empire's EXP still several times higher than what you had before? Some people really don't know when they're well off. I want to join the Divine Dragon Empire too. Why are the higher-ups in our country so slow to act? How could they let the Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation get the jump on this? I reckon the terms for those who surrender later will be even worse. The global chat channel was constantly being flooded. Players from various countries were frantically discussing this announcement, with the level of discourse higher than at any point in the past. The players from the Sakura and Kimchi regions at various mines and herb gardens were practically crying tears of blood upon hearing the announcement. If they had known that surrendering early would yield such good treatment, they would have. No, wait. Whether to surrender or not wasn't something they could decide. Even if their leadership had the intention to surrender, it would depend on whether the Divine Dragon Empire accepted it. But it was too late to think about anything now. The speed of Bai's conquest had left them no opportunity to choose. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing this, another system announcement sounded. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire players for successfully dominating the Blue Star Region level ranking. All players on the Heavenly ranking are rewarded with 1 dark gold great treasure chest. The top 10 on the Heavenly ranking receive an additional epic great treasure chest, and the top 3 receive an additional legendary great treasure chest. All players on the Earth ranking are rewarded with 1 gold great treasure chest. This is hereby announced. We hope players from other nations will learn from the Divine Dragon Empire to obtain generous rewards. Not long after the Heavenly Pride tournament, the Divine Dragon Empire had almost completely dominated the rankings. The only foreign players still holding positions on the list were Prune of the Northern Radiance Empire, Ars of the Radiant Federation, and Indra of the White Elephant Kingdom. After leveling up during this period, the Divine Dragon Empire players, relying on their high XP bonuses, gradually pushed the 3 of them to the very end of the Earth ranking. The 3 of them had also been grinding monsters without sleep or rest, only just managing to cling to the tail end of the rankings thanks to their SSS grade talents. Now that the Northern Radiance Empire and the Radiant Federation had merged into the Divine Dragon Empire, the suffixes for Prune and Ars had also changed to the Divine Dragon Empire. Coupled with Indra being caught off guard, a certain player from the Divine Dragon Empire successfully squeezed onto the ranking. With this, the entire Blue Star region level ranking was occupied by the Divine Dragon Empire. Prune and Ars were at the 9,999th and 10,000th positions on the Earth ranking, respectively, looking at the gold treasure chests slowly manifesting in front of them. These 2 SSS grade talent players didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After coming to their senses, the 2 opened their treasure chests casually, then immediately took out their return scrolls and tore them open. At this moment, they both had the same thought in their minds. find a way to join the Hegemony Guild or the Dark Knight mercenary group first. Since they had already merged into the Divine Dragon Empire, why not go all the way when Baiyi returns? He surely wouldn't attack his own guild members, right? Chapter 436, Latent Energy. The one most dumbfounded at this moment was Indra of the White Elephant Kingdom. He had long since told the city lord about the proposal to surrender to the Divine Dragon Empire, but for some reason, he had never received a reply. Now, hearing the announcement of the Radiant Federation and the Northern Radiance Empire merging into the Divine Dragon Empire, he felt his heart turn ice cold. It's over. Now, he was the only SSS grade player left without the status of the Divine Dragon Empire. Would the Divine Dragon Empire extract his talent and give it to someone else because the White Elephant Kingdom surrendered too late? Indra looked up at the sky, feeling that his future life was gray and devoid of any hope. The only good news now was that Baiyi had left the forbidden land of the gods and had not yet returned. Just as dumbfounded as Indra was the strongest person in the White Elephant Kingdom, Arif. At the headquarters of the Brahma Divine Sect, Arif's complexion shifted between green and white. He had originally intended to sit on the fence and wait, hoping to gain more leverage and benefits for negotiations. But he never expected that those two sly foxes, the Light Federation and the Northern Glory Empire, would suddenly surrender. His divination arts did indeed have some merit, but they could only be used on specific individuals, and the target's soul could not be stronger than his own. When it came to the national situation, he had absolutely no ability to divine any information. Therefore, the sudden surrender of these two major powers caught him completely off guard. If I had known, I would have just surrendered directly. Arif sighed with an ugly expression on his face. With a thought, he entered the 100 Nations conference space. He knew that once he went in, he would certainly be cursed like a dog by the powerhouses of other nations, because many countries had wanted to surrender early, but had chosen to wait and see because of him. He hadn't expected that this wait-and-see approach would cause them to lose all their bargaining chips entirely, now that the two major powers had already been annexed by the Divine Dragon Empire. What point was there for these small nations to surrender or not? Even if all the countries colluded with the Sanctuary Empire, it would be useless. The Divine Dragon Empire had already secured its victory, Divine Dragon Imperial Capital. In front of the Divine Dragon Hall headquarters, two figures appeared suddenly, and immediately after, over 100 more figures arrived in succession. The two leading them were none other than Lovsky of the Northern Glory Empire and Charles of the Light Federation. They were both rare Tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouses in the Forbidden Godland. Now that they had disbanded their respective factions and chosen to merge into the Divine Dragon Empire, they naturally needed to report to the Divine Dragon Hall. As for the original Light Assembly and the Glory Church, the Divine Dragon Hall would naturally no longer allow them to exist. These powerhouses would all be incorporated into the Divine Dragon Hall, starting as Outer Circle Deacons. For a long time to come, surveillance and control would be indispensable. During this period, the resources they could obtain would not be comparable to those of the original members of the Divine Dragon Hall. This was the consequence of surrendering and being annexed. Regarding this, Lovsky and Charles had long since prepared themselves mentally. You all are quite fast. Sichuji's figure emerged from the high tower of the Divine Dragon Hall, nodding at the group with a smile. Under his guidance, the group entered the Divine Dragon Hall headquarters. At the same time, in the Sanctuary Empire, at the Holy Light Heaven headquarters, Burns sat slumped in his chair in despair, his hands sliding powerlessly from his face. He could not understand why those two guys, Lovsky and Charles, had chosen to surrender so easily. Wasn't there still a year left until the national borders opened? How could they be so impatient? The key was, with these two guys acting like this, what was he supposed to do? For a moment, Burns couldn't help but entertain the thought of surrendering. But he knew very well that the Divine Dragon Empire might accept the surrender of the Sanctuary Empire, and might even accept Harriman's surrender. But they would never accept him. The reason Lovsky and Charles could live was that they could not pose a threat to the Saint Extermination level existences of the Divine Dragon Empire. But Burns was different. Unless he signed a soul contract, he had the ability to pose a great threat to Xinjiang once he harbored ulterior motives. And Burns himself could not accept a soul contract. which became the biggest problem. Damn those two sly foxes, Lovsky and Charles, thinking of those two. Burns gritted his teeth in hatred. But now, he was already in a desperate situation. His only hope was whether any variables would appear within this year. Ruins of the Sakura imperial capital. Due to the terrifying effects of the explosion of the Yamada no Orochi's corpse, several surrounding maps had been completely erased. Now, only a bottomless pit remained here. The Divine Dragon Hall had sent people to investigate the entire pit at the time, but they found nothing. Everything that had once been the Sakura imperial capital had been completely annihilated in the explosion. Soon, this place was forgotten. Even players did not approach this pit, because no wild monsters would respawn in the entire area. At the bottom of the unknown pit, perhaps due to the explosion, the space here seemed to have become extremely fragile. From some point on, every once in a while, the space here would tremble slightly. As time passed, the frequency of this trembling had unknowingly become higher and higher, crack, until now. The magnitude of the spatial tremors had become increasingly intense, and even some tiny spatial rifts had begun to appear. Whenever a spatial rift appeared, a trace of energy, completely different from that of the Forbidden Godland, would leak out. This energy did not merge into the Forbidden Godland but remained at the bottom of the pit, as if lurking, without any fluctuations. Therefore, no one had discovered the anomaly yet. Even Feng Yuan had no perception of this energy. Chapter 437. The auction begins. Bonus chapter, Cold Abyss Star, Frozen Continent, Soulbone Frost Castle. The next day, Sumyubai led the three of them out of the suite. Over the course of the night, Brian and the Yulan sisters had been recovering from their injuries. As for him, he had taken a rare rest. Because Cataclysm was effectively in a cooldown state, he hadn't even absorbed the essence of Divine Soul. These resources still needed to be absorbed after a free ride promotion and the addition of the Cataclysm trait to maximize the benefits. Therefore, he had only spent the night comprehending the law of soul control. As for today's auction, Sumyubai didn't have any grand ideas, because if he used his card to bid, wouldn't he be missing out on a chance for a free ride promotion? Although he didn't know what the soul crystal would be after a free ride promotion, based on the effects of Cataclysm, it would at least be a tenfold difference. Therefore, compared to swiping his card for purchases, it was clearly of maximum value to take them out and then consume them. Of course, if he really encountered something good, Sumyubai wouldn't miss it. Resources, for someone with the Cataclysm talent like him, were easy to obtain. At most, it would just be a bit troublesome. However, in his view, a small place like the Soulbone Frost Fortress shouldn't have anything worth his attention. Today, Vivian did not appear. She simply sent someone to escort Sumyubai and his group into a private box. Sumyubai's perspective changed completely after entering the black gold VIP box. Are you saying that this auction is open to the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? He widened his eyes, looking at Brian in surprise. The latter nodded. That's correct. The Dead Realm Bank's auctions are held annually for the Divine Kingdom, every decade for the Great World, and every century for the entire Death Domain. Then how are the auction items delivered to the buyers? Sumyubai frowned. If resources couldn't be directly retrieved, could auction items be instantly delivered to the buyer's hands? Master, you have misunderstood. Brian shook his head. It is not that the Dead Realm Bank lacks the ability to transport items across realms, but the cost is simply very high for items of the same volume as soul crystals. If the transport distance is too far, the cost can even reach tens of thousands of soul crystals. Wouldn't it be fine to just put everything into a spatial ring? Relying on his extensive experience in exploiting bugs, Sumyubai accurately identified the loophole. When transporting treasures across realms, the internal space of the spatial ring is calculated as part of the volume. Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but pout. The Dead Realm Bank certainly had the capability to directly transport the resources in Dylan's card to the Soulbone Frost Fortress branch. But who would pay the transport fees? Auction treasures were different. For the same volume, their value could reach millions or even tens of millions of soul crystals. A few thousand or 10,000 in transport fees was a negligible fraction compared to the value of the treasures themselves. Furthermore, not all auction items are delivered directly to the buyer's hands, Brian added. Some items that are very large in volume or not of high value will arrive via shipping. For a planet like Koldabis Star, it might take 2 or 3 days. Of course, if the buyer is willing to pay extra. The Dead Realm Bank can also arrange direct transport. Like when Sumyubai withdrew his money yesterday, Vivian didn't even ask. That was because the cost of transporting that batch of resources was hundreds of times higher than the value of the resources themselves. Unless someone had a screw loose, who would choose to pay for that transport? Sumyubai glanced at the countdown for the auction to begin and beckoned to the Yulan sisters. "Why are you standing there? Sit down." Upon hearing this, the 2 women each picked up an unknown fruit and offered it to Sumyubai's lips, while the other poured him a glass of fine wine. When he first entered the box, Sumyubai had inspected these items, but to his disappointment, they had no special effects. Their only features were that they tasted and drank well. At the time, he had been somewhat dismissive, but now that the fruit touched his lips, his eyes lit up. This sensation was unlike any fruit he had ever eaten before. Sumyubai didn't know how to describe it. In short, it was one word: delicious. As for the wine, it wasn't quite as stunning. It wasn't that it didn't taste good, but rather that there was still a certain gap compared to the dusk dawn he carried with him. After setting down his glass, Sumyubai looked at Brian again. "I'm curious. How does one travel to other planets in the myriad worlds within the same star system?" "You can use teleportation arrays. Though the cost is not low." Brian spoke slowly, taking the opportunity to flatter him. "However, with Master's wealth, you naturally wouldn't care about such a small teleportation fee." He then continued, "To cross star systems, you can only take a spaceship through a transport channel." Finally, he added, "Of course, if you can withstand the spatial tearing of the transport channel, you could also fly directly. But only a divine body can endure such spatial tearing." Hearing about spaceships, Sumyubai no longer felt anything. He had already seen the cyberpunk-style Soulbone Frost Fortress and flying cars. So what was a spaceship? The myriad worlds were vast, and with a massive number of humans existing, it was perfectly normal to have technological products far superior to those on Blue Star. However, after hearing Brian's explanation, Sumyubai also understood how powerful the cross-realm teleportation array left by Dylan and the gate of death opened by the death cannon truly were. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. How did that old geezer he carried with him leave the divine Forbidden Land? Moreover, Old Man Fang and the others seemed to have some understanding of the myriad worlds. They didn't seem like people who had never left the divine Forbidden Land. Sumyubai couldn't help but speculate that there must be other ways to leave the divine Forbidden Land, only that they could only be used by existences at the Saint Extermination level. During their casual chat, a notification appeared in the box, indicating that the auction was about to begin. Immediately after, Sumyubai felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and he vaguely saw a complex magic circle emerge. Brian, having learned to preemptively answer, whispered an explanation from the side. "This is a combination of magic circles and mechanical race technology, capable of gathering the souls of buyers from the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom into a virtual venue." The mechanical race? Machines count as living beings? Sumyubai was stunned. There was a race like that. As long as a soul is born, they are a living being. The flying cars you have seen and the spaceships I just mentioned are almost all products of the mechanical race's technology. As his voice faded, Sumyubai found himself inside a vast venue. Yulan and Lingyu were sitting to his right, while Brian was on his left. As for the other seats, he could only see illusory images. It was impossible to distinguish which race they belonged to. This was likely a measure by the Dead Realm Bank to keep the players' identities confidential. Sumyubai moved around, only to find that it felt no different from his own body. There was no sense of it being virtual at all, and he could even activate his mystic Haven eyes here. He couldn't help but develop a great interest in the mechanical race. However, now was clearly not the time to learn about the mechanical race. As the auction had officially begun, spatial distance seemed to lose its meaning here, although the venue was boundless at a glance. The figure on the central high platform appeared as if they were right in front of him. The auctioneer's race was unknown, although their stature was not large. Their appearance was vastly different from that of a human. He had several tentacles, one of which held a small golden wooden gavel. Distinguished guests, welcome to the annual God Kingdom auction held by the Death Domain Bank. After the opening remarks, the first auction item was immediately displayed before everyone's eyes. An extra update for today is served. Chapter 438, First Auction Item. As everyone knows, the Death Realm is filled with death energy, which affects the vast majority of living beings. Since you have all come here from your respective worlds, I presume you have all, to some extent, comprehended the laws of death, have you not? A smile appeared on the auctioneer's face, and a piece of parchment covered in inscriptions appeared in his hand. I won't keep you in suspense. The opening item for this auction is this treasure map, which concerns the whereabouts of a Book of Death. What? The opening item is actually the Book of Death. Don't get excited, it's just a clue to the Book of Death, not the book itself being auctioned. What do you know? This is a precious item related to the next Sovereign of Death. I'm determined to have it. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the Death Domain Bank to give me such a surprise. It truly is a case of finding something after a long search, only to realize it was easily within reach. Hey, you want the clue? Do you have enough money? Hurry up and start the bidding. My bank card is already impatient to be swiped. As the auctioneer's voice faded, a wave of discussion reached Sumubai's ears. These voices were automatically translated, and players participating in the auction could also choose to mute others. Even in Yulan's eyes, a flash of longing appeared. Clearly, she had some thoughts regarding the clue to the Book of Death. As for why no one questioned the authenticity of items provided by the Death Domain Bank, it was entirely the result of their long-standing reputation. Moreover, for a mere clue regarding the Book of Death, the Death Domain Bank would not stoop to forgery. Of course, the buyers were also aware that while the clue within the scroll was certainly genuine, the Death Domain Bank had never guaranteed that one could actually find the Book of Death through it. If it were truly possible to guarantee the location of the Book of Death, it would never be the first item up for auction. It wouldn't even be eligible for the annual God Kingdom auction. Despite this, many players were still determined to win this piece of parchment. Let's not waste any more time. The starting bid for this parchment is 10 million soul crystals, with each increment being no less than 100,000 soul crystals. The bidding officially begins. The auctioneer placed the parchment on the platform in front of him, and its information was immediately displayed before all the buyers. The real-time price began to jump rapidly. 10.5 million, 11 million, 12 million. The price of the parchment rose steadily, breaking through 15 million soul crystals in the blink of an eye. The first item brought out by the Death Domain Bank instantly ignited the emotions of all the buyers. Every buyer's seat in the venue was equipped with a bidding console. Once a bid was entered, it would be updated in real time on the virtual light screen. Of course, if you placed a bid after the price had already been raised, it would be considered an invalid bid. Lingyu watched the soaring price and couldn't help but turn to look at Yulan. She knew that Yulan definitely wanted this clue, because only by becoming the Sovereign of Death would there be any hope of escaping their shared fate. It was just a pity that their entire net worth was barely enough for the starting bid. There was simply no possibility of successfully winning the auction. Yulan and Lingyu exchanged a glance, suddenly thought of something, and simultaneously looked at Sumubai, whispering, "My lord, are you not interested in the Book of Death?" "Not interested." Sumubai shook his head, looking at Yulan with interest, and smiled. "What? It seems you are quite interested." "No." Yulan shook her head with regret. In truth, she had wanted to ask Sumubai to borrow a sum of money to buy the parchment, but the words reached her lips, and she ultimately couldn't bring herself to say them. They had only been saved by the Lord yesterday, and they hadn't yet created any value. How could she have the face to ask? Seeing this, Sumubai simply nodded and said meaningfully, "It's best if you're not interested, so as not to waste money." Waste money? Upon hearing this, Yulan and Lingyu felt a bit confused. However, they didn't ask any further questions, assuming that Lord Baiyu was truly not interested in the Book of Death. Brian, standing to the side, almost couldn't help but laugh, thinking about this group of idiots spending so much money to bid on this thing, only to find out after unraveling the secret of the parchment that the Book of Death had vanished into thin air. He wondered if they would be so angry they'd cough up blood. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Sumubai. To this day, he still didn't understand how his master had managed to collect all the books of death. It was one thing for ownerless books of death like this one, but what about those that already had owners? According to his knowledge, some of them were in the hands of high gods, and they were the kind of high gods who were renowned throughout the entire myriad of worlds. Sumubai couldn't help but touch the webbing between his left thumb and index finger, watching with a smile as the players from across the Frost Prison God Kingdom bid on the parchment. The price climbed steadily, soon breaking through 20 million soul crystals, and the speed showed no signs of slowing down. And this was just a clue regarding the Book of Death. One could imagine just how great the attraction of this item was within the Death Realm. 10 minutes later, the speed at which the price climbed finally began to slow down. No matter how much the buyers wanted it, it was, after all, only a clue. If the price became too high, it wouldn't be worth it. The current highest bid is 31 million soul crystals. If this clue can truly lead to the Book of Death, then I must congratulate this distinguished guest in advance. The auctioneer raised his small golden gavel, adding fuel to the fire at the perfect moment. Under his prodding, the final transaction price for the parchment settled at 38 million soul crystals. Let us congratulate this distinguished guest for successfully winning the first treasure at the price of 38 million soul crystals. The small golden gavel fell for the third time, the auctioneer's voice filled with passion. The thought that the future sovereign of death might be born from this very auction makes me unable to contain my excitement. Haha! Please forgive my lack of composure, distinguished guests. Let us now take a look at the second treasure. There really are quite a lot of wealthy people in the myriad worlds. Hearing the price of 38 million soul crystals, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly and reached up to stroke his chin. He had originally doubted whether the soul crystals in the entire undead realm would be enough to sublimate the Death Codex. Now, it seemed he had been a bit too conservative. The treasures that followed did not contain anything that made Sumubai's eyes light up. Although these items were indeed much stronger than those in the Forbidden Land of Gods, they were merely of a higher tier and possessed stronger effects. There were no particularly rare treasures among them. Of course, this was a thought only someone like Sumubai, who possessed a cheat, would have. In reality, the items that made it into this auction were all very rare commodities within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The reason Sumubai was uninterested was that he had catastrophe, which allowed him to mass-produce items of this caliber. There were a few things useful to Sumubai during this time, but they weren't items he was in urgent need of. So, he only placed a few token bids before stopping. After all, there were plenty of treasures. It wouldn't be too late to buy them after he had acquired more wealth through catastrophe. The Frost Prison Divine Kingdom held an annual auction, and other divine kingdoms did the same. As long as one had the money, there was no fear of being unable to purchase such items. Chapter 439. The Star Dome. Brian, having witnessed Sumubai upgrade the source crystal of soul into the essence of divine soul, could naturally understand this. The reason he couldn't guess how Sumubai had fused the Death Codex was entirely due to ingrained thinking. In his view, how could a rule-level supreme treasure like the Death Codex, which was unique in the myriad worlds, be artificially upgraded? This was the limitation of natives like them. If it were Blue Star players, their imaginations would have run wild long ago. This was because Blue Star players had no idea what a rule-level supreme treasure represented. Even the current Sumubai did not fully grasp the true value of the Death Codex. However, even if he did, he wouldn't care too much, because catastrophe could further sublimate the Death Codex into a treasure that could destroy the rules themselves. But the sister duo, Yulan and Lingyu, did not know of Sumubai's abilities. The two women looked at Sumubai with curiosity, not understanding why this lord, who was clearly so wealthy, wasn't buying anything. Back in Vivian's office, they had seen with their own eyes that the black gold card alone contained over 40 billion soul crystals. This wealth was more than enough to buy out the entire auction. After all, the prices of the subsequent treasures were much lower compared to that parchment scroll from earlier. Sumubai naturally noticed the gazes of the angel sisters, but he didn't pay them any mind. Many things would become clear once they had followed him for long enough. In time, these two sisters from a top-tier race would certainly no longer look as inexperienced as they did now. Just as Sumyubai was beginning to feel a bit bored, the appearance of the next lot immediately perked him up. It was a virtual projection of a spaceship, and the auctioneer was speaking eloquently about its various configurations. Distinguished guests, this small true god-level spaceship is called the Star Dome. Crafted by the hands of Master Cannon of the mechanical race, its entire hull is forged from rule-level Star Dome flame iron. Even without a protective barrier, the hull possesses defensive capabilities comparable to an ordinary lesser god. Not only that, the Star Dome is equipped with a main cannon capable of threatening ordinary lesser gods, as well as 12 secondary cannons at the peak of the Saint Extermination level. As for speed, that has always been Master Cannon's forte. The Star Dome takes only 98 seconds to reach the speed of light, breaking the 100-second barrier. In places without teleportation channels, the Star Dome can also quickly enter the dark space, traveling at a maximum speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. Hearing this, Sumyubai turned his head to look at Brian. The latter hurriedly explained, "Master, there are no space channels in some remote areas. In such cases, one only needs to pilot the ship to break the speed of light to enter the dark space. In the dark space, speed is no longer restricted, and the ship can travel at speeds exceeding the speed of light." Hearing this, Sumyubai nodded slightly. He seemed to have read about this concept in some novel before. He hadn't expected it to actually exist within the myriad worlds. "By the way, do you have..." Halfway through his sentence, Sumyubai suddenly waved his hand, turned to look at the Yulan sisters, and continued, "Do you have a spaceship?" Yulan and Lingyu shook their heads in unison. If they hadn't been separated from their respective race, given their talents, they would certainly have been able to obtain such a luxury item. But now, living a life of hiding day after day, how could they afford such a thing? Whenever they went on bounty missions, they always bought tickets to ride large passenger ships. On the other side, Brian rolled his eyes. He understood why his master had stopped asking halfway through. Although he was once the lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, after Dylan destroyed his last divine body, he had nothing left, let alone a private small spaceship. He couldn't even afford a flying car. The vast majority of the wealth on that black gold VIP card of Dylan's had come from his final secret stash. "Then let's buy one. Brian, you handle the bidding." Sumyubai made the decision casually, as if he were preparing to buy a head of cabbage. At this moment, the auctioneer had just announced the starting price. A small spaceship with a hull capable of withstanding the attacks of a lesser god. I trust you all know how precious this is. The starting price for the Star Dome is 50 million soul crystals. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. The bidding begins. From the start of the event until now, a treasure with a price exceeding the parchment scroll had finally appeared, and by a wide margin at that. After all, the parchment scroll was only an uncertain clue, while the Star Dome was a solid, tangible vessel forged entirely from rule-level Star Dome flame iron. The value of the materials alone was already quite substantial, not to mention that it was crafted by the hands of Master Cannon. Although Sumyubai did not know who Cannon was, the other buyers certainly did. Therefore, as the auctioneer's voice fell, the prices on the virtual light screen began to jump rapidly. However, the frequency of these jumps was not as fast as when the parchment was being auctioned. After all, a starting bid of 50 million soul crystals was no small sum, generally speaking. "How many soul crystals does a spaceship like this usually fetch?" Sumyubai asked casually. "If it were an ordinary spaceship, it should be around 90 million. But since it comes from the hands of Cannon, it should exceed 100 million if all goes well." "Exceed 100 million. Sumyubai nodded slightly. He glanced at the real-time price of 55 million and said indifferently, "Then just place a bid of 100 million. "Understood, Master." Brian nodded and placed the bid decisively. Although he didn't have money of his own, he didn't take this small amount to heart. Only the twin sisters, Yulan and Lingyu, covered their red lips slightly, their pupils filled with shock. Their master truly didn't act unless necessary, but when he did, it was always astonishing. In an instant, the real-time bid for the Star Dome jumped from over 50 million to 100 million. The entire venue fell silent for several seconds because of this. Chapter 440. Give me a list. Bonus chapter. His which Lord of Laws has made a move to bid 100 million directly. It seems to be another big shot looking to buy a toy for their offspring. Forget it. This price is about right. I'm giving up too. It's clear they are determined to win. Sumyubai's sudden, bold move had actually intimidated the vast majority of buyers. Seeing this, the auctioneer continued to describe the features of the Star Dome without sparing any effort, attempting to push the price even higher. Under his encouragement, although a few sporadic buyers tentatively added a few bids, they ultimately chose to give up. Let us congratulate this distinguished guest for successfully winning the Star Dome at a price of 103 million. Although this price was slightly lower than expected, it was not too low. After the auctioneer announced the result, the auction for the next treasure began shortly after. Following that, Sumyubai browsed through the treasures of the Myriad Worlds while learning about the information of the Myriad Worlds from Brian and the Angel Sisters. During this period, his understanding of the Myriad Worlds continued to improve. He also learned about the top 10 supreme races on the Myriad Races ranking. From highest to lowest, they were the God Race, the Demon Race Yao, the Undead Race, the Titan Race, the Devil Race, the Insect Race, the Machine Race, the Holy Light Angel Race, the Fallen Angel Race, and the Dragon Race. Among them, the God Race was the strongest, a fact that had never changed since the birth of the Myriad Worlds. The Undead Race was the race with the most branches: skeletons, ghosts, liches, frost dragons. Countless death-type creatures were all members of the Undead Race. Before the Angel Race split, their ranking was actually second only to the God Race and the Demon Race Yao. But after the split, they could only rank 8th and 9th. Similarly, the Dragon Race had also split from the Demon Race Yao. According to Brian, at the beginning of the Myriad Worlds, before the Dragon Race had separated from the Demon Race Yao, the Demon Race Yao was not much inferior to the God Race. What exactly happened back then had now become history that could no longer be traced. The reason the Dragon Race could only rank 10th was entirely due to their lack of numbers. True dragons were born as Saint Extinction level existences, while those giant dragons in the Myriad Worlds merely possessed a trace of dragon bloodline. From Yulan, Sumyubai also learned something that had puzzled him for a long time. That was, if the human race was so weak, why did the vast majority of creatures in the Myriad Worlds have humanoid forms? In reality, these creatures were not in humanoid form, but had chosen to imitate the God Race. Even the Demon Race Yao and the Dragon Race, after gaining the ability to shapeshift, would maintain a human form in their daily lives. And the human race was the existence in the Myriad Worlds whose form was closest to the God Race. However, in the eyes of the Myriad Races, the frail human race only possessed the form but lacked the spirit. Because of this, the human race was targeted by many races, and there were even some races that loved to feed on humans. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent appeared deep in Sumyubai's eyes, and he said coldly, "Brian, make me a list of the races that like to feed on humans, ordered from weakest to strongest." He was just worrying about not having targets to slaughter for his next breakthrough. Weren't these races the best choice? They like to eat humans, right? Then prepare to welcome the revenge of the human race. Sumyubai had never felt such intense killing intent, for some reason, although he did not know those humans who had been eaten. When he heard this information, the killing intent welled up spontaneously. Perhaps this was the anger stemming from his human bloodline. Brian, standing to the side, couldn't help but shiver. He could feel his master's current fury and immediately began compiling the list. At the same time, he silently offered a 3-second moment of silence for those races that fed on humans. Although Sumyubai's current combat power was not yet as strong as his own, Brian understood that his master's potential was far beyond what he could compare to. Once these races were targeted by his master, their future outcome could be imagined. Yulan and Lingyu also trembled, no longer speaking. Before this, they had always thought this lord was someone who was easy to get along with and easy to talk to. Only at this very moment did they realize that was only for his own people. Just then, the auction reached its conclusion. Under Sumyubai's gloomy gaze, the auctioneer waved his tentacles, and a pure black, rounded orb appeared in front of him. This is... Sumyubai suddenly widened his eyes and stood up reflexively. This is the final treasure of this auction. The auctioneer looked at the pure black orb with fiery eyes and said excitedly, "As everyone knows, Although there are many great douse of rules in the myriad worlds, there are only 9 supreme rules. As soon as his voice fell, many sounds erupted within the venue. The 9 supreme rules: time, space, life, death, fate, destruction, chaos, power, and luck. Who doesn't know these? I'm actually not very clear on this. How can power even be counted among the 9 supreme rules? Ever heard of one force breaks 10,000 laws? Extreme power is enough to contend with any rule. Stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly is the final treasure? Hurry up. Just tell us which supreme rule this orb is related to. Looking at this pitch black color, I'm guessing it's either death or power. Sumyubai sat back down, though his eyes now held a hint of determination to win. Aside from the color, this orb was exactly the same as the space orb. Isn't this the time orb that the wheel of time and space is missing? For a moment, Sumyubai's understanding of fate deepened even further. He had just arrived in the undead realm, happened to encounter this auction, and the final treasure just happened to be the time orb. How could there be such a coincidence? As expected, the auctioneer smiled and spoke. I won't waste everyone's time. Please look at the information for the final lot. As the words fell, the specific information about the orb immediately appeared on the virtual light screen. Time orb. Mythical grade special treasure, energy depleted, effects unknown. The energy inside this orb has been completely exhausted, leaving only an empty shell. It has lost its ability to self-restore and has fallen to the mythical grade. If fully charged, it should be a saint extinction grade treasure. Restoration method: repair using the laws of time, or inject water from the river of time and space. That's it. A mythical grade item, even if it's time related, shouldn't be the final lot, right? It also requires the laws of time to repair. How is this any different from being trash, boring? Those who comprehend the laws of time are already rare. Where am I supposed to find that? This really makes me laugh. A mere mythical grade item actually requires injecting water from the river of time and space. If I had that stuff, wouldn't it be better to use it to comprehend the laws of time and space myself? Upon seeing the information for the time orb, a wave of boos erupted in the venue. Indeed, a mythical grade item as the final lot was truly underwhelming. Even if it was a time-related treasure, even if this thing were restored, it would only be saint extinction grade at best. Moreover, the difficulty of restoration was extremely high, perhaps even exceeding the item's own value. In response, the smile on the auctioneer's face did not diminish in the slightest. He simply spoke slowly. Everyone, don't be impatient. Since our Death Domain Bank dared to place it as the final item, it naturally isn't that simple. Having said this, he paused deliberately before continuing. According to our appraisal, this time orb should be related to the legendary Wheel of Time and Space. Today's extra update is here, my dear patrons. The curtain on the myriad world's background is rising. Next, Baiyu will leave Hanyu on Star and officially begin his journey. Please support with gifts. Special thanks to patron Lang021 for the Great God certification. Special thanks to patron Jet for the Great Healthcare gift. Chapter 441, Master. Have you heard of the Zhuanshan lineage? What? This thing is actually related to the Wheel of Time and Space. That is a supreme treasure created by the Master of Time and Space. If one could really find the Wheel of Time and Space through this time orb, they might be able to become the next Master of Time and Space. Become the next Master of Time and Space. Buddy, you really dare to dream. Being able to control any one of the supreme rules already puts you at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, let alone both time and space. That's true. I reckon that although this thing is related to the Wheel of Time and Space, the connection won't be too significant. Otherwise, you would take it out for auction, regardless of how big the connection is. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, it's worth it. That's true. The strength of that person back then was earth-shattering. If they hadn't disappeared inexplicably, the landscape of the myriad worlds today would definitely have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention anything else. If that person were still here, the status of the human race would definitely be different. After all, rumor has it that they favored the human race immensely. HMPH, a mere human race. I don't know what they did to deserve the regard of the Master of Time and Space. Seeing the atmosphere in the venue liven up, the auctioneer coughed twice and spoke. I believe you all now understand the special nature of the time orb. although it is only a mythical grade item. Its value is self-evident. At this point, the auctioneer paused, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "The starting bid for the time orb is 100 million soul crystals. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The auction begins." As the words fell, the real-time bidding price on the virtual light screen began to jump rapidly. The starting price of 100 million soul crystals did not dampen the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts. After all, this was a treasure related to the Master of Time and Space. Not to mention whether one could find the legendary Wheel of Time and Space through it. Once this thing was restored, it would be far beyond what ordinary Saint Extinction grade items could compare to. 110 million, 115 million, 120 million. The scale of this auction encompassed the entire Frost Prison God Kingdom, so naturally, there were many masters of laws present. Although almost all of them were lower gods, they were willing to spend a fortune to win a treasure related to the Master of Time and Space. Sumyubai did not bid immediately. Instead, he asked with a curious expression, "The Death Domain Bank says this thing is related to the Wheel of Time and Space. And they just believe it. The reputation of the Death Domain Bank is still trustworthy." Brian nodded, then added, "Master, have you heard of the Zhuanshan lineage?" I have. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Not only had he heard of it, but he was also the only Zhuanshan successor after the Goddess of Fate. It is said that the chief appraisal master of the Death Domain Bank is a disciple of the Zhuanshan lineage. Brian's words left Sumyubai slightly stunned. Inherited from the Zhuantian lineage. This had to be a scam. The information on the eyes of Zhuantian was very clear. The Zhuantian lineage is passed down to only one successor per generation. Suddenly, Sumyubai thought of Feng Yuan, who was far away in the No.07 God-forbidden land, and realization dawned on him. It seemed that this chief appraisal master of the Dead Realm Bank, much like Old Man Feng, could only be considered half a successor of the Zhuantian lineage. He just didn't know if the players of the Myriad Worlds were aware that the Goddess of Fate was the previous successor of the Zhuantian lineage. Thinking of this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. While the players in the venue were heatedly discussing earlier, he had also heard information regarding the 9 Supreme Rules. It was only then that Sumyubai realized that Zhu Xingchen had actually comprehended 2 of the Supreme Rules. He had originally assumed that time and space were one entity. Death, time, space, fate, chaos. Sumyubai murmured softly, falling into deep thought. Before attending this auction, Sumyubai had assumed all rules were the same. Only now did he learn that there were actually 9 Supreme Rules. And without even realizing it, he had already become entangled with 5 of the 9 Supreme Rules. Not only that, but because he had stolen the authority of the Goddess of Fortune, he was now being targeted by her. Brian watched the price on the virtual light screen climb steadily, then glanced at the deep in thought Sumyubai. Although he didn't want to disturb him, he couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, "Master, I suggest you bid for the time orb. It won't cost much anyway." Since his soul was now completely controlled by Sumyubai, he naturally thought of everything for his master. With the inheritance left behind by Dylan, he could easily buy the time orb with just a small portion of it. And even if they couldn't find the Wheel of Time and Space, it wouldn't be a significant loss. If by any chance they could find clues related to it, that would be a massive profit. Others might not know, but as someone who had been caught in the aftermath of that battle, he had personally experienced the strength of the Sovereign of Time and Space. Although it was due to bad luck that his strongest divine body had been annihilated by a suddenly appearing rift in time and space, the overwhelming pressure of the Sovereign of Time and Space in that instant was something he still remembered vividly to this day. Go ahead and bid. No matter the price, buy it, Sumyubai said, snapping back to reality with the air of someone who had money to burn. Previously, in Dylan's barrier, when Zhu Xingchen appeared, she had directly frozen the surrounding time and space. So Brian was unaware that the Sovereign of Time and Space had appeared. Therefore, his understanding was the same as that of the other players in the Myriad Worlds. He believed the Sovereign of Time and Space had disappeared inexplicably, just like the Sovereign of Death, who had also gone missing. Sumyubai's reason for buying the time orb was also to save money, although he could directly use catastrophe to repair the Wheel of Time and Space. After leaving the God-forbidden land, this item, much like the incomplete Heart of Chaos, had undergone some changes. Wheel of Time and Space. A rule treasure with depleted energy in complete state cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be copied. Effects: 1. Time-space marking, instant teleportation. 2. Time-space sealing. 3. Portal. 4. Unknown law path does not match, unable to use. 5. Unknown law path does not match, unable to use. 6. Unknown law path does not match, unable to use. A special treasure created by the Sovereign of Time and Space. It is currently depleted of energy and incomplete. Ordinary people cannot use it at all. The cost of using Catastrophe on a rule treasure was not something the current samurai could afford. By comparison, buying the Time Orb was clearly the most cost-effective option. With samurai's instruction, Brian immediately let go of his reservations and began to bid. No matter how high other players bid, he would directly add 10 million soul crystals on top. After a few rounds, the price of the Time Orb had skyrocketed to 300 million. To slow, just bid 500 million. As soon as samurai finished speaking, the real-time bid on the virtual light screen shot straight up to 500 million. For a moment, the bidding stalled. Because at this instant, no one else had bid higher than this price, and they would have to place a new bid to continue. Seeing this price, a flash of sharp light appeared in the eyes of the auctioneer on the high platform in the center of the venue. It seems this distinguished guest is determined to win the Time Orb. Everyone, are there any higher bids? If not, I'm going to bring down the gavel. Chapter 442. Vivian's thoughts as he spoke. The auctioneer made a gesture as if to bring down the gavel, but he deliberately slowed his movements. At the very moment it was about to touch the table, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and his tentacle jerked upward. A distinguished guest has bid 500 million and 100. 0. Is there any higher bid? Under his prodding, the real-time bid began to jump again. However, the speed this time was significantly slower than before, and each increment was only 1 million by 1 million. Clearly, this price had caused the vast majority of lesser gods to give up the competition. As for Saint Extermination level players, they had almost no qualifications to participate in the bidding for the Time Orb. 600 million. Samurai uttered the two words calmly, and Brian immediately placed the bid. This time, the few remaining opponents also gave up. Even though the auctioneer was still trying to stir up emotions on stage, it was to no avail. In the end, he had to bring down the small golden gavel in his hand and announced loudly, "Let us congratulate this distinguished guest for winning the Time Orb at the price of 600 million soul crystals. I wish the guest success in finding clues related to the Wheel of Time and space within it." The Time Orb in the auctioneer's hand slowly vanished. It was merely a projection simulated by this space, not the actual item. He bowed in every direction. Small items will be delivered to the branches where you are located very soon. As for the large items, you will need to wait patiently for a period of time. Of course, if you require expedited service, please contact the person in charge of your local branch directly. This auction concludes here. See you next time. As the auctioneer finished his closing remarks, a burst of white light suddenly illuminated the venue. After his vision cleared, Samurai found that he had already returned to his original private box. The technology of the mechanical race is truly quite miraculous. After glancing around, Samurai slowly stood up. "Let's go." The group walked out of the box and headed straight for Vivian's office. However, Samurai did not notice that another box not far away had opened almost simultaneously with his own, but for some unknown reason, it had suddenly closed again. A moment later, inside Vivian's office, the succubus beauty poured tea for Samurai with enthusiasm and gave a charming smile. "Mr. Ui, please wait a moment. The Time Orb you won at auction will be delivered shortly." Samurai picked up the teacup and took a light sip, immediately feeling refreshed. Just like the fruits and fine wine in the private box, this item had no attributes. It was simply delicious. After setting down the teacup, he spoke slowly. "If I were to have the Star Dome teleported here directly, how much would the fee be?" "Oh my, Mr. Yue, aren't you just teasing this little woman?" Vivian cast a flirtatious glance at Samurai. "I know mer. Yue is impatient, so I took the liberty of expediting the Star Dome. As for the fee, there is no need for that. Vivian has a small request. I wonder if Mr. Yoi would be willing to grant it. As she spoke, Vivian's pale red pupils stared straight into Sumyubai's eyes. Her gaze was like a pool of water, making one unable to help but want to sink into it. However, Sumyubai was someone who had comprehended the law of soul control. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the catastrophe trait, the effect of his law of soul control was equivalent to its complete state. He was not affected in the slightest by Vivian's little tricks. Let's hear it first. Sumyubai leaned back, his expression unchanged. He could sense that Vivian had not used any charm skills on him just now, nor had she mobilized the law of soul control. That was merely the natural allure of the succubus race, which could make others develop a favorable impression of her without realizing it. Seeing that her charm had completely lost its effect on Sumyubai, a flash of surprise flickered deep in Vivian's eyes. However, this trace of emotion vanished without a trace in an instant. If Mr. Yoi is planning to head to Frost Prison Star next, could you take this little woman along for the ride? Frost Prison Star was the capital of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and the most prosperous and powerful planet in the entire kingdom. There was no direct teleportation route from Cold Abyss Star to Frost Prison Star because the two planets were extremely far apart, with many star systems in between. Therefore, the fastest way to get there was to take a spaceship through a spatial tunnel. Although Vivian had her own small private spaceship, she wanted to take this opportunity to spend more time with Sumyubai. She did not hide this intention at all, wearing it plainly on her face. From this, one could see her cleverness. Unfortunately, she had encountered Sumyubai, a guy who didn't play by the rules. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to head to Frost Prison Star in the near future. That is truly a pity. A flash of disappointment crossed Vivian's eyes. She pursed her lips and said nothing more. Frost Prison Star was precisely Sumyubai's next destination, because only there could one find cross-domain teleportation arrays leading to other divine kingdoms and the city of the undead. It was just that he had too many secrets, so it was naturally impossible for him to bring along an outsider like Vivian, and she was a woman of the succubus race. At that, although Liu Ryan was already dead, Sumyubai could not forget the experiences she had brought him. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of the silence, the office door was suddenly knocked upon. Vivian parted her red lips slightly. Come in. Immediately after, a staff member of the Dark Elf race walked in, holding a small box. This race belonged to a branch of the Elf race, but due to their innate affinity for the dark element, they were not well regarded among the elves. Chapter 443 Bounty Hunter's Home, being followed. Bonus chapter, Lady Vivian. Some auction items have arrived. Put them down. In front of the employee, Vivian's allure vanished completely, and she transformed into an overbearing female executive. However, as soon as the dark elf left, she returned to her original appearance, picked up the small box, and swayed her waist as she walked over to Sumyubai. Mr. Yui, please check your time orb. The Star Dome will still need a little more time to be delivered. Sumyubai opened the box to inspect it, and after confirming it was indeed the time orb, he waved his hand and stored it into his spatial ring. This ring was one that Vivian had gifted him earlier. Super large spatial ring. Ring, special, does not occupy equipment slot. Indestructible's destruction grade item. Contains 100 cubic kilometers of space. The shape of the space can be changed at will. P.S. 100 billion cubic meters. Each person can only equip one. An essential item for traveling through the myriad worlds. Although the grade of this ring was only 2 tiers higher than Sumyubai's original high-grade spatial ring, and it lacked the bonus of inventory space, the increase in its internal capacity was truly astonishing. With this thing, players hardly needed an inventory anymore. After putting away the time orb, Sumyubai gave Vivian an apologetic smile. Since I cannot help you with your request, Manager Vivian, I will pay for the Star Dome as transport fee myself. Double quotes Mr. Yui. There is no need to mention that again. Vivian waved her hand. We will definitely have opportunities to cooperate in the future, so please just accept this small gesture of mine. In that case, I will not be overly modest. Sumyubai did not press the issue further. He stood up and said, please notify me when the Star Dome arrives. I have some business to attend to first. No problem. Take care, Mr. Yui. Vivian personally escorted Sumubai and his group to the entrance of the Dead Domain Bank before turning back to her office. Head to the bounty hunter's home. The flying car's intelligence system received the command and immediately soared into the sky. Shortly after, 3 figures emerged from the Dead Zone Bank. Waving their hands to summon a black flying car, follow them. Half an hour later, the flying car stopped in front of a gate within a city. Sumubai looked in surprise at the 6 large characters on the gate. Bounty Hunter's Home. This entire city is the Bounty Hunter's home. Before this, his impression of such places had been limited to the mercenary taverns in the Forbidden Land of Gods. He had never expected that the Bounty Hunter's home would have such a massive presence in the myriad worlds, existing as an entire city within a city. My lord, you may not know this, but the Bounty Hunter's home is one of the top-tier factions in the myriad worlds. Even the highest-ranked races would not easily provoke them. Ling Yu blinked playfully, resolving the doubt in Sumubai's mind. Master, the car behind us has been following us ever since we left the Dead Zone Bank. Brian approached Sumubai and reminded him calmly. Sumubai did not turn around. He merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I know. The law of soul control had significantly enhanced his sensory perception, so he had long since discovered the individuals tailing them. The only thing that puzzled him was that the Dead Zone Bank had clearly hidden all client information at the auction house. These people shouldn't have any way of knowing that he was the one who had bid on the time orb. So why were they following him? It couldn't possibly be someone sent by Vivian, could it? Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't believe a woman like Vivian would do something so foolish. Let them follow for now, with a disdainful smile. Sumubai walked directly into the bounty hunter's home. His purpose in coming here was, naturally, to register as a bounty hunter. This would give him a status within the myriad worlds, ensuring he wouldn't run into trouble for being stateless wherever he went in the future. As for the people following him, he saw them as nothing more than clowns. With Brian by his side, there was no one on the entire Cold Abyss star who could threaten him. He was quite curious to see if these fellows could bring him a little surprise. After Sumubai's group entered the bounty hunter's home, 3 figures also stepped out of the black flying car. They were tall, muscular, and had sturdy lower limbs, even though they had deliberately shrunk their size within the city. Each of them was still nearly 3 meters tall. Beyond that, these 3 humanoid creatures had very distinct features. They had horns on their heads, sharp claws, hooves for feet, and a pair of demonic wings on their backs. Although their tails differed, they all exuded a dense aura of darkness. The surrounding players, upon seeing them, instinctively chose to stay away, as if afraid of getting into trouble. The demon race, a powerful race ranked 5th on the myriad races ranking, and clearly not the low-level kind of demons. Such players were not a common sight on the Cold Abyss star. The demon player on the far left, who had cyan skin, stared intently at Sumubai's back with his scarlet eyes and spoke in a low voice. Big brother, when do we make our move? The yellow-skinned demon on the right also licked his lips with his tongue and grinned. Why don't we just do it here in the city? I can't hold back anymore. Bang. Bang. The answer they received was 2 iron fists from the red-skinned demon in the middle. These 2 punches landed on their heads, causing the pupils of the cyan-skinned and yellow-skinned demons to constrict. The latter even bit his tongue as a result. The 2 looked at the red-skinned demon with aggrieved expressions. Big brother, why did you hit us all of a sudden? Damn it. How did I end up with idiots like you as my underlings? As he spoke, the red-skinned demon raised his hand again, and the cyan and yellow ones immediately covered their heads. Don't hit us. We know we were wrong. Even so, from their clear, naive eyes, the red-skinned demon could tell that they still didn't know what they had done wrong. Sigh, sometimes I really want to kill you too. The red-skinned demon sighed, eventually pulling his hand back and glaring at them with a look of frustration. All you know is how to fight, but can you even gauge the strength of those people? Both shook their heads in unison. If you can't gauge their strength, why would you want to attack? What if we can't beat them? Oh, we really hadn't thought about that. The cyan-skinned demon's eyes lit up with sudden realization, and he felt the pain on his head subside quite a bit. So Big Brother hit me for my own good. He truly is a great Big Brother, the yellow-skinned demon asked with a confused expression. Then why are we still following them? With his straightforward train of thought, He couldn't figure out for the life of him what the point of Big Brother's plan was. With a crisp sound, the red-skinned demon slapped his own forehead in despair. I really shouldn't have brought you two out. I have already notified my big brother to prepare the summoning ritual. Once it's ready, that will be the time to strike. At this point, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether he was the one who killed him personally, as long as he is tainted with the aura of my Imperial clan's death, he absolutely cannot be let off. Big Brother's big brother. The yellow-skinned and cyan-skinned demons exchanged a look upon hearing this. A flicker of fanaticism appearing in their clear pupils in their eyes. This mission was already in the bag. While the three were talking, the figures of Sumubai's group were already about to disappear from sight. Seeing this, the red-skinned demon waved his hand and said coldly, "Follow them first. Today's extra chapter is served." Does anyone still remember why the demon race is following Sumubai? Special thanks to Little for the Great God certification, Chapter 444. The extremely overbearing bounty hunter's home. This city within a city had only two rules. First, destroying any buildings within the city requires compensation at 10 times the cost. Otherwise, the offender will be permanently blacklisted by the bounty hunter's home. Once blacklisted, one can no longer post or accept missions, and their status as a freelance bounty hunter will be revoked. Second, fighting indoors is strictly prohibited. Violators will be placed on the bounty hunter's home's wanted list. The deterrent power of the wanted list is far greater than that of the blacklist. The latter is, at most, merely inconvenient, and one can even entrust others to handle matters on their behalf. However, the former is a completely different story. It is said that among those who have ended up on the wanted list, not a single one has managed to survive to this day. Even players from top-tier races are not exempt, as long as you do not violate these two rules. The bounty hunter house will not interfere with whatever you wish to do here. Even if you were to kill someone or loot their belongings within this city within a city, no one would pay you any mind. By the same token, the bounty hunter house will not provide you with any help or protection, unless you pay the price to post a quest. Therefore, players walking within this city within a city generally do not stop to converse unless they have entered a building. Moreover, almost everyone conceals their aura to avoid any untoward incidents. However, their methods of concealment are only enough to fool the Angel Sisters. In the eyes of Sumubai and Brian, the information of these freelance bounty hunters is laid bare, but the overall strength of this planet is not high. Along the way, Sumubai hasn't even encountered many sane extermination-level bounty hunters. Aside from their own group, the strongest ones are the traffic light demon trio, who have been following behind them. Freelance bounty hunters and the bounty hunter house actually only share a cooperative relationship. The bounty hunter house provides creatures from the myriad worlds with a legal identity to walk the world, and in exchange, countless freelance bounty hunters come here to accept quests. This massive organization spans the entire myriad worlds. Even the dead domain bank is merely a regional power in comparison. There are no complex systems of points or ranks here. As long as registration is successful, theoretically, any freelance bounty hunter can accept any quest. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can afford the 1% quest acceptance fee. This 1% corresponds to the resource reward provided by the quest poster. If the quest fails, the fee is not refunded. If the quest succeeds, the fee is not refunded either. The existence of this rule prevents many people from overestimating their own abilities. It can be said to be more effective than any ranking system. Furthermore, anyone posting a quest at the bounty hunter house must pay an additional 5% service fee on top of the upfront quest reward. Within the quest duration, if your posted quest is not completed, the quest reward is refunded in full, but the service fee is not returned by a single cent. This rule can be described as extremely overbearing. But since this is the only organization capable of posting quests simultaneously across the entire myriad worlds, everyone defaults to accepting the bounty hunter house's regulations. From this, it is easy to see just how powerful the bounty hunter house organization truly is. It is no wonder Ling Yu said that even the top-ranked, high-tier races would not easily provoke them. It is hard to imagine how many quests are posted every single day across the vast, boundless myriad worlds. The resources earned simply from collecting quest service fees alone represent a terrifying amount of wealth. Even Subud felt envious for the first time. The currency system here is the same as in the myriad worlds, primarily using soul coins, soul crystals, and treasures above the level of life soul crystals that can increase lifespan and soul power. The low, medium, and high-grade life soul stones circulating in the God-forbidden land are nothing more than scraps in the myriad worlds. Of course, if one goes to some small worlds or weak planets, life soul stones can still be used. On Cold Abyss planet, life soul stones can be used, but the things that can be bought with them cannot even reach the mythical grade. This is the basic information about the bounty hunter house that Sumyubai learned from Brian and the Angel Sisters. After coming out of the registration hall, Sumyubai had already become a member of the freelance bounty hunters. From now on, no matter which realm he travels to or which divine kingdom he enters, he only needs to present his freelance bounty hunter identity. In the vast majority of cases, being stateless does not affect one's ability to walk through the myriad worlds, but there are some special places that require a legal identity to enter. Should we first take care of those three? The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered slightly, his hoarse voice devoid of any emotion. Not even a hint of killing intent. To him, the traffic light trio seemed like nothing more than 3 stray dogs on the side of the road. Let's handle our business first. Sumyubai waved his hand, and Yulan immediately took out the flying car Xiaobai. The group boarded the vehicle directly, head to the bounty hall. Xiaobai received, applying for flight path, payment successful, heading to the nearest bounty hall. The intelligent voice rang out, and Xiaobai started instantly, flying at high speed toward another building. Following closely behind them was a pure black flying car. Do you know who the controller of the bounty hunter house is? Sumyubai lay on the sofa and asked casually. The Angel Sisters on either side shook their heads repeatedly, indicating they did not know. Immediately after, the gazes of all three fell upon Brian. If anyone here might know such information, it could only be the former ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. However, to their disappointment, Brian also shook his head. The bounty hunter house has existed for far too long. Even this subordinate does not know who its true controller is. After a moment of thought, he added, rumor has it that this organization seems to be related to several rule sovereigns. Several rule sovereigns. No wonder its sphere of influence can span the entire myriad worlds. Sumyubai rested his hands behind his head and said no more. A short while later, the flying car stopped in front of a minimalist yet stylish high-rise building. The sign for the bounty hall was very conspicuous, and beneath the sign, the 2 rules of this city within a city were inscribed. This is the place where quests are handed in and accepted. The group stepped inside, and no staff members came forward to greet them. The first floor was an extremely modern bar, and in the spacious hall, dozens of tables of freelance bounty hunters were scattered about. Although the bounty hunter house does not have a concept of teams, in private, many freelance bounty hunters form teams of various sizes to complete quests together. Beyond issuing quests, the bounty hunter house also provides intelligence services. It is said that as long as you can afford the price, you can even purchase intelligence on rule sovereigns. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would spend such an exorbitant price to buy information on a rule sovereign. Without the strength of a rule sovereign, buying it is meaningless, and if you possess the strength of a rule sovereign, you have no need to come here to buy it. Chapter 445, Bounty Hunting Quest. After freelance bounty hunters complete their tasks, they usually linger in the bar for a while unless they have something particularly urgent to attend to. This is the best place for exchanging information. After all, the vast majority of them do not possess the strength to travel freely across the myriad worlds, so they remain on Hanyuan Star for long periods. Rather than spending money to buy intelligence here, it is more cost-effective to share it among themselves. Although this is the undead realm, there are still creatures from other races present. Sumyubai scanned the area briefly and found no races worth his attention, nor did he see any human players, so he couldn't help but shake his head. You to go ahead and turn in the quest. The purpose of coming here, besides seeing if there were any suitable quests to take, was also because the Angel Sisters had a reward to collect. The reason they went to hunt the Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons Kallio yesterday was precisely to complete this bounty quest. Sumyubai had also directly given them the quest proof they needed. It was the most unique segment of bone from Kallio's body, which condensed the essence of countless skeletons. This item was merely a Saint Extinction grade material, while rare and of considerable value. Sumyubai had no interest in it. In addition to the dropped items, Kallio's corpse was now also lying in Sumyubai's spatial ring. After breaking through to the 7th rank and gaining the ability to freely manipulate the death chi of annihilation, Sumyubai was now able to store the corpses of creatures created by the Myriad Worlds game. He had found yet another source for his corpse-destroying bombs, of course. If the quest reward had only been soul crystals, he would have definitely let Yulan and the others simply report the quest as a failure. But the reward for this quest also included a mythical grade special item. The value of this item to Sumyubai was far higher than that of a Saint Extinction grade material. The group parted ways inside the elevator. The Angel Sisters headed straight to the 4th floor to turn in their quest, while Sumyubai, accompanied by Brian, went to the 6th floor. Starting from the 2nd floor, each level corresponded to a difficulty level for quests. The 2nd floor was for 7-star, the 3rd for 8-star, and so on, with the 6th floor representing 11-star bounty quests, which were at the level of Law Lords. Although a small planet like Hanyuan Star did not have players capable of taking on quests of this difficulty, this was the standard configuration for a bounty hunter house. There might be no one to take them, but there could not be a lack of quests. When Sumyubai and Brian appeared on the 6th floor, the staff at the front desk did not react much, assuming they were just up to see the world. It wasn't until Sumyubai arrived at the counter and his wrist communicator projected his unique freelancer emblem that they took notice. What quests are available in the nearby star systems? Preferably ones that are on the way to Frost Prison Star. You want to take an 11-star quest? The undead race receptionist looked the two over in surprise, the soul fire in her pupils clearly showing shock. From her voice, it could be told that this was a female of the undead race. However, it didn't make much of a difference. They were all skeletons anyway. Is there a problem? Sumyubai frowned. The receptionist then snapped back to reality and offered an apologetic smile. No problem at all. As she spoke, she tapped her wrist a few times, and a virtual light screen immediately appeared before Sumyubai. These are the quests that meet your requirements. Looking at the dozens of quests on the screen, Sumyubai couldn't help but be stunned. Even with his specific requirements, were there still so many 11-star quests? The vast majority of these quests had a lower suffix. This indicated that the quest was suitable for lower gods to complete. Sumyubai examined the quest list while mentally cross-referencing the list Brian had compiled. On that list were the names of a series of races, ranged from weakest to strongest in terms of power. I didn't expect there to actually be one. Soon, Sumyubai found a quest on the list related to these races. Bounty Hunt. Victor. Quest difficulty, 11-star lower quest client : confidential. Quest content. Locate and kill the Lord of Black Blood Victor. Quest requirements: bring back Victor's corpse, or record the killing process. The target's soul aura must match perfectly. Basic quest clue: Lord of Black Blood Victor, a vampire prince with the strength of a peak lower god, a notorious slave trader within the Frost Prison Empire. He was last seen a year ago on Frost Prison Star. The clue contains a sample of Victor's soul aura. Intelligence cost: 1 million soul crystals. Provides Victor's approximate current location. Quest reward: 500 million soul crystals. Quest duration: unlimited. Acceptance fee to 5 million soul crystals. Non-exclusive. Generally speaking, quests without a time limit are not exclusive and can be accepted by multiple freelance bounty hunters simultaneously. On this point alone, the bounty hunter house could earn a significant profit. A reward of 500 million soul crystals was almost equivalent to the entire net worth of a powerful lower god. It was easy to imagine just how much the quest client hated Victor. Looking at the words Vampire Prince in the basic quest clue, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent passing through their depths. I'll take this quest. As he spoke, he gestured to Brian, who immediately took out a Death Domain bank card. The intelligence: very well. The undead receptionist's eyes lit up. After swiping the card and deducting 6 million soul crystals, she immediately began to process the request. The name of the vampire race was indeed on Brian's list, and it was positioned relatively high up. This race had always treated humans as blood food, and even now, they still kept many humans in captivity. Although the Blood Clan only ranks in the middle tier on the myriad races ranking, they are still far more powerful than the human race, which doesn't even make the list. For a long time, countless people have been drained of their blood and killed by the Blood Clan. Sumyubai clearly regarded this race as his first target. Soon, his communicator began to vibrate. After registering as a freelance bounty hunter, the bounty hunter house recorded his communication ID. Sumyubai also chose a bounty alias for himself, called Calamity of the Myriad Races. The bounty hunter house does not require the disclosure of one's true identity during registration. Therefore, Sumyubai naturally had nothing to fear. The Blood Clan is just the beginning. Not a single race on that list will escape. Sumyubai has come to the Myriad Worlds, destined to become the Calamity of the Myriad Races. Chapter 446. Are they brain damaged? Bonus chapter, notification. Respected Calamity of the Myriad Races, you have successfully accepted an 11-star bounty hunting mission. Mission target: Lord of Black Blood Victor. Mission duration: unlimited. Notification: you have obtained a piece of intelligence. At the same time, Yulan and Lingyu also collected their mission rewards and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Once we deal with those 3 fellows outside, the next one will be this Victor. Sumyubai glanced at the intelligence, a cold glint flashing deep in his eyes, and turned to leave with the 3 of them. The gears of fate had long since begun to turn, and the name Calamity of the Myriad Races was destined to resound throughout the entire Myriad Worlds. And that list provided by Brian would, in the future, become the infamous death list. First floor of the bounty hall, in a bar, at a certain booth, the traffic light trio each had a bottle of fine wine in front of them. Though they hadn't started drinking, the yellow-skinned demon and the green-skinned demon naturally wanted to drink, but the red-skinned demon, as the oldest brother, still had a functioning brain and knew there was serious business to attend to later. Although they looked none too bright, their status was clear. The wine they bought was naturally the high-quality stock from the bounty hunter house. This kind of wine could make even a 10th stage Saint Extinction level existence drunk if they drank too much. Just like how Sumyubai called the old man Haijin to his face after drinking Dusk Dawn. The surrounding bounty hunters looked at the 3 with some fear, and even their conversations were kept at a noticeably low volume. Don't let the fact that Sumyubai and Brian looked down on them fool you. The strength of the traffic light trio, placed within the bounty hunter house of Soulbone Frost Fortress, could absolutely be considered top tier. What's more, they were from the royal family of the demon race, let alone a small place like this. Even on Frost Prison Star, few dared to provoke them. Even lower-level gods of other races would take a detour upon seeing them. The demon race is notorious throughout the myriad worlds for being vengeful, no matter who it is. As long as they dare to kill a member of their royal family, they will be tainted by the aura of the deceased. Any equipment forged using their corpses as materials will also be tainted by this aura. From that moment on, the nightmare begins. As long as they are encountered by the demon race, a fierce battle is inevitable. Over time, members of the demon royal family became a taboo in the myriad worlds. Unless one is a powerhouse extremely confident in their own strength and unafraid of the demon race's pursuit, generally, no one is willing to provoke the demon royals. Of course, there have been cases where the demon race suffered heavy losses because of this. But the final outcome remained unknown to anyone. Big brother, they're coming down. Watching Sumyubai and his group walk out of the elevator, the yellow-skinned demon's eyes lit up. The red-skinned demon slapped him on the head and whispered, "I'm not blind. You damn idiot. Keep your voice down. Second brother, big brother is right. Your voice is too loud. They'll hear you." The green-skinned demon seemed to have had a sudden spike in IQ, but in reality, his voice wasn't any quieter. The red-skinned demon looked up at the ceiling in resignation, at a loss for words. Fortunately, those people didn't seem to notice the situation here and continued walking toward the entrance at a leisurely pace. The red-skinned demon took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to send these two idiots back to the demon realm, and stood up, saying follow them. My big brother has already prepared everything on his end. At the entrance of the bounty house, Lingyu couldn't help but ask, "My lord, is there something wrong with the brains of those 3 demons?" Drop the "is there something wrong with" and the question mark. Sumyubai's mouth twitched, his heart feeling utterly speechless. He suddenly felt that keeping the traffic light trio around was completely meaningless. What kind of surprises could these 3 fellows possibly bring him? "Master, to be honest, I'm a bit embarrassed to bully such idiots." Brian, standing to the side, truly feeling that if he were to take action against these 3, it would damage his image. Sumyubai glanced at Brian without saying a word. The implication was obvious. "If you don't take action, do you expect me to do it myself?" Brian reflexively looked at the 2 sisters, Yulan and Lingyu, and in the end, could only smile bitterly. They were no match for them. It seemed he would just have to let his conscience ache for a moment, but fortunately, he didn't have a conscience to begin with. Walking slowly to an open area, Sumyubai and his group suddenly stopped. "Big brother, did they discover us?" The yellow-skinned demon and the green-skinned demon halted their steps, their voices still not lowered. "If you guys shout any louder, they won't be able to discover us." The red-skinned demon cursed angrily, then his figure flashed, and he quickly arrived in front of Sumyubai and the others. Only then did he realize that the yellow-skinned and green-skinned demons were still standing where they were, with no intention of following. "Get over here. Are you waiting to collect my corpse?" A string of invisible black dots floated over the heads of Sumyubai's group, and their mouths couldn't help but twitch as they looked at the traffic light brothers like they were idiots. What exactly were these fools trying to do? At this moment, the red-skinned demon glared viciously at Sumyubai and said in a deep voice, "To be tainted with the death aura of my royal family and still dare to swagger through the streets like this, you are the first." Hearing this, Sumyubai was slightly taken aback. "Not here for the auction. Is this guy out of his mind? What royal death aura? I just opened the undead realm. This is my first time even seeing the demon race." Wait, the demon race. Sumyubai suddenly recalled a piece of equipment, the Calamity Nether shoulder armor. He remembered that the status window of this Holy Annihilation grade equipment contained the following information. It is said that the primary material for this equipment comes from a Tier 10 Holy Annihilation grade Demon Emperor. Therefore, after wearing it, any demon race creature that sees you will hunt you down. But wasn't the Calamity Nether shoulder armor already devoured by the ever-silent tribulation? How could that so-called royal death aura still be present? And as the master of death, he hadn't even noticed it himself. One had to admit, the demon race being ranked 5th among the myriad races was not without merit. Having figured this out, Sumyubai also understood why those 3 idiots from the signal light had been tracking him. If they hadn't been unable to gauge the true strength of his group, they likely would have attacked long ago. From this, one could see that the 3 idiots still had some brains. To be precise, the red-skinned demon in front of him still had some brains, though not many. Sumyubai didn't have the heart to bully fools, and besides, the demon race was not on the list Brian had provided. He glanced at the red-skinned demon. "That piece of equipment is..." Before he could finish, the red-skinned demon interrupted directly. "I don't care about the reason, since you dare to." Seeing the opponent's stubbornness, Sumyubai didn't indulge him. Too lazy to keep listening, he waved his hand and said, "Kill him. Kill this emperor. Just you." The red-skinned demon let out a cold snort, and a teleportation formation suddenly appeared before him, the space there instantly tearing apart. The soul power sweeping in from Brian also dissipated under this force. To summon his older brother, he had long since prepared everything. A flash of golden light flickered in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes. The S-shaped crack on his forehead opened instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. A real surprise. Today's extra update is here. Happy weekend, my dear patrons. Please click for free gifts, thank you. Chapter 447 The Aldrich Family, Hell Realm. City of Slaughter. Hell Realm, like the undead realm, belongs to the death domain and is one of the great worlds. And the City of Slaughter is the absolute center of the Hell Realm. It is not a city in the literal sense, but a star city composed of countless planets and continents. There are countless powerhouses here, but the controllers have always been the demon race, Aldrich Planet, located in the central region of the City of Slaughter. is the exclusive property of the Aldrich family. This family is one of the most famous royal families of the demon race. Their members are born as holy annihilation grade creatures, and some even reach the demigod level. Over time, the Aldrich family became one of the 3 great royal families governing the city of Slaughter. Inside a certain manor, a tall demon was conducting a reverse summoning ritual. His skin was covered in complex inscriptions, and he looked robust and imposing. Before long, the reverse summoning ritual ended, and an altar radiating spatial fluctuations appeared in the manor. I want to see who has such a death wish, daring to swagger into the city after being tainted by the death or of a member of my royal family. Space was torn apart, and the tall demon snorted coldly before stepping through it. Even this demon did not notice that as he entered the spatial rift, the inscriptions on his skin flickered imperceptibly. Prayer Realm, City of Dreams. This place does not belong to the death domain, the door separated by an infinitely vast distance. Without a cross-realm teleportation array, relying on a true god-grade spaceship to travel from the death domain here would take tens of thousands of years. This star region is completely enveloped in hazy, dreamlike bubbles, making it seem as if it does not truly exist. The City of Dreams, like the City of Slaughter, is the central world of the Prayer Realm. If one looks from far enough away, the City of Dreams appears entirely like a giant bubble, looking dreamlike and illusory. About several dozen light-years outside the City of Dreams lies a dead, silent space, with no planets in the vicinity. Yet, in this area that should be a vacuum, a colorful cloud drifted. Even more miraculously, a delicate swing hung beneath the cloud. Beneath this cloud, the laws of the universe seemed to lose their meaning. Despite the zero-gravity environment, the swing swayed back and forth. Sitting on the swing was a girl of 18 or 19. She possessed the perfect figure of a mature woman, yet had the face of a loli that made one want to pinch her cheeks, looking seemingly harmless. But the environment here, coupled with this airy cloud, indicated that her identity was not simple. The loli held a lollipop in her mouth, her legs clad in white silk resting on the swing, swaying gently. Her gaze was fixed on the City of Dreams dozens of light-years away, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Why can't I sense who it is? How strange. She seemed to be pondering an incomprehensible problem, to the point where the lollipop in her mouth no longer tasted sweet. Ugh, this is so annoying. The loli ruffled her hair haphazardly, her dainty nose wrinkling, her cheeks puffing up as she muttered to herself, "If I find this thief, I'll hang them in the center of the City of Dreams and curse them to be unlucky for the rest of their lives." HMPH. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up directly from the swing, standing in the middle of space just like that. The authority has been used, that's right. This girl with the mature figure and lowly face was none other than the goddess of luck, known to all in the myriad worlds. Of course, few had actually seen her. HMPH. Finally caught your tail. The goddess of luck curled her lips into a smile. A colorful bubble suddenly appeared in her hand, and an inexplicable light flickered in her eyes. A moment later, the colorful bubbles burst silently. The goddess of luck reached out, traced a light line through the cosmic space, and stepped into the spatial rift with a cheerful gait. Death Realm, the undead world. Thief. Just wait until I catch you. I'll make sure you regret this. At the same time, I'll hang you on Star. At the Frostbone Fortress, in the bounty hunter's home, a flash of golden light flickered deep within Sumyubai's eyes. The S-shaped crack between his brows opened instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, a surprise, indeed. Eye of the profound heaven. Although the demon summoned by the Signal Light brothers had yet to emerge from the spatial rift, his status panel had already appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Blood Slaughter Demon God Patty Aldrich Demon Race Aldrich Family Demon Royal Family Top Tier Demon Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality 9 stars Divine Soul Early Stage Lesser God Divine Body Early Stage Lesser God Combat Power Early Stage Lesser God Laws Slaughter Law Destruction Law 9 Patterns Dark Element Law 7 Patterns. Patty was originally an unremarkable existence in the Aldrich family, but he rose suddenly one day to become one of the geniuses of the new generation. Sumyubai hadn't expected the Three Stooges of Signal Light to actually bring him such a surprise. A Law Lord Realm Lesser God, his strength was just a bit lower than Brian's current level. Isn't this just a perfect case of crossing worlds to deliver one's own head? Sumubai hoped that more enemies like this would come in the future. If the reinforcements called were too strong, he could always activate Death Descent and then use the Wheel of Time and Space to slip away. Brian also sensed the newcomer's strength, and the worry he had felt a moment ago instantly vanished. At first, when he sensed the aura of a law lord, he had been a bit uncertain. After all, he had only just reshaped his divine body and lacked any suitable law-level treasures, so he would inevitably be at a disadvantage in a fight. But after gauging the opponent's strength, he immediately gained confidence. A mere lesser god. So what if he is from the demon royal family? He himself is the Lich King. Both are top-tier creatures. If he didn't beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the floor, it would truly be a disgrace to his master. Boom. And like Brian, Paddy made no effort to conceal his aura. The moment he stepped out of the spatial rift, the terrifying aura of a law lord descended upon the entire Hanyuan star. In an instant, all the Saint Extermination level powerhouses on the planet looked up toward the direction of the Frostbone Fortress, flashes of astonishment in their eyes. Which god had descended? The reaction was most intense in the city of Frostbone Fortress itself. The city lord, who possessed Saint Extermination level 9 pattern strength, soared into the sky immediately and arrived at the bounty hunter's home as a streak of light. Get lost, right away. Having said only 4 words upon his appearance, the city lord turned around and left immediately, as if he had made a firm decision, never glancing back at this place again. Although the cities of the myriad worlds had their own regulations, in the end, strength was what mattered. Let alone Frostbone Fortress. Even on the entire Hanyuan star, a lesser god was a supreme existence. As a mere Saint Extermination level, how could he dare to interfere with Paddy, a law lord? However, under normal circumstances, number lesser god would kill a city lord without cause, because this place, after all, belonged to the sphere of influence of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The only thing that made him breathe a sigh of relief was that Paddy had descended at the bounty hunter's home. In these places, even if a law lord wanted to kill someone, they would show some restraint. Chapter 448, Paddy's Second Soul. And like the flustered city lord of Frostbone Fortress, the bounty hunter's home showed absolutely no reaction to Paddy's arrival. It was as if this law lord wasn't standing on their turf at all. This was the style of the bounty hunter's home. As long as no one was killed inside the building, they simply didn't care. It's you, Paddy, who had made such an imposing entrance, felt his pupils constrict the moment he saw Brian. You know me. The soul fire within Brian's eye sockets flickered slightly. The god of witches, Brian. I once saw your brilliance on the battlefield years ago, but I wasn't an adult yet at the time, so you certainly wouldn't have noticed me. Paddy's eyes ignited with a fierce fighting spirit as he extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Rumor had it that you were dead. I never expected you to still be alive. As he said this, hellfire ignited on his arms, and a massive greatsword materialized. His gaze remained locked on Brian. Amon, you brat. You really did find me a good opponent. Although Brian had hidden his soul aura, the terrifying vitality contained within his divine body could still be sensed by those of the same rank. Paddy could feel that Brian's vitality was stronger than his own, several times stronger, in fact. But this gap was not an insurmountable chasm. The current Brian was still far from his peak. The Amon he referred to was the red-skinned demon among the 3 stooges of Signal Light. Amon felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this. Could it be that he is also a law lord? He caught this information from his big brother's words. After all, a Saint Extermination level existence would not be called an opponent by his brother. Thinking about how the 3 of them had been tracking a law lord, Amon couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Good thing I was smart and didn't make a move directly. If I had listened to Green Heron Cucumber, I would have been finished. If it weren't for the fact that his injuries haven't healed yet, I wouldn't even be qualified to be his opponent. Paddy's expression was grave. He pointed his sword directly at Brian and said in a deep voice, Brian, the fellow beside you is tainted with the death aura of my royal family. He is someone I must kill today. Are you going to stop me? Truly. When a tiger falls to the plains, it gets bullied by dogs. Brian laughed at himself, his bone staff tapping lightly against the ground as his hoarse voice turned cold and sharp. A mere junior at the early stage lesser god level, And you dare to threaten this old man? The murderous intent leaked out, colliding with Patty's battle intent. And this open area instantly became fraught with danger. Long before Patty descended, the surrounding players had already retreated to the bounty hall, gathering at the entrance to watch from afar. Seeing that a great battle was imminent, thick black flames ignited on Patty's greatsword, and he was just about to speak. A sudden, unexpected question, however, completely shattered the murderous atmosphere. Green Hair and Cucumber were seen looking at Amon with confused expressions. Big brother, was that undead old man just calling Big Boss a dog? Hang. Two heavy thuds landed on their heads. Shut up. Green Hair and Cucumber immediately quieted down and were dragged to the side by Amon. Patty's brow twitched. He suppressed the urge to hack those two idiots to death, refocused his momentum, and stared intently at Brian. Although I don't know why you are so heavily injured, you are currently the perfect whetstone for me. As his voice fell, the inscriptions on Patty's body suddenly flashed with an eerie red light. His momentum and life force actually began to climb steadily. Feeling this terrifying aura, Ling Yu's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but grab Yulan's arm. Sister Yulan, he looks like he's become much stronger. Don't worry, trust in Lord Su. The two women stood behind Sumubai, their eyes fixed on Patty. A flash of shock in their gazes. For a lower god to be able to instantly increase their strength by such a large margin was simply inconceivable. Sumubai's expression also became solemn, because he discovered that Patty's life force was rising rapidly. What puzzled him most was that the laws this guy had comprehended had also changed. You actually have another soul inside your body, Brian spoke in surprise. And endless death energy surged from his body, instantly forming a barrier that protected Sumubai and the angel sisters within. On the surface of the pitch-black barrier, the power of Luz flickered in and out of existence. Clearly, he was serious now. Did you notice? Patty grinned. His cultivation realm had shockingly risen to the mid-stage of the lower god realm, and his life force had even surpassed Brian's, reaching 68 stars. His pupils had also turned into two different colors, one red and one purple. Brian, are you confident? Sumubai frowned at the sight. The current situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. If Brian was no match, they would have to retreat first. Don't worry, master. He doesn't have the strength to defeat me yet. Brian nodded. HMTH, whether you can defeat me or not, we'll only know after we try. Patty snorted coldly and slashed his sword toward Brian. At their level, as long as they didn't do it intentionally, not a single shred of energy would leak outward. Facing this powerful strike, Brian merely lifted his staff slightly. The next moment, a gray-black bone shield formed instantly. Sumubai and the others, along with the Signal Light brothers, only saw a blur of afterimages. The two had already exchanged several rounds. A battle at the Lawmaster realm was far beyond what they could clearly see. Only Sumubai, relying on his soul control law which was equivalent to its full effect, could feel how intense the clash of laws between the two was. However, according to his perception, although Patty's life force was stronger at this moment, he was being suppressed firmly by Brian and was at a distinct disadvantage. After all, Brian was capable of exerting the combat power of a late-stage lower god. Chapter 449, The Protagonist's Counterattack Script, Patty's Teacher, Bonus Chapter. The greatsword collided with a gray-black bone palm, and Patty abruptly pulled back to create distance. As expected of the former lord of the Frost Prison, it seems I am still lacking. Patty shook his head helplessly, then suddenly grinned. But you're really unlucky you just happened to run into my teacher waking up. As his voice fell, his demeanor and soul aura underwent a heaven-shaking change. Big Brother's teacher has come out. Amon's eyes lit up, filled with worship. Green Hair and Cucumber also stared unblinkingly at Patty's back. In the past, Patty was not highly regarded in the Aldrich family. Although to the outside world, as a member of the Demon Royal family, he was born a saint extermination level creature. In terms of comprehending laws, Patty's aptitude was at the very bottom of the family. Such talent might allow him to bully weaker races, but within the Demon Royal family, it could only be considered bottom tier. However, all of this changed when he met a mysterious demon. That was his teacher. A demon emperor who did not belong to any demon royal family in the myriad worlds. No one knew where he came from, Nor did anyone know why he had lost his physical body. In any case, ever since Paddy had his teacher's soul inside him, it was as if he had activated a cheat code, his comprehension soared. His speed in breaking through to the Lawmaster realm even surpassed that of the demigod-level demon emperors of the same generation. In a novel, Paddy would be the kind of protagonist holding a counterattack script, qualified enough to shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young demon for being poor. At this moment, Paddy seemed like a completely different person. He cracked his neck and looked at Brian about to speak. But his pupils suddenly widened. The next moment, Paddy's figure vanished from where he stood and instantly appeared behind Brian. This aura. Brian's pupils shrank violently. Too late to turn around. He decisively acted on a thought. Click, click, click. A bone prison appeared out of thin air, instantly sealing Paddy, who had just manifested. Brian took this opportunity to turn around, his face solemn as he mobilized all his law power, because from the current Paddy, he felt a deep sense of threat. This was the aura of a middle god. The soul within the opponent's body was definitely no weaker than his own at its peak. After all, Brian had not yet fully recovered from his heavy injuries. He could only exert the combat power of a late-stage lower god, and he had no law-level treasures to use. Therefore, his bone cage was shattered by Paddy almost instantly. Immediately following this, Paddy suddenly reached out and pressed down on Brian's bone staff, instantly suppressing the power of the laws Brian had been mobilizing. He said in a deep voice, "Don't be agitated. I have no malicious intent." As he spoke, he stared fixedly at Sumubai, his eyes seemingly lost in memory. Even though Brian's law barrier stood between them, his gaze remained completely unaffected. "What do you mean?" Brian flashed into the barrier and arrived at Sumubai's side. "It really is you." Paddy seemed to have confirmed Sumubai's identity and also waved his hand to release a barrier. This barrier, containing dense demonic energy and the power of formidable laws, actually enveloped Brian's barrier as well, leaving only the three Signal Light brothers on the outside. "Big Brother, what is Big Brother's teacher doing?" Huangbo looked dazed, asking the question in confusion. "Isn't he the helper we brought in? Why does it feel like we're the outsiders now?" "Big Brother, second brother, Big Brother's teacher must be afraid that the aftermath of the battle will hurt us." LV Mao stroked his chin, reaching a conclusion. Ameng also nodded, looking at LV Mao with appreciation. "Not bad. That must be it. Not bad. Kid, how did you suddenly get so sharp?" "It's all thanks to Big Brother's usual teachings." LV Mao proudly raised his head, casting a smug look at Huangguo. He shouldn't have said that. The moment he did, it reminded Ameng of his daily life, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There's always that feeling of being scolded but having no way to talk back. For a moment, Ameng lost the mood to speak. He watched the pitch-black demonic barrier in silence, waiting for his big brother to emerge victorious. In his view, now that his big brother's teacher had awakened, he could walk sideways across the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Surely he wouldn't flip over in this tiny cold abyss star, would he? Inside the barrier, Brian stopped his attack at Sumubai's signal. Sumubai looked at Paddy and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You know me?" "I don't." Paddy first shook his head, then added, "But I know your name is Bai Yi." Hearing Paddy speak his name, Sumubai's pupils shrank slightly. With the tribulation of eternal silence, no one except a ruler of laws could see through his hidden information, including his soul aura. But now that Paddy had spoken the name Bai Yi directly, Sumubai's heart tightened. Could the soul currently controlling Paddy's divine body be some ruler of laws? I couldn't be that unlucky, could I? With over 400 points of luck, plus the authority of the goddess of luck. Was it all just for show? However, Paddy's next words left Sumubai slightly stunned. "Don't be nervous. I cannot see your information. The reason I know your name is because I heard it from someone else. You are exactly the same as the projection he showed me." "Who?" Paddy opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, Sumubai read the word Starry Sky from his lip movements. Starry Sky. Zhu Xingchen. Being able to know the name of the ruler of time and space meant that the soul inside Paddy was either a ruler of laws or an old acquaintance of Zhu Xingchen. But given that the other party couldn't see through his information, he knew he wasn't a ruler of laws. So, He must be an old acquaintance of Zuxingchen. It was just that Sumyubai hadn't expected that the Lord of Laws summoned by the 3 idiots of Signal Light would actually have a connection to Zuxingchen. What else did he say? Sumyubai could no longer tell if all of this was because of Zuxingchen, the ruler of time and space, or because of some predestined fate, or perhaps because of the authority of luck. In any case, this soul inside Patty gave him a vague feeling that it shouldn't have appeared here at this time. This was the feedback from the eyes of the profound heaven. Sumyubai seemed to see a faint, flickering line connecting him and Patty, but in the blink of an eye, the line vanished. What he said, knowing it now, would not only bring you no benefits, but would actually put you in danger. Patty shook his head and looked at Brian. Withdraw the barrier. If I were to strike, your injuries would only worsen. Brian did not respond, instead casting an inquiring look at Sumyubai. Withdraw it. Sumyubai nodded, and only then did Brian wave his hand to dispel the barrier. Patty took a step forward, arriving directly in front of Sumyubai, and reached out to grab the air. A trace of imperceptible aura appeared in Patty's hand. As he squeezed gently, the aura vanished instantly. I have cleared away the aura you were tainted with. Now, Patty knows everything I have said and done, and he will no longer be your enemy in the future. However, he would like to ask you for a favor. Extra update for today. Chapter 450. The uniqueness of the 3 Signal Light brothers. 1 day later. Outside the dead domain bank. Cling clang. A breeze blew by, causing the soul coin bone tree in front of the door to sway gently, emitting a crisp sound of clashing soul coins. Passing players couldn't help but take an extra look, envious of the dead domain bank's immense wealth. However, the next moment, these players' gazes were drawn to several figures walking out of the main entrance. Hey, isn't that Lady Vivian? She actually escorted these people to the door herself. Wow, if Lady Vivian could smile at me like that just once, I'd be willing to break through to become a ruler of Lowe's and govern a divine kingdom. Are you seriously trying to have your cake and eat it too? Yes, what kind of lineup is this? Holy angels, fallen angels, demon royalty. When did so many top-tier races come to the Soulbone Frost Fortress? Could there be some treasure appearing in the vicinity? Don't say that, seriously. Don't say that it's not impossible. Forget it. Even if there is a treasure, so what? Do you really think you can snatch it away from these top-tier race players? Who is that guy walking in the middle? Why does it feel like he's the protagonist among this group? And that old man beside him is no simple character either. I felt a heavy bloodline suppression coming from him. He's likely a top-tier undead creature as well. Looking at that standard physique, I reckon it's some genius from the god race out for training. That's the only possibility, aside from the god race. Who else could have such an impressive entourage? The nearby players were naturally discussing Sumyubai and his group. The demon race's reverse summoning had a time limit. It couldn't allow Patty to stay in the undead realm indefinitely. Therefore, once the duration of the reverse summoning ended, Patty was expelled by the spatial forces of the undead realm and returned to the altar he had constructed. Accompanying him as he left was the soul residing within his body, Patty's teacher, however, and did not tell Sumyubai much information, nor did he mention where he actually came from. As for the 3 Signal Light brothers, they were left behind. This was the favor Patty had asked of Sumyubai. Journey of 10,000 Worlds Quest difficulty. 10 stars to 11 stars quest content. Patty wants to use this journey of 10,000 worlds to let Amon understand the true nature of the myriad worlds. However, the 3 brothers are quite unique and prone to trouble. So, he would like to ask you to act as their guardian and take them through the myriad worlds. Quest requirements. Patty only requires you to take them along as they grow. There is no specific requirement for you to protect them. Quest rewards unknown. Failure penalty for Sumyubai. This quest was all gain and no loss. He didn't need to specifically protect them. There was no penalty for failure. And in the event of danger, he could have Amon reverse summon Patty to join the battle. Although Patty's own strength couldn't compare to Brian's, the un residing within him was powerful. A free fighter, why not take it? Moreover, the condition was simply to keep the 3 brothers by his side. Why wouldn't he agree? As for the death aura of the demon imperial clan that had originally tainted Sumyubai, after and cleared it away, Patty said a few words to make the Amon brothers let the matter go. The only thing that gave Sumyubai a bit of a headache was that Aside from Amon, who was relatively normal, the other two brothers were truly beyond words. However, all of that was cast to the back of his mind the moment he saw their status windows. Amon Ra Aldrich Demon Race Aldrich Family. Demon Imperial Clan Top Tier Demon Creature. Tier 10 Saint Annihilation Level Vol. 300. HP 120 trillion 120 trillion. Soul. Peak Saint Annihilation Level. Combat Power Saint Annihilation Level 8. Pattern. Law of Destruction. Although Cucumber and Green Hair weren't very bright, their strength wasn't much worse than Amon's. The status windows of all three were quite similar. It was just that they were not from the Aldrich family, but rather from the other two great imperial clans. Due to their lack of intelligence, the two were not well regarded in their respective families, which was why they followed their big brother Amon out of the Hell Realm. Cucumber and Green Hair were naturally not their real names, but Sumiyubai couldn't be bothered to remember their tongue-twisting names. Although the strength of the three could be considered powerful among the Saint Annihilation level, they still didn't catch Sumiyubai's eye. What truly made him look at them with new respect was an extra line of information that appeared on their status windows under the Eye of Profound Heaven. When the three are together, their luck stat will increase significantly, and they will also bring good fortune to those around them. This was the first time Sumiyubai had encountered such a situation, with his own luck stat already exceeding 400, and having stolen a portion of the Goddess of Luck's authority. He was curious to see what would happen in the future if he added the traits of Amon and his brothers to the mix. Mr. Moon Knight, since you don't plan on heading to Frost Prison Star for now, let's meet again next time. Vivian spoke with a hint of regret, waving the communicator on her wrist at Sumiyubai to signal that they should stay in touch. Sumiyubai nodded. Let's leave it at this. We'll be heading off now. Safe travels, Mr. Moon Knight. Vivian blinked, watching as Sumiyubai and his group soared into the sky. Flying was indeed prohibited in the Soulbone Frost Fortress, and even flying cars required an approved flight path. But since Sumiyubai was leaving, he naturally couldn't be bothered with the trouble. Brian merely released a sliver of his Lawmaster Realm Lore, causing the city guards who were preparing to issue a fine to stop in their tracks. Inside the Azure Frost Castle at the center of the city lord felt Brian's aura and acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to go about his own business. The experience of being scared off by a single get lost from Patty yesterday was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to lose face again. Even if the other party were to destroy the entire Soulbone Frost Fortress, he could only report it to the Divine Kingdom and let a stronger existence handle it. After exiting the restricted area of the Soulbone Frost Fortress, Sumiyubai raised his hand, and the group came to a halt. The next moment, a dark red, shuttle-shaped spaceship appeared in the high altitude. It was a small, highly technological spaceship with perfect streamlines. From the outside, one couldn't even tell where its main cannon capable of threatening a lesser god was located. The ship was cast entirely from the law-grade material Stardome Flame Iron, delicate and lustrous, giving off a sense of intense heat under the sunlight. As Sumiyubai's thoughts stirred, the ship flashed with a white light, drawing the group inside. This was the true god-grade spaceship he had won at auction. The Stardome, though called a small spaceship, the interior was actually quite spacious, boasting over 20 rooms, added to the halls and other spaces. This ship was completely different from the small spaceship Sumiyubai had imagined. It was no wonder it had taken several hours to transmit this thing over. Now that the Stardome had been bound, it was Sumiyubai's private property from this point on. No one could operate it except for players he had granted permissions to. Respected Captain, the Stardome is honored to serve you. Please set the destination for this journey, and I will enter autopilot mode. The intelligent voice echoed in Sumiyubai's ears, recalling Victor's intelligence. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The first stop, Pirate Bay within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Chapter 451. First entry into the cosmic starry sky. Destination confirmed. Searching for a suitable spatial channel. Route confirmed. Would you like to depart immediately? Depart. Sumiyubai spoke softly. The Stardome activated instantly, transforming into a streak of light as it surged toward the cosmic starry sky. Whether on a planet or within a small world, the environment is saturated with various elemental energies. This is the reason why players are able to automatically recover their mana and health points. To increase the rate of recovery, One must either improve their own strength or equip gear that possesses such attributes. However, once one enters the cosmic starry sky, these energies become dormant and are extremely difficult for players to absorb. Therefore, although Tier 9 mythical level professionals can survive in the cosmic starry sky, they lack the ability to sustain combat. Once their health or mana is exhausted, they have almost no ability to recover automatically, other than relying on expensive potions. But potions capable of replenishing the health and mana of mythical level powerhouses are not cheap goods. Thus, once they leave a planet or a small world and enter the cosmic starry sky, Tier 9 mythical level beings become the bottom of the food chain. Even Saint Extermination level powerhouses experience a significant reduction in their recovery speed while in space. Only by breaking through to the Law Lord realm and becoming a true god can one truly roam the myriad worlds. However, this is not a problem for Sumyubai. His maximum health is only 1 point. There is no such thing as consumption or recovery for him. As for mana, that is something he has never lacked. Especially with the Sea of Death generated within the summoning space by the SS level skill Calamity World, he can rapidly recover the health and mana of his Calamity Legion even while in the cosmic starry sky. Thinking of the summoning space, Sumyubai immediately calmed his mind to inspect the miniature world within his body. As soon as his consciousness sank into it, he felt an endless stream of energy appearing out of thin air, subsequently merging rapidly into the miniature world. Thump thump, thump thump. The heartbeat of the world grew increasingly powerful, signaling that Sumyubai's summoning space was about to completely transform into a small world. Over these past 2 days, the Calamity Talent had not been lazy at all, continuously plundering energy from various parts of the undead realm and injecting it into Sumyubai's summoning space. There was less than a day left until the birth of this small world. When that time came, Sumyubai would be able to happily leech resources using Calamity once again. To be honest, he had truly grown unaccustomed to these past 2 days without Calamity, especially now that his spatial ring contained 50 million soul crystals and 100,000 life soul source crystals. As for the former, Sumyubai still did not know what he would get after leeching them. But for the latter, after leeching and promoting them, that would be a full 10 million points of soul power. Of course, if he were to add the Calamity attribute to the promoted essence of Divine Soul, the resulting soul power would only be 1 million. However, in that case, Sumyubai's soul strength would increase rapidly. Check energy. Sumyubai walked to the control room and called out to the virtual light screen. Aside from full autopilot, the Star Dome could also be manually overridden in emergencies. It was just that Sumyubai knew nothing about it. It wasn't just him, Frost, the 3 idiots of the signal lights, and the Angel Sisters didn't know how to operate it either. On the entire ship, only Brian knew how to pilot it. Current energy. The light screen displayed the remaining energy, and the image of Vivian immediately flashed through Sumyubai's mind. It had to be said that this top-tier succubus was truly impeccable in her conduct. Even though she certainly had ulterior motives for doing so, it did indeed make one feel very comfortable. The ship's energy was consumed in the form of soul crystals. Given the size of the Star Dome's energy bay, it required a full 10,000 soul crystals to fill it completely. This energy was enough for it to continue flying at maximum speed for a very long time. Soon, the Star Dome completely broke away from the cold abyss planet and officially entered the vast, empty universe. With a thought from Sumyubai, the hull of the Star Dome suddenly became transparent. In an instant, it felt as if he were standing in the middle of the universe itself. Everything around him was silent, and in the far distance, countless stars shone with light, looking absolutely magnificent. This was a view Sumyubai had never seen while on Blue Star. The cosmic starry sky had always been a place that humanity on Blue Star longed to conquer. Although he had once been a billionaire, the technology of Blue Star had never developed to the point where one could enter space at will. And knowingly, Sumyubai seemed to have immersed his entire being into the scene. Deep within his eyes, golden light flickered naturally, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened accordingly. Mystic Heaven Pupil. The impact of entering the universe for the first time caused Sumyubai to enter in an inexplicable state. Brian noticed this immediately, hurriedly making a hush gesture to the others before shooing them back to their rooms. Master's comprehension is truly high. Looking at Sumyubai's back with envy, Brian also transformed into a wisp of black smoke and returned to his own room. His movements were so light, as if he were afraid of disturbing Sumyubai at this moment. Notification. Entering the cosmic starry sky for the first time. Your high comprehension has brought you profound insights. The system notification echoed in Sumyubai's ears, but he acted as if he hadn't heard it at all. He simply stood where he was, his golden pupils seemingly piercing through the pitch-black universe to see something on a deeper level. Notification. Through the mystic heaven pupil, you seem to have glimpsed a trace of the power of origin. After a long while, the golden light in Sumyubai's eyes dissipated, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead closed as well. He withdrew from that inexplicable state. Notification. Your soul power consumption is too high. The mystic heaven pupil has automatically deactivated. Current soul power, 289.75 2897. This feeling, how wondrous. Although he had consumed a vast amount of soul power, Sumyubai did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, he felt a sense of spiritual refreshment. The system notification that followed immediately after brought a look of joy to his face. Chapter 452. The Myriad Worlds Transport Group and Space Pirates Bonus Chapter. Notification. Through observing the power of origin, your soul quality has improved. Quality. Saint Extinction Stage Late for Strength. Saint Extinction Stage Early Phase. This sudden surprise truly caught Sumyubai completely off guard. He had always assumed that comprehension was only related to understanding laws. He never expected it could also improve his soul. Moreover, the magnitude of the improvement was so great that even he couldn't help but marvel at it. One must know that his previous consecutive baptisms by the power of origin had only barely managed to raise his soul quality to the early phase of the Saint Extinction stage. Now, merely by consuming some soul power to observe the power of origin, it had directly jumped to the late phase of the Saint Extinction stage. Compared to such a bountiful harvest, the consumption of soul power was simply not worth mentioning. In any case, when absorbing the essence of divine soul, both soul power and the soul power limit would increase together. As for the soul strength that was lagging behind, it would be no difficulty at all for Sumyubai to improve it. He was already feeling a faint sense of anticipation. Once his small world finished its promotion, and he used enough essence of divine soul to raise his soul strength to the late phase of the Saint Extinction stage as well, would he be able to comprehend a second path of laws? Few as expected. Unexpected gains are always the most delightful. Sumyubai exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes burning as he looked outside the spaceship. However, he could no longer see the scenery outside the ship. After entering the universe, the speed of the star dome soared rapidly, reaching the speed of light in a mere 100 seconds, turning everything outside into streaks of light. Please be advised. We are about to enter the dark space. The intelligent prompt sounded, and the star dome, which had been exceptionally stable even during its acceleration phase, suddenly shuddered slightly. Whoosh! Within the starry expanse of the universe, the moment the dark red star dome exceeded the speed of light, the entire ship seemed to flicker and vanished into thin air in an instant. Sumyubai felt his vision blur, and the scenery outside the ship changed drastically. The pitch-black space and the brilliant stars vanished without a trace in an instant. The scene outside the ship now was difficult to describe. It clearly felt colorful, yet it appeared incredibly gray and dim. The space surrounding the ship was constantly twisting, as if it were pushing the star dome forward. The speed displayed on the virtual screen was also rising rapidly. 3 times the speed of light, 5 times the speed of light, 10 times the speed of light. In just a few minutes, the speed of the star dome soared to 1,000 times the speed of light. Is this the dark space? Sumyubai murmured to himself, and the intelligent voice of the star dome sounded in his ears once more. Maximum speed reached. Estimated arrival at the spatial gateway in 1 hour and 32 minutes. Different spatial gateways connect to different star systems, naturally. The destination of Sumyubai's trip was the Pirate Bay within the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Although it was located between the Cold Abyss Star and the Frost Prison Star, one could not use the same spatial gateway to travel there quickly. No one knew how things like spatial gateways were born, but they were almost all controlled by the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. Players had to pay the Myriad Worlds Transport Group to use these spatial gateways. The Cosmic Star Map was also drawn by the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. Every spaceship produced was equipped with a complete star map, but it remained in a locked state, like the Star Dome. It had only unlocked the star map within the range of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Once one reached another Divine Kingdom, an additional fee had to be paid to unlock it. Unlocking star maps and collecting tolls were merely minor sources of income for the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. The real bulk of their earnings came from transporting goods and players. After all, not everyone owned a small private spaceship. Players below the Lawmaster realm had almost no choice but to choose to ride the large ships of the transport group if they wanted to cross star systems. The ticket price for 1 or 2 people might not be much, but how many people in the entire Myriad Worlds needed to travel every day? One can imagine just how terrifying the wealth-gathering speed of the Myriad Worlds Transport Group truly was. Furthermore, they also retained some unknown spatial gateways that connected to certain forbidden zones of the universe. If one wanted to go to those places, private individuals could never find the way. The only option was to pay a high fee and board a ship of the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. This was a massive force that did not lose to the bounty hunter's home. And it was also one of the top-tier powers in the Myriad Worlds. Standing behind them were clearly more than just one rule sovereign. From Sumubai's experiences on the Cold Abyss Star, it was evident that the Myriad Worlds was a place where strength was respected above all else. If that was the case on a planet, then in the cosmic starry sky, the strong were even more unscrupulous. Thus, a profession known as space pirates was born. The profession here was not the profession on the Blue Star Players panels, but rather a status. To put it bluntly, they were a group of people who loved to rob and engage in black-eating, black double-crossing in the universe. Regarding this, as long as they didn't provoke those top-tier powers, usually no one would bother with them. Even top-tier races would ignore them. Because among the space pirates, there was no shortage of players from top-tier races. After all, the prerequisite for robbing others was having powerful strength oneself. And the Pirate Bay was the place where space pirates loved to gather. Almost every Divine Kingdom had a Pirate Bay. They were also commonly referred to as black markets, where one could buy many rare and uncommon items. According to the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter's home, Sumubai's hunting target, Lord of Black Blood Victor, was currently in the Pirate Bay. This guy was a notorious slave trader within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, and the Pirate Bay was the place where he sold the most slaves. Sumubai checked the time, turned around, and returned to the ship's main hall to call out the Signal Light brothers. Before Patty left, he instructed them that they must obey Sumubai. However, there were simply too many secrets surrounding Sumubai, and every single one of them concerned the supreme rules. Patty's instructions alone were not enough to put his mind at ease. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 7th rank, the Death Codex had also seen a certain degree of improvement. While other aspects hadn't increased significantly, the number of believers had doubled once again. 3. Death's Gift. You can consume a certain amount of soul points to bestow a powerful to-stage burst skill upon a target player. Current total number of players that can be gifted, 2,800 rank times 400. Players who accept your gift will become your believers and can never betray you for the rest of their lives. For every additional believer, you will gain 1 point of Death Force. Current number of believers, current Death Force, 958/1. Consuming Death Force allows you to activate Death's Descent. After this period of recovery, Sumubai's Death Force was already approaching 1,000 points. However, in his view, this total amount and the recovery speed were still too slow. Sweeping his gaze over the traffic light brothers, Sumubai coaxed them gently. Patty said to let you all listen to me in everything, right? Yes. When it came to their big brother's words, Amon was absolutely obedient. As for Huanghua and Lumao, they nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Who would dare to disobey the words of their boss? Then open your minds and accept my gift. System prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 3 soul points to bestow the gift upon 3 targets and make them your believers? System prompt. If the targets refuse the gift, the soul points will be fully refunded. As Sumubai's thoughts stirred, a mass of purple-black mist surged from the Death Codex. then transformed into 3 points of light that instantly flew into the foreheads of the 3 traffic light brothers. Today's extra chapter is served. My foster fathers, please follow. Please give a 5-star rating. And please send free love-powered support. Chapter 453. A different kind of death's gift. As the notification sound for death's gift rang in their ears, the traffic light brothers didn't hesitate for even a second and directly chose to confirm. In their eyes, Big Brother Patty would never harm them. Since their big brother said to listen to Baiyi for everything, they would just do as they were told. System prompt. You have consumed 3.0 soul points. Current soul points, 199,997. System prompt. You have added 3 believers and gained 3 points of death force. Watching Amon and the others accept his gift without the slightest hesitation, a smile couldn't help but bloom on Sumyubai's lips. You really have to admit, sometimes it is much simpler to communicate with fools. As for these 200 million soul points, they were naturally absorbed days ago when Brian killed the Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons Kaleo. Brian's soul was already completely under Sumyubai's control, so the boss he killed was naturally regarded by the Myriad Worlds game as Sumyubai's achievement. However, to open the Death Codex again and accept the advancement quest, he would still need another 300 million soul points. These soul points, naturally, would have to be contributed by Victor's subordinates. At this moment, Amon and the others had finished reviewing their gains. They didn't show much excitement regarding the special two-stage burst skill, Death Force. After all, being from a top-tier race, it was quite normal to have a 2-stage burst skill. Amon, whose reaction time was slightly slower, suddenly raised his head and looked at Sumyubai with a face full of shock. Trembling as he said, "So the new boss that Big Brother found for me is actually the next Death Sovereign." Feeling the dense aura of death emanating from the Death Codex in Sumyubai's hand, Amon finally realized it. After he said this, Huanggui and Lumao also looked at Sumyubai in shock. "Sovereign boss, I didn't expect you to be so badass." But immediately after, the two changed their tune. "Why the next one, boss? Let's go. Let's go kill the current Death Sovereign and let Sovereign Boss take the throne directly." Hearing their bold and heroic words, a few black lines couldn't help but hang down from Sumyubai's forehead. He estimated that if one searched the entire Myriad Worlds, these two guys would be the only ones who dared to say such things, right? Thump, thump. The corners of Amon's eyes twitched slightly as he gave each of them a flick to the forehead. "Shut up, from now on. You to talk less and don't cause trouble for Sovereign Boss." Ouch! Double quotes histilled. The two cried out in pain, rubbing their heads with aggrieved expressions. After saying that, they looked at Sumyubai pitifully again. "Sovereign Boss, can you tell Big Brother not to hit our heads in the future? If he keeps hitting us, we'll become idiots." "Amon, they are already idiots to begin with. Pay attention in the future." Sumyubai nodded slightly, gave Amon a word of advice, and waved at the 3 of them, signaling that they could leave. However, just as the 3 were about to leave, Sumyubai still felt uneasy and specifically reminded them, "Just call me boss from now on. Don't mention the sovereign part for the time being." "Got it, Sover. Got it, boss." Watching the backs of the 3, Sumyubai rubbed his chin and called out Brian and the Angel Sisters as well. Not only that, he also waved his hand to summon Frost. "Master, you finally decided to let me out." Many Frost immediately crawled onto Sumyubai's shoulder. Sumyubai rubbed his head and smiled. "Isn't it because I wanted you to focus on digesting the materials and reach adulthood sooner?" Hearing this, the soul fire in Frost's pupils flashed, and he said excitedly, "I'm only a little bit away. Once I reach adulthood, I can comprehend the laws and help Master. Little guy, then you have to comprehend them quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to keep up with Master's pace." Brian's hoarse laughter rang out as he and the Angel Sisters arrived in the hall. "Old Boo, once this Emperor reaches adulthood, I'll show you what a genius who comprehends the laws looks like." Frost raised his head, his eyes filled with confidence. Logically speaking, its level can only be at most 30 levels higher than Sumyubai's. With Sumyubai currently at level 209, Bing Xuan had already reached its limit at this point. If it wants to reach level 240 and enter its adult stage, it can only wait until Sumyubai breaks through to tier 8. However, This rule is meant to restrict normal players. Is Sumyu-bai a normal player? Not only is he not, but he is also a cheater. Bing Xuan's confidence stems from the catastrophe trait brought to it by Sumyu-bai's catastrophe talent. Bing Xuan demigod tier Mount Nirvana Dragon Emperor top tier undead creature level. 239.99% cannot exceed the player by more than 30 levels. Growth stage loyalty. 100 affected by the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Sea, land, and air come 5000% catastrophe trait. 1. Level will not be restricted by the master and can be raised directly to the level cap. 2. After entering the adult stage, it will attract the infusion of the Death Nirvana law, instantly opening the path of law and comprehending it at high speed. In addition, the comprehension speed for other death-type laws will also be significantly increased. 3. Bloodline atavism. After reaching adulthood, its physical body will continuously transform until a divine body is condensed. With such an overpowered cheat, Bing Xuan is naturally full of confidence. Alright, did you have a grudge in your past lives? Sumyu-bai laughed and scolded, signaling the three of them to step forward. He wanted to test if there would be any differences when those who were already under his command, like Brian and the Angel Sisters, received his blessing. Back in the God-forbidden land, the number of believers was limited, so he didn't waste the slots on Yu and the others. Now that he is in the undead realm and has so many empty slots, he naturally wants to give it a try. Even Bing Xuan was no exception. It trotted over to the side of the Angel Sisters. Sumyu-bai's gaze swept over the four of them, and his mind stirred. Death blessing. Prompt. Do you confirm consuming 40 soul points to bless the four targets and make them your believers? Prompt. If the target refuses the blessing, the soul points will be fully refunded. 40 million. Hearing the prompt ringing in his ears, Sumyu-bai's pupils shrank slightly, and a flash of joy couldn't help but cross his eyes. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The consumption for blessing these four has increased by a full 10,000 times. Presumably, the harvest will also be improved. Even if the increase isn't as large as the consumption, it is still worth it. After all, soul points are easy to come by for Sumyu-bai. Confirm. As Sumyu-bai confirmed, a massive purple-black mist surged out from the Death Codex, then transformed into four light spots that were significantly larger, instantly flying into the foreheads of Bing Xuan and the three others. The four of them accepted it even faster than the three Signal Light brothers. Bing Xuan is Sumyu-bai's mount, and its loyalty has always been 100%. So that goes without saying. Brian's soul is completely under Sumyu-bai's control, with no possibility of ever being released. As for the Angel Sisters, Yulan and Lingyu, they had also signed a follower contract with Sumyu-bai, vowing to follow in his footsteps for the rest of their lives and never betray him. Therefore, almost as soon as Sumyu-bai activated Death Blessing, the system prompt sounded in his ears again. A look of surprise appeared on his face as well. Chapter 454 Fanatic. Prompt. You have consumed 40 million soul points. Current soul points, 159,997,000 points. Prompt. You have added 4 fanatics and gained 400 points of death power. Fanatics. Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up. This title sounds much more powerful than ordinary believers. Moreover, the added death power has also increased by 100 times. Although it is far from the magnitude of the consumption increase, this has already made Sumyu-bai very satisfied. At the very least, he has discovered another way to quickly increase the cap of his death power. You all go back first. Sumyu-bai was not in the mood to chat with the three of them right now, so he waved his hand to let them return to their rooms. Bing Xuan was also recalled to the mount space to speed up the digestion of materials. It is only 1% away from the bottleneck of the adult stage. Once it breaks through, its strength will increase exponentially. The hall instantly became empty. Sumyu-bai flipped his hand to put away the Death Codex, turned around, sat on the luxurious sofa, and checked the information on the fanatics. Fanatic. An extremely fanatical believer who values faith more than their own life. 1. Each fanatic will provide you with 100 points of death power. 2. Each fanatic will cause your death power recovery speed to increase slightly. 3. Fanatics can carry more of your power. Carry more of my power. Seeing the third piece of information, Sumyubai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The first two were easy to understand, but he didn't quite grasp the third one. In the past, Sumyubai could only guess or ask others. But now it is different. A golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Without even needing to open the vertical eye on his forehead, Sumyubai saw more information. When you become a true god, you can respond to the prayers of your believers and descend a portion of your power onto them. The firmer the believer's faith, the more power they can carry. No wonder this information wasn't in the Death Codex. It turns out it can only be used after becoming a true god. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and he became even more expectant of the Tier 11 Law Lord realm. However, he hasn't even broken through to Tier 8 yet, so he still has a long way to go. After arriving in the undead realm, he had also tried to take over the bodies of Yuyi and the others, but he did not succeed. In Sumyubai's view, this should be related to his soul not being strong enough. After all, the myriad worlds are simply too vast. No one knows how far the 7 God Forbidden Land is from the undead realm. Fortunately, his summoning talent was not affected in any way. Furthermore, after his soul strength reached the Saint Extinction level, Sumyubai was now able to mobilize 3 talents simultaneously. Therefore, none of the Saint Extinction level creatures he had killed since arriving in the undead realm had gone to waste. The moon god of the moonlit night, the undying bird of the ember extinction, and the nether sun verdict of the nether sun had all been enhanced as a result. I wonder what kind of improvement the Wheel of Time and Space will undergo after absorbing the Heart of Time. Sumyubai could feel that the evolution of the small world within his body was gradually drawing to a close. Soon, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of freeloading once again. Although he had left behind quite a few time-space markers in the Forbidden Land of Gods, the current Wheel of Time and Space could only perform instant teleports within the same world. Consequently, he could not use this treasure to return to the Forbidden Land of Gods. No. To return, for the time being, he could only wait for the Gate of Death to finish its cooldown, unless, after the Wheel of Time and Space was partially repaired, the effect of instant teleportation was also upgraded to cover the entire myriad worlds. Of course, Sumyubai did not hold out too much hope. After all, what he was absorbing this time was the Heart of Time, so the space-related effects shouldn't see a major boost. Will it unlock those 3 effects related to time? He toyed with the energy-depleted time orb in his hand, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Notification, approaching destination, decelerating. Just before the small world within his body could finish its transformation, the voice of the Star Dome suddenly rang in Sumyubai's ears. Immediately following this, the Star Dome began to decelerate rapidly. 1,000 times the speed of light, 900 times the speed of light, 800 times the speed of light, 5 times the speed of light, until only 1 time the speed of light remained. A faint tremor rippled through the ship's hull once more. The Star Dome, as if it had suddenly entered time itself, vanished instantly from the dark space. The colorful, murky void disappeared without a trace in an instant, and countless gorgeous streams of light appeared outside the ship. After the Star Dome returned to the cosmic starry sky, its speed continued to decrease slowly. As it exited the light speed state, Sumyubai saw the external environment once again. Is this a space tunnel? Looking at the massive black hole-like construct in the distance, Sumyubai's eyes were filled with shock. Surely only a rule sovereign could create something like this. Notification. Detected 27 creatures at the Saint Extinction level, 9 stripe realm or higher, in this map. As the map notification sounded in his ears, the Star Dome also rapidly approached this space tunnel. It was then that Sumyubai noticed a few small private spaceships and 1 large starship in the distance. The 27 powerhouses detected by the map were clearly located within these ships. The large starship was tens of thousands of meters long, and a special emblem was engraved on its hull. Beneath the emblem, characters formed by inscriptions shimmered in the silent starry sky. The 4 large characters, Myriad Worlds Transport, revealed the origin of this massive starship. Chapter 455, Encountering Space Pirates. Bonus chapter. The universe is vast. Under normal circumstances, there is no communication between ships unless they are acquainted with one another. Their purpose for coming here was naturally to utilize the cosmic tunnel to cross galaxies. Perhaps their destination was not Pirate Bay, but it shouldn't be too far away either. The black hole-like space tunnel rotated slowly. The reason it appeared in this state was that the space surrounding the entire tunnel was extremely distorted. The entire black hole was massive. According to the data provided by the Star Dome, it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter. However, the outer ring was distorted space and could not be traversed. The tunnel entrance at the center of the black hole had a standard diameter of 100 kilometers. While this size was nothing in the vast, boundless universe, it saved Sumyu the trouble of waiting in line. The Star Dome charged straight into the space tunnel, and a payment notification sounded within the cabin. As the ship was linked, Sumyu also had Brian link the black gold card that Dylan had left behind. Although he didn't know what the detection methods of the Myriad Worlds transport group were, this kind of ETC system was quite convenient. The cost of using the tunnel was less than 100 soul crystals. Not as high as Sumyu had imagined, but at this moment, the scene outside the ship left him slightly stunned. This looks so familiar. Watching the colorful space tunnel and the constantly twisting space around him, Sumyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was similar to using the Gate of Death. It was exactly the same. The only difference was that the Star Dome did not stop in place but continued to advance through the space tunnel at the speed of light. In just over 10 seconds, a bright light appeared at the end of the space tunnel. The next moment, the Star Dome had already surged out of the space tunnel and returned to the cosmic starry sky. Respected Captain, we have arrived in the Sir Galaxy and are heading toward Pirate Bay. Please be advised, we are about to enter dark space. As the intelligent voice sounded, the Star Dome's hull flickered, instantly entering dark space, and its speed soared once again to 1,000 times the speed of light. Maximum speed reached. Estimated arrival at Pirate Bay in 43 minutes. In the universe, even Sumyu's top-tier system map lost its positioning function. This thing was only useful within planets or small worlds. To check his current location, he could only rely on a star map. After checking it, Sumyu couldn't help but marvel. Those 10+ seconds in the space tunnel had directly spanned dozens of galaxies. One could only imagine how vast the distance truly was. It was no wonder that there weren't so many convenient teleportation arrays once one reached the Myriad Worlds. How could a teleportation array capable of crossing galaxies, or even worlds, be found on just any random planet? Therefore, the way the vast majority of players traveled in the Myriad Worlds was by spaceship. However, with the existence of dark space and space tunnels, generally speaking, traveling did not require too much time. When he first entered dark space, Sumyu had still been quite curious. However, this thing became boring after watching it for a while. He simply closed his eyes on the sofa in the main hall, waiting for the transformation of the small world within his body to conclude while simultaneously comprehending the laws of soul control. Within the dim, gray dark space, the Star Dome was not the only ship. Along its path, 3,000-meter-long medium-sized starships were wandering back and forth at 1 times the speed of light. This speed was the limit for remaining in the dark space. Any slower, and they would be expelled by the dark space, returning to the vastness of the universe. On the hulls of these 3 ships was a logo that looked full of aggression, representing their identity as space pirates to navigate the universe. The speed of light alone was far from enough. Therefore, the vast majority of ships would enter the dark space. This place was also the hunting ground for space pirates. These 3 ships belonged to the same pirate group, so they could naturally communicate with each other. David, is it really okay for us to rob people right at our own doorstep? What are you afraid of? If it's one of our own, we just let them pass. No one will say anything. As for those who want to venture into Pirate Bay, robbing them is just part of the deal. And after we rob them, we have to make them thank us for the lesson. What I mean is, are there really such greenhorns who would head straight for Pirate Bay like that? That's hard to say. Since they're already here, let's wait and see. The Star Dome sailed at high speed through the dark space. As it drew closer to Pirate Bay, some tiny flying objects gradually appeared in the surroundings. These objects were only the size of a fist and were almost negligible in the dark space, but their numbers were increasing, and they were all flying at 5 to 10 times the speed of light. At the speed of the Star Dome, These objects were left far behind in an instant, and Sumyubai and the others did not even notice them. Charlie, there's a fish about to enter the capture range. Detected speed is 1,000 times the speed of light. Charlie received. David, activate stealth mode immediately. David received. Bruce, is the law net ready? Everything is ready. Information from the probe shows there is no existence at the Law Lord stage on this ship. Damn it. I thought a big fish was coming, but it turns out to be just a small shrimp. A Saint Annihilation level ship dares to come to Pirate Bay so brazenly. They must be tired of living. Do you think it's possible there's a median god on board? Our probes wouldn't be able to detect such a powerhouse. Don't scare yourself. How many median gods are there in the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? I don't believe we'd be unlucky enough to run into one. Exactly. Screw it. Eating a small shrimp is better than coming back empty-handed. Besides, this ship looks like it could be worth quite a bit. It's here. Those flying objects turned out to be a large number of probes scattered by this space pirate group. Once they detected prey entering the net, they would adjust their ambush position based on the prey's direction of travel. Inside the Star Dome, Brian's voice suddenly rang in Sumyubai's ear. Master, we are being watched. Pirates. Sumyubai opened his eyes abruptly. What is their strength? The opponent has 3 lesser gods. A wisp of black smoke drifted out of the room, forming Brian's body. The Angel Sisters and the 3 Signal Light brothers also appeared one after another, immediately picking up their respective weapons, clearly alerted by Brian. 3 of them. Sumyubai's pupils constricted. They hadn't even reached Pirate Bay yet. So how did they run into so many lesser gods? Master need not worry. Brian shook his head and smiled disdainfully. They are just the weakest of lesser gods. Patty could easily crush them even without borrowing power. That weak. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Patty had 3 states. His normal state was at the early stage of a lesser god, with a vitality of 9 stars. In his borrowed power state, he utilized in soul power, pushing his combat strength to the late stage of a lesser god. Barely able to trade blows with the current Brian, the 3rd state was when it controlled the body. Although he had never seen its full power, Brian said it was at least at the level of a median god, since even Patty in his normal state could crush these 3 lesser gods. Sumyubai even felt a hint of eagerness to try. Just then, the Star Dome suddenly shuddered, and its speed plummeted. Outside the transparent hull, a large net woven from the power of laws had already enveloped the Star Dome. Beep 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 beep. Urgent alarms sounded inside the cabin instantly. Extra update for today, chapter 456. Crap. This time we really kicked an iron plate. The Star Dome was like a big fish, plunging headlong into the law net prepared in advance by the space pirate group. As the power of the laws operated, it transformed into a magical force field, forcibly causing the Star Dome's speed to plummet. Yet it caused no damage to the hull itself. Beep 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 beep. Urgent alarms sounded inside the Star Dome's cabin. Warning, warning. The ship has been intercepted by an unknown force. Speed is about to drop to the minimum threshold of the dark space. Energy shields have been activated to maximum power. Energy consumption efficiency increased by 500%. Please note, we are about to exit the dark space. Sumyubai and the others were not panicked at all. Instead, their faces carried a hint of curiosity. Whether it was the Angel Sisters or the 3 Signal Light brothers, none of them seemed to have any experience being robbed by space pirates. As for Sumyubai, that went without saying. Before boarding the Star Dome, he didn't even know that space pirates existed in the myriad worlds. The law net outside the cabin was clearly a treasure used to intercept starships. In just a few seconds, it forced the Star Dome's speed down to the speed of light. The Star Dome's hull trembled slightly. The gray colors in the surroundings shifted instantly, and the entire ship exited the dark space, returning to the universe. Prior to this, the Star Dome had automatically boosted its energy shield to maximum power. The shield, which had been almost invisible to the naked eye, was now clearly discernible. The pale blue shield resembled a brilliant eggshell, enveloping the entire starship. The web of laws came to a halt the moment it touched the energy shield. Its purpose was merely to obstruct the ship, and it clearly lacked the power to breach the Star Dome's defenses. However, its objective had been perfectly achieved. Forced out of dark space, The star dome soon came to a standstill in the starry sky under the influence of the web of Lo's force field. Immediately following this, 3 points of light flickered as the 3 starships of the space pirate group also reduced their speed, voluntarily exiting dark space and surrounding the star dome in a triangular formation. Is this how space pirates go about their robberies? Sumyubai examined the 3 starships with interest, his gaze landing on the emblems on their hulls as he raised an eyebrow. Does anyone here recognize this space pirate group? Everyone shook their heads, clearly unfamiliar with this obscure pirate group. At this moment, the Star Dome's intelligent voice prompt sounded once again. Captain, the other party is attempting to initiate communication. Do you wish to accept? Hearing this, Brian curled his lip in disdain. This pirate group is truly pathetic. They can't even force a communication link. Accept it. Sumyubai spoke indifferently. He also wanted to see how space pirates went about their business. As his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. From the individual's facial features, it was clear that this was a creature of the werewolf race. It was said that this race and the blood race were mortal enemies, with the 2 clans engaging in minor skirmishes every 3 years and major wars every decade. The werewolf's gaze swept over the group, and upon seeing the Angel Sisters and the 3 Signal Light brothers, he was visibly stunned. Immediately afterward, the communication was abruptly cut off, leaving everyone looking bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Sumyubai frowned. It was rare for him to get robbed. Could it be that the other party was planning to give up? At this moment, inside the 3 medium-sized starships, the 3 lesser gods of the Demon Wolf pirate group were holding a meeting via virtual projection. Boss, should we just call it quits on this job? I also feel the risk for this one is too high. The 2 lesser gods wore expressions of hesitation, clearly having second thoughts. The leader of the pirate group was a one-eyed werewolf. A deep, bone-reaching sword scar ran across his right eye, nearly bisecting half of his face. The scar contained a certain powerful law energy, preventing the wound from ever healing. Damn it! The one-eyed werewolf spat fiercely and cursed. What are these guys from top-tier races doing running around in Pirate Bay for? If they were just ordinary members of top-tier races, it would be one thing, but the people on that ship clearly weren't. Not only were a holy angel and a fallen angel mixed together, but they were both 6-winged. The most critical part was those 3 demons. One look and it was obvious they were royalty among demons. Don't look at the fact that there were no law lords among them. If one were to kill a demon royal, they would be in for a world of trouble. There were quite a few powerful demon race players in Pirate Bay, and they didn't care for reasoning. As long as you were tainted with the scent of a dead demon royal, you would definitely be hunted down. But how could he be content with just giving up? After a moment of contemplation, a fierce glint flashed in the one-eyed werewolf's only good eye, and he gritted his teeth. We've already intercepted them. If we don't dare to rob them, how will we ever show our faces again? This job must be done, as long as we don't kill those 3 demons. As his voice fell, he made the executive decision without waiting for the other 2 lesser gods to object. The one-eyed werewolf was just about to initiate the communication link again when he suddenly froze. He saw a flash of white light from the small ship they had surrounded, and the people inside the cabin had actually emerged into the starry sky. Did they surrender voluntarily? Then what was the point of all our internal drama? The 3 wolves exchanged glances, but before they could react, they saw the cloaked undead raise the staff in his hand. Clang! Following this, a loud boom echoed from all 3 starships simultaneously. The hulls were instantly torn apart by a massive bone scythe, and shrill, urgent alarms began to blare in succession. Warning! Warning! Hull under attack. Energy shield has been breached. Hull has sustained severe damage. Damage level 6%. Warning! Warning! Hull propulsion system has been damaged. Estimated repair time to 3 hours. Please exit the danger zone immediately. The 3 wolves stared at the massive gaps in their hulls, their mouths hanging open involuntarily, their hearts sinking to the bottom of their chests. We're done for. We really kicked an iron plate this time. Get out here. Brian's hoarse voice exploded directly in the minds of the 3 wolves. His tone was clearly flat, yet it instantly made the 3 wolves feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Boss. The other 2 lesser gods couldn't help but look at the one-eyed werewolf, their throats bobbing as they swallowed hard. Looking at me won't do a damn thing. Let's go out. Don't worry, the other party hasn't reached the middle god stage yet. For the sake of Lord Demon Wolf God, the most they'll do is take some wealth to settle the matter. The one-eyed werewolf steadied his nerves, as much to encourage the other two wolves as to bolster his own courage. After speaking, he moved his mind and flashed from the gap out into the starry sky. The three wolves stepped out almost simultaneously. Not only that, but all the other members of the pirate group also appeared, terrified that the other party might get annoyed and destroy their ships entirely. The one-eyed werewolf took a deep breath and forced an extremely ugly smile onto his face. We admit defeat, for the sake of Lord Demon Wolf God. Could the compensation be a little less? Although the vacuum of space cannot carry sound, it can transmit energy. Therefore, the one-eyed werewolf's voice was heard clearly by Sumyubai and the others. Chapter 457, Sumyubai's Plan. Who is the Demon Wolf God? Sumyubai turned his head to look at Brian, who shook his head. Never heard of him. He's probably just a small fry. Brian was once the lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, a peak-level mid-tier god who, in his prime, could even trade blows with an ordinary high-tier god. Although the Demon Wolf God was also a mid-tier god, he was far from catching Brian's eye. Hearing this, Sumyubai nodded slightly. His gaze swept across all the pirates led by the three wolves, a flicker of killing intent flashing deep within his eyes. Leave those three low-tier gods to you. Just don't kill them yet. Under the eyes of the profound heaven, the information of the three low-tier gods was laid bare before Sumyubai. Two of them had only fully comprehended a single law, and their vitality was merely at 1 star. The one-eyed werewolf leading them was slightly stronger, but only to a very limited extent. His second path of law had only just begun to open, and his vitality was only at 3 star. For Brian, crushing them would take almost no effort at all. As for the rest, on, you guys take them on. Remember to leave them with a breath of life. Aside from the 3 low-tier gods, this interstellar pirate group had over 1,000 members, without exception. Every single one of them was a player of the werewolf race. Most of them were at the mythical tier level 9, and there were dozens at the Saint Extermination tier level 10, though the strongest among them was only at the 6-stripe Saint Extermination level. This was the first time Sumyubai had seen so many powerhouses of the same race. However, upon second thought, the mythical tier was merely the minimum requirement for survival in the cosmic void. To enter space and become an interstellar pirate, mythical level strength was the most basic condition. Of course, with the strength of the Traffic Light brothers, suppressing them wouldn't be much of a problem. Top-tier races weren't just for show, at least before breaking through to the realm of law lords. The racial advantage was still immense. As soon as Sumyubai finished speaking, Brian took action. A terrifying rift instantly tore open in the space beside him. A pitch-black skeletal giant hand reached out from the spatial crack, grabbing directly toward the 3 low-tier gods. The terrifying pressure was so immense that it pinned them in place, unable to move. You, Lord Demon Wolf God, will not let you off. The one-eyed werewolf's pupils dilated, and he let out a roar. His body suddenly expanded, and he managed to briefly break free from Brian's suppression. But that was all he could do. The pitch-black skeletal hand suddenly closed, crushing the 3 wolves in its palm as if they were ants. Although they were all low-tier gods, in front of Brian, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, completely powerless to fight back. At the same time, the Traffic Light brothers flapped their wings and charged toward the remaining werewolves. Amon led the charge, wielding a giant sword identical to Patty's, with the phantom of a demon god coalescing behind him. Cucumber and Green Hair were not to be outdone, diving into the crowd of werewolves and launching indiscriminate attacks. I have to say, even if they're a bit slow-witted, their combat power is quite impressive. Sumyubai crossed his arms, a throne instantly manifesting behind him. He sat with his legs crossed, enjoying the fierce battle in the cosmic void. My lord, I want to go play. The battle-hungry Yulan volunteered. Sumyubai naturally had no intention of stopping her. Go ahead. Yulan's eyes lit up at the words. Her long sword ignited with raging flames, and she charged toward the interstellar pirate group. Little you don't need to go. Come over here and massage my shoulders. Very well, my lord. Ling Yu was not particularly battle-hungry to begin with. After waving her hand to cast several buffs on the others, She flapped her wings and arrived behind Sumyubai. The calamity of eternal silence shifted entirely according to Sumyubai's will, the moment Ling Yu's hands touched his shoulders. The menacing shoulder armor retracted. "My lord, is this pressure suitable? You can go a bit harder." "Very good, just like that." Enjoying the massage from the holy light angel, Sumyubai squinted his eyes comfortably. The god-level battle, which he had expected to be a stalemate for some time, had instead been decided almost immediately. Seeing that Brian had not dealt a killing blow, the three wolves decisively gave up their resistance, waiting for the upcoming negotiations. At the very least, in their view, if the opponent wasn't killing them, it meant they wanted more leverage. It seemed the name of Lord Demon Wolf God still carried some weight. It was just that this time, they would likely have to suffer a massive loss. Thinking of this, a look of heartache couldn't help but flash in the one-eyed werewolf's eyes. The Traffic Light Brothers and Yulan were still in the heat of battle, although their leaders had been captured. These interstellar pirates who lived on the edge of a blade did not give up their resistance. Relying on their numerical advantage, they were even holding the upper hand for a short time. But as Amon and the others activated their second stage burst skills, the situation on the battlefield quickly changed. However, because Sumyubai had instructed them to leave a breath of life, the four of them did not use lethal force. Starting from the mythical tier, every profession and race would develop skills targeting the soul, capable of inflicting heavy damage on enemies and rendering them unable to fight for a short time. The reason Sumyubai was keeping them alive for now wasn't out of kindness, but simply because the cost-effectiveness of killing them right now wasn't high enough. "My lord, are you planning to develop them into believers?" Ling Yu asked softly in Sumyubai's ear while kneading his shoulders. "I do have that intention." Sumyubai glanced at his quota for believers and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the werewolf race and the blood race were mortal enemies, the name of this race was also on Brian's death list. The blood race treated humans as blood food, while the werewolf race treated humans entirely as rations. Both of these races were enemies of humanity to Sumyubai. Although they had some utility value, their ultimate end could only be death. But it depends on how many of them can survive. As his voice trailed off, just as Ling Yu was feeling puzzled, a soul-shaking dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire universe. Chapter 458. Frost Breaks Through. Law Infusion. Bonus chapter, You fellow, you've finally grown up. Feeling the restlessness of Frost, Sumyubai's lips curled upward, and he immediately opened his mount space. Roar. Frost instantly flew out from within and restored its full size. The dragon's roar echoed through the universe, and the heart-stopping pressure caused the entire battlefield to fall silent. System prompt. Your Mount Frost has broken through to level 240 and has officially entered its adult stage. The system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears, and Frost's aura climbed steadily in response. A dense, deathly aura of annihilation seeped out from its body, instantly permeating the surrounding starry sky. Thump thump, thump thump, a powerful, rhythmic heartbeat resonated, feeling like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. The three wolves, who were being suppressed under the massive, pitch-black skeletal palm, felt their pupils constrict violently as they exclaimed, "This intense vitality, it's a demigod-level creature." Even though they were already lower gods, the appearance of a demigod-level creature still left them shocked. Except for the god race, which had always held the #1 spot, it was extremely difficult for any other top-tier race to give birth to a demigod-level creature. It could be said that in the myriad worlds, the number of demigod-level creatures was far fewer than that of lower gods. As long as they didn't perish midway, every demigod-level creature could at least break through to become a middle god in the future. They were far beyond what these wolves could compare to. The werewolf race's ranking on the myriad races list was similar to that of the vampire race. Reaching the lower god level had already exhausted all their potential. Without a special opportunity, they would likely never advance even half an inch further in their lifetime. This was why the three wolves reacted so strongly to Frost's appearance. Frost's breakthrough was rapid, as it absorbed the deathly aura of annihilation that filled the starry sky into its body. A true behemoth suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Its winding dragon body reached a length of nearly 1,000 kilometers, covered in pitch-black dragon scales, each one etched with faint, shimmering inscriptions. Its ferocious dragon head opened slightly, its fangs and claws glinting with a cold light, containing incomparably powerful strength. Two dragon eyes, resembling stars, opened, instantly erupting with blinding light, deep within its pupils. Frost's soul fire surged violently, growing several times larger than it had been before reaching adulthood. Although it had only just reached adulthood, and there were still many existences on this battlefield stronger than it, everyone was stunned by Frost. Except for Brian. Everyone present was witnessing the scene of a demigod-level creature reaching adulthood for the first time. At this moment, Frost had truly become a behemoth of the starry sky. As expected of the Master's Mount, it is even stronger than the demigod-level creature I once saw. The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered slightly as he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Just as everyone thought Frost's breakthrough had concluded, a mysterious and profound fluctuation suddenly emerged. This is Brian, the Three Wolves, and all the Saint Annihilation level experts present wide in their eyes, looking at Frost in disbelief. These existences who had comprehended the path of laws could clearly feel the vast, boundless power of the laws at this moment. The starry sky above Frost's head began to distort, and an invisible energy poured down, causing its aura to climb once again. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. System prompt: your Mount Frost possesses potential beyond imagination, attracting an infusion of the law of death and annihilation. I wonder how many patterns it will comprehend. Sumyubai patted Lingyu's hand, signaling her to continue the massage despite her being stunned. He estimated that Frost's current feeling was likely similar to his own when he first comprehended the path of laws. The only difference was that his improvement was a reward granted by the Myriad Worlds game, while Frost's was entirely due to the Cataclysm trait sheet. A moment later, the vast fluctuations of the law vanished, and a blinding white light flashed across Frost's body before it disappeared from its spot. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Sumyubai's throne. You can shapeshift now. Sumyubai was slightly taken aback, looking at Frost, who had transformed into a half-human form. Frost was now 1.8 meters tall, with a physique not much different from Sumyubai's. However, it still retained some dragon characteristics, such as dragon claws, a dragon tail, and a dragon head. Master, I didn't imitate the god race. I modeled this form after you. How is it? Handsome, right? Frost waved its hand to conjure an ice mirror, looking at its new appearance in the reflection, and raised the corners of its mouth triumphantly. Not bad. Sumyubai smiled and opened Frost's information panel. He didn't check Frost's current attributes, as there was no need. His gaze fell directly onto the law column. The next moment, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Frost. Law of death and annihilation, 9 patterns. Even Sumyubai, who was accustomed to cheating, was shocked beyond measure by the effects of the Cataclysm trait. As the first player in the Myriad Worlds to comprehend the path of laws at the 7th rank, the Myriad Worlds game had only rewarded him with a 55% comprehension of the law. This guy Frost had reached 90% right off the bat. Is this even right? Is this the rapid comprehension described by the Cataclysm trait? But isn't this a bit too rapid? The gold content of the Cataclysm talent was always on the rise, seemingly without any limit. However, thinking of the small world about to take shape within his body, Sumyubai immediately felt relieved. The Cataclysm talent could even create a realm. Compared to that, fast-tracking a path of laws didn't seem like such a big cheat after all. Master, your talent is too overpowered. I've already reached the bottleneck of the law of death and annihilation. Just one more step, and I'll be able to fully comprehend this law. Frost's voice echoed directly in Sumyubai's mind. In its excitement, it didn't forget that this information couldn't be spoken aloud. Hearing this, Sumyubai's mouth twitched. So your 9 patterns actually means you've comprehended 99% of the 9th pattern. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Frost's arm and encourage it. Then keep at it, and strive to comprehend the complete law as soon as possible. After saying this, Sumyubai turned his gaze toward the battlefield, which had stalled due to Frost's breakthrough, and his voice appeared directly in the minds of Amon, Yulan, and the others. You can start the slaughter now, beginning with the mythical level. Before Bangshuang reached adulthood, breaking through his bottleneck required more than just the XP, which was why Sumyubai had instructed them not to go on a killing spree just yet. Now that Bing Xuan's breakthrough was complete, the feast of slaughter could finally begin. As Amon and the others stopped holding back, the Tier 9 mythical grade werewolves were turned into corpses one after another, providing Sumyubai with a bountiful harvest of soul points. As for the XP they provided, it was entirely absorbed by Bing Shuang. In the myriad worlds, quality was more important than quantity. As the slaughter commenced, golden light signifying level ups constantly shimmered across Bing Xuan's body, and his level began to soar instantly. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come to million. Notification: your soul points have reached the limit. Notification: your Mount Bing Xuan has reached max level. Before long, Sumyubai had enough soul points to open the Death Codex once again, and Bing Xuan's level had reached a staggering 300. Following Sumyubai meant that breaking through was synonymous with hitting the level cap. Alright, stop killing for now. Sumyubai halted the slaughter of Amon and his group. Just as he was about to open the Death Codex, Bing Xuan suddenly spoke up from the side. Master, I feel terrifyingly strong right now. I want to test if I can take on that guy. As he spoke, he stared intensely at one of the three wolves, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. At the same time, Sumyubai suddenly felt an inexplicable fluctuation coming from the small world within his body. Today's bonus chapter is here. Dear patrons, please send gifts. Special thanks to patron Hei Chai for the big healthcare gift. Chapter 459. Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon, Demigod level combat power, Myriad Demon Domain, Dragon Abyss Realm. This great world belonged exclusively to the dragon race, and like other great worlds, one could hardly see creatures of other races here. Even the god race rarely set foot in this place. Especially in the center of the Dragon Abyss Realm, the ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. This place was formed by the condensation of hundreds of thousands of massive stars. The cosmic space at its center seemed to have collapsed, forming a heart-stopping zone of nothingness. Just as Bing Xuan reached adulthood, a resonant dragon roar suddenly echoed from an unknown depth within the void. The ripples caused by the dragon roar made countless surrounding planets tremble slightly, as if they were submitting to the sound. The dozens of planets closest to the void reacted most violently, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. Rumble. Following that, these dozens of planets actually shattered simultaneously. Even from the cosmic space, one could clearly see the terrifying cracks spreading across the planets. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, these planets exploded in unison, and countless meteorites turned into a meteor shower, shooting out in all directions. The planets further back seemed to be protected by rays and were unaffected by the meteor shower. As for the meteor shower flying toward the void, it was wiped out silently and instantly. After the shockwaves of the explosions and the sky-obscuring dust dissipated, giant divine dragons appeared where those dozens of planets had once been. The eyes of these divine dragons opened simultaneously, resembling stars that lit up the pitch-black space. Laws of power and terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the surroundings, bringing endless vitality to the ruins of the Ancestral Dragon, which had been silent for who knows how long. The divine dragons opened their blood-red maws, capable of swallowing stars, and a chorus of dragon roars erupted, as if responding to the roar that had just come from the depths of the void. How many years has it been? Finally, a descendant with the awakened Ancestral Dragon bloodline has appeared. Heaven has not forsaken our dragon race. It is inconvenient for us to leave right now, so let that little fellow Ocean go. Death Domain, Undead Realm, Sir Galaxy. Thump thump, thump thump. The pulse of the world was becoming increasingly clear. This sound was something only Sumyubai could hear. He didn't need to check the time to know that the small world within his body was about to fully take shape. Master. Seeing that Sumyubai did not respond, Bing Xuan thought his master was worried about him. He hurriedly patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, master, I'll be fine." Before finishing, he added specifically, "Except for that one-eyed wolf. I really want to have a fight with the other two guys to test myself." "You fellow, when did you become so bellicose?" Sumyubai glanced at Bing Xuan. "I just want to show off in front of you, master." Bing Xuan chuckled, scratched the back of his head, and rubbed his dragon claws. "Master, just let me try." Seeing Bing Xuan's eagerness for battle, Sumyubai couldn't help but open his attribute panel after reaching level 300, and like before, Bing Shuang's panel had undergone some changes. Bing Shuang demigod level Mount Nirvana Dragon Emperor. Top tier undead creature level loyalty. 100 affected by the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Land, sea, and air con 10. Vitality, 0.8 stars. Soul. Peak Saint Extermination Grade Divine Body. Demigod Body and Transformation Combat Power. Demigod. Law of Death and Nirvana 9 Pattern Ultimate Demigod Body. A Divine Body in Transformation. Although it is still in the early stages of transformation, ordinary attacks can no longer cause damage to your body. Includes physical and elemental damage. Divine Power. The transforming Divine Body already contains Divine Power. Only by mobilizing Divine Power can you cause damage to gods, however. The current amount of Divine Power is insufficient to sustain a major battle. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. The Ancestral Dragon Bloodline within you has fully awakened, and it will cause your physical body to constantly transform. In the future, you may be able to become the new Ancestral Dragon of the Myriad Worlds. Cataclysm Traits. 1. The speed of comprehension for Death-type laws is significantly increased. 2. Bloodline Atavism. The physical body will constantly transform until a divine body is condensed. Looking at Bing Shuang's current status window, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a Tier 10 Saint Extermination level entity possess such combat power. 9 Pattern Ultimate. This was a new term. As the name implied, it meant that Bing Shuang's comprehension of the law of death and extinction had reached 99%. He was only a single step away from completely mastering this law. However, Sumyubai had already known about this. What truly shocked him was Bing Shuang's demigod level combat power. Even though his divine body was still only in the initial stage of transformation, he already possessed a vitality of 0.8 stars. This was simply inconceivable. One should not underestimate this 0.8 stars. It is worth noting that a newly ascended lesser god only possesses 1 star, much like the other 2 lesser gods among the 3 wolves. Excluding the one-eyed wolf, Brian had once said that 1 star was equivalent to the vitality of a small world. This was not something that could be compared to mere trillions of HP. Just like Bing Shuang's current demigod body, apart from laws and divine power, ordinary physical attacks and magical elemental attacks could no longer cause him any harm. Precisely because of this, Bing Shuang's status window no longer displayed data such as attack, defense, or elemental resistance. Even the skill panel was gone, because at his level, the effects of ordinary skills were far inferior to a single strike imbued with divine power. Of course, Bing Shuang could still use all his previous skills, but if the enemy was a god, he would have to rely on divine power and the power of laws to inflict effective damage. There was no need to elaborate on the power of laws, and information regarding divine power was also laid bare under Sumyubai's Mystic Heaven pupil. Divine power. The power of a true god, originating from the divine body and divine soul. The stronger both are, the more divine power one can mobilize. Beyond this, the bloodline within Bing Shuang had finally fully awakened. It wasn't just an ordinary divine dragon, but the ancestral dragon. The emergence of the ancestral dragon bloodline was clearly brought about by the catastrophe trait. Although Sumyubai wasn't sure what kind of existence an ancestral dragon was, he knew for certain that it couldn't be weak. Even if it wasn't an existence at the rule-breaking realm, it should at least be a rule sovereign. Having fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, Bing Shuang's future would undoubtedly be limitless. Closing Bing Shuang's brand new status window, Sumyubai smiled. Since you want to play, then go ahead. Hearing this, Bing Shuang's eyes lit up, and he instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the giant bone palm in the starry sky. Old boo. Toss one out for me to mess around with, no problem. I think the one-eyed wolf is quite suitable. A smirk tugged at the corner of Brian's mouth. Screw that. I've only just reached adulthood. I'm still a kid. Try to act like a human for once. Why would I act like a human when I'm an undead? Let's talk. Hurry up. Just the one on the left, chapter 460. Saint Extermination battles a true god. Catch. And don't get beaten into running away with your tail between your legs. Jokes aside, Brian moved his mind, and the giant bone palm flicked its finger. launching the werewolf on the left toward Bing Shuang. At the same time, his hoarse and cold voice echoed in the werewolf's ear. Give it your all. If he doesn't have fun, don't even think about staying alive. Upon hearing this, the werewolf lesser god shuddered. He hurriedly mobilized his divine power, swinging his wolf claws to collide with Bing Shuang's dragon claws. However, fearing that he might kill Bing Shuang and incur wrath, he did not use his full strength. Boom. The collision of their divine powers caused the surrounding space to tremble. This also indicated that the gap between them wasn't large, otherwise it would have been like Brian's previous strike, where there was no leakage of divine power at all, because he had held back a fraction of his strength. The werewolf lesser god ended up at a disadvantage and was sent flying straight back. Use your real strength. This emperor doesn't need you to go easy on me, Bing Shuang snorted coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he charged at his opponent once more. The werewolf lesser god, who was sent flying, had his pupils dilated in shock. Clearly, he hadn't expected a Tier 10 Saint Extermination level dragon to possess such terrifying combat power. In the myriad worlds, there exists an insurmountable chasm between the Tier 11 Law Sovereign Realm and the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level, let alone a dragon. Even among the god race, it was almost impossible for such a monstrous existence as Bing Shuang to appear at the Saint Extermination level. Watching his opponent charge again, the werewolf lesser god narrowed his eyes, and the divine power within his body erupted completely. This time, he finally used his full strength. Boom! Under this strike, tiny spatial cracks even appeared around their palms, and Bing Shuang was instantly forced back hundreds of kilometers. Satisfying. Bing Shuang shook his slightly numb arm and laughed heartily. As his voice faded, thick death and extinction aura surged from his body. His transformed form reverted to his original body, though he kept it to a length of just over 10 meters. Too large a size could sometimes become a weakness, especially when one's overall strength was already inferior to the opponent's. Come again. The soul fire deep within Bing Shuang's pupils flickered violently. He locked his gaze onto his opponent and clenched his dragon claws tightly. The werewolf lesser god felt the laws around him fluctuate, and a heart-stopping ripple suddenly emerged. Law of death and extinction. This was a manifestation of Bing Shuang's application of the law. In an instant, the werewolf lesser god's divine body began to turn illusory. The law of death and extinction was a part of the rule of death, capable of returning all things to dead silence. If one were not strong enough, their physical body and soul would be directly erased. However, Bing Shuang had not yet fully comprehended this law. Although he was only 0.01% away, that tiny gap meant there was still a massive difference compared to the complete law. If used against a Saint Extermination level entity, it would naturally be more than enough. But when facing a lesser god, it still lacked a bit of refinement. Little guy, when it comes to laws, you're still lacking. The werewolf lesser god seemed to have been truly provoked. He snorted coldly, and his slightly illusory divine body instantly solidified. At the same time, a crescent moon scimitar suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed it fiercely toward Bing Shuang, who was hundreds of kilometers away. A ripple of law descended as a cyan blade beam condensed out of thin air, slashing toward Bing Shuang's face in an instant. The starry sky along its path was torn asunder, pulling open a long, jagged rift that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Dimensional Slash. This was a name he had coined himself. In truth, it had absolutely nothing to do with the laws of space. This werewolf lower god had fully comprehended the law of gale rending. In certain situations, it could indeed tear through space, producing an effect that mimicked the laws of space. However, this was merely a superficial resemblance. In reality, the two were worlds apart. Samurai, seated upon his throne, frowned. Just as he was about to use the Shroud of Death to assist Bing Shuang, he saw Bing Shuang's body twist at an impossible angle. His four limbs simultaneously lunged to grab the werewolf lower god's dimensional slash. Having awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, Bing Shuang's four limbs were each tipped with 5 claws, which were instantly suffused with the aura of annihilation and death. Wrapped in the power of laws and divine energy, clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The dragon claws and the gale blade of law reached a stalemate, causing space to vibrate violently and tear into countless tiny fissures. Cracks began to appear on the dragon scales of Bing Xuan's claws. Clearly, he had been injured by this strike. Break for this emperor, with a sharp shout. Bing Xuan's dragon claws clenched violently. Crack. The next moment, the werewolf lower god's dimensional slash was crushed to pieces by his sheer grip. Although Bing Xuan had paid a price for it, being able to head-on shatter the law-based attack of a lower god while only at the same destruction level was monstrous enough. The seeping dragon blood flowed back into his body instantly, filled with battle intent. Bing Xuan opened his maw and spat a breath of annihilation dragon breath at the werewolf lower god. This was no ordinary dragon breath, but a torrent of energy reinforced with divine power and the law of death and annihilation. With the werewolf lower god's basic divine body, it was impossible to ignore Bing Xuan's attack. He held his blade with both hands and slashed fiercely at the incoming annihilation dragon breath. Violent law power and divine energy erupted, forming a storm zone around him. Crack. Countless tiny wind blades formed a tornado, tearing through space and carrying the werewolf lower god forward against the current of the annihilation dragon breath. Fighting until now, he had forgotten about life and death. Only one thought remained in his mind. He was a true god at the master of Lo's realm. Even if he was only a lower god, he absolutely could not be defeated by a dragon at the same destruction level. Chapter 461. The small world takes shape. Bonus chapter, My Lord. Bing Xuan is so strong. Ling Yu, standing behind the throne, was stunned by Bing Xuan's terrifying combat power. Don't be impatient. You will be just as strong in the future. Sumyu Bai's lips curled upward. Really? Ling Yu lightly covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was not questioning Sumyu Bai, but simply found it surreal. To contend against a true god at the master of Lo's realm while at the same destruction level, such peerless geniuses could be counted on one hand across the entire myriad worlds. Did Lord Bai Yi mean that he could enable her and sister Yulen to achieve such a feat? Just what kind of existence was this lord? You will know soon enough. Sumyu Bai nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle between Bing Xuan and the werewolf lower god, while his mind remained focused on the state of the small world within him. He clearly felt it was about to take shape. So why was the final step still delayed? At this thought, he couldn't help but frown, his consciousness sinking completely into the transforming small world. This was a chaotic world. The disaster legion that had originally been in the summoning space was nowhere to be found. This small world was even larger than Sumyu Bai had imagined. It would be more than enough to contain the entire Forbidden Land. No, the edges of the world had stabilized, yet it had failed to fully solidify. As Sumyu Bai's consciousness sank deep into the small world, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Notification. Do you wish to integrate your soul into the small world? So, it was missing the integration of the soul. Sumyu Bai pondered for a moment, but did not make a decision immediately, instead withdrawing his consciousness from the small world. Immediately after, the voice of Sumyu Bai suddenly echoed in the mind of Brian, who was watching the show with great interest. What happens if you integrate your soul into a small world? Integrate your soul into the small world. Brian was clearly taken aback, then hurriedly replied, that is the necessary path to creating a small world. From then on, the soul will grow alongside the small world. But if the small world is destroyed, the soul will dissipate along with it. Having said this, he paused for a moment before asking the doubt in his heart. Why does Master ask this suddenly? Creating a small world is something that only needs to be done when breaking through to the intermediate god realm. Sumyu Bai did not answer Brian's question, but asked again, does every intermediate god possess their own small world within them? Yes, once vitality reaches 99 stars, one can begin to create their own small world. Only after the small world has fully taken shape can one break through to the intermediate god realm. All right, I understand. Brian was completely confused, not understanding what his master had figured out. Shaking his head, he went back to watching the show. Within the giant bone palm, the one-eyed werewolf and the other werewolf lower god were also watching the wolf and dragon in battle with shock. A thought occurred to both of them simultaneously. They were completely doomed now. A dragon race had produced such a peerless genius, and they had witnessed it. The other party would definitely kill them to silence them in the end. What to do? The two wolves looked at each other in despair, wanting to find an opportunity to escape. but they were pinned down by Brian and unable to move, with their combat power, which was at the bottom of the lower god tier. It was impossible for them to break free from Brian's control. On the other side, the chaotic battle had also ceased. The members of the Demon Wolf pirate group stared dumbfounded at Bing Xuan, who was locked in a fierce battle with their vice-captain, their hearts already in turmoil. Could a dragon at the Saint Destruction level really be this strong? The Signal Light brothers and Yulan also stood blankly where they were, their gazes darting back and forth following the distant battle. What surprised them most was not Bing Xuan's terrifying combat power at this moment, but the fact that not long ago, she had clearly been nothing more than an undead dragon. Now that she had merely broken through to the adult stage, and at most reached the maximum level, why had such a heaven-defying transformation occurred? Yulan was the first to turn her head towards Sumyu Bai on the throne, her eyes filled with a sense of fanaticism. Lord Bai Yi is truly extraordinary. By following him, that impossible task might actually have a glimmer of hope. The second to react was Amon, who looked at Sumyu Bai with a face full of shock. Is this the reason why Big Brother told us to follow Lord Sovereign? Such methods are simply terrifying. As for the two demons, Huanggui and Lu Mao, although they were a bit dim-witted, they eventually turned their heads to look at Sumyu Bai as well. However, there was nothing in their minds. They simply felt that Lord Sovereign was awesome. Notification. Do you wish to integrate your soul into the small world? At this moment, Sumyu Bai's consciousness had once again completely submerged into the small world within his body. Having learned the relevant information from Brian, he no longer had any concerns and made his choice decisively. Integrate. The next moment, Sumyu Bai felt his soul tremble, and everything chaotic within the small world gradually began to clear. As the chaos dissipated, Sumyu Bai also saw the Scourge Legion that had originally been in the summoning space. At this time, these undead were staying quietly in the center of the small world. This world was not a planet in the universe, but a single, massive continent. In the center of the continent, mountain ranges stood tall, isolating the innermost area from the rest of the land. The Scourge Legion was currently on one side within these mountains, and beyond that, there was a lake permeated with dense death energy. Is this the Sea of Death? Sumyu Bai felt the aura of that lake, and the skill Scourge world immediately came to mind. However, the Sea of Death formed by an SSS rank skill was clearly not a true ocean. Only if one day it could replace the endless ocean surrounding the continent could it truly be called the Sea of Death. At this stage, it could at most be called the Lake of Death. As Sumyu Bai's soul gradually integrated into this small world, the chaotic state slowly vanished. The ocean enveloping the entire continent spread to the very edges of the small world, only stopping its expansion due to the constraints of space. The entire small world was now fully within Sumyu Bai's view. With just a single thought, he could see every corner of the world. The fusion ended completely, and Sumyu Bai suddenly felt a throbbing sensation from his soul. Following this, the space of the entire small world began to vibrate. It was not just the space. The surrounding ocean whipped up monstrous waves, and the central continent also experienced a powerful earthquake, rumble. Immediately afterward, the continental shelf actually snapped apart, with only the central ring of mountains and the Lake of Death maintaining a relatively complete form. The remainder rapidly split into four irregular continents and countless small fragments, gradually drifting away from each other under the push of the surging seawater. Not only did Sumyu Bai's soul suffer no damage from this, but it actually felt an extremely refreshing sensation. Soon, the small world underwent a massive change. The Lake of Death, surrounded by mountains, remained at the center of the world, while the other four continents settled in the east, south, west, and north directions respectively. Countless small fragments were distributed in a disorderly fashion across the entire ocean. The largest among them had an area comparable to the Divine Dragon Empire, while the smallest barely exposed its head above the sea, looking just like a reef. The moment the changes ended, Sumyu Bai felt a sense of clarity in his soul. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 462, So Hard to Guess. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully creating a small world. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully comprehending world power. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for being the first player in the Blue Star region to create a small world. Reward. The volume of this small world is expanded by 30%. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. As the system notifications ended, the small world, which had just calmed down, began to vibrate once again. Rumble, the seas were churning, and the earth was shaking. The endless ocean roared and rolled. The 4 continents in the east, south, west, and north vibrated violently, and the small islands scattered across the ocean began to grow larger immediately. Even the lake of death at the center of the small world and the ring of mountains surrounding it were expanding. The reward issued by the Myriad Worlds game caused the small world within Sumyu-bai to expand crazily. In just a few breaths, the entire small world expanded by 30% overall. This was not just an expansion on a flat plane, it was the same in 3-dimensional dimensions as well. The oceans became deeper, the earth became thicker, the sky became higher, the mountains, lakes, and rivers on the continent all expanded by 30% in proportion. At the same time, Sumyu-bai felt his soul once again experience an extremely refreshing sensation, becoming increasingly clear. Ever since his comprehension of the law of soul control had reached 55.1% last time, he had gained almost no further insight in the past few days. After all, the path of laws is not something that shows results in just a few days. But at this very moment, Sumyu-bai felt that the previously obscure and difficult laws seemed to have become somewhat clearer, as if a layer of fog had been lifted. Is this what Brian meant when he said the soul would grow together with the small world? A sharp light flashed in Sumyu-bai's eyes, and he was very satisfied with the unexpected joy brought by the small world. However, the system notifications did not end there, as the expansion that had been occurring came to a halt. Another system notification that left him ecstatic rang in his ears. Congratulations to player Bai for being the first player in the Myriad Worlds to successfully create a small world at the 7th rank. Reward. Small world solidity increased to 500%. World power intensity increased to 500%. Small world volume expanded to 500%. And you have received 1 infusion of origin power. System prompt. A Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. As expected of a Myriad Worlds announcement, the rewards are simply astonishing. Sumyu-bai's pupils constricted, and the joy on his face was impossible to suppress. This was the 2nd time he had triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement, and the richness of the rewards this time was far beyond what the previous one could compare to. Not to mention the 500% boost to his small world. The change in the final 2 words alone was enough to reveal a clue. The previous reward had been a cleansing by the power of origin, but this time, it was an infusion. After all, a small world could only begin to be created by a lower god whose vitality had reached 99 stars. Once the soul successfully merged with the small world, one could leap directly to become a middle god. As for the path of laws, one could begin to comprehend it from the Saint Extinction level. Rumble. The rules of the Myriad Worlds game descended, and Sumyu-bai's small world began to expand frantically once again. Not only that, but this time he clearly felt that the space within his small world was becoming increasingly dense and solid. If the defensive power of a living being lay in the strength of its physical body, then the defensive power of a world lay in the density of its space. The more solid the space, the stronger the suppression it exerted on living beings. Meanwhile, in the outer cosmic starry sky, the Frost and Werewolf lower gods, who had been locked in fierce combat, suddenly separated. Both turned their heads in shock to look at Sumyu-bai on the throne. Brian, the one-eyed werewolf, the 3 Signal Light brothers, Yulan, and the remaining members of the Demon Wolf pirate group all looked over as well. What is that? This is the power of origin. What happened? Why would the power of origin suddenly descend? Boom! Suddenly, a myriad of golden lights surged in the starry sky, and a golden dragon of origin abruptly condensed, roaring as it charged toward Sumyu-bai. Its appearance actually suppressed everyone present, leaving them unable to move. Even Brian was no exception. Watching this shocking scene, Brian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "The power of origin again. Just what is the master thinking of this?" Brian's pupils instantly widened to the size of saucers. Just now, Master seemed to ask about information regarding small worlds. It couldn't be right. Brian shook his head violently, casting this absurd thought out of his mind. Even for a peerless genius like his master, being able to comprehend the path of laws at the 7th rank was already heaven-defying enough. As for creating a small world at the 7th rank, how could such a thing possibly happen, let alone creating one? Even just initially condensing the prototype of a small world required a powerful divine soul and vast divine power. This was the reason why only peak lower god powerhouses with 99 stars of vitality could create a small world. But if it wasn't creating a small world, then where did this power of origin come from? It was so hard to guess. Brian looked at Sumiyubai, who was enveloped by the power of origin, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Lingyu was instantly pushed back by the power of origin. She stared blankly at the figure on the throne, who looked like a god, a flash of fanaticism appearing in her eyes. After becoming a fanatic believer, in her heart, Sumiyubai's status had even surpassed that of her sister, Yulan. This was not affection, but a pure, extreme, fanatical faith. With his internal small world undergoing a transformation and the external power of origin being infused, Sumiyubai felt his entire being become light, as if his soul were drifting upon the clouds. He could clearly feel that his potential was increasing significantly. This indescribable feeling made him feel immensely satisfied. Sumiyubai was also pleasantly surprised to find that, under the state of being infused with the power of origin, his comprehension of laws seemed to have become many times easier. Through the connection of the power of origin, he seemed to vaguely perceive the essence of the myriad worlds. Although it was only a sliver of insight, it was enough to make his attainments in the law of soul control advance by leaps and bounds. System prompt: congratulations, your comprehension of law soul control has advanced further. Current comprehension level 55.0%. System prompt: congratulations, your comprehension of law soul control has advanced further. Current comprehension level 55.03%. The system prompts echoed continuously in his ears, but at this moment, Sumiyubai could not hear them at all. He was completely immersed in the comprehension of the laws. Just as everyone was stunned by this scene, the gazes of Yulan and Lingyu suddenly changed slightly. The two seemed to be infected by the power of origin surrounding Sumiyubai, and they unconsciously flapped their wings and flew toward him. Brian frowned at the sight but did not move to stop them. As fellow fanatic believers of Sumiyubai, he knew very well that the angel sisters would never do anything to harm the interests of their sovereign. At the same time, he was also very curious about what was happening to these two angels. He saw Yulan and Lingyu approach the throne where Sumiyubai sat, and they actually held hands and closed their eyes. Suddenly, yet another wave of the power of origin descended, enveloping the two sisters within it. Chapter 463 probably made history again. God Forbidden Land. No. The regional chat channel had not been very lively these past few days. Aside from the lack of announcements triggered by White Knight, it was also because, following the surrender of the Bayo Empire and the Light Federation, the other small nations had not surrendered one after another as expected. Although the players did not know why this was the case, they all felt that there were undercurrents surging throughout the God Forbidden Land. Therefore, players from various countries were putting all their effort into leveling up, hoping that once they were incorporated by the Divine Dragon Empire, they would have more opportunities than others. The players of the Divine Dragon Empire were even more frantic. Their horizons had completely changed. In their view, the God Forbidden Land was destined to be unified by the Divine Dragon Empire, and their own goal should be the Sea of Stars. Now, with such generous EXP bonuses, coupled with the hidden class dungeons and mount dungeons spread across the country, the enthusiasm of the Divine Dragon Empire players was at an all-time high, especially those third-class vassal civilians who had surrendered and joined after enjoying the 50% benefits of the Divine Dragon Empire. They couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. What kind of lives were we living before? We were basically being played by the game. Now, this is what you call playing a game. Brune and ours have now successfully joined the Hegemony Guild and are currently in their probationary period. As long as they can make sufficient contributions to the guild, they will be able to become members of the Dark Knight mercenary group. The current Hegemony Guild has already become the sole power among the players of the Shenlong Empire. With the blessing of the SSS rank talent grand strategy, other combat guilds have no value in existing at all. The only entity capable of rivaling the hegemony guild is the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. However, the functions of the two are completely different, and both are forces under Sumubai, under the operations of wealth over the world. The Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce is currently swallowing up the commercial territories that originally belonged to the Beiyu Empire and the Light Federation, holding Sumubai's Shenlong Order and backed by the support of the Shenlong Palace. The current expansion of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce can only be described as unscrupulous. The Myriad Worlds Auction House has also opened all across the expanded Shenlong Empire, just when everyone thought there would be no more announcements triggered by Baiyi today. The long-awaited server-wide announcement rang out once again. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first existence among players in the Blue Star region to create a small world. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. In an instant, the entire God Forbidden Land Node.07 fell silent. The server-wide chat channel exploded instantly. No, wait. I recognize all these characters and words. So why can't I understand them at all when they're put together? Create a small world. What does this mean? Could it be that Baiyi has already become a creator god? Oh my god. You might be out of a job. Because it seems like Baiyi has actually become a real god. Fuck, even creating a world. Isn't this game a bit too exaggerated? No, buddy. Do you really think of the Myriad Worlds as a game? If it's really that bad, why don't we go see a neurologist first? I really want to know what the outside world is like. And I have no idea when Big Brother Baiyi will return. I reckon he won't be able to come back. According to the information I've found, there are powerful restrictions in the God Forbidden Land. People who are too strong simply cannot enter. I believe Big Brother Baiyi definitely has a way to return. The announcement of Sumubai creating a small world not only left the players confused, but even the native powerhouses of the God Forbidden Land were filled with shock and bewilderment at this moment. Creating a small world. Is such a thing even possible? In the 100 Nations Conference space, Arif, the strongest powerhouse of the White Elephant Kingdom, was currently being subjected to verbal abuse. A group of mythical rank powerhouses from smaller nations glared at Arif, their eyes filled not only with rage but also with deep regret. It was all this guy's fault. If it weren't for Arif swearing that they needed to hold out for more bargaining chips, they would have surrendered long ago. Now it was too late. They wanted to surrender, but the Shenlong Empire gave no response whatsoever. This was clearly meant to leave them hanging, forcing all the nations to hand over more benefits. In any case, for the Shenlong Empire, without the two stumbling blocks of the Beiyu Empire and the Light Federation, wiping out these small nations would be a piece of cake. Want to surrender now? Fine. Kneel down and hand over all your resources with both hands first. As the system announcement rang out, the gazes of the mythical rank powerhouses from various countries looked as if they wanted to tear Arif apart alive. The Sanctuary Empire, Holy Light Heaven headquarters. Burns listened to the announcement scrolling in his ears, but the expression on his face did not show much fluctuation. Because before this, he had already been in a state of utter despair. Just yesterday, he suddenly discovered that he could no longer contact Harriman. This news was clearly adding insult to injury for the current Sanctuary Empire. Baiyi. It's Baiyi again. Burns's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, "Can't this guy just die in the undead realm? The Shenlong Empire, Shenlong Palace headquarters. Palace Master, what does it mean to create a small world? Could it be that Baiyi has already surpassed us?" Lovsky and Charles stared blankly at Xingjun in the main seat, their faces full of confusion. Although they had a certain understanding of the myriad worlds, creating a small world was something only accessible at the Law Lord realm. Therefore, they, as Saint Extermination rank, were not clear about it. Surpassing you is a certainty, Xingjun smiled. I estimate that when Baiyi was comprehending the path of laws, he had already surpassed you. Hearing this, the expressions of Lovsky and Charles changed slightly, both feeling that they had been looked down upon by Xingjun. However, Xingjun naturally did not care about their thoughts, waving his hand and saying, "As for what it means to create a small world, I am not clear either." As his voice fell, his figure instantly vanished from his seat. Inside the valley, on the stone platform, Feng Yuan was currently looking up at the firmament, formation swirling within his eyes. Feeling Xingjun's arrival, before the other could ask, he spoke slowly. That is an ability that can only be possessed at the Law Lord realm, and it is not something that an ordinary Law Lord can accomplish. Having said this, he fell silent for a moment before his voice continued. Little friend Bai Yi has likely created history once again. As Feng Yuan's voice fell, the expected Myriad Worlds announcement followed suit. Chapter 464, Blood Ancestor, Blood Garden, Blood Food. Bonus Chapter, Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence to successfully create a small world at the 7th rank. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Compared to the previous announcement, the shock brought about by creating a small world was clearly several orders of magnitude stronger. The entire Myriad Worlds instantly boiled over because of this. Players of countless races listened in shock to the announcement in their ears, even forgetting what they were doing at that moment. On every planet, in every world, everyone was stunned by this sudden announcement. Did I hear that right? A Tier 7 creation of a small world. How the hell is that even possible? Learn. How are we supposed to learn that? That's something you can only start doing after breaking through the peak of the lower god stage. And Bai Yi did it at Tier 7. Why is it this Bai Yi again? Did the human race hijack the goddess of luck? Otherwise, how could such a monstrous genius be born? Do you even hear yourself? Never mind whether the human race has the power to hijack the goddess of luck. Even the goddess of luck herself couldn't make anyone pull off something like this. Bai Yi, why does it have to be a human? If he were of the god race, even if he were a god, he would still need to reach the Law Master realm before he could start creating a small world. Bai Yi is merely a human. On what grounds is he doing this? Do you think the human race might have some kind of talent we don't know about? Regardless of whether they do or not, I'm going to go capture some humans right now to study them. Across the various realms, countless powerhouses were also awakened by the world announcement. This time, their expressions were no longer as relaxed and casual as they had been before. Comprehending the path of lows at Tier 7 was simply not worth mentioning compared to creating a small world at Tier 7. Bai Yi, what exactly is this human's background? Has such a monster actually been born among the Myriad Worlds? It seems many interesting things are about to happen. Ha 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 ha. Let it descend into chaos. Chaos is good, damn it. We must not let this Bai Yi grow. The human race wants to climb the Myriad Races ranking again. Absolutely impossible. I really want to taste what this kind of monster tastes like. It must be delicious, right? Among these powerhouses, some were just watching the show. Some wanted to investigate how Bai Yi achieved this, and others wanted to nip Bai Yi in the bud. The latter almost exclusively came from races that were actively suppressing the human race or had always treated humans as food. For example, the Blood Race, the Dark Realm, the Scarlet World, the Sea of Blood. Here lay a vast sea of blood floating in the starry sky, with a thick, pungent scent of blood permeating the entire world. Countless stars drifted and sank within the sea of blood. Even those scorching suns could not evaporate this viscous blood. The entire sea of blood was boundless, occupying a territory of over 10,000 light-years. In the center of the sea of blood floated an ancient castle, the absolute heart of the entire blood race. This was because the blood ancestor was born here, inside the castle. The blood ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of deep wariness crossing his scarlet pupils. The next moment, his voice echoed in the minds of every member of the blood race within the castle. Send out all clansmen above Tier 9. Find this Bai Yi as quickly as possible. I want to personally control him. With the blood ancestor's order, naturally, no one dared to disobey. In an instant, a massive swarm of bats flew out from the castle. Soon, the entire blood race was in motion, and even those blood race players located in other realms received the notification. Bai Yi, you had better submit to my control obediently. Otherwise. Inside the castle, a ruthless glint flashed in the blood ancestor's eyes. A goblet suddenly appeared in his hand, and without any visible movement, the thick, scarlet blood within the cup was drawn into his body. Licking his fangs with his tongue, the blood ancestor raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The blood of such a monster. It must be delicious, right? Seeming unsatisfied, He moved his soul and sent out further instructions. A moment later, a squad of Blood Castle guards marched in, escorting a group of people. Seeing this, the Blood Ancestor frowned and said coldly, "Why are there only 3 Saint Extermination level blood feeders this time?" Thump! Hearing this, the guards immediately knelt on the ground, trembling as they begged for mercy. "Blood Ancestor, please spare us. Fewer and fewer humans have been coming out of the God-forbidden land these years. And the quality of the ingredients in the blood garden. You don't know how to find a way," the Blood Ancestor barked, cutting them off mid-sentence. The guards shuddered in unison and hurriedly spoke. "Recently, quite a few humans have walked out of the God-forbidden land. New blood feeders will be sent to the blood garden very soon. Get out. If the quality is the same next time, you know what the consequences will be." Hearing this, the guards felt as if they had been granted amnesty and left this dangerous place immediately. The Blood Ancestor was notoriously temperamental, and they were terrified that if he were displeased, he would take their lives. HMPH, a race of blood feeders. And they actually want to rise up. The Blood Ancestor snorted coldly, and dozens of blood phantoms suddenly rose from his body. In an instant, these blood phantoms transformed into blood-colored snakes, shooting toward the people the guards had brought in. The sharp fangs of the blood-colored snakes instantly bit into the necks of every person. At this moment, the human players, who had previously had vacant eyes, regained their clarity, and desperate roars erupted from their throats. "You are I blood race. You will meet a miserable end." The reason they had no reaction when they were first brought in was that their souls had been sealed. That they were now able to regain consciousness was entirely the Blood Ancestor's doing. What he loved most was listening to the desperate screams of his blood feeders as their blood was drained dry. The louder the screams and the more intense the hatred, the more delightful it sounded to him. In reality, once the blood race reached a certain level of strength, they no longer needed to consume blood to maintain their power. However, human blood held a fatal attraction for the blood race. Even though they didn't need it to survive, they still enjoyed consuming human blood feeders from time to time to satisfy their gluttonous cravings. Scream. The more miserable you scream, the more delicious your blood becomes. An expression of enjoyment appeared on the Blood Ancestor's face as a continuous stream of blood was sucked out by the blood-colored snakes and entered his mouth. He deliberately slowed down the feeding process, just to enjoy it for a few moments longer. Even so, 10 seconds later, the group had been completely drained into mummified corpses, their souls devoured along with the blood. HMPH, what a truly useless race. Despite their massive numbers, the vast majority don't even qualify to be blood feeders for my race. The unsatisfied vampire waved his hand in annoyance, and dozens of mummified corpses were instantly crushed into powder by terrifying divine power. Actually, the blood food that the vampire race dreamed of was not the human race, but the god race, which ranked first on the myriad worlds ranking. However, the god race was far too powerful. They were not a race the vampires dared to provoke. Even the Blood Ancestor would not dare to easily feed on even a single Saint Extermination level member of the god race. Therefore, the human race became a substitute for the god race. Countless human powerhouses who had once walked out of the God-forbidden lands were captured by the vampires across various worlds and kept in captivity within the blood gardens, serving to satisfy the appetites of the powerful vampires. The Blood Ancestor licked the corner of his mouth, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. If I can control a monster like Bai, perhaps in the future, I will have a chance to taste the flavor of the god race. An extra chapter for today is served. Chapter 465, Rich Harvest. The Cocoon of Light and Darkness. The expansion of the small world within his body had not yet completely ended, but the primordial golden dragon that had enveloped Sumubai had already been fully absorbed. Notification: congratulations, your comprehension of law, soul control has advanced further. Current comprehension level, 99.99%. Sumubai seized the opportunity provided by this infusion of primordial power to directly push his comprehension of the soul control law to the 99% bottleneck. Exactly the same as his current level of frost. The feeling of being infused with primordial power is truly exhilarating. Sumubai exhaled a breath of stale air and suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort in both body and mind. Immediately following this, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: your body has been infused with primordial power, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification: your base 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 1,045,000 points. Notification: for every future level up, your base 4-dimensional attributes will gain an additional Kung 5. Notification: every future breakthrough you undergo will have its effects enhanced to a certain degree. The specific enhancement depends on the breakthrough rank. Notification: your soul has been infused with primordial power, and your soul quality and soul strength have been enhanced. Soul quality: early stage lesser god strength, peak sane extermination level. Notification: when your soul strength also reaches the early stage lesser god level, your soul will transform into a divine soul. Each of his base attributes had increased by over 1,000,000. His soul quality had been elevated directly to the early stage lesser god level, and even his soul strength, which was originally only at the early stage sane extermination level, had now reached the peak sane extermination level. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, even a cheater like Sumubai felt incredibly surprised. The harvest brought about by the infusion of primordial power completely exceeded his imagination. Who could have guessed that the source of Sumubai's explosive increase in strength was merely a special item dropped by a mere sane extermination level Lich Lord Angus? Even Sumubai had not anticipated this. Of course, the sane extermination level special item Soul Death Spirit Shrine dropped by Angus was merely a catalyst. Even without this item, Sumubai would have eventually obtained something similar to materialize his summoning space, which was originally just a stat. The true cause of all this was Sumubai's unique forbidden level talent Catastrophe. As Sumubai checked his gains, Brian and the 3 Signal Light brothers stared at him blankly, their eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. The members of the Demon Wolf pirate group might not know, but they were very clear about it. The announcement that had just resounded throughout the myriad worlds was triggered by their master. Although the 3 Signal Light brothers were a bit slow-witted, they were, after all, members of the demon race's royal family, so they naturally understood what creating a small world meant. What shocked them was that their master could create a small world while only at the 7th rank epic level. What made them ecstatic was that the stronger their master became, the higher their own status would inevitably rise. Besides this, a trace of worry flashed in Brian's eyes. As a former peak-level median god, he knew very well what kind of shock the recent announcement would bring to the myriad worlds. The entire myriad worlds might soon be thrown into turmoil because of this. Even those races that had no enmity with the human race would not allow a human monster like his master to grow up. Even the top-ranked races would find ways to locate his master, either to subjugate him or to destroy him. I must recover my former strength as soon as possible, otherwise, how can I protect my master during the coming turmoil? The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered violently, as if he had made a certain resolution in his heart. What is this? After checking the system notifications, Sumubai turned his head to look beside him, a look of confusion flashing across his face. He saw that a half-black, half-white cocoon of light had appeared beside him at some point. Upon sensing the aura within the cocoon, he was momentarily stunned and cast his gaze toward Brian. What happened to Yulan and Lingyo, master? Brian hurriedly explained everything that had just occurred. Sumubai suddenly realized what had happened, and he looked at the cocoon thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes slightly. This pair of angel sisters was truly extraordinary. They had actually been triggered by the primordial power to undergo such a change. He still remembered that the first time he used the Eye of the Profound Heaven, these 2 sisters had touched the strings of fate. It was precisely because of this that he had specifically intervened at their moment of crisis, successfully taking them in as his followers. Thinking of this, golden light suddenly erupted in Sumubai's eyes, and the golden vertical pupil between his brows opened as well. Eye of the Profound Heaven. Information about the black and white cocoon slowly floated before Sumubai's eyes. Cocoon of light and darkness. The Holy Angel of Light and the Fallen Angel of Darkness have been influenced by the primordial power and seem to have comprehended some kind of miraculous and special power. Such a situation has never occurred in the myriad worlds. Therefore there is no more specific information, never occurred before. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. The situation seemed even more interesting than he had imagined. I wonder if this thing can be affected by catastrophe. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai immediately moved his consciousness. Although the small world within his body was still expanding, the work of Cataclysm had long since been completed, meaning he was now able to utilize his talent once again. Cataclysm, target, Cocoon of Light and Darkness, prompt. Please select the promotion tier 1 here to or choose to attach a Cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Looking at the options appearing on the virtual light screen, Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply. It was actually possible. One had to know that in the past, he had attempted this, and Cataclysm could only be used to upgrade creatures created by the Myriad Worlds game. As for the creatures within the Myriad Worlds, that is, the player's tiers, they could not be upgraded by Cataclysm, just as Sumyubai could not use Cataclysm on himself. The only things belonging to players that could be upgraded by Cataclysm were external items like skills and equipment. The only exception thus far had been that fellow, Frost. Sumyubai guessed that this might have been related to Frost becoming his mount. However, he was not certain about this theory. Now that the Cocoon of Light and Darkness, formed by Yulan and Lingyu, could be subjected to Cataclysm, how could Sumyubai not be pleasantly surprised? He immediately opened the detailed view. Option 1. Promote to rule level Cocoon of Chaos, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to destruction of rules level Cocoon of Finality, cost 1 trillion soul crystals. Option 3. Individually attach a Cataclysm trait, cost 9,000 soul power. Good heavens. The cost for sublimation was exactly the same as it had been for the Codex of Death. The only good news was that the Cocoon of Light and Darkness had not yet been promoted for free, so attaching a Cataclysm trait individually only required 9,000 soul power. Without a second thought, Sumyubai sank his consciousness into his spatial ring and directly freed 90 essences of Divine Soul for the promotion. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he began to absorb them right in front of everyone. Chapter 466. The Second Path of Law. Brian and the 3 Signal Light brothers were his own people, and there was no need to even mention Frost. As for the remaining one-eyed werewolves and the members of the Demon Wolf pirate group, they were already dead men in Sumyubai's eyes. Moreover, after Sumyubai opened his eyes, Brian's terrifying soul power suppressed everyone, making them unable to even initiate a communication call. Therefore, Sumyubai was so unbridled. After his soul quality reached the early stage of a lesser god, his speed in absorbing essences of Divine Soul soared once again. In just a few breaths, the soul power within the 90 essences of Divine Soul was completely absorbed by Sumyubai. Prompt. You have absorbed 90 essences of Divine Soul. Soul power come 9. Current soul power 9,380 to 0.36, 11,897. While his soul power cap increased, Sumyubai's actual soul power value had also increased accordingly. Unable to spare time to enjoy the pleasure brought by the increase in soul power, his gaze fell once again upon the Cocoon of Light and Darkness, and his mind stirred. Cataclysm, prompt. Do you wish to consume 9,000 soul power to individually attach a Cataclysm trait? Attach. The newly increased soul power cap was consumed in an instant. Prompt. You have lost 90 points of soul power. Current soul power 2,897.47, 2,897. This was one of the good things about the Cataclysm talent. It only consumed the soul power cap, not the current soul power value. However, after the Cataclysm ended, Sumyubai could not see the attached Cataclysm trait in the information for the Cocoon of Light and Darkness. It seems I have to wait for the 2 of them to come out to see it. Then, next. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he activated his talent once again toward the Cocoon of Light and Darkness. Cataclysm. Promote to Tier 1. As Cataclysm took effect, the Cocoon of Light and Darkness immediately underwent a change. A vortex suddenly appeared on its surface, and the 2 colors that had previously been distinct began to gradually merge. Soon, the entire light cocoon turned into a gradient, white tinged with black, black tinged with white, faintly carrying a hint of dark gold and bright purple. The information provided by the pupil of the profound heaven also underwent some changes. Cocoon of Chaos. the holy angel of light, and the fallen angel of darkness, influenced by the power of the origin, seem to have comprehended some kind of miraculous and special power. An unknown force has upgraded the light cocoon, and everything occurring inside has changed accordingly. Such a situation has never occurred in the myriad worlds. So there is no more specific information, and like previous upgrades, the cocoon of chaos did not frantically devour the surrounding energy, it simply floated quietly in the cosmic starry sky, shimmering slightly. Through the light cocoon, Sumyubai could vaguely see the figures of Yulan and Lingyu. The two were currently closing their beautiful eyes, tightly embracing each other. Their clothes having long since disappeared, however, blocked by the light cocoon, even Sumyubai, with his pupil of the profound heaven, could only vaguely see some exquisite scenery. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly widened his eyes. Of course, it was not that Sumyubai wanted to see the two women's bodies more clearly, but rather that he had once again felt the strings of fate being plucked. Not only that, he saw those faint, elusive lines once again. The last time he saw this stuff was when N was controlling Patey's divine body with his soul. The lines that appeared that time connected Sumyubai and Patey's bodies, but they vanished without a trace in an instant. At the time, Sumyubai even suspected that he was hallucinating, but now, the faint, elusive lines appeared again, wrapping around the bodies of Yulan and Lingyu, then merging into a single strand that connected to Sumyubai's body. What exactly is this thing? Sumyubai frowned, involuntarily reaching out to touch these faint, elusive lines, but his hand grasped nothing but empty air, as if the lines did not exist in the physical world. However, the next moment, the golden light in Sumyubai's eyes suddenly flickered. In the darkness, he felt as if he had comprehended something, causality. As he naturally murmured those two words, Sumyubai suddenly shuddered. Waking up from that inexplicable state, the lines vanished once again. But a system notification that filled him with joy rang in his ears. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a path of law. A second path of law, comprehended just like that. And this path of law wasn't obtained through the free ride promotion of the Cataclysm talent. I wonder how many paths of law I can accommodate now that my soul quality has improved to the early stage of a lesser god. Sumyubai suppressed the throbbing in his heart and immediately opened the law interface. Current paths of law. To currently capable of accommodating 3 paths of law. When your soul strength also reaches the lesser god stage and you condense a divine soul, you will be able to accommodate 5 paths of law. 3. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. While pondering which SSS rank skill to promote via his free ride next, he began to examine the specific information regarding his paths of law. Law of soul control. This path of law is one of the branches of the soul rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be able to better control your own soul and the souls of other living beings. Current level of comprehension, 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate Law of Causality. This path of law is a major branch of the fate rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be able to manipulate the causality of yourself and other living beings. The law of causality belongs to the supreme rule fate. It is extremely difficult to mobilize and even more difficult to comprehend. Current level of comprehension. So it really is only 0. Sumyubai sighed. But there was no trace of disappointment in his eyes. Instead, there was a faint sense of excitement. The law of causality was clearly far more powerful than the law of soul control. One was merely a branch of the soul rule, while the other was a major branch of a supreme rule. They were simply not in the same weight class. Moreover, this accidental comprehension of the law of causality had allowed Sumyubai to witness the terrifying nature of the mystic heaven pupil. Chapter 467. I'll give you the choices. Bonus chapter. The active effect of the mystic heaven pupil was absolutely correct. Every time it was used, there was a possibility of glimpsing the threads of fate, thereby comprehending related laws. Although this time he had only grasped the surface of the law of causality, Sumyubai was full of confidence in the future. With the effects of the mystic heaven pupil and his terrifying aptitude, one day, he would eventually comprehend the complete great Tao of fate. After experimenting slightly, Sumyubai discovered that with his current measly 0.01% comprehension, he was completely unable to mobilize the law of causality. He shook his head. glanced at the chaos-like cocoon once more, and then turned to look in the direction of Brian and the others. Stop fighting. Seeing this, Frost curled her lip. Her body swayed as she arrived at Sumyubai's side in a flash, transforming back into her human form. Master, how should we deal with them? Her voice was not masked in the slightest, and she intentionally let it reach the ears of the one-eyed werewolf and the members of the demon wolf pirate group. Coupled with the emotionless, icy gaze that Sumyubai swept over them, the three lesser gods, including the one-eyed werewolf, couldn't help but shiver. Vaguely, they seemed to sense the killing intent contained within Sumyubai's eyes. No rush. A cold sneer tugged at the corner of Sumyubai's mouth. These werewolf space pirates naturally had to be dealt with, but before that, there was one more thing he needed to do. As Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, the Death Codex immediately appeared in his palm. The slaughter previously caused by the Signal Light brothers and Yulan had provided him with enough soul points to open the Death Codex once again. If nothing went wrong, after opening it this time, he would be able to receive his advancement quest. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and opened the Death Codex in his hand. The death energy that permeated the death domain emerged, and a system notification immediately rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have accepted the advancement quest Field Death 6. Field Death 6 Advancement Quest. To become a true overlord of death, you must personally experience a vast amount of death. Please completely kill 100 million living beings within 180 days to experience the power of death. Quest restrictions. 1. The targets must be true living beings, and their strength must not be lower than Tier 4. 2. Targets killed by summons and contracted creatures do not count toward the total. 3. If the quest is not completed within 180 days, the quest data will be cleared, and you must start over. Quest time to 179 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Quest objective 100 million. Please do everything in your power to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Overlord of Death profession, and unlock more professional powers. Do you truly understand the meaning of death? As expected, opening the Death Codex this time was indeed for an advancement quest, and the difficulty of the Field Death 6 quest had increased dozens of times over. The number of creatures to kill had increased from 10 million to 100 million, yet he was given less than half a year to complete it. Most crucially, this quest now included a tier requirement. Of course, if this requirement were placed in the Forbidden Land of Gods, the difficulty would indeed be off the charts. But Sumyubai was currently in the undead realm. Creatures above tier 4 were everywhere here. Sumyubai had long been mentally prepared for the difficulty of the advancement quests for the Overlord of Death profession. After all, without the Cataclysm talent, it was likely that no Overlord class profession could even appear in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Sumyubai flipped his hand to put away the Death Codex, his icy gaze sweeping over the group of werewolf pirates in the starry sky once more. For these 100 million creatures, should I kill the werewolf race or the vampire race? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent flickering in his pupils. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want them all. I'll kill both races. Just as he was preparing to carry out his plan, another system notification rang in his ears. System prompt. You have accepted the Advanced Quest Path of Legend. Path of Legend Advanced Quest. The human race is inherently weak, belonging to the lower echelons among the myriad races of the universe. Only by constantly breaking through limits can one step by step stand shoulder to shoulder with those races that are born powerful. The 8th tier legendary rank is the second step of breaking limits. Quest content. Please find a powerhouse at the 8th tier legendary rank or above to open the Path of Legend for you. The stronger the powerhouse who opens the Path of Legend for you, the greater the improvement after the breakthrough. At the same time, the difficulty will also be higher. Please act according to your capabilities. Almost forgot about this thing. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. The path most suitable for humans, created by the human sage Mohao breaking limits. With the bountiful harvest from completing the Path of Epic last time, Sumyubai naturally would not reject the Path of Legend. He immediately raised his wrist and dialed Feng Yuan's communication. Old man Feng, miss me. Feng Yuan's virtual image was instantly projected in front of Sumyubai. He scrutinized Sumyubai carefully. Little friend, your speed of progress is truly terrifying. This is just the beginning. You'll get used to it eventually. Sumyubai curled his lips into a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went straight to the point. What kind of powerhouse do you think can open the path of legend for me? Well, about that. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. According to ancient records, breaking limits is not omnipotent. The path of epic that the three of us opened for you last time was already the highest difficulty. Therefore, it is best if you can find a true god at the Law Lord Realm to open the strongest path of legend for you. Law Lord Realm. Is a mid-tier god enough? Sumyubai couldn't help but glance at Brian. However, this guy's divine soul hadn't recovered yet, so he probably shouldn't count as a mid-tier god right now. Certainly enough. Feng Yuan nodded. If there are no mid-tier gods, finding several low-tier gods is also acceptable. Having said that, he lowered his head to input something on the virtual screen before continuing. I have sent you the methods for opening the path of legend and the path of myth. After a pause, Feng Yuan's voice sounded again. Little friend Bai Yi, your future is limitless, but I cannot be of much help on the road ahead. Within 10 years, you don't need to worry about the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land. Feel free to venture through the myriad worlds. Thank you. No need. The stronger you are, the greater the hope for the future of the human race. I am waiting for the day you lead humanity to ascend the myriad races ranking. As his voice fell, Feng Yuan took the initiative to end the communication, and the virtual projection disappeared from before Sumyubai. Sumyubai recorded the information he had sent and slowly raised his head. A gray light screen flashed and vanished, taking him and Bing Shuang away from the spot. Death Domain Leap Curtain of Death. The next moment, the figures of Sumyubai and Bing Shuang appeared within the giant bone palm condensed by Brian. Whether it was from learning from Bing Shuang, Brian immediately used bones and the aura of death to condense a throne, and said obsequiously, Master, please sit. Sycophant. Bing Shuang curled her lips. Sumyubai turned and sat on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the one-eyed werewolf and the other two wolf race low-tier gods. His entire aura underwent a heaven-shaking change in an instant. An invisible ripple swept out, and all the creatures present felt their hearts tremble, as if they had entered an entirely new world. Could this be the power of the world? The one-eyed werewolf's pupils dilated, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead. He immediately knelt before Sumyubai with a thud, trembling, My lord, it is all our fault for being blind. If you have any demands, please just state them. Possessing the power of the world meant that the person before him was at least a mid-tier god, because he was completely unable to view any of Sumyubai's information. The one-eyed werewolf made a preconceived judgment and directly assumed he was a mid-tier god. How could he have known that the person standing before him was the very human monster who had just triggered the myriad worlds announcement by Yi? The other two low-tier gods also reacted, scrambling to kneel before Sumyubai, their eyes filled with a desperate desire to live. Sumyubai glanced at the three wolves indifferently and said coldly, I will give you two choices. Extra update for today, Chapter 468, Myriad Worlds Game. Are you sick? I will give you two choices. The cold, sharp voice rang in the ears of the three werewolf low-tier gods. Hearing this, the three of them looked up abruptly at Sumyubai on the throne, a glimmer of surprise flashing deep within their eyes. They had originally thought they were doomed, never expecting there would still be a chance to choose. The three wolves stared longingly at Sumyubai, but no one dared to utter a word, waiting quietly for what was to come. Sumyubai leaned forward slightly, his oppressive gaze falling upon the three wolves as he slowly extended a finger. One, die. As soon as the words fell, the three wolves' pupils shrank violently, and they hurriedly spoke, My lord, we choose to. We definitely choose to. As long as they didn't die, they were willing to do anything now. Then, voluntarily open your minds. Open their minds. Does he want to control us? The thought had barely crossed the minds of the three wolves when their eyes widened in shock, because they suddenly discovered a gray-black book appearing in Sumyubai's hand. This is the Book of Death. Such a terrifying aura of death. Just how many books of death has this person fused? This was not the first time Sumyubai had summoned the Death Codex here, but previously, he had been too far away for them to pay much attention. Now, feeling the ore contained within the Death Codex at such close range, the three wolves were instantly stunned. Could it be that this lord is not a mid-tier god, but a high-tier god? Sumyubai didn't care how shocked they were. After summoning the Death Codex, he moved his mind. Death's gift. System prompt. Your soul points are insufficient. Current soul points, 5 billion. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Sumyubai finally remembered that he had exhausted his soul points when he accepted the advanced quest earlier. He turned his head to look at the Signal Light brothers and gave a slight nod. His voice echoed in their minds, and without a word, they casually hacked 3 mythical grade werewolf pirates to death. Notification. Soul extraction effective. Soul points come to million. It had to be said that the soul points provided by Tier 9 mythical grade creatures were quite generous. However, opening the Book of the Dead next time would require a full 5 billion soul points. Even killing all the remaining members of the Demon Wolf Pirate group present wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Sumyubai did not let the Signal Light brothers go on a killing spree. If you don't want to die, voluntarily open your minds and accept my boss's grace. Do you understand? Amon hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder, his ruthless gaze sweeping over the remaining werewolf pirates. These Saint Extinction and mythical grade werewolves nodded repeatedly, immediately opening their minds. Notification. Confirm consuming 658. 0 soul points to bestow grace upon 658 targets and make them your believers. Notification. If a target refuses the grace, the soul points will be fully refunded. As Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, a large mass of purple-black mist surged out from the Book of the Dead. In an instant, this mist transformed into 658 points of light, flying into the brows of the remaining werewolves, including the 3 lower god-tier wolves. Notification. Do you accept the grace from the Sovereign of Death? By ye. Notification. By accepting this grace, you will gain the 2-stage burst skill power of death and become a believer of the Sovereign of Death. By ye. Never to betray him for the rest of your life. Click to view details. Two system notifications rang in the ears of the 3 wolves. Their pupils instantly dilated, and they stared at Sumyubai on the throne in utter shock. Believer, Sovereign of Death, by ye. They understood all 3 words, but combined together, they were left dumbfounded. So the person in front of them was that human who had just triggered the world announcement. In an instant, the 3 wolves just wanted to curse. A demon royal as a subordinate, a demigod-level annihilation dragon emperor as a mount, holy angels and fallen angels serving at his sides, and a lich king who was at least at the late stage of lower god as a thug. You're telling me such an existence is just a tier 7 epic grade human? Are you sick? World game. Seeing the 3 of them frozen in place, Sumyubai frowned and let out a cold snort. My lord, please calm your anger. We will accept it right away. The 3 wolves shuddered and immediately chose to accept Sumyubai's grace. Notification. You have added 658 believers and gained 658 points of power of death. Lord Sovereign. The next moment, these 600+ werewolf pirates knelt before Sumyubai in unison, offering their faith. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne, showing no intention of letting them rise, and spoke indifferently. Tell me, what is the current situation in Pirate Bay? Half an hour later, the 3 wolves took the remaining members and boarded their spaceship to leave. Brian had only destroyed part of the propulsion systems of the 3 ships, and after some time of automatic repairs, they were mostly fixed. The mission Sumyubai gave them was to return to the Demon Wolf Pirate group and wait for his orders. Master, congratulations on successfully creating a small world. Brian turned into a wisp of black smoke and appeared beside Sumyubai, immediately starting to flatter him. Old Boo, you were once the lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Can you have some dignity? Bing Xuan curled her lips and retorted at Brian. Sumyubai glanced at the 2 of them, and his figure vanished from the spot. He was already used to these 2 bickering and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Dead domain leap. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure appeared beside the Signal Light brothers. All around, hundreds of werewolf corpses were floating, all of them tier 9 mythical grade existences. Notification. You have obtained Soul Crystal times 14. Notification. You have obtained the legendary grade item Bloodthirsty Fang. Notification. You have obtained the mythical grade item As soon as Sumyubai appeared, the automatic looting catastrophe trait of his inventory took effect, and a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Previously, to get Bing Xuan to max level, the Signal Light Brothers and Yulan's group had killed over 700 werewolf pirates in one go. This had brought Sumyubai hundreds of legendary and mythical grade pieces of equipment. However, to his disappointment, these pieces of equipment were all quite ordinary, and not a single one could be transformed into a rule-grade special item. Sumyubai shook his head, and after using his free upgrade on these items, he fed them all to Calamity of Eternal Silence. Chapter 469, Sovereign Grade Spaceship. Notification. Calamity of Eternal Silence has devoured a mythical grade piece of equipment. Condensing 0.3 Power of Eternal Silence. Notification. Calamity of Eternal Silence has devoured a Saint Extinction grade piece of equipment. Condensing 3.1 Power of Eternal Silence. Current power of Eternal Silence, 482.76 points. After spending some time feeding all the equipment to Calamity of Eternal Silence, Sumyubai flipped his hand and put it away. With this much power of annihilation, he could fully optimize the Calamity of Eternal Silence set. But there was no rush for now. He could take his time with it once he was finished with his current tasks. Boss, it's done. While he was feeding the equipment, the Signal Light Brothers had also gathered the floating werewolf corpses. Whether it was Sumyubai's death resurrection or the unique methods of the demon race, both could keep corpses from decomposing temporarily. Sumyubai wasn't the only one who knew how to use Death Chi and Annihilation Death Chi to preserve biological remains. With the help of the Infinite Annihilation Death Chi from the Calamity of Eternal Silence helmet, Sumyubai stored all these corpses and put them back into his spatial ring. Boss, what's the use of these trash corpses? Amon was somewhat puzzled. Although he knew the undead race possessed the ability to manipulate corpses, what use were these trash corpses other than serving as cannon fodder? They naturally have great utility. Sumyubai smiled slightly. You will understand in the future. Hearing this, the three idiots of the Signal Light trio looked at each other, completely baffled. But Sumyubai's figure had already vanished. Using Death Domain Leap to arrive beside the Star Vault, Sumyubai glanced at the Cocoon of Chaos, which showed no signs of activity, before turning his gaze toward the spaceship. Being able to travel at 1,000 times the speed of light in dark space was already quite fast. But in Sumyubai's view, it was still far from enough. Now that Catastrophe was usable again, he naturally had to take advantage of it for a free upgrade. As for the spaceship that One-Eyed Wolf and the others had taken, it was merely lent to them temporarily. It would eventually fall into Sumyubai's hands anyway. What can a true god-level spaceship be upgraded into for free? Looking at the dark red spaceship before him, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and focused his mind. Catastrophe, target, Star Vault, prompt. Please choose to promote by 1 tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to Sovereign Level Spaceship Star Vault, no cost. Option 2. Attach a catastrophe trait to it separately. Cost 9,000 soul power, HMM. Looking at the only two options, Sumyubai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A sovereign level spaceship naturally corresponded to the rule level, but where did the rule-breaking level go? Could it be that a sovereign level spaceship was the limit within the myriad worlds? Thinking about it, that wasn't impossible. Existences at the rule-breaking realm probably didn't even need spaceships anymore. Sumyubai stopped dwelling on it. Even if it could be sublimated, it wasn't something he could afford to sublime it in the short term anyway. After absorbing 90 essences of Divine Soul, he activated his talent once more. Catastrophe. Attach catastrophe trait. Prompt. You have lost 0 points of soul power. Catastrophe. Promote by 1 tier. In an instant, a terrifying power of rules descended and surged madly into the Star Vault. At the same time, the materials of the hull began to change rapidly, and the entire form of the spaceship started to shift. Brian, Frost, and the 3 Signal Light Brothers also flew over. Watching the shocking scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "No matter how many times I see it, I am always impressed by the master's methods." Brian was shocked once again. He never expected that his master could directly upgrade something as massive as a spaceship. Old in age, short in vision, Frost crossed his arms and held his head high. And like this emperor, I've long since grown accustomed to it. Boss is simply too awesome. Eamon's eyes glowed, and the expressions of cucumber and green hair were even more exaggerated. A moment later, the Star Vault had undergone a massive transformation. The originally dark red hull had now turned silver white, its entire body flickering in and out of existence, as if it could slip into the cracks of space at any moment. Beyond that, starlight flickered across the hull from time to time. The overall shape remained a shuttle, but the streamlines were now even more perfect, making it impossible not to be drawn to it at first glance. However, the appearance was secondary. The most important thing was how much the performance had improved. Prompt: you have obtained the sovereign-level spaceship Star Vault. Do you wish to rename it? Knowing he was terrible at naming things, Sumyubai chose no, deciding to continue using the name Star Vault. Star Vault sovereign-level spaceship. Highest authority, i.e. secondary authority, Frost, Brian. Those without authority cannot operate it. Acceleration. Only takes 1 second to go from a stationary state to the speed of light. Hull defense. Can withstand 3 full power attacks from a rule sovereign. Energy shield. Under conditions of sufficient energy, it can perfectly withstand attacks from a peak upper god. Maximum speed. After entering dark space, it can travel at a maximum of 10 million times the speed of light. Offensive weapons. None. The incredibly tough hull is the best weapon, provided you can ram into the opponent. Space leap. After reaching maximum speed, it can consume stored energy to perform an ultra-long distance space leap, reaching the destination directly. Single longest leap distance, 1 great world. Energy required per leap, 1%, 10%. Current energy, 100%. Filling the energy chamber requires 100 godheads. The main body is made of the rule-level material astral profound crystal, forged with various precious ores by the hands of an unknown existence. The luxurious stats of the sovereign-level Star Vault truly opened Sumyubai's eyes. The hull could withstand 3 attacks from a rule sovereign, and the energy shield could perfectly block attacks from a peak upper god. The acceleration and maximum speed were far stronger than when it was at the true god level. What surprised Sumyubai the most was the newly added ultra-long distance space leap function. Chapter 470. The most suitable catastrophe trait. Bonus chapter. With this function, as long as the Star Vault could reach its maximum speed, Sumyubai could perform space leaps at will within a great world. The only thing restricting the Star Vault was energy. Looking at the virtual light screen, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Filling it requires 100 godheads. Is this the product of the soul crystal being upgraded? Raising an eyebrow, Sumyubai flipped his hand to take out a soul crystal and focused his mind. Catastrophe target, soul crystal. Prompt: please choose to promote the grade Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1, promote to soul diamond, no cost. Option 2, sublime it to divine crystal, cost 10,000 soul crystals. Option 3, catastrophe into godhead, cost 100,000 soul power. Option 4, attach a catastrophe trait to it separately, cost 0.01 soul power, minimum cost 100,000 soul power. Looking at the cost required to catastrophe a godhead, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Does this mean that fully charging the Star Dome requires a staggering 10 million soul power? Such consumption for a sovereign-class starship is something the vast majority of lawmasters could never afford. However, Sumyubai is a cheater, and making money is effortless for him. Upgrade by 1 tier. With a mere thought, Sumyubai chose to exploit the system. The soul crystal in his hand flickered with a faint light, then slowly shrank, eventually transforming into a brilliant purple-black diamond, soul diamond, a quintessential item occasionally born within soul crystal veins. Each one contains energy equivalent to 100 soul crystals, another item with a 100-fold return. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, thinking of the more than 40 billion soul crystals in Dylan's bank card, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. However, charging the Star Dome does not require Sumyubai to spend any resources at all, because he is a legitimate, card-carrying cheater. Casually putting the soul diamond back into his spatial ring, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon the cataclysm trait of the Star Dome. Before the free upgrade, he had thought this cataclysm trait was somewhat useless, but looking at it now, It was his own vision that had been too short-sighted. Cataclysm trait, infinite energy. The Star Dome will forever remain in a state of full energy. The Star Dome only has this one and remarkable cataclysm trait. But one has to admit, a cheat is always a cheat. This is the most suitable cataclysm trait for the Star Dome. Board the ship. Sumyubai waved his hand, and the Star Dome immediately lowered a beam of white light, ushering the entire group into the cabin. Even the Angel Sisters, still wrapped in the cocoon of chaos, were no exception. Although the space inside the cabin had not grown much larger, it was far more luxurious than before. The entire starship radiated intense spatial fluctuations. Sumyubai even felt that if he were to calm his mind and spend some time, he could comprehend the laws of space. Respected master, shall we continue toward the nearest pirate bay? As soon as they boarded, the intelligence system of the Star Dome inquired. Just as Sumyubai was about to respond, a ripple emanated from the cocoon of chaos beside him. The black and white gradient cocoon suddenly began to sway gently, its surface erupting with blinding light. Frost, Ryan, and the others, who were preparing to head to their rooms to rest, also stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the cocoon. Even the well-traveled Brian had never seen such a situation before. Therefore, everyone was extremely curious about what changes would occur once the Angel Sisters emerged from the cocoon. Golden light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. With the enhancement of the pupil of the profound heavens, he peered through the cocoon of chaos to see the changes within. To his astonishment, the two women, Yulan and Lingyu, who had been tightly embracing each other in the nude, were gone. In their place was a humanoid glow of black and white, intermingled with hints of dark gold and bright purple. The next moment, the cocoon of chaos completely dissipated, and a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. She wore a form-fitting battle armor. Her facial features were 50% like Lingyu and 50% like Yulan, and her physique perfectly combined all the advantages of both women, giving off a vibe that was both pure and seductive. Four pairs of wings swayed gently behind her, signifying her identity as an 8-winged angel, with her cultivation reaching the 10th tier saint extermination level. However, the angel wings behind her were completely different from those of holy angels or fallen angels. The wings of the angel race are physical entities, but the wings of the person before them were in a state of materialized energy. The 4 wings on the left were primarily pitch black, but near the tips, they were pure white. There was no abrupt transition between the two colors. Instead, they blended in a gradient, appearing extremely natural. Furthermore, the energy wings on the left were adorned with dark golden energy patterns, which were not static but constantly flowing. The 4 wings on the right were the exact opposite. The main body was pure white, transitioning to pitch black at the tips. The flowing energy patterns were not dark gold, but bright purple. As the 8 wings swayed gently, specks of starlight emerged and slowly drifted downward. The moment the starlight left the wings, it transformed into feathers, some dark gold, some bright purple, that circled the angel's body before merging back into the wings. This angel, fused from Lingyu and Yulan, gave off a chaotic feeling. Holy, fallen, light, dark, noble, contradictory. It seemed every word could be used to describe her, yet none could describe her perfectly. What kind of angel is this? Brian, Frost, and the 3 Signal Light brothers rubbed their eyes, looking in disbelief at the angel who had stepped out of the cocoon of chaos. In their knowledge, such an existence had never before appeared in the myriad worlds. Thank you, my lord, for your intervention. Lan Yu is eternally grateful. The angel knelt on one knee before Sumyubai, yet her head remained raised, her gaze fixed firmly on him, just like her appearance. Her voice had a wondrous quality. It sounded as if it came from the ethereal clouds, clear and hollow, like the cold moonlight shimmering in the night sky, aloof and independent. However, upon closer inspection, beneath this ethereal facade, there lurked a trace of elusive, wicked charm, wrapped in a fatal temptation, like a blooming poppy knowing it was dangerous, yet impossible to resist. Rise. Sumyubai lifted his hand slightly, and death energy surged, helping Lan Yu to her feet. After looking Lan Yu up and down, just as Sumyubai was about to check her status panel, her figure suddenly became illusory. Following that, to the astonishment of everyone present, the black and white light on Lan Yu's body flickered, and she actually transformed back into the two individuals, Yulan and Lingyu. This scene left Frost and the others stunned. Can they separate again after fusing? What kind of method is this, my lord? From now on, we will be able to help you. Lingyu revealed a playful smile, and a flash of excitement crossed the eyes of Yulan beside her. With your help, my lord, we have now become a unique existence in the myriad worlds. An extra chapter for today, chapter 471, The Chaos Angel Lanyu. All so confident, Sumyubai sat on the sofa, looking at the two stunning angels before him, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. Although the two women had already exited their fused state, their overall presence had changed drastically compared to the past. First was their appearance. While their faces and figures remained unchanged, both women had transformed from 6-winged angels into 8-winged angels. Of course, this change had already occurred during the slaughter of the werewolf pirates. Since Bing Shuang had leveled up from 240 to the level cap, the two of them naturally followed suit. For Saint Extinction grade beings of top-tier races, as long as they broke through the final bottleneck and entered adulthood, leveling up was never a difficult task. The strength classification of the 10th tier Saint Extinction grade had never been about levels, but rather the types of laws mastered and the depth of one's comprehension of the path of laws. The most significant change in Yulan and Lingyu's appearance was still the wings behind their backs. Just like Lanyu in the fused state, the wings of both women had become gradient wings made of energy. The only difference was that the 4 pairs of wings behind Yulan were primarily black, while the wings behind Lingyu were primarily white. From this, it was clear that the two women were no longer merely a fallen angel and a holy light angel. The biggest change, however, was their temperament. Lingyu had shed her former fragile aura, her clear eyes now filled with resilience. Yulan also possessed less gloom and ruthlessness, replaced by a touch of composure and decisiveness. Can your wings change back? Sumyubai pointed at the wings behind the two women and frowned slightly. This display was truly a bit too flashy and could easily attract unnecessary trouble. We can, master. Lingyu nodded, her wings trembling slightly, instantly transforming back into their original pure white wings. Rest assured, master, our wings are actually to different states, not a disguise. Even if a rule sovereign were to arrive in person, they would not be able to detect any flaws. Yulan also returned to her former appearance, seemingly afraid that Sumyubai might be worried, and specifically added that sentence. That puts my mind at ease. Sumyubai nodded slightly, golden light flickering in his eyes. Mystic Heaven Pupil. The brand new status windows of the two women immediately appeared before him. Lingyu, Holy Light Angel Race Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless 8-Winged Angel. 10th Tier Saint Extinction Grade Level, Vitality, 0.5 stars. Divine Soul, Early Stage Lesser God. Combat Power, Demigod. Laws, Chaos Light, and Dark Law 9 Pattern Ultimate. Holy Purification Law for Pattern Divine Power. The Divine Soul has the ability to condense divine power. Only by mobilizing divine power can one inflict damage upon gods. However, the current divine power contained is insufficient to sustain a major battle. Yulan, Fallen Angel Race Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless 8-Winged Angel. 10th Tier Saint Extinction Grade Level, Vitality, 0.5 stars. Divine Soul, Early Stage Lesser God. Combat Power, Demigod. Laws, Chaos Light, and Dark Law 9 Pattern Ultimate. Dark Erosion Law 5 Pattern Divine Power. The Divine Soul has the ability to condense divine power. Only by mobilizing divine power can one inflict damage upon gods. However, the current divine power contained is insufficient to sustain a major battle. Their status windows at this moment were countless times more luxurious than before. Like Bing Shuang, they had attained demigod combat power at the 10th tier Saint Extinction grade. However, Bing Shuang relied on her formidable demigod body, coupled with the blessing of the ancestral dragon bloodline within her, which allowed her to contend with ordinary true gods for a certain period. But these two women had achieved this because their souls had completely broken through to the early stage lesser god level, condensing a divine soul. This point was even stronger than Sumyubai's current state. After all, his soul quality had reached the early stage lesser god level, but his soul strength was still lacking. However, as long as he used enough essence of divine soul infused with cataclysm properties, Sumyubai would soon be able to break through the bottleneck and condense his own divine soul. A powerful divine soul held a massive advantage in law comprehension, allowing 1 point of insight to produce the effect of 2 or 3, beyond allowing the 2 women to condense their divine souls. The Chaos Cocoon had also allowed them to directly comprehend the Chaos Light and Dark Law to the 9-pattern ultimate level. It could be said that, aside from slightly lower vitality, the 2 women's current combat power was even slightly stronger than Bengshuang's, who had yet to complete her divine body. Of course, the greatest harvest was that the 2 of them had gained a fusion ability, Chaos Fusion, a unique ability in the myriad worlds, due to special reasons. You and Lingyu Yulan have accidentally acquired the ability to fuse. After fusing, you will become the only Chaos Angel in the myriad worlds. Current weekly fusion time, 119/120 minutes. As your comprehension of the Chaos laws deepens, the duration of the fusion will also become longer. After using Chaos Fusion, the 2 women could return to the state they were in when they first emerged from the Chaos Cocoon. Originally, Sumyubai thought that the strength of the 2 women after fusion would only reach the level of a complete early-stage lesser god. But when he saw the status information of the Chaos Angel, his pupils dilated sharply. Lan Yu 8-Wing Chaos Angel Law Sovereign Realm Vitality, 72 stars Divine Soul. Late-stage Lesser God Divine Body, Late-stage Lesser God Combat Power, Peak Lesser God. Laws, all original laws. Authority. A very small portion of Chaos Authority. The only Chaos Angel in the myriad worlds, possessing the ability to mobilize a portion of Chaos Authority. However, with her current strength, it is extremely difficult to mobilize Chaos Authority. Lan Yu's status window left Sumyubai dumbfounded. No way. 2 angels with 0.5 vitality and demigod combat power. The fused Chaos Angel's vitality actually reached 72 stars. Not only that, but the combat power had soared directly to the peak of the lesser god level. Is this even right? The appearance of Lan Yu directly caused Brian to fall from his throne as the team's top combatant. Of course, this refers to Brian while his injuries have yet to fully recover. Once he is completely restored, he will be far beyond what the current Lan Yu can contend with. However, the strength of Yulan and Lingyu will not remain stagnant either. As they break through, the combat power of the Chaos Angel Lan Yu will naturally continue to grow. That is not the most important thing. What truly stunned Sumyubai was the authority on Lan Yu's status panel. A Chaos Angel is actually capable of mobilizing a tiny fraction of Chaos Authority. Does that not mean she also has the potential to become a Chaos Overlord in the future? Sumyubai couldn't help but touch his chest, where the incomplete Chaos Heart was still beating slowly within his body. With a thought, he opened his quest list. The 13-star difficulty quest Chaos was prominently ranked at the very top. Staring blankly at his quest list, Sumyubai felt a moment of trance. My follower has become the most formidable contender for the position of Chaos Overlord against me. Chapter 472 Brian, the Carry Me Dog. Everyone inside the Star Dome was one of his own, so Sumyubai did not hide the status information of Lingyu and Yulan. When Brian saw the status panel after the 2 women merged, the soul fire in his pupils trembled violently. Oh no, my status as the top combatant is no longer secure. Brian could already vaguely foresee the scene of Bengshuang mocking him in the future. Bengshuang, Lan Yu got the MVP. Brian is just a carry-me dog. Thinking of this, Brian involuntarily turned his head to look at Bengshuang. However, Bengshuang clearly hadn't thought of this point yet. At this moment, he was patting Amon on the shoulder, speaking earnestly to the 3 Signal Light brothers. Look at Lingyu and Yulan, learn from them. You don't want to be at the bottom forever, do you? Amon's mouth twitched. He looked at Bengshuang, and although he didn't speak, he was already roaring internally. Learn? How are we supposed to learn from this? Also, wasn't it always you who was at the bottom before? It's one thing for you guys to use cheats to level up, but now you're specifically coming over to remind us that we've become the bottom feeders. I beg you, just be a proper dragon. Can you stop staring at current combat power? It's going to alienate all the hard work we put in the past. Let me ask you, isn't it the credit of us 3 brothers that you jumped from level 240 straight to the max level? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me, why baby, why? Do you think I don't want to level up like that? It's just that the master hasn't given us any cheats yet. Okay. Amon ultimately did not speak, because he really couldn't beat Bing Shuang right now. But Huanghua and LV Mao didn't think that much. The two looked at Bing Shuang with sincere expressions. Brother Bing Shuang, please teach us how to learn. Bing Shuang looked at the two idiots' serious expressions and only felt he had asked for trouble. If I knew how to teach, would I still need the master to help me cheat? Just kidding. Don't be anxious. The master will definitely have arrangements. Coughing twice, Bing Shuang turned his head away in embarrassment, only to find Brian looking at him with a strange expression. Old boo, even though I'm handsome, you can't keep staring at me like that, right? Brian's mouth twitched at these words, and he turned his head away. This dragon is becoming more and more unhinged. In front of the sofa, seeing that Sumubai had been silent for a long time, Lingyu reached out and waved in front of him. Master, what's wrong? Before the changes, her personality would never have allowed her to make such a gesture. She herself had no awareness of the changes brought about by the chaos cocoon. It's nothing. Sumubai shook his head and closed the quest list with a thought. Becoming a chaos overlord is still a long way off. He would see how things developed when the time came. At the very least, Lan Yu's appearance could bring him great help right now. Smiling and shaking his head, his gaze finally fell on their catastrophe traits. At the time, he had used the catastrophe on the light and dark cocoon. Logically speaking, after Yulan and Lingyu exited the fusion state, they shouldn't have had any catastrophe traits, but for some reason, the catastrophe traits that originally belonged to Lan Yu could still be enjoyed after the two separated. Though both could only receive partial buffs, only after merging into the Chaos Angel Lan Yu could they possess the complete catastrophe traits. Catastrophe traits. 1. Your comprehension speed for light-type laws is significantly increased, until you comprehend all light-type laws and condense the great Tao of light rules. Lan Yu, Lingyu. 2. When using light-type laws, the overall effect is increased by 50%. Lan Yu, Lingyu. 3. Your comprehension speed for dark-type laws is significantly increased, until you comprehend all dark-type laws and condense the great Tao of dark rules. Lan Yu, Yulan. 4. When using dark-type laws, the overall effect is increased by 50%. Lan Yu, Yulan. There wasn't enough soul power to attach catastrophe traits to the chaos cocoon, so Lan Yu's catastrophe traits were only effective for the light and dark laws. However, once he had enough soul power in the future, Sumubai could try to see if he could attach new, separate catastrophe traits to Lan Yu. If nothing went wrong, it should be possible. After all, Lan Yu already possessed catastrophe traits. It would just be a matter of overwriting them later. Looking at the two women's catastrophe traits, Sumubai asked with some confusion, do the myriad worlds currently have a light overlord and a dark overlord? Yes, they do. Both women nodded simultaneously. Hearing this, Sumubai nodded slightly. However, the doubt in his heart remained unresolved. But the following questions were clearly beyond the scope of Yulan and Lingyu's knowledge. Sumubai turned his head to look at Brian, whose eyes immediately lit up. It seems I am still very useful to the master. Can there only be one overlord for each element? Hearing Sumubai's question, Brian nodded quickly and said, yes, including the supreme rules, each rule Tao can only have one sovereign. Upon hearing this, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. If a certain line of rules already has a sovereign, can others still condense a rule Tao? Brian gave an awkward smile. I apologize, master, but I am not clear on that point either. Forget it. Sumubai waved his hand. He knew that this question was indeed putting Brian in a difficult position. Although this fellow was once the ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he was only a mid-level god. It was perfectly normal for him to be ignorant of matters concerning sovereigns. After a moment of thought, Sumubai flipped his hand and took out a piece of essence of divine soul imbued with the catastrophe attribute. Can this thing help you recover quickly? And fortunately, Brian shook his head and sighed. Simply increasing soul strength is useless. I must use treasures capable of healing soul trauma. Is that so? Sumubai frowned. I wonder if Pirate Bay has such treasures. If not, things will become quite troublesome. Although the mission target, Victor, was only at the peak of the low-level god stage, the leader of the Demon Wolf pirate group was a mid-level god. To make things easier, It would naturally be best if Brian could recover to at least the early mid-level god combat power. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's mind stirred. Continue toward Pirate Bay. Understood. The AI voice of the Star Dome sounded, and the spaceship instantly surged from a stationary state to the speed of light. A second later, the hull vibrated slightly, and it vanished into the cosmic starry sky. Foster fathers, I have some matters to attend to today. So there will only be 2 chapters. Chapter 473, Pirate Bay. After entering the dark space, the speed of the Star Dome began to soar. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. The acceleration process was extremely rapid. Yet there was no sensation within the cabin. After being upgraded to a Sovereign-class spaceship, the way the Star Dome traveled was more akin to folding space. The prerequisite for performing a space jump was to increase speed to the limit, reaching 10 million times the speed of light. However, the destination this time was Pirate Bay. Before being pulled out of the dark space by the Demon Wolf pirate group, the Star Dome had already been flying for a period of time before its upgrade. The remaining distance was not even enough for it to reach its maximum speed, let alone perform a space jump. Sumyubai had just waved his hand to take out a pile of essence of divine soul imbued with the catastrophe attribute, preparing to absorb them, when the AI voice of the Star Dome suddenly sounded. Notification, approaching destination, decelerating. So fast. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. He clearly hadn't adapted to the exaggerated speed of a Sovereign-class spaceship yet. At this moment, only a few seconds had passed since the Star Dome entered the dark space. Looking at the essence of divine soul floating in front of him, Sumyubai shook his head with a smile and waved his hand to store them back into his spatial ring. As the speed of the Star Dome dropped below the speed of light, the entire ship was immediately expelled from the dark space and returned to the cosmic starry sky. This is Pirate Bay. Looking at the unimaginable sight in the distance, Sumyubai couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. He had originally thought Pirate Bay was a planet. It wasn't until he saw this place with his own eyes that he realized his thinking had been limited by Blue Star. A massive warship floated silently in the starry sky. Its exterior looked rusted and mottled, with many areas reduced to nothing but iron frames. Yet, on this massive warship, city after city stood tall. According to the data provided by the Star Dome scan, the volume of this warship was twice as large as the Cold Abyss planet. This was the legendary Pirate Bay. It was the gathering place for the star pirates of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, and also the most chaotic and darkest place of all. There were no city guards here like those on normal planets or small worlds. All that existed were various star pirate groups. In a sense, Pirate Bay could be called a nation within a nation, although it was located within the sphere of influence of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The Frost Prison Divine Kingdom did not manage this place. Therefore, this could be considered a lawless zone. On the surface, there were no rules at all. Even if you were to kill or rob someone in the middle of the city, there would be no consequences. Each city was managed by a powerful star pirate group. But since these factions were all pirates, one could imagine what kind of state they managed this place in. The stronger the star pirate group, the more cities they occupied, and the closer they were to the interior of Pirate Bay. The sphere of influence of the Demon Wolf pirate group was located in the central area of Pirate Bay. Arrived near the destination. Shall we head to the nearest starport? The AI voice of the Star Dome sounded. Sumyubai nodded without speaking. The spaceship immediately navigated automatically toward the nearest starport. The entire Pirate Bay was wrapped in a faint energy layer, which was said to be able to withstand attacks from a peak mid-level god. This was also the main reason why the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom left this place alone. It wasn't as if the ruler would personally arrive just to deal with a Pirate Bay. Right. Incoming spaceships wanting to enter the interior of Pirate Bay could only pass through the various ports. G9527 starport. Although there were no rules to speak of here and it was extremely chaotic. It was precisely because of this that Pirate Bay had become the largest black market within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Some treasures that could not be bought or even seen on other planets might appear here. Therefore, the foot traffic in Pirate Bay was not low. On the contrary, it was quite high. Every starport was constantly welcoming creatures from various planets of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. In addition to a large number of star pirates, There were also many players who wanted to come to the black market to buy treasures. However, whether one could leave safely after buying something was a problem the buyer had to consider for themselves. Black market principle no. 1. Once the goods leave the seller's hand, no responsibility is taken. It wasn't just the merchants who took no responsibility. Even your safety was not the concern of the pirate group managing the city. Those who robbed you might even be the seller themselves or the managers of the city. Pirate Bay is just that unreasonable. Players without some means of self-preservation have no business coming to the black market to spend. Therefore, players who arrive here usually disguise and hide their identities. Often, after finishing their purchases, they will transform themselves, changing into another appearance to ensure their safety. Treasures for disguise and concealing one's aura can be said to be essential items for walking through Pirate Bay. Sumyubai naturally didn't need to go through such trouble. Tribulation of eternal silence could ignore any prying below the rule level. Unless a rule sovereign arrived in person, no creature could inspect Sumyubai's specific information. Watching the rapidly approaching spaceport, Sumyubai moved his mind, and his appearance instantly underwent a heaven-shaking change. However, this time it was not Moon Knight, but rather Cinder Annihilation. Inside the G95-7 spaceport, members of a certain pirate group were directing the various spaceships arriving at the port. Although there were no rules here, basic order still existed. Otherwise, if all ships were allowed to charge about recklessly, the port would have been destroyed long ago. 2 9th-rank mythical level undead pirate commanders finished directing a ship into the port and looked toward the starry sky, the soul fire in their pupils flickering violently. Good heavens! A big shot has arrived. The energy level of the energy shield outside this ship is too exaggerated. It can't even be detected. It's probably a prodigy from some top-tier race. Their ship's energy shield could likely withstand the attacks of ordinary higher gods. How could we possibly detect it? That's true. We definitely can't afford to offend such a big shot. I'm not stupid. Exemption. Definitely an exemption. If the captain finds out, he might even praise us for being observant. While the two undead pirates were talking, the Star Dome also sailed into the G95-7 spaceport. This way, please. Under the guidance of the undead pirates, the Star Dome successfully came to a halt. A white beam of light lit up, and Sumyubai and his party officially stepped into Pirate Bay. Waving his hand to store the Star Dome into his spatial ring, Sumyubai noticed that the two undead pirates hadn't followed them. Bing Xuan, who had transformed into a semi-humanoid form, also asked in confusion, "No fee, that doesn't sound like the pirate style. Strength is everything here." They must have chosen to avoid unnecessary trouble because they couldn't detect the energy intensity of the Star Dome. Brian held a plain, unadorned bone staff in his hand, his entire body shrouded in a black cloak, looking like an ordinary old man. Who would have thought that? In the absence of Lanyu, he was the strongest member of this small team. "My lord, where are we going next?" Walking out of the port, Lingyu waved his hand to release a flying car and asked. Sumyubai glanced at the communicator on his wrist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Teleportation Hall, Chapter 474, Nether Immortal Pavilion. Lingyu's flying car had also been upgraded once by Sumyubai, but it only improved aspects like the vehicle's defensive capabilities, which didn't have much significance. This city was located on the outermost edge of Pirate Bay, and Sumyubai's party had no intention of staying, heading directly to the teleportation hall in the city center. After paying a teleportation fee of 800 soul coins per person, they arrived directly at a city in the central region. Notification: you have entered Pirate Bay City AO6. The current manager of this city is the Speeding Pirate Group. City AO6 announcement: speeding is prohibited within the city. Anyone caught will have their legs broken immediately. This Speeding Pirate Group is quite interesting. Bing Xuan grinned and hooked his arm around Eamon's shoulder. "Almon, do you like speeding?" "You like it too." Eamon's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the floodgates. "I'm not bragging, brother, but I have a modified flying car on the Aldrich planet, and its performance is absolutely insane." "Big brother isn't bragging. We can testify." Huanggue and Lumao nodded in unison, their eyes filled with nostalgia, clearly recalling some past events. "Where's the car? Forgot to bring it." "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Bing Xuan curled his lip. "All right. The captain of the speeding pirate group is no weakling. Don't go looking for trouble. Sumyubai glared at Bing Xuan and led the group out of the teleportation hall. His purpose for coming to this city had nothing to do with the speeding pirate group. If it wasn't necessary, Sumyubai didn't want to provoke more enemies. The only reason this was their first stop was because of the intelligence provided by One-Eyed Wolf. The notorious slave trader Victor was currently in City 06. If it were any other pirate group, they might not have been able to provide such precise intelligence. But the Demon Wolf pirate group was founded by the werewolf race, and they were sworn enemies of the blood race, so they naturally paid more attention to Victor's tracks. According to One-Eyed Wolf, their captain seemed to be preparing to rob Victor recently. Sumyubai had arrived at the perfect time, easily obtaining Victor's whereabouts. A moment later, the group arrived outside a tall, cylindrical building. From the outside, the building was decorated extremely luxuriously. Clearly a high-end establishment. Nether Immortal Pavilion. The sign, formed by condensed inscriptions, caught Sumyubai's eyes, and he couldn't help but roll them. A slave trader, shouldn't he be in the slave market? Why was he always hanging out in a brothel? Yes, a brothel. And it was the largest chain of brothels in the entire Death Domain. The name Nether Immortal Pavilion was known to everyone in the Death Domain. Every major world, minor world, every planet, and every city almost always had a Nether Immortal Pavilion. In terms of influence, the Nether Immortal Pavilion was on par with the Death Domain Bank. Within the Death Domain, even those top-tier forces whose reach spanned the entire myriad worlds would generally give the Nether Immortal Pavilion some face. Therefore, this place had also become one of the rare safe zones in Pirate Bay. Once you enter the Nether Immortal Pavilion, you must abide by the rules of the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Never mind killing, even fighting was strictly prohibited inside this place. As long as you have money, you can enjoy the most ultimate services. However, these rules only apply within the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Once you leave the Nether Immortal Pavilion, everything follows the rules of Pirate Bay. As everyone knows, the rule of Pirate Bay is that there are no rules. If you have the strength, you can completely slaughter the city's ruler and set the rules yourself. According to One-Eyed Wolf's intelligence, this guy Victor has been staying at the Nether Immortal Pavilion for a week. As for the specific reason, they haven't been able to find out yet. Respected distinguished guest, welcome home. As the group just stepped through the entrance, the receptionists on both sides bowed in unison, their soft, sweet voices making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. They were all dark elf receptionists, with fair skin and tall, slender figures, dressed in cheongsams, wearing black silk stockings with garters on their long, beautiful legs, and high heels on their feet. Their hair was coiled high, and they wore sparkling earrings on their pointed ears. They stood on both sides of the main entrance with smiles on their faces, bringing a sense of being home to every player who arrived at the Nether Immortal Pavilion. Even the greeting was welcome home instead of welcome. There is a reason why the Nether Immortal Pavilion can spread throughout the entire Death Realm. Look, this is what you call professional. Dark elves do not look any different from ordinary elves on the outside. The two are actually the same race. It is just that dark elves possess an innate dark talent, so they naturally exude a dark aura. For the elf race, which produces handsome men and beautiful women, this is not a disadvantage at all. Instead, it adds a touch of contrast. One of the dark elves stepped forward and said with a smile, "Distinguished guests, may I ask if you have a reservation?" Sumyubai shook his head. "Open a heaven-tier private room for me." Double quotes. Very well. Please follow me. The receptionist bowed and gestured for them to follow, leading Sumyubai and his group toward the elevator. The interior decor of the Nether Immortal Pavilion was even more luxurious than the outside. It was cylindrical in its entirety, so everything inside was distributed in a ring shape, with a large, empty area in the middle. At first, Sumyubai didn't understand the point of building it this way, but after the elevator ascended a certain distance and he saw the scene in the central area through the glass, he suddenly realized, good heavens, it truly deserves to be the #1 brothel in the Death Realm. They really know how to play. He saw figures flying up and down in the empty area, holding jade trays in their hands, floating lightly to the windows of various private rooms to serve drinks to the guests. These figures were actually all busty ghost maidens. After some ghost maidens served the drinks, they began dance performances right in front of the windows, and some even floated directly into the private rooms. However, every private room had a function to block perception, so people outside had no idea what kind of programs were going on inside. Except for the well-traveled Brian, everyone else, including Sumubai, felt like their horizons had been broadened. Bing Shuang suddenly leaned over to Brian and teased, "Old Boo, to be honest, did you always come to places like this in the past? What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander." Brian immediately got flustered. "Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest blade." Bing Shuang grinned. "I was just wondering why you're so weak. Turns out it's because you've been playing too much." So Brian's weakness is because he plays too much. The three Signal Light brothers looked at Brian in unison, with expressions that suggested they all understood. Yulan and Ling Yu also cast looks of disdain. "We didn't expect you to be this kind of Brian. This old man is a Lich King, a proper member of the undead race. How would an undead play?" Brian was so angry that he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Although there was no beard on his bones, he was truly agitated. "A filthy king, I know." Bing Shuang deliberately dragged out the words "filthy king," winking and gesturing. The receptionist covered her mouth and chuckled. "This distinguished guest, our Nether Immortal Pavilion also has a soulmate package service, you know." Chapter 475. The Lord of Black Blood Victor. Bonus chapter. Amidst the banter along the way, the group followed the receptionist into a luxurious private room. The Heaven-tier private room was the second best room in this Nether Immortal Pavilion. Above it, there was still the God tier. Although Sumubai could afford it, he still chose the Heaven-tier room. It wasn't to save money, but because his target, Victor, was in a Heaven-tier room. Although it wasn't the same room, the Heaven-tier rooms were all on the same floor. After Sumubai sat in the main seat, he waved his hand gently, and the room's window opened instantly. After the ghost maiden served the drinks that came with the room, her face, covered by a white cloth, looked at Sumubai. Her eyes filled with 3 parts shyness, 3 parts charm, 3 parts anticipation, and 1 part inquiry. Her white cloth seemed to be her face, and it actually flushed with a hint of red dot. However, Sumubai's purpose for coming here was not to play. He waved his hand lightly, and the ghost maiden did not pester him, simply floating away. Sumubai waved his hand to take out a pile of essence of divine soul infused with catastrophe properties, and while absorbing them, he began to observe the other Heaven-tier rooms. Because all the rooms were distributed in a ring, it was easy for Sumubai to see the scenes inside the rooms that had their windows open. Golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes as the Zhuanshan pupil was activated. Before long, Sumubai's eyes lit up. Found him outside a room diagonally opposite. 6 ghost maidens were performing a seductive dance that made one's blood boil. Their bodies swayed with the music, occasionally flying up and down, vaguely revealing the scenery beneath their long white dresses. Although ghost maidens were also creatures of the undead race, beneath their long white dresses were not skeletons, but alluring bodies manifested from souls. Compared to the bodies of ordinary creatures, bodies manifested from souls had a unique charm. Sumubai's gaze passed through these ghost maidens and landed on the figure in front of the window of that private room. It was a young man in a tuxedo with a hooked nose, slightly sunken eye sockets, and a pale complexion, as if his body had been completely hollowed out. The slight fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth betrayed his identity as a member of the Blood Clan. This race's complexion was naturally pale, so whether his body was drained or not made little difference. The young man held a stemmed glass in his hand, filled with a crimson liquid. As the glass swayed gently, the liquid within rippled along with it. Judging by the viscosity of the liquid, it was clear this was no mere fine wine, but blood. Although the young man's gaze remained fixed on the dancing ghost maiden, his eyes were somewhat vacant, as if his attention were elsewhere. From his slightly furrowed brows, it was evident that he seemed to be troubled by something. The information publicly available about the young man identified him as Tony, a Blood Clan player at the mid-stage of the Lesser God realm, but under Sumubai's eyes of the profound heaven, his concealment was utterly useless. As golden light flickered within his pupils, the young man's status panel appeared in full before Sumubai's eyes. Lord of Black Blood Victor Blood Clan Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Blood Clan Prince Top Tier Blood Clan Entity Law Lord Realm Vitality 826 stars. Divine Soul Early Stage Median God Divine Body Early Stage Median God Combat Power Early Stage Median God Laws Law of Blood Regeneration Law of Blood Erosion Law of Blood Curse Law of Blood Devouring. Victor is a genius among the new generation of Blood Clan princes. At a young age, he has already comprehended multiple paths of laws and has just successfully created a small world, breaking through to the early stage median god realm. He recently feels he has been targeted by a powerful pirate crew, which is why he is somewhat distressed. So, he really did break through. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already known this information before coming here. The intelligence naturally came from the Demon Wolf pirate crew. Although One-Eyed Wolf was quite pathetic, he was still a law lord and held some status within the Demon Wolf pirate crew. The difficulty of the bounty mission to hunt Victor was 11 stars low, but at that time, he was still at the peak of the lesser god realm and had not yet broken through. This guy had clearly broken through within the last 2 days, otherwise, the information at the bounty hunter house would not have remained unupdated. A mission reward of 500 million soul crystals was clearly insufficient for hunting a median god. Do not be fooled by the fact that there was only a small gap in rank between the two. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The limit of vitality for a peak lesser god was 99 stars. The greater the talent of a lesser god, the higher their vitality growth would be after breaking through to the median god realm. Victor currently possessed 826 stars of vitality, which clearly showed his talent was quite good. However, bounty hunting missions were all posted by other players, and the bounty hunter house would not raise the mission reward just because the target's strength had increased. To increase the reward, one could only have the bounty hunter house notify the mission client to see what kind of price they were willing to offer. In such cases, if the client refused to increase the reward, the bounty hunter could abandon the mission and reclaim their acceptance fee. All losses would then be borne by the mission client themselves. Although Sumyubai was not hunting Victor solely for the mission reward, if he could get more, why not? Raising his hand to wake his communicator, Sumyubai used his Calamity of All Races identity to upload the latest intelligence on Victor. Soon, the bounty hunter house provided a response. Respected Calamity of All Races, your feedback has been received. The information is being verified. Please wait patiently. It is estimated to take no more than 10 minutes. Such high efficiency. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, though he could not fathom how the bounty hunter house actually verified such information. A moment later, the communicator on his wrist vibrated again. Respected Calamity of All Races, the information has been verified and confirmed as true. The difficulty of this bounty hunting mission has been raised to 11 stars medium. We have contacted the mission client, who stated that 500 million soul crystals is their limit, but they can provide an additional treasure. Click to view details. You may choose to abandon this mission, and the acceptance fee will be fully refunded. Abandoning it was naturally out of the question, even without this hunting mission. Sumyubai would not let Victor go, however. He was now interested in the additional reward mentioned by the client. What kind of treasure could be worth the reward for hunting a median god? A flash of brilliance crossed Sumyubai's eyes, and he immediately clicked to view the details. Today's extra update is served. Finally back to number 1 on the game sports category list. It wasn't easy. Dear patrons, please give gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 476, Flower of Life. After reading the detailed information provided by the bounty hunter house, Sumyubai could not help but frown. It turned out that the mission client was not providing the treasure directly, but rather disclosing its location. Given the client's strength, they were unable to retrieve that treasure themselves. In other words, even if Sumyubai successfully hunted Victor after his breakthrough to the median god realm, he would only receive the 500 million soul crystal reward in the short term. To obtain the treasure, he would have to go and retrieve it himself. If it weren't for the fact that Victor was already Sumyubai's target, this mission would clearly not be worth it. Of course, the fact that the bounty hunter house allowed the mission to remain active meant that the reward offered by the client was sufficient to meet the threshold for hunting a median god. All of this was because this treasure was exceptionally rare. Flower of Life. Law Grade Treasure. A strange flower containing vast vitality and the power of life-related laws, which can be used to quickly repair damage to a divine body or significantly shorten the time required for divine body condensation. Special effect. After using the Flower of Life, your affinity for life-related laws will be increased. The Flower of Life may grow anywhere in the myriad worlds, but within the same cycle. Only one Flower of Life will be born in each realm. Flower of Life. Looking at the information about the Flower of Life provided by the Bounty Hunter House, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. If the location provided by the client could truly lead to the Flower of Life, then it would be absolutely worth it to other bounty hunters. This was an extremely rare law-grade treasure, but if it were to fall into Sumyubai's hands, it would become a rule-grade supreme treasure. Myriad Races Calamity. Mission continues. After confirming with the bounty hunter's hone that he would continue the mission, Sumyubai finally put down his communicator. Victor, in the private room diagonally across from him, also noticed someone observing him and looked over. As a mid-tier god, he possessed at least that much perception, especially since Sumyubai had made no effort to hide his gaze. Their eyes met, and Victor visibly frowned. Sumyubai, however, smiled slightly and raised his wine glass toward Victor. He then beckoned, and a ghost maiden drifted over in response. Sumyubai picked up the paper and pen on the table, scribbled a few lines, handed it to the ghost maiden, and pointed toward Victor in the room across the way. Deliver this to that guest, and send him a bottle of fine wine while you're at it. Very well. The ghost maiden took the note and drifted away. Upon receiving the note and the wine, Victor was slightly stunned, and a flash of joy couldn't help but cross his eyes. But when he looked up toward the room where Sumyubai was, he found that the other party had already closed the window at some point. Looking at the contents of the note again, a thoughtful expression flickered in Victor's eyes. Every private room in the Nether Immortal Workshop had the ability to shield perception. Once the windows were closed, no one would know what the guests were doing inside. Even the Nether Immortal Workshop itself could not know what transpired within the rooms. It was precisely because of such services that the Nether Immortal Workshop had become the largest money pit in the Death Realm. Master, why send wine to that pretty boy? Isn't that a waste of money? Bing Xuan asked, somewhat puzzled. A cold sneer curled the corners of Sumyubai's mouth. My wine isn't so easy to drink. The Demon Wolf mercenary group had their eyes on Victor, but they didn't understand why the man had stayed in the Nether Immortal Workshop for so long without coming out. Through the eye of the profound heaven, Sumyubai knew it was because the man had discovered he was being watched. It had to be said that as a notorious slave trader, Victor's perception was still quite sharp. Everything Sumyubai did was intended to lure Victor out of the Nether Immortal Workshop. The Demon Wolf mercenary group dared not make a move here, and neither did he. Although his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds since arriving in the undead realm, Sumyubai did not yet have the power to go head-to-head with a major force that spanned the entire Death Realm. Of course, with Calamity, possessing such strength was only a matter of time. The reason Sumyubai closed the window, besides leaving time for Victor to consider, was primarily to utilize his talent. Setting down his wine glass, Sumyubai flipped his wrist, and a pure black, rounded orb appeared in his palm. It was none other than the mythical great item, the Time Orb, which he had won at the Death Domain Bank auction. At the time, the Calamity talent could not be used, so the Time Orb had been lying in Sumyubai's spatial ring. Time Orb, mythical grade special treasure, energy depleted, effect unknown. The energy inside this orb had been completely exhausted, leaving only an empty shell. It had lost its ability to recover automatically and had fallen to mythical grade. If it were fully charged, it should have been a Saint Extinction grade treasure. Recovery method. Use time type laws to repair it, or inject water from the river of time. Looking at the smooth orb in his palm that lacked any energy fluctuations, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Calamity, target Time Orb prompt. Please choose to promote by 1 tier, or attach a Calamity trait to it. Click to view details. Only 1 tier of promotion. Sumyubai was slightly taken aback and clicked to view the details. Option 1. Promote to the Saint Extinction grade item Heart of Time. No consumption. Option 2. Attach a Calamity trait to it separately, consuming 0.09 soul power. Sumyubai's pupils faintly glowed with golden light, and the vertical eye between his brows slowly opened, immediately following. More information appeared beneath option 1. Although the Heart of Time is only a Saint Extinction grade item, it is actually a fragment of the Rule grade Supreme Treasure Wheel of Time. Not a complete treasure, because it's incomplete. It can't be raised to a higher tier. Sumyubai thought for a moment and decided to first consume 0.9 soul power to attach a calamity trait to the Time Orb, having the precedent of the Space Orb. He knew that once this thing was restored, it would be immediately absorbed by the Wheel of Time, at which point there wouldn't even be time to attach a calamity trait. He currently lacked the soul power to attach a calamity trait to the Wheel of Time directly. It was better to try and see if the Time Orb's calamity trait would be inherited by the Wheel of Time. Even if it couldn't be inherited, he would only lose 0.09 soul power. If it could be inherited, it would naturally be better than having no calamity trait at all. When he had enough soul power in the future, he could simply override it with a stronger calamity trait. Prompt: you have lost 0.9 soul power and successfully attached a calamity trait to the Time Orb. In a breath, the calamity talent successfully took effect, and the Time Orb gained an additional calamity trait. Sumyubai took a look, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He never expected that a mere 0.9 soul power could bring such an unexpected surprise. Calamity trait. Beings who have not comprehended time-type laws can also use its power, provided it is first restored. Sumyubai still remembered that the subsequent 3 effects of the Wheel of Time had been unusable because his law path did not match. As long as he could inherit this calamity trait, that would no longer be a problem. Thinking of this, his gaze couldn't help but turn fervent. Promote by 1 tier, Chapter 477. The last 3 effects of the Wheel of Time. Whoosh! 9-colored light burst forth instantly, enveloping the entire private room. But due to the restrictive effects of the Nether Immortal Workshop, not a single ray of light or aura leaked out, even though there was no tremor in the surrounding space. Sumyubai felt his thoughts inexplicably stall. Following that, streams of invisible energy were rapidly absorbed by the Time Orb. He could clearly feel the energy within the Time Orb gradually becoming full. This energy gave off an ethereal sensation, and as the restoration progressed, the entire orb slowly began to shine with an intense, pure black light. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. It felt as if a long time had passed, yet it also felt like the blink of an eye. When a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have obtained the Saint Extinction grade item Heart of Time. In an instant, the Wheel of Time and Space manifested on its own. It and the restored Heart of Time simultaneously flew out of his hands. Hovering before Sumyubai, the white yin-yang fish portion of the Wheel of Time and Space shone with an extreme white light, instantly capturing the pitch-black Heart of Time. The speed at which the two fused was so fast that there was truly no opportunity to add a catastrophe trait to the Heart of Time separately. Notification: your rule-level treasure Wheel of Time and Space has recovered a portion of its power. With the yin and yang fish eyes reunited, the Wheel of Time and Space appeared to have returned to its complete state. Sumyubai reached out and grasped the Wheel of Time and Space. His first instinct was not to check its attributes, but to confirm whether the catastrophe trait had been inherited. Beautiful. Looking at the catastrophe trait at the very bottom of the Wheel of Time and Space panel, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Sumyubai's face. With this catastrophe trait, even before he comprehended the laws of time, he would be able to use the last 3 time-related effects of the Wheel of Time and Space. At this moment, apart from Frost who remained calm, Brian, the Angel Sisters, and the 3 Signal Light brothers all stared blankly at the Wheel of Time and Space in Sumyubai's hands. Although they did not recognize the Wheel of Time and Space, they had all attended that auction at the Dead Domain Bank. Cucumber and Green Hair had not yet reacted, but the others had already guessed that this treasure was the legendary rule-level treasure created by the Master of Time and Space, the Wheel of Time and Space. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they finally understood why Sumyubai had spent so much money to bid for the Time Orb back then. Thinking of how he had suggested his master bid for the Time Orb, Brian felt his old face flush with embarrassment. So, the legendary Wheel of Time and Space had already been in his master's possession. Sumyubai had no time to pay attention to everyone's shock. After confirming that the catastrophe trait was still there, he began to examine the changes in the wheel of time and space. After absorbing the heart of time, this rule-level treasure had finally recovered somewhat, and its attributes had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. It was just a pity that it was still in an incomplete state. Wheel of time and space incomplete rule-level treasure cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be replicate effects. 1. You can leave a time-space mark on any location or target, with a maximum quantity of 14, within the same world. After activating the mark, you will instantly teleport to the location of the mark, ignoring distance and ignoring barriers below rule level. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Law increases your comprehension of the law of spatial movement. When you successfully comprehend the law of spatial movement, the number of time-space marks will increase, and the cooldown for instant teleportation will be reduced. 2. You can seal time and space within a range of 1 kilometer to 1,463 kilometers, radius, minimum 1 kilometer, current maximum 1,463 kilometers. Unless you permit it or the opponent possesses the power to break the seal, they cannot leave by any means, and outsiders cannot enter through teleportation methods. Can last for a maximum of 14,630 minutes. Level times tier times 10 closing parenthesis. Cooldown: 4 hours. Only one area can be sealed at a time. Law increases your comprehension of the law of spatial sealing. When you successfully comprehend the law of spatial sealing, the sealing range and duration will increase, and the cooldown will be reduced. 3. You can open a portal to a coordinate location. You and your chosen individuals can instantly arrive at that coordinate through the portal, ignoring barriers below rule level. Maximum teleportation distance: 146,300 kilometers. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Law increases your comprehension of the law of spatial teleportation. When you successfully comprehend the law of spatial teleportation, the teleportation distance will increase, and the cooldown will be reduced. The first 3 effects related to the laws of space all received a comprehension bonus for a specific spatial law. Not only that, but the effects were also 10 times stronger than before, especially the instant teleportation, which was upgraded from ignoring barriers not exceeding Saint Extinction grade to ignoring barriers below rule level. The reason Sumyubai had not been too reckless during this period was that the effect of instant teleportation had been greatly restricted in the myriad worlds. Barriers exceeding Saint Extinction grade were everywhere here. Now that the effect had been improved, he finally had the capital to be reckless again. However, the most important thing this time was clearly not the changes to the first 3 effects. Sumyubai took a deep breath and looked at the last 3 effects that he had previously been unable to view or use. 4. Slow affects the target, reducing all their speeds by 50% to 95%, lasting for 10 to 600 seconds, with the specific effect depending on the gap in strength between the 2 parties. Includes but is not limited to movement speed, attack speed, reaction speed, recovery speed, skill cooldowns, law mobilization speed, cooldown 30 minutes. Law increases your comprehension of the law of time deceleration. As your comprehension of the law of time deceleration increases, the effect of slow will be significantly enhanced, and the cooldown will be reduced. 5. Surge affects the target, increasing all their speeds by 2 to 20 times, lasting for 10 to 600 seconds, with the specific effect depending on the gap in strength between the 2 parties. Includes but is not limited to movement speed, attack speed, reaction speed, recovery speed, skill cooldowns, law mobilization speed. If applied to yourself, the effect will be related to your level of comprehension of the law of time acceleration. Cooldown 30 minutes. Law enhances your comprehension of the law of time acceleration. As your comprehension of the law of time acceleration increases, the effect of the surge will be significantly boosted, and the cooldown time will be reduced. 6. Rewind upon activation. The target's body and soul will be reverted to their state from 3 to 5 seconds prior. The specific time point is chosen by you, and it can be used on yourself. When you die, the rewind effect will be triggered automatically. Cooldown: 6 hours. Law enhances your comprehension of the law of time rewind. As your comprehension of the law of time rewind increases, the selectable rewind time points will be significantly expanded, and the cooldown time will be reduced. Catastrophe trait. You can use the effects of slow surge and rewind even without comprehending time-related laws. A special treasure created by the Master of Time and Space. It is currently incomplete, and its effects are only equivalent to a law-level treasure. Ordinary people cannot use it at all. It seems to be missing something. If you possess enough water of the River of Time, you should be able to find the answer. Chapter 478. The Essence of Talents. The Terrifying Potential of the Human Race. Bonus chapter. The law of time seems much harder to comprehend than the law of space. Looking at the status window of the Wheel of Time and Space, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The first 3 spatial effects could be used without needing to comprehend any space-related laws. However, the latter 3 temporal effects required one to first comprehend a specific time-related law before they could be utilized. Although only a sliver of comprehension was needed, this requirement was still difficult to meet. Fortunately, Sumyubai had his cheat, allowing him to use them in advance. Flipping his hand to put away the Wheel of Time and Space, Sumyubai absorbed the essence of Divine Soul and turned his gaze toward Brian. A thought stirring in his mind. Catastrophe. Target. Brian's talent. Back in the Forbidden Land of Gods, SSS rank had already reached the limit. After arriving in the undead realm, Sumyubai hadn't had the chance to try it, as his talent slot had been occupied by the small world. Only now did he finally have the leisure to give it a try. However, the system notification that rang in his ears left Sumyubai with a hint of disappointment and 99 parts joy. I am sorry. This talent has reached the limit of the myriad worlds and cannot be subjected to catastrophe. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that SSS rank talents were indeed the limit of the myriad worlds. But precisely because of this, the value of the unique forbidden rank catastrophe talent was infinitely elevated. Through this notification, Sumyubai finally confirmed that catastrophe was the only forbidden rank talent in the myriad worlds, because it had already transcended the limits of the myriad worlds. However, Sumyubai still had some doubts in his heart, since they were both SSS rank. Why was there such a massive difference between talents and skills? As the saying goes, an elder in the house is like a treasure. This question was naturally left to Brian, the former lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, to answer. Master, an SSS rank talent is not something an SSS rank skill can compare to. Brian organized his thoughts and slowly began to explain. The others also gathered around to listen intently. Bing Xuan was less than a year old in actual age, apart from the inherited memories in her mind. She didn't understand many things. Yulan and Lingyu had long since defected from their respective races, so they weren't very clear about the nature of talents either. Amon didn't know because he had never paid special attention to it. As for Huanghua and Lumao, they simply didn't know because they weren't very bright. Through Brian's explanation, everyone finally understood the difference between talents and skills. Although both used the same tier classification, their significance was completely different. Talents are innate to each race, except for a very small number of individuals with immense potential. There is almost no possibility of improvement. Skills, however, are different, as long as the learning conditions are met. Any player can learn them. It's just that for talents and skills below S rank, the difference in effect isn't too significant. What truly creates a gap are talents above S rank, especially SSS rank. As the top-tier talent in the myriad worlds, the essence of an SSS rank talent is actually the ability to invoke a small portion of the authority of a certain rule. Creatures possessing SSS rank talents often have a massive advantage in comprehending certain laws under that rule system. The reason top-tier races are top-tier is that certain groups among them are born with SSS rank talents. It was only then that Sumyubai realized top-tier races were not what he had imagined. Taking the undead race, which had the most branches, as an example, although this race ranked third on the myriad races ranking, there were actually extremely distinct divisions within the race. The weakest small skeletons could only ever awaken the weakest F-rank talent. In terms of combat power, they couldn't even compare to those weak races that didn't make the myriad races ranking. Moving up, skeleton soldiers, elite skeletons, ghosts, and other undead creatures were all considered part of the undead race. but their potential caps were extremely low. Take the demon race as an example. Among the many low-rank small demons, only the demon royal family could truly awaken SSS-rank talents. The angel race was the same. Although the weakest angels could reach the 7th tier epic level upon adulthood, their potential was almost locked out to winged angels. Unless they encountered heaven-sent fortune, would remain to wing for their entire lives. Individuals like Yulan and Lingyu were already top-tier geniuses within the two major angel races. Of course, after being enhanced by the cocoon of chaos, the potential of the two women had far surpassed that of the so-called geniuses of the angel race. Master, do you know why many races in the myriad worlds target the human race? The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered slightly, and his expression became serious. Sumyubai was slightly stunned upon hearing this, because the human form is most similar to the god race. He had learned this back at the auction in the Dead Zone Bank. That is only one factor. Brian shook his head. The most important reason is actually because of their talent. Talent? Sumyubai frowned. Players from top-tier races with SSS-grade talents are far more numerous than those of the human race. Why would they target the human race specifically because of their talents? Because the human race is capable of awakening every single type of talent in the myriad worlds. Although they are born frail, their growth potential is terrifying. As he spoke, Brian's voice trembled slightly, his eyes burning as he looked at Sumyubai. Just like you, Master. Such talent is simply inconceivable in the eyes of us top-tier races. Hearing this, Sumyubai sighed. I am different. Other human players do not possess such powerful talents. No, Master, you are unaware. Brian shook his head. I am a Lich King, belonging to the top-tier existence among the undead race. I was born destined to awaken an SSS-grade talent. Having said this, he paused for a moment before continuing, word by word. But all Lich Kings awaken the exact same SSS-grade talent. The same applies to other top-tier undead creatures. Within the same branch, one can only awaken the same SSS-grade talent. And they are all of the death element. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply, and he couldn't help but turn to look at the others. If all top-tier races were like this, then the talent and potential of the human race were indeed terrifying. Even the top-tier undead creatures he had created were no longer limited by the potential of the undead race in the myriad worlds. Extra chapter for today, good news. Someone is interested in the copyright for this book. However, it is for overseas translation rights, specifically Thai, just a minor copyright. My dear patrons, you will have Thai readers in the future. Chapter 479. The Third Path of Law. Yulan and Lingyu also nodded. All holy angels, fallen angels capable of growing to the 10th order saint extermination level awaken talents that are strictly light or dark element, and the variety is very limited. Huanghua and LV Mao thought for a moment. Old Boo, that's not right. The talents of our demon race are quite different. Bang, bang. Amon immediately slapped each of them, saying with a look of exasperation, Branches, do you understand? We belong to different families. So, of course they are different, but they are all still dark or death element. Oh right, the members of our family really do all awaken the same talent. Arshel suddenly realized. The words of the group confirmed that the human race was indeed the most unique race in the myriad worlds. Compared to the powerful races at the top of the myriad race rankings, the number of SSS-grade talents among humans might be far lower, but they lacked the restrictions of those races and could awaken talents of any rule-based system. The reason the human race had never been able to ascend the myriad race rankings was entirely because they were targeted by many races, making it difficult for anyone to truly grow up. And the ones who contributed the most to this were the races on Brian's death list. Sumyubai's mind was filled with thoughts, his gaze fixed on the wine glass on the table, remaining silent for a long time. For a moment, the private room fell into a heavy silence. It wasn't until a notification sound came from Sumyubai's communicator that the atmosphere was broken. Beep, 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 it's hooked. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. Notification. Player Victor has requested to add you as a contact. Do you accept? The reason Victor used his real name instead of a serial number was entirely because the note Sumyubai had left already revealed his identity. Therefore, he naturally saw no need to hide. Just as Sumyubai was about to accept Victor's request, his expression suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, a smile appeared on his face. He cast Victor's friend request to the back of his mind and instantly sank his consciousness into the small world within his body. The reward from the previous Myriad World announcement had caused the small world that had already taken shape within him to expand by another 500%. Until this very moment, the expansion had finally come to an end in another VIP room. Victor had already dismissed the ghost dancers outside the window, and even the staff inside the room had all left. At this moment, he stared intently at the communicator on his wrist, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. What is going on with this guy? Wasn't it he who initiated the cooperation? Why hasn't he accepted my friend request yet? The reason Victor decided to agree to the cooperation was entirely because Sumyubai claimed to have the ability to send him out of Pirate Bay. Moreover, the first sentence on the note had directly pointed out that he was being targeted by the Demon Wolf pirate group. This was the very reason Victor had been lingering in the Nether Immortal Market. Coming to Pirate Bay this time, Victor had originally intended to sell the slaves in his possession for a good price. But who would have thought he would be so unlucky as to be targeted by the Demon Wolf pirate group? If it were any other pirate group, it would be fine. At worst, he would just lose some resources. After all, this was no peaceful place. As long as there was profit to be made, no one would choose to fight a mid-level god to the death. But the Demon Wolf pirate group was different, as this pirate group was composed entirely of players from the werewolf race. And since the werewolf race and the blood race were mortal enemies, if he fell into their hands, they would never let him go. Although he had already broken through to the early stage of a mid-level god, he had absolutely no confidence in escaping from the Demon Wolf god. After all, the other party had been a mid-level god for a long time. Damn it, what rotten luck. Victor slammed his wine glass onto the table, unable to stop himself from cursing. Urgently, there had been a pirate group formed by the Blood race in the Pirate Bay of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, with power on par with the Demon Wolf pirate group. Because of this, Victor had never encountered any trouble when coming here to sell slaves in the past. But who could have guessed that this Blood race pirate group would suddenly leave, abandoning even the city they controlled? By the time Victor received the news, he had already arrived at Pirate Bay, and was subsequently targeted by the Demon Wolf pirate group. Now that there was an opportunity to leave this place, and the other party even wanted to buy all the slaves in his possession, Victor naturally had no reason to refuse. Judging by the composition of the other party's members, they were definitely not from the Demon Wolf pirate group. The Demon Wolf pirate group only ever recruited werewolf players. This was a fact that had never changed, despite the risk of being double-crossed. Could things really get any worse than they were now? Therefore, Victor sent a friend request to the other party, preparing to take a gamble. After all, he couldn't just keep hiding in the Nether Immortal Market forever, could he? The cost of living here was not low. He could endure it for a short time. But if it dragged on, even a notorious slave trader like Victor would feel the pinch. The Nether Immortal Market was a well-known money pit in the Death Realm. Once you entered, even the stingiest miser would be squeezed for every last drop of oil. No matter how strong your willpower was, if you stayed here long enough, you would eventually succumb to the temptations of the Nether Immortal Market. Victor knew this all too well. In just a few days, he already felt the intensity of the allure growing stronger. It wasn't just the usual fare of a brothel. There were all sorts of bizarre and exotic forms of entertainment. And there was always one that would make you spend your money willingly. Inside his internal small world, thanks to the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game, the 4 continents of North, South, East, and West had undergone a massive transformation. The volume of a single continent now exceeded the sum of all of them combined. Even the Sea of Death at the center of the endless ocean was now gradually taking on the appearance of a real ocean. Watching the ripples stir across the Sea of Death, Sumyubai suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation emanating from his soul. This is, with a thought from Sumyubai, the entire Sea of Death, along with the mountain ranges surrounding it, vanished from its original spot in an instant. The next moment, the Sea of Death suddenly appeared in another area. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for gaining enlightenment through the creation of a small world. Notification. Your SSS rank skill Calamity World has successfully upgraded into the Path of Law. Law of Calamity World. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a Path of Law. Sumubai was slightly stunned. He had been considering which skill to promote for his third Path of Law, but he hadn't expected to comprehend one directly. A sharp glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes. He waved his hand to return the relocated Sea of Death to its original position, and his consciousness immediately withdrew from his internal small world. Master, have you comprehended another law? As soon as he opened his eyes, Sumubai saw the shocked expressions of everyone around him. Although that ripple of law had been almost imperceptible, the members of Frost within the private room had felt it clearly. Sumubai nodded and smiled faintly. Yes, I comprehended it by accident. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. Listen to that, what kind of talk is that? Looking across all the myriad worlds, you are probably the only one who dares to speak of comprehending a law so nonchalantly. Right, he hadn't even broken through to the 7th rank yet, and he had already comprehended 3 paths of law in succession. If the geniuses of the powerful races in the myriad worlds found out about this, wouldn't they be so ashamed they'd commit suicide? Chapter 480. Special Law. Sumubai also knew that his speed of comprehending laws was truly monstrous. Looking at the dejected expressions of the group, he smiled mysteriously. Once we leave Pirate Bay, I will give you all a surprise. Hearing this, Frost seemed to think of something, and a look of wild joy immediately appeared on her face. Brian and the others, however, were very confused, as they did not know just how terrifying Sumubai's cataclysm talent truly was. Watching the others pestering Frost with questions, Sumubai smiled and opened his law interface. Current paths of law. 3 currently capable of accommodating 3 paths of law. When your soul strength also reaches the lower god level and you condense a divine soul, you will be able to accommodate 5 paths of law. 1. Law of Soul Control. This path of law is one of the branches of the soul rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be better able to control your own soul and the souls of other creatures. Current comprehension level 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate 2. Law of Causality. This path of law is a major branch of the Fate rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be able to manipulate the causality of yourself and other creatures. The law of causality belongs to the supreme rule Fate. It is extremely difficult to mobilize and extremely difficult to comprehend. Current comprehension level 0.01%. 0 Pattern 3. Law of Calamity World. This is a special law. It belongs to both a branch of the Death Rule and a branch of the Space Rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will be better able to control your internal small world and the power of the world. Current comprehension level 12.35%. 1 Pattern. It actually started at over 12%. Sumubai felt a bit surprised. The previous law of soul control and law of causality had only been at 0.1% when he first comprehended them. What he didn't know was that this was entirely because he had defied the natural order. Normally, for a lower god to break through to a middle god, they must first create a small world and merge their divine soul into it. And the prerequisite for creating a small world is that one must first comprehend the corresponding space-type law. Furthermore, it requires complete comprehension, because only by comprehending the corresponding space-type law can one possess the ability to create a small world. But what about Sumubai? As a cheater, he had skipped the process of comprehending the law entirely and used his cataclysm cheat to create the small world. If this isn't defying the natural order, what is? Since the existence of the myriad worlds, Sumubai was the only creature to have created a small world first and only comprehended the relevant space-type law afterward. Sumubai was unaware of this. He simply stared at the description of Law of Calamity World, lost in thought. It belongs to both a branch of the Death Rule and a branch of the Space Rule. This description made him suddenly understand a few things. The various rules in the myriad worlds were not entirely independent. It was just that different rules had different focuses. For example, this newly comprehended law could not take effect externally like the 3 space laws contained within the Wheel of Time and Space. Instead, it greatly strengthened the small world within his body. After all, This small world was derived from the summoning space, originally intended for storing the undead creatures Sumyubai summoned. Despite the lack of a detailed skill information panel now, Sumyubai could sense that the upper limit of the undead creatures he could summon had increased to a terrifying degree. Closing the law interface, Sumyubai's consciousness sank back into the small world within his body. With a mere thought, summoning gates rose from the ground one after another around the Sea of Death. Summon Scourge Legion, clack, clack, clack. In an instant, skeletons with metallic sheen surfaces surged out from the summoning gates, lining up in neat formations beside the Sea of Death. Every 100 skeletons formed a small phalanx, led by a skeleton king of the same type. Due to the augmentation of the Cataclysm trait, the strength of these skeletons was not low, however, because Sumyubai's own power gap had become so astonishing. It made the Scourge Legion appear as if they could no longer be of much help. Watching the Scourge Legion pouring endlessly from the summoning gates, Sumyubai quietly made a decision. The next skill to be elevated to a low would be Summon Scourge Legion. However, before that, while the Scourge Legion could not pose any threat to powerhouses at the Law Lord realm, they would be incredibly useful if used to slaughter ordinary players of the Blood Clan and Werewolf race. After all, the attributes of the Scourge Legion were linked to Sumyubai's own attributes, and with the addition of various skills and auras, even a Tier 9 mythical level existence would be drowned in the ocean of the Scourge Legion. Weaker Saint Extermination level powerhouses would not be able to withstand a joint siege by a large number of Lich Lords and Death Knights. Summon Lich Lord, summon Death Knight. Summoning gates engraved with inscriptions appeared out of thin air in the small world, and these two types of commander-level summons stepped out to expand the new Scourge Legion. It was not until a tremor ran through his soul that Sumyubai moved his mind to close the summoning gates, as the number of the Scourge Legion had reached the current summoning limit. The previous Scourge Legion had also been replaced by the newly summoned ones. It was not that the capacity of the small world within his body was insufficient, but rather that it was restricted by Sumyubai's own strength. Even though he had created a small world, possessed the power of the world, and comprehended 3 laws, these had nothing to do with summoning. Even so, this small world, which had evolved from the summoning space, caused the current summoning limit of the Scourge Legion to exceed Sumyubai's expectations. Ordinary summoning space, 150 million commander summoning space, 44,401, 971 billion, 1.971 billion compared to before. The limit of the ordinary summoning space had directly increased by 100-fold. Even the commander summoning space had increased 10-fold. The number of the Scourge Legion that Sumyubai could directly summon had officially broken through the 2 billion mark. Such a summoning quantity was nothing to a median god who had created a small world, but for a Tier 7 player, it was simply heaven-defying. Beneath the mountains, the land around the Sea of Death was no longer enough to accommodate so many members of the Scourge Legion. But Sumyubai did not move them to other parts of the small world, as these undead creatures simply sank into the Sea of Death. A faint energy within the sea enveloped these undead creatures, granting them the augmentation of the Scourge power. Nodding with satisfaction, Sumyubai withdrew his consciousness from the small world within his body, raised his wrist to look at his communicator, and moved his mind. Accept. Notification. You have successfully added player Victor as a friend. In another private room, Victor's eyes lit up when he heard the notification in his ear. Without the slightest hesitation, he dialed the guy who called himself Jinmi. Chapter 481. Self-imagination is the most fatal. Bonus chapter. Mr. Jinmi, do you really have? Just as Victor began to speak, Sumyubai waved his hand to interrupt him. Come over and talk. His impatient demeanor, combined with Jinmi's imposing appearance, truly made him look like a prodigy from a powerful clan out for experience. Victor was slightly stunned. He took a deep look at Sumyubai in the virtual projection, and instead of being annoyed, he nodded directly. Fine. This was the Nether Immortal Market. No one dared to make a move here, so he naturally didn't worry about the other party resorting to force. Sumyubai's attitude actually reduced the wariness in his heart by a few points. Soon, Victor was led by a staff member to the private room where Sumyubai was located. The moment he entered, he calmly sized up everyone present, except for Sumyubai. Even with Brian's help, The others could not hide their strength in front of Victor at all. After all, Brian's soul injuries had not yet recovered. This look immediately made Victor feel a surge of joy, further confirming Sumyubai's identity. A late-stage Lesser God Lich King as a henchman, plus a peak Saint Extermination level Extinction Dragon Emperor and a Demon Royal as lackeys. Beside him, there were even a Holy Light Angel and a Fallen Angel serving him. One had to admit, this Jinmi really knew how to live. For a moment, Victor, a median god, even felt a bit envious. Even if he had the strength, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. If the powerhouses of those top-tier races found out, they would surely skin him alive. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, the only ones who dared to keep angels as maids were the god race, who had always occupied the top of the myriad races ranking. Therefore, Victor was not surprised that he couldn't see through Jinmi's strength. How could a god race prodigy traveling abroad not have hidden means? Victor filled in the blanks of Sumyubai's identity in his mind, and his hanging heart finally settled. In his view, how could a god race prodigy possibly look down on his meager wealth? Thinking of this, Victor immediately lowered his posture and bowed elegantly towards Sumyubai. Mr. Jinmi, I wonder if the god... Before he could finish his sentence, Sumyubai immediately frowned, and Brian, who was standing to the side, barked sharply. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. This posture made Victor even more certain of Sumyubai's identity. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. This Lich King at the late stage of the Lesser God realm before him was definitely just a bodyguard for show. Otherwise, how would he dare to reprimand a median god like himself so harshly? The true guardian of Jinmi must be hidden in the shadows. It was my rudeness. I shall punish myself with a cup to apologize. Victor coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. He flipped his hand to produce a bottle of fine wine, immediately poured himself a full cup, and then downed it in one clean, decisive gulp. Afterward, he carefully poured 2 new cups of wine and presented one to Sumyubai. Mr. Jinmi, shall we have a drink to our cooperation? No more reconsidering. Sumyubai leaned back on the sofa, showing no intention of picking up the wine glass, while Yulan and Lingyu massaged his shoulders from left and right. No more reconsidering. Victor nodded heavily. Before coming here, he had intended to observe the situation first, but after filling in the blanks regarding Sumyubai's identity in his own mind, he chose to be decisive. Opportunities to curry favor with a prodigy of the god race did not come around often. What was there to reconsider? To reconsider further would be impolite. Never mind selling this batch of slaves to the other party. If he could gain their appreciation, what would it matter if he gave them away for free? Moreover, the other party could even lead him safely out of Pirate Bay. Thinking of this, Victor couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He never expected that he would have such an opportunity. When Victor broke through to the early stage of the median god realm, he had already felt that he had reached his limit. Wanting to go any further was almost a pipe dream. But at this moment, he felt hope reignited. If he could establish a connection with the god race, his future would truly be limitless. Early stage of the median god realm. No, even the upper god realm was not entirely impossible. With this thought in mind, seeing that Sumyubai still had no intention of picking up the glass, Victor's eyes darted around. His gaze flicked toward Brian, and he immediately had an idea. He held the wine glass in one hand, while in the other, a delicate jade bottle covered in inscriptions suddenly appeared. He placed it gently on the table and said with a smile, I see that this one's soul seems to have suffered some trauma. I happen to have a bottle of medicine here for treating soul injuries. Having said that, as if afraid that Sumyubai would refuse, he quickly added, It is nothing precious. Just a small token of greeting from me. I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. As his voice fell, Victor looked at Sumyubai with slight nervousness. He had finally found a chance to build a relationship with a god race prodigy. He had to seize it. There was such a good thing. Sumyubai suppressed the laughter in his heart and looked Victor up and down a few times. He hadn't expected that the identity of the god race would be so effective. He had originally only intended to use this identity to bluff Victor, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Beside him, Brian looked at the jade bottle on the table, the soul fire within his eye sockets flickering slightly. Shadow Soul Restoration Potion. Saint Extinction Grade Consumable. An extremely rare treasure in the myriad worlds, capable of rapidly recovering soul trauma and having a certain effect on divine souls as well. A rare treasure. A potion specifically for the soul. Although it was only a Saint Extinction grade potion, it was capable of repairing soul injuries, making its value far exceed that of ordinary Saint Extinction grade items. Moreover, Brian knew very well that in his master's hands, this would not be a simple Saint Extinction grade potion. It might even be directly upgraded to a law grade treasure. By then, his injuries would surely be able to recover to some extent. The increasingly happy Brian immediately cast a friendly smile toward Victor. Victor also nodded with a smile, his heart filled with joy. It worked. He hurriedly raised his wine glass again, his gaze fixed on Sumyubai. This time, Sumyubai finally nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lingyu stepped forward, first putting away the Shadow Soul Restoration Potion, then picked up the wine glass, gently clinked it against Victor's, and brought it to Sumyubai's lips. Although Sumyubai only took a small sip, Victor's eyes lit up, and he downed his own cup of wine with a face full of smiles. Sumyubai slowly stood up and waved his hand, opening a small portal within the private room. Let's go then. I have other matters to attend to and no time to waste here. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 482. Nether Void Soul Restoration Due. Seeing Jinmi open a portal with a wave of his hand, Victor's pupils shrank sharply. His heart filled with immense shock. One had to know. This was the Nether Immortal Workshop. Whether it was the entire building or every individual private room, they all possessed low-grade peak barriers. This was the reason why the Nether Immortal Workshop could become a safe zone in Pirate Bay. Even if there were no powerful experts stationed at this Nether Immortal Workshop, these barriers and formations alone would be enough to leave median gods, or even upper gods, helpless. Victor had originally thought that when Jinmi said he would send him safely out of Pirate Bay, it would be by relying on the Guardian hidden in the shadows. But he never imagined that the other party could directly open a spatial portal inside the Nether Immortal Workshop. Was this the foundation of a god-race prodigy in Jinmi's hands? There must be at least one low-grade peak spatial treasure. Victor looked at Sumyubai's back with envy, his eyes filled with longing. Even so, he didn't dare to guess that it was a rule-grade supreme treasure. After all, such supreme treasures could only exert their true power in the hands of rule sovereigns. How could they possibly be bestowed upon a junior? Even if this junior was a god-race prodigy, there was absolutely no such possibility. Sumyubai stepped through the portal and appeared directly in the cosmic starry sky. After absorbing the Heart of Time, the maximum distance of the Wheel of Time and Space's portal had already exceeded 140 kilometers. Moreover, he had discovered that since some time ago, he no longer needed to summon the Wheel of Time and Space to use its power. Sumyubai guessed that this had something to do with his soul, but since it was clearly a good thing, he didn't dwell on it too much. The group followed closely behind Sumyubai, stepping through the portal and standing suspended in the void of the universe. Looking back from this distance, Pirate Bay resembled a massive cosmic warship, resting silently in the starry sky, its surface shimmering with the faint light of an energy barrier. Before Victor arrived, Lingyu quietly handed the Shadow Soul Restoration Potion to Sumyubai. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred instantly. Catastrophe target Shadow Soul Restoration Potion, promote by 1 tier. Ever since he acquired the minor catastrophe ability, Sumyubai had grown accustomed to applying the catastrophe trait before performing a free promotion, as it saved a significant amount of soul power. However, this time, he chose to promote it first and then apply the catastrophe trait, because this treasure, capable of healing soul injuries, could significantly boost the team's combat effectiveness. For that, even consuming a bit more soul power was worth it. As his soul grew stronger, the speed at which the catastrophe talent promoted items also became faster and faster. Back when he was in the God-forbidden land, it took some time to promote a mythical grade piece of equipment to the Saint Extinction grade. Now, after only a few breaths, the Saint Extinction grade Shadow Soul Restoration Potion had completed its promotion. Notification: you have obtained the law grade treasure Nether Ruins Soul Restoration Due. Without checking the information for the Nether Ruins Soul Restoration Due, Sumyubai activated his talent once more. Catastrophe target. Nether Ruins Soul Restoration Due. Apply catastrophe trait separately. Notification, confirm consumption of 9,0 soul power to separately apply the catastrophe trait confirm. As Sumyubai's intent shifted, the jade bottle in his hand trembled slightly. Notification, you have lost 9,0 points of soul power and successfully applied the catastrophe trait to the law great treasure nether runes soul restoration due. Current soul power: 697.38/697. During the previous period, Sumyubai had already absorbed over 100 essences of divine soul. So even after applying the catastrophe trait, he still had plenty of soul power remaining. Glancing at the panel for the nether runes soul restoration due, Sumyubai tossed it casually to Brian, who was standing nearby. Nether runes soul restoration due law great treasure. A treasure naturally birthed within the myriad worlds. No alchemist has yet been able to replicate it. Upon use, it can directly awaken a divine soul that has fallen into a slumber due to trauma, rapidly restoring a portion of soul injuries and continuing to take effect over time. Once the medicinal power is fully refined, it can completely restore the divine soul injuries of a late-stage intermediate god. Catastrophe trait: 1. Divine soul restoration effect is doubled. 2. During the process of the medicinal power taking effect, it will compensate for existing deficiencies in the divine soul, increasing its potential to a certain extent. Every drop of nether runes soul restoration dew is a rare treasure. Brian caught the nether runes soul restoration dew, the soul fire in his pupils flickering violently as he felt immense excitement. His master's methods were truly terrifying. Not only did he elevate a Saint Extinction grade potion to a law grade treasure, but he even added to incredibly monstrous special effects, especially the second one compensating for deficiencies in the divine soul and increasing potential. What kind of concept was that? In a trance, Brian seemed to foresee the scene of himself breaking through to become a high god. At this moment, Victor had just stepped through the spatial portal. Without a second thought, Brian tossed the jade bottle into his mouth, unable to wait to begin recovering his divine soul injuries. Haha, this friend is certainly impatient. Victor smiled and then bowed toward Sumyubai. Many thanks to Mr. Jinmi for your help. Small matter. Sumyubai waved his hand dismissively, as if he had only done something trivial. To him, opening a portal really was just a small matter. But Victor clearly didn't think so. He smiled and said, for Jinmi, this might only be a small matter, but for me, it has saved me quite a bit of trouble. Having said this, Victor's voice paused, and after a moment of deliberation, he continued, to show my gratitude, I have decided that this slave trade will be conducted at 50% of the market price. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Although he wasn't particularly interested in whether it was half price or not after all, he hadn't planned on paying anyway. Victor's behavior surprised him slightly. Is the status of a god clan prodigy really that useful? It seems he had severely underestimated the status of the god clan in the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, Sumyubai nodded slowly. Where is the cargo? The cargo is hidden on a desolate planet. I will take you there now. As he spoke, Victor waved his hand, releasing a small spaceship. He had only broken through to the intermediate god stage after arriving at Pirate Bay and did not possess an internal world before that. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had not brought the slaves with him to Pirate Bay. His original plan was to find a buyer, negotiate a price, and then leave Pirate Bay to conduct the transaction. He hadn't expected that, through twists and turns, he would end up with an opportunity to curry favor with a god clan prodigy. Even now, Victor felt that this was a blessing in disguise. Put away your piece of junk. Bing Shuang curled her lips, looking at Victor's true god-grade spaceship with disdain. The next moment, the star dome was brought out by Sumyubai. Your ship is too slow, right in mine. Feeling the terrifying energy radiating from the star dome, Victor couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Is the god clan really this extravagant? If any other Saint Extinction grade creature had dared to speak to him like that, he would have long since drained them into a dried corpse. But Bing Shuang was someone following Jinmi. Not only did he feel no displeasure, but he instead nodded with a smile. It was my oversight. Chapter 483, Victor's cargo. Destination coordinates confirmed, entering the dark space. A white pillar of light flashed and vanished, drawing everyone into the cabin. Following the coordinates provided by Victor, the star dome activated instantly. accelerating to the speed of light in a single second. The next moment, the ship shuddered slightly and entered the dark space directly. Brian immediately retreated to his room, putting his full effort into refining the medicinal power of the nether ruined soul restoring dew to recover his strength as quickly as possible. In his view, the upcoming battle was the perfect opportunity to suppress Lan Yu and reclaim the title of the team's #1 fighter, because every room on the Star Dome was protected by powerful restrictions. Victor remained completely unaware of Brian's rapidly growing aura. He stared in shock at the speed displayed on the virtual light screen, unable to help but sigh in his heart. Some things, if you aren't born with them, are truly difficult to possess in a lifetime. Compared to a god race prodigy like Jinmi, what did he, a mere blood race genius, even amount to? Sumyubai glanced at Victor and lay down on the sofa without saying a word. The fact that Victor had hidden the slaves outside suited him perfectly. The previous location was too close to Pirate Bay. If a fierce battle were to break out, it would definitely attract the attention of powerful experts and easily lead to accidents. With the speed of the Star Dome, they naturally arrived at their destination quickly. After all, Victor couldn't have hidden the slaves too far away. Arrived near the coordinates, decelerating. About to exit dark space. The intelligent prompt sounded, and Sumyubai immediately sat up from the sofa, casting a meaningful look at Victor. He wondered if there were any humans among this batch of slaves. Rest assured, Mr. Jinmi, I guarantee you will be satisfied with this batch of goods. Victor's gaze swept over the angel sisters, and he gave Sumyubai a mysterious smile. The two women frowned slightly, clearly understanding what Victor was implying. Who did this pretty boy think Lord Bai was? It would be best if you can satisfy me. Sumyubai grinned, a flash of cold light appearing in his eyes. However, Victor interpreted this expression as anticipation. In his view, the few demi-human beauties he had in his possession would definitely suit Jinmi's tastes. Soon, the speed of the Star Dome dropped below the speed of light. The ship shuddered gently, instantly exiting the dark space and returning to the cosmic starry sky. The abandoned planet Victor had mentioned was not far ahead. So-called abandoned planets come in many varieties. Some are remnants left behind after a star's destruction. Some were destroyed during battles between powerful experts, and others never had any valuable resources to begin with. In short, abandoned planets aren't even worth recording on star charts. They are like the trash of the universe. The planet ahead was just like that, barren as far as the eye could see, without a trace of life. It was the only lonely planet in the vicinity, appearing so solitary in the vast universe. The planet was not large, according to the data scanned by the Star Dome. Its diameter was about 3,600 kilometers, roughly the same as the Moon. The surface of the planet was covered in numerous giant craters, clearly left behind by meteorite impacts. The Star Dome turned into a streak of light, rapidly approaching the abandoned planet, and under Victor's guidance, landed in the center of a massive crater. A white pillar of light descended, and Sumyubai's group stepped onto the abandoned planet. Only Brian did not appear, remaining inside the Star Dome. Because of this, Sumyubai did not retract the Star Dome, instead letting it hover quietly above the crater. Victor did not find this strange. On the contrary, he thought the other party trusted him and quickly spoke up. Mr. Jinmi, please wait a moment. I will deactivate the concealment formation now. As he spoke, he flipped his hand to take out a formation disc, condensed a surge of crimson divine power in his palm, and injected it into the disc. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a golden light flashing in the depths of his pupils. He didn't need Victor to deactivate the formation. He had already seen the group of creatures hidden there through his Zhuanshan pupils. In the corner of the crater, a complex, multi-layered formation was faintly visible. Inside the formation were over 100 players, and from their appearance, they belonged to different races. The vast majority were female players of various races, ranging from Tier 7 Epic to Tier 9 Mythical. Although they were weak in the grand scheme of the myriad worlds, these players all had one thing in common: they were exceptionally beautiful. The most numerous were the long-legged, pointed-eared elves and the hot-bodied demi-humans. The demi-humans included charming fox girls, lively cat girls, and wild leopard girls, among others. Beyond that, there were several saint extermination level existences among them. These Saint Extermination level players were clearly the hard currency in Victor's hands. Below the level of Law Lords, the Saint Extermination rank is the most powerful existence. Players of this tier are the most popular in the slave market. These players had all been forcibly bound by slave contracts. Just like the Sakura and Kimchi players in the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Only by killing Victor could the slave contracts on them be lifted. Of course, if Victor sold them to Sumyubai, the slave contracts would naturally be transferred. Sumyubai's gaze swept over these slaves, and his expression suddenly froze. Why is this guy here? At the same time, Victor deactivated the concealment formation, pointed at the location of the slaves with a smile, and raised his eyebrows at Sumyubai. How about it, Mr. Jinmi? Are you satisfied with the quality of this batch of goods? As he spoke, the slaves also looked up, wanting to see what kind of existence was about to buy them. The expressions of most slaves remained unchanged. After all, in their view, even if they were bought, they would still be slaves. But one thin, frail figure's pupils suddenly constricted, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Jinmi, how could you possibly be here? Hearing this, Victor's expression froze. What was going on? How could this human know Murdoch-Jinmi? And judging by the way they addressed him, the two seemed quite familiar. It was over. He hadn't offended Mr. Jinmi by capturing the wrong person, had he? Sumyubai paid no mind to the change in Victor's expression, watching the figure with keen interest. How I ended up here is none of your concern. As for you, what brings you to the myriad worlds, Harriman? That's right, this human powerhouse at the Saint Extermination level, now reduced to a slave, was none other than the Chief Inquisitor of the Holy Light Heaven, the primary power of the Sanctuary Empire Harriman, acting under the orders of Baines. He had stepped out of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods and entered the undead realm with the sole purpose of hunting down Bai. However, their understanding of the myriad worlds was far too limited. They never expected to run into a slave trader like Victor the moment they arrived. Consequently, this Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse, who had once stood above all but one in the Sanctuary Empire, was reduced to a prisoner and became mere merchandise in Victor's hands. Harriman blamed all his misfortunes on Bai. Now, seeing that Jinmi was actually Victor's buyer, despite his internal shock, he roared out in desperate unwillingness, Lord Victor, you must have been deceived. This guy is a human, just like me. How could he possibly afford to buy so many slaves? Chapter 484. You are Bai. Bonus chapter. What did you say? Victor's pupils constricted slightly. He whipped his head around to look at Harriman and demanded, how could Mr. Jinmi possibly be a lowly human? Although he was puzzled as to why this fellow would recognize Jinmi. In Victor's eyes, no human could possibly possess the methods and stature of Jinmi. Therefore, he didn't believe a word Harriman said. As he spoke, Victor pulled Harriman toward him through the air, gripped his throat with one hand, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. How dare you insult my distinguished guest? You're courting death. Harriman had never imagined such an outcome. Seeing Victor's vampire fangs bared, he hurriedly shrieked, Lord Victor, I'm not lying to you. He really is a human. Seeing that Victor had no intention of stopping, Harriman suddenly remembered something. Wait, i.e. he is one of Bai's subordinates. Upon hearing that name, Victor's movements came to an abrupt halt. The name you just mentioned, was it Bai? He had a fresh memory of that name, which had triggered the Myriad Worlds announcement twice, especially since Bai also hailed from the human race. For any member of the vampire clan, the blood of a human monster like Bai held incomparable temptation. Moreover, not long ago, the blood ancestor had issued a decree to personally capture Bai. At this thought, a flicker of fanaticism ignited deep within Victor's eyes. The next moment, an invisible ripple swept across the surroundings, enveloping the entire abandoned planet. Frost, the Angel Sisters, and the three Signal Light brothers immediately felt a faint sense of oppression. This power. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. This was the power of a world, though Victor had only used it to shroud the planet without specifically suppressing them. Clearly, he didn't dare to completely burn bridges before confirming the truth. Is this the world power possessed by someone who has just broken through to the mid-god rank? Sumyubai was in no hurry, nor did he intend to stop Harriman. He simply raised his hand slowly, clenched his fist, and felt the intensity of the world power Victor was exerting. In the end, he concluded that although he was only at the 7th rank, the world power enhanced by the Myriad Worlds game was far stronger than that of a newly ascended mid-god. Feeling more confident, Sumubai's lips curled slightly. He crossed his arms and watched Harriman's clown-like performance with a mocking smile. To prove his point, the latter actually produced a recording of Genmi from the Prodigy tournament. Watching the figure in the recording, Victor felt both rage and joy. Rage, because he had truly been played for a fool. Joy, because he had found a lead on Bai Yi. This was a recording from the Myriad Worlds game, which even the rulers of rules could not falsify. So, he had no doubt about its authenticity. In return for bringing me such a surprise, I will spare your life for now. Tossing Harriman to the ground, Victor turned to face Sumubai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You lowly human. How dare you deceive me? In an instant, his world power surged downward, targeting Sumubai and his group. In his view, it was now a settled fact that Genmi was human, which meant his previous theory about a guardian protector was non-existent. As for the various methods displayed earlier, Victor could only assume they were bestowed upon him by Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi was someone who had triggered the Myriad Worlds announcement twice. Not only had he grasped the path of laws at the 7th rank epic level, but he had later even created a small world. Such a monster would naturally possess heaven-defying luck. So it was only normal for him to obtain powerful treasures. But he had already seen through the strength of this group. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, they would not escape his grasp, unless this Genmi before him possessed combat power that surpassed his own. But was that even possible? Never mind being one of Bai Yi's subordinates, even if Bai Yi himself were here. So what? Oh, your attitude changed pretty quickly. Don't want to butter me up anymore. The killing intent Sumubai had been hiding erupted into the sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he instantly unleashed his own world power. Are you even qualified to disparage the human race? In an instant, Victor's world power was isolated and even suppressed in return. He felt a powerful force instantly crush down upon him, and his strength was immediately subjected to severe restrictions. This is impossible. Victor's pupils dilated to the size of saucers as he stared at Sumubai in disbelief. How do you have world power? Immediately following that, he suddenly realized the truth. His eyes filled with excitement. You are Bai Yi. As he spoke, Victor transformed into a streak of blood-red shadow, instantly closing the distance to Sumubai. Thinking of the rewards he would receive from the blood ancestor for capturing Bai Yi, his body trembled with excitement. At the critical moment, a pillar of white light descended from the sky, and Brian's figure instantly blocked the path in front of Sumubai. In an instant, a pitch-black bone wall rose from the ground, rendering Victor's sudden attack futile. What? Your strength? Victor's figure rematerialized, staring in astonishment at Brian, who had recovered to the peak combat power of a low-level god. His own strength was being suppressed by Sumubai's world power, and having failed to unleash his full force in that surprise attack, he had been successfully blocked by Brian. I should thank you for the magic potion you sent. Brian grinned, pointing his staff lightly, and a giant skeletal hand instantly coalesced. Hand of Death. Rich, deathly aura and the power of laws rippled outward. Brian was going all out from the very first move. However, this technique, which could easily crush the trio of the one-eyed wolves, was not enough to phase Victor. A terrifying, bloody aura erupted, shattering Brian's Hand of Death almost instantly. A pair of fleshy wings sprouted from Victor's back. His body expanded several times over, and his height shot up to 5 meters in an instant. He no longer resembled the pretty boy he had been before. His face had become ugly and ferocious, looking exactly like a bat that had attained sentience. And like a bat, however, his mouth had split open like flower petals, and there was a massive protrusion at his throat. A long, cylindrical tongue protruded from his mouth, the tip of which was lined with sharp fangs. This was the true appearance of the Blood Clan. Extra chapter for today. Happy weekend. My patrons, please send gifts. Chapter 485. Want to leave? It's already too late. Extra chapter. Hiss. Victor let out a hiss, his scarlet gaze sweeping over Sumubai and his group with a playful glint. Do you really think you can defeat a mid-level god with just this? You are simply daydreaming." Before the words had even faded, the fleshy wings behind Victor flapped violently, and countless palm-sized blood-red bats condensed out of thin air, rushing toward Sumiyubai and the others at high speed. "Today, I will let you see the full extent of my power, except for Bai. Everyone here will become my blood food. Then you'd better seize the opportunity and let me have a good look." Sumiyubai raised an eyebrow, completely ignoring the sky full of blood bats surrounding them. However, all the blood bats within his line of sight suddenly seemed to stall, their wing flapping speed slowing down significantly. Wheel of Time slow. The specific effect of the slow was determined by the gap in strength between the two parties. Although these blood bats were released by Victor, a mid-level god, they were independent entities, so their speed was reduced by 95% immediately. Even Victor himself was forced to have his speed reduced by 50% by the effect of the time deceleration law. This applied not only to movement and attack speed, but also to recovery speed, reaction time, and the speed of mobilizing laws. It could be said that this single slow strike reduced Victor's strength by several times over. This is the power of the law of time. His eyes trembled as he looked at the calm and composed Sumiyubai in disbelief, his heart filled with shock beyond measure. How could a monster like Bai exist in the myriad worlds? Reaching the path of laws at the 7th rank was already an unprecedented achievement. And yet, the law you comprehended is the law of time. Is this even reasonable? The law of time is arguably the most difficult law to comprehend. There are many masters of laws in the myriad worlds, but those who are masters of the time law number fewer than the fingers on two hands. Every one of them is a legendary, brilliant existence known throughout the myriad worlds. For Bai to comprehend the path of the time law at the 7th rank, the difficulty of this was even higher than creating a small world. Victor's expression at this moment was as if he had seen a ghost, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Could it be that I'm actually going to fail here? But the facade had already been torn away. There was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and flapped his fleshy wings, charging at Sumiyubai once more. However, under the influence of the world power and the law of time, Victor felt as if he were trapped in a quagmire, with every movement requiring several times the divine power. This gave Brian, whose strength had recovered to the peak of the low-level god stage, the ability to contend with Victor. The two exchanged dozens of blows in quick succession, and Brian once again forced Victor back. The latter's body surged with scarlet blood energy as he roared ferociously. "So what if you've comprehended the law of time? You are only at the 7th rank. How long can you possibly affect me?" He was indeed correct, and he had even overestimated Sumiyubai. If not for the existence of the Wheel of Time, even if Sumiyubai had truly comprehended the law of time deceleration, it would be difficult to affect a true god at the mid-level god stage. After all, the gap in strength between the two was staggering. But with the Wheel of Time, the slow effect would last at least 10 seconds on Victor. And that was more than enough. Sumiyubai had never intended for Brian to fight Victor one-on-one. The moment slow took effect, a black and white light suddenly flared up beside him. The figures of Yulan and Ling emerged within the light, and a stunningly beautiful figure emerged. As the black and white light dissipated, the Chaos Angel Lanyu appeared. "My lord, let me go and slay this ugly vermin first." Lanyu spoke in a cold voice, her wings of light flapping once, and a long sword instantly coalesced in her hand. Rich, pitch-black demonic flames and pure white holy flames rose simultaneously, entwining around the long sword dot at the same time. The wings of light behind Lanyu scattered wisps of dark gold and bright purple energy, adding a hazy, ethereal quality to her. The two strange energies intertwined like a ribbon, drifting around her body. As the energy ribbon swayed gently, a terrifying surge of power swept through the surroundings, shattering the sky full of blood-red bats that had just flown in front of Sumiyubai into blood mist. The two flames with diametrically opposed energy signatures rose up, instantly burning the blood mist to nothingness. By then, Lanyu had already entered the battlefield, sword in hand, facing an unexpected attack. Victor was instantly forced back by the joint efforts of the two. Looking at the peculiar wings behind Lanyu, he couldn't help but tremble as he said, "Who are you again?" Gradient-colored wings, black mixed with white, white mixed with black, along with those dark gold and bright purple patterns radiating strange fluctuations. Such an angel, let alone Victor, had never been seen by anyone in the entire myriad worlds. Brian and Lanyu didn't care how shocked Victor was, nor did they have any intention of answering his questions. Both of them mobilized their respective laws, their attacks never ceasing for even a moment. The effect of slow had not yet ended, and Victor immediately fell into a disadvantage. His vitality, which stood at a staggering 826 stars, had even begun to drop. However, he could feel that the power of the law of time within his body was fading. It wouldn't be long before he could regain control of the situation. Therefore, Victor didn't feel overly panicked in his heart, as if, "Are you ever going to stop?" Victor's figure retreated violently, his expression changing drastically as he suddenly sensed another surge of divine power. He saw a rift suddenly tear open in the space beside Sumubai. Dense demonic energy and dark aura poured out from the spatial rift. This aura clearly did not belong to the undead realm, but came from the hell realm. A robust demon god tore through space. Summoned back by the Signal Light brothers, the blood-slaughtered demon god Patty Aldrich had returned to the stage. But upon seeing Patty, Victor suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, just a demon god at the early stage of a lesser god. You scared the hell out of me." At the same time, the effect of slow had ended, and Victor instantly felt as light as a swallow. He twisted his neck and hurriedly and grinned hideously. "Now, are you ready to feel the wrath of this deity?" As his words fell, Victor transformed into a streak of blood-red light once again, targeting Brian, Lanyu, and Patty all at the same time. "Big brother. Is Big Brother in Chief being looked down upon?" Cucumber and Green Hair scratched the back of their heads, looking puzzled. Eamon's eyes burned with rage. Ignoring the two, he shouted toward Patty, "Big brother, show this bloodline scum your true strength." A median god, Patty frowned, his aura soaring instantly. His pupils changed into one red and one purple, but ultimately stopped at the mid to late stage of a lesser god. The soul of En within his body did not seem to have any intention of taking over. Bang, bang, in an instant, Victor, no longer suppressed by the law of time, reversed his disadvantage. Blood trickled from the corner of Patty's mouth, the weakest of the three, clearly having suffered significant injuries. "I've been underestimated, haven't I?" Patty reached out to wipe the blood from his mouth, a flash of brutality crossing his eyes. The next moment, his aura climbed once more, and both pupils turned completely black-purple. "Peak lesser god, free peak lesser gods." Victor's expression tightened, sensing something was wrong. A desire to retreat began to stir in his heart. "Want to run? It's already too late." Sumyubai's eyes were like blades. A throne condensed behind him as his gaze swept over Brian and the others. Wheel of time and space surged. At the same time, an inexplicable fluctuation swept across the surroundings, and the nearby space-time suddenly became solid and tough. Wheel of time and space-time lockdown. Surprised, unexpected. The fourth update of the day is served, fathers. My hands are soft from writing. Is it too much to ask for some gifts? Chapter 486. You talk too much. An inexplicable fluctuation swept across the surroundings, and the nearby space-time suddenly became solid and tough. Wheel of time and space-time lockdown. Notification. You have locked down the space-time within a radius of 1463 kilometers. Unless you permit it or the opponent possesses the power to break the lockdown, they cannot leave by any means. And outsiders cannot enter through teleportation methods. Lockdown duration, 10 days, 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 59 seconds. The reason Sumyubai had only locked down the surrounding space-time now was to allow Patty to be summoned back by the Signal Light brothers. Now that the overall situation was settled, he slowly sat upon the throne of death condensed from Nirvana Death Chi, staring coldly at Victor with a sneer. Want to leave now? Too late. As his words fell, Sumyubai's gaze swept over the location of the slaves, and his mind stirred. The next moment, the power of the world swept through, and all the slaves vanished instantly, taken into his internal small world. The other players appeared on a small island, staring blankly at this small world filled with Nirvana Death Chi, their eyes full of shock. Only Harriman looked at the sea of death before him in terror, his legs going weak as he collapsed to the ground. Before his eyes were countless members of the Scourge Legion, especially the tens of thousands of Lich Lords and Death Knights. each one of them countless times stronger than anything he had seen in the past. How long had it been? Why had Bai Yi improved so much? If the opponent had possessed this kind of strength before, the Sanctuary Empire would have been finished long ago. No, it was finished now anyway. Harriman closed his eyes in despair, as if he had already seen the end of his life. The reason Sumubai had kept him alive instead of killing him was simply because he felt this guy still had a little value as a piece of trash. Based on his previous words, Harriman's fate was already sealed. Internal conflicts within the human race were a matter of differing stances and factions. But by taking the initiative to expose the identity of Jinmi and the information about Bai Yi in front of Victor, Harriman had already been labeled a human traitor by Sumubai. Such a person was not worth pitying. Outside, on the abandoned planet, Bai Yi, Victor's expression changed drastically. As a median god, although he had not comprehended the law of spatial lockdown, he could feel the changes in the surrounding space-time. He didn't need to test it to understand that this place had been locked down by Bai Yi. The treasure the other party possessed was capable of opening a portal directly within the Nether Immortal Workshop. It was certainly not something that could be broken in a short time. Thinking of this, Victor's heart sank to the bottom, and he immediately prepared to fight for his life. He understood that now, only by capturing or directly killing Bai Yi would he have a chance to escape alive. But how could Sumubai not know what he was thinking? While activating the space-time lockdown, his gaze swept over Brian and the other two. Wheel of Time surge. The law of time was instantly imbued upon the three of them, doubling their speed across the board. This sudden change caught Victor completely off guard. Under normal circumstances, let alone 3 peak lower gods, even 10 would never have been able to put him in such a sorry state. This remained true even though he had only just broken through and his realm was not yet stable. A middle god who had mastered the power of the world was an existence that completely crushed lower gods. It was just like a tier 9 mythical grade powerhouse possessing a domain. Even the strongest tier 8 legendary grade professional could not pose any threat to them without a domain of their own. But the situation now was different. First, his power of the world had been suppressed by Sumubai, failing to exert any pressure on his opponents and instead leaving him suppressed in return. Furthermore, his opponents were not normal peak lower gods. Brian, naturally, went without saying, he was urgently a peak middle god. Although his divine soul had not yet recovered, the laws he comprehended far surpassed Victor's. While Lanyu did not have an advantage in terms of laws, the chaos divine power fused from light and dark divine powers was capable of contending with Victor's divine power across ranks. Even if her chaos divine power was incomplete, it still belonged to the power of supreme rules, which was by no means comparable to ordinary divine power. Patty held a great sword, his moves wide and sweeping, his entire body filled with violent killing intent. Relying solely on the single law of slaughter, he was actually able to trade blows with Victor on equal footing. Although the divine soul of N within him had not awakened, he was still able to utilize a portion of its power. Added to that was the effect of Sumubai's surge, and the current Victor was simply no match for them. Boom, boom, boom. After the four had exchanged only a few hundred blows, Victor's divine body was already covered in cracks, and his divine soul had also suffered significant trauma under Brian's targeted attacks. What was in an even more miserable state than him was this battlefield. The entire abandoned planet had been beaten until it was falling apart, and it looked as though it was about to disintegrate in the starry sky. This was only because all four of them were controlling their divine power to prevent too much leakage. Otherwise, this planet would have been blown to pieces long ago. Of course, the reason they controlled their divine power was not out of concern for the planet exploding, but because such concentrated power was more effective. If it weren't for Sumubai taking those slaves into his internal small world, they would have had no hope of surviving the aftermath of this fierce battle. As for Sumubai, the area around his throne had long been enveloped by the energy shield of the Star Dome, which was not something the battle between these few could affect. Impossible. This is impossible. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared at Sumubai with unwillingness. You are just a tier 7 professional. How can you possibly control so many masters of laws? Facing Victor's hysteria, Sumubai smiled slightly and spoke indifferently. Simply because I am Bai. At the same time, with a thought, he fully released his power of the world. In an instant, Victor's expression froze, and his movements became increasingly difficult. He looked at Sumyubai in disbelief, his heart in turmoil. Victor could not figure it out no matter how he tried. Bai was merely a Tier 7 professional, even if he were monstrous enough to create a small world. Why was his power of the world so much stronger than his own? A true middle god, Ubug. Just as Victor opened his mouth, a great sword swung horizontally with a violent force, and his entire disgusting tongue was slapped right back into his mouth. Thick, foul-smelling blood slid down the corners of his mouth, cutting off whatever he was about to say next. Stung by the pain, Victor's pupils dilated, and he glared fiercely at Patty. Is this guy sick? Can't you see I'm talking? You just hit someone in the mouth like that. You talk too much. Patty snorted coldly. Hellfire ignited on his greatsword, incinerating the foul blood that had stained it, and he immediately slashed toward Victor once more. As the battle grew more intense, the killing intent on his body became increasingly violent. Now, his entire body was filled with terrifying murderous aura, resembling a demon god from hell. In reality, he was indeed the blood-slaughter demon god from hell. Bing Shuang stood quietly by Sumyubai's side. Although his gaze was burning with fervor, he understood that his current strength was not enough to intervene in such a battle. The Signal Light brothers watched Patty's display of might with excitement. Big brother. Yes, just smack his mouth. Big brother is awesome. Get him, keep it up. Big brother. Try to win the MVP of this battle. Chapter 487, Planet Disintegration. Victor's Despair. Facing the siege of 3 abnormal peak lower gods, Victor, suppressed by the power of the world, was beaten into a steady retreat. Even after the effect of surge ended, he was too severely wounded to turn the tide. Patty held his greatsword high. The terrifying law of slaughter fused with his divine power, condensing a sword shadow tens of thousands of meters long in the air, which he then brought down upon Victor with a fierce slash. The violent energy instantly blasted Victor deep into the core of this abandoned planet, leaving only a pool of thick, foul-smelling blood in mid-air. The next moment, a giant skeletal hand radiating dense, deathly silence erupted from the ground, its palm clutching the miserable-looking Victor. Boom! The next instant, the entire skeletal hand exploded, and a violent shockwave swept across the surroundings. This terrifying attack had actually blasted Victor into a mist of blood. The planet finally could no longer bear the burden and completely disintegrated amidst a terrifying explosion. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fragments of the planet shot out in all directions, turning into meteors of various sizes, flying at high speed into the depths of the starry sky. However, when they hit the edge of the space-time lockdown barrier, some meteors passed straight through without any obstruction. The other portion of the meteors, however, seemed to hit an invisible wall and shattered into fine powder, drifting through the universe. Without exception, every one of these shattered meteors was stained with Victor's blood. Amidst the blinding light of the explosion, Manhwa transformed into a streak of black and white light, wielding her sword as she slashed toward the sea of blood mist Victor had left behind. The strange ribbons drifting around her body radiated terrifying energy, instantly obliterating a portion of it. As the light faded, the derelict planet vanished completely, leaving only the star dome ship emitting a soft white glow in the starry void. Below the ship, Sumyubai sat calmly on his throne, continuing to enjoy this world-class battle. This was the first time both he and Bing Shuang had witnessed a life and death struggle between beings at the Law Master stage. If one were to exclude the power of the world, he currently couldn't even defeat a 1-star vitality lesser god. But so what? Sumyubai's own rank was only at the 7th stage, yet he believed he would soon possess the ability to fight a true god head-on. Besides, he had recruited so many henchmen through his own hard-earned personal charisma. Were they not a part of his own strength? The blood mist, having been partially obliterated, quickly condensed once more into Victor's divine body. His cold, sinister gaze locked onto Sumyubai, wishing he could tear him apart and devour him alive. Just moments ago, he had attempted to attach a portion of his divine soul and scarlet divine power to the meteors to escape, but he had failed. In his view, it was Bai who had seen through his plan, but in reality, the space-time blockade barrier would never allow anything tainted with his soul aura to leave without Sumyubai's consent. There was no need for Sumiyubai to see through anything. His plan never had a chance of succeeding in the first place. I really hate the way you look at my master. Lanyu's voice at this moment was completely different from when she faced Sumiyubai. The ethereal clarity and seductive charm were gone, replaced only by endless coldness. As she spoke, she gripped her sword with both hands and pulled, causing the blade interwoven with demonic flames and holy flames to instantly split into two, plunging into Victor's eyes in a heartbeat. Ugh! The intense burning sensation brought about by the two diametrically opposed flames affected not just his divine body, but his divine soul as well. Agonized, Victor struggled violently, rolling through the starry void in an attempt to alleviate the pain. But what followed was an even more intense stimulation. The soul fire within Brian's pupils flared up suddenly, and a massive, faint phantom seemed to condense behind him. Sumiyubai sat up straight abruptly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This phantom was the very same one that had merged into his body when he used Death's Descent. However, by comparison, the phantom behind Brian was far too illusory. If one didn't look closely, it was almost imperceptible. This was because Sumiyubai's Death's Descent mobilized the authority of the law of death, while Brian had merely borrowed this power through various death-type laws. Dense death divine power intertwined with death-type laws as Brian employed a technique similar to death gaze. Two invisible streams of energy shot out from the pupils of the phantom behind him, traveling along Lanyu's two swords and slamming into Victor's divine soul. Victor let out another shrill scream, his body erupting with powerful divine energy as he forced Lanyu back. And during the agony of the burning, he pulled the swords from his eyes and flung them away. Immediately afterward, as if he had seen the most terrifying sight in the depths of his heart, he curled into a ball in the starry void, clutching his head with both hands. Just as he fell into despair, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Victor, tell me, do you want to live? Although he recognized this as Bai's voice, Victor still grasped at this straw, roaring out the word with all his might. Yes. Then open your heart and mind completely. Sumiyubai's voice sounded again. Remember, this is your only chance. His voice seemed filled with magic, like the warm sun in the dead of winter, giving a traveler on the verge of freezing to death the only hope of survival. Victor stopped thinking and completely emptied his mind. He knew very well that this was the power of the law of soul control, but he was unwilling to die here. Even if his soul were to be controlled, he had to survive. Chapter 488. Who else needs to be chopped? Bonus chapter prompt. You have successfully controlled the soul of the Lord of Black Blood Victor. After consuming a massive amount of soul power, the system notification finally rang in Sumiyubai's ears. His soul quality had now reached the early stage of a lesser god, while he couldn't control a normal intermediate god. Taking down a severely wounded Victor who had completely opened his heart and mind was no problem. However, after controlling Victor's soul, Sumiyubai would be unable to control any other souls for a short time. Controlling both Brian and Victor's souls simultaneously was already far beyond his current limit. If not for the cheat-like existence of his catastrophe trait, Sumiyubai would never have been able to achieve such a feat. Of course, once he finished what he needed to do and Victor no longer had any utility, this slot would be freed up. After all, Sumiyubai's purpose in coming to Pirate Bay was not just to hunt Victor. His true goal was the blood clan behind this guy. Although his current strength wasn't enough to wage a full-scale war against the blood clan, with an inside man, he could certainly slaughter a few of their planets and small worlds. This was not only about the hatred the human race held for the blood clan, but it was also closely tied to Sumiyubai's advancement. Helping Sumiyubai complete the advancement quest field death was the best way for the blood clan to repay their blood debt. Don't hit me anymore. I'm on your side now. Victor's weak voice rang out. At this moment, he was staring in terror at the giant blood-colored sword that was a mere 0.1 centimeters from his face. The crucial part was that this giant sword was, for heaven's sake, held horizontally again. Patty seemed to enjoy swatting his opponents with the flat of his blade rather than hacking them directly. Victor had clearly been traumatized by his swatting. Master, please make them stop. Hearing Victor's voice, which sounded like he was about to cry, Sumiyubai gave a light cough. That's enough. Hearing this, Brian, Lanyu, and Patty finally withdrew their divine power and flashed to Sumiyubai's side. Master, I will return to recover my soul now. Brian could tell at a glance that Victor's soul was already under his master's control. My lord, since the battle is over, there is no need for me to maintain this state. Lanyu flipped her wrist, retracting her long sword. The strange ribbons around her body slowly dissipated. She looked at Sumyubai with clear yet slightly alluring eyes, waiting for his response. The two women could only use the Chaos Fusion state for 120 minutes per week. So they clearly wanted to save it for emergencies. The violent killing intent on Patty's body vanished without a trace. He casually slung his greatsword over his shoulder and nodded at Sumyubai. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Call me again next time something like this happens. Having said that, his gaze swept over the three Signal Light brothers and landed on Amon. You lot, try to cause less trouble for Brother Bai in the future. You hear me? Big brother, how would we dare? The three of them shrank their necks and nodded like chicks pecking at rice, clearly having been beaten by Patty before. Patty nodded and prepared to end the reverse summoning early to return to the Hell Realm. But the next moment, he frowned and turned back to look at Sumyubai. That Brother Bai, could you lift that blockade? I can't get back. Wait a moment. Sumyubai raised a hand to stop them, his gaze finally settling on Patty. Brother Patty, since you're already here, do me one more favor. Who else needs chopping? A flash of excitement crossed Patty's eyes at these words, and he licked his lips. Just point me in a direction, and I'll slaughter my way there. This guy really was a warmonger. Sumyubai's mouth twitched. No chopping this time. Just help me open a path of legend. Path of legend. The three of them were stunned for a moment. What was that? They didn't know much about the human race and clearly hadn't heard of breaking the limit. Victor, who had caught his breath, flew over eagerly and scrambled to speak. Master, let me explain it to them. He looked exactly like a primary school student frantically raising his hand to answer a question in class. As a race that viewed humans as livestock, he naturally understood the significance of breaking the limit for human players. A cold light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes at these words. Victor clearly didn't realize he had touched a taboo again. However, it didn't matter. His life was only being spared temporarily anyway. Then you explain it. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Change back first. This appearance is disgusting. Yes, master. Victor didn't hesitate to revert to his handsome, fair-skinned form and began to explain in detail to the others. He covered everything from the significance of breaking the limit to the 3 steps of the process, and from the path of epic to the path of myth. The information he possessed was even more detailed than what Sumyubai had seen using the Eye of Zhuanshan. However, the Eye of Zhuanshan had already described the important content, and much of what Victor said was merely trivial detail. Once everyone understood, Sumyubai passed on the method given by Feng Yu onto them. Opening a path of legend for someone only required the strength of an 8th rank legendary level. For the Lords of Law present, this was as simple as could be. After just one look, they had fully mastered the method. Master, are you ready? Brian asked. Casting an inquiring look, Sumyubai nodded gently. Begin. As his voice fell, the throne behind him, condensed from the aura of death and silence, instantly transformed into a lotus platform. Sumyubai sat cross-legged on the lotus, slowly closing his eyes. Immediately after, Victor, Brian, Lanyu, and Patty instantly surrounded the platform. Boom. Sumyubai felt a roar in his ears as for distinct, terrifying divine powers instantly flooded his body. According to Feng Yuan, whether it was the path of epic, the path of legend, or the path of myth, there was a limit to the difficulty. Back then, the path of epic opened by 3 10th rank Saint Extermination level powerhouses had reached that difficulty cap. A single median god was definitely capable of reaching the difficulty cap for the path of legend. To be safe, Sumyubai had specifically waited until he controlled Victor's soul before having them all open the path of legend for him together. As the 4 powerful divine energies surged into his brow, a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. Path of legend is opening. This time, perhaps because all 4 were very powerful, opening the path of legend did not take long. Just half an hour later, Brian and the others felt that the divine power Sumyubai was absorbing had reached saturation. The group exchanged glances and simultaneously withdrew their palms. The next moment, Sumyubai snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint flashing in their depths. To system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. Your path of legend has been opened. The difficulty is rated as SSS-Con. Notification. You have opened the path of legend. Advancement Quest 2 has officially begun. Alright, it's done. Sumyubai waved his hand, and a white pillar of light descended, directly transporting Brian back to the Star Dome. Ling Yu and Yulin also ended their fusion, and the two angels with vastly different styles appeared once more. Following that, he waved his hand to deactivate the space-time blockade and nodded at Patty. Brother Patty, sorry for the trouble. Small matter. Call me again next time you need someone chopped. Patty grinned, shouldered his greatsword, and stepped into a spatial rift. Master, what about me? Victor pointed at himself. Sumyubai glared at him impatiently. You wait there. After saying that, he immediately began to check his path of legend. Today's extra update is here. I was so focused on the extra update yesterday that I forgot to mention the reason. Over the course of more than 5 months, this book officially surpassed 1 million words yesterday. Thank you to all my patrons for your company and support. I hope you will continue to support and accompany me when the story reaches 2 million words. Special thanks to Foster Father for gifting the God Tier certification. Chapter 489. The Path of the Ultimate Legend. Bai's Path of Legend difficulty. Requirements. 1. Basic main attribute value exceeds 2 million. Requirement met. 2. Total basic attribute value exceeds 4 million. Requirement met. 3. Mastery of SSS rank skills must be superb, with a certain probability of comprehending a law through a specific skill. Requirement met. 4. Potential must be sufficiently powerful, possessing the hope of breaking through to become a high god. Requirement met. 5. Soul strength must be sufficient to permanently maintain the domain limit state. Requirement met. If you fail to complete this, you will remain at the 7th tier epic level for the rest of your life, unable to make any further progress. Hint: you have perfectly met all requirements for the Path of Legend. After completing the Advancement Quest Experience Death 6, you will be able to break through to the 8th tier. Unlike the Epic Path, where the subsequent requirements were invisible while in the God-forbidden land, Sumyubai had only just unlocked the Path of Legend, yet he had already perfectly met and even exceeded all the requirements. However, it must be said that a Path of Legend of ultimate difficulty is an impossible task for any 7th tier human player, not to mention the other requirements. The first two alone would be enough to block all human players. A basic main attribute exceeding 2 million. What kind of concept is that? If not for the infusion of origin power rewarded by creating a small world, even Sumyubai would have needed to absorb quite a few heaven-defying treasures to meet this requirement. But heaven-defying treasures capable of increasing basic attributes by such a large amount are rare. Once-in-a-lifetime treasures, even across the entire myriad worlds. Such items rarely appear on the market. They are almost always used by powerful entities to cultivate their descendants. No wonder no one in history has ever been able to complete the highest difficulty of limit breaking. Sumyubai whispered to himself. The two requirements that seemed the simplest were, in fact, extremely difficult, even for a cheater like him. One can only imagine how desperate those human geniuses of the past must have felt when they attempted to challenge the Path of the Ultimate Legend. As for the remaining 3 requirements, they posed no difficulty at all for Sumyubai. His current achievements had long since far surpassed them. Next, all that remains is to complete the quest Experience Death. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, killing intent surging in his heart. Ever since the battle at the Sanctuary Empire, he hadn't engaged in a large-scale slaughter for a long time. You all go ahead and wait on the spaceship. Waving his hand to let Bingshuan and the others return to the Star Dome, Sumyubai then cast a glance at the dejected Victor. Transfer the slave contracts to me. Very well, master. I will transfer them right away. Victor nodded repeatedly, reached out to take out a thick stack of contracts, and shot a beam of energy from between his brows, which landed on each contract. Soon, the party of the first part on all these slave contracts was changed to Sumyubai's name. Hint: you have obtained 6 10th tier Saint Extermination slaves, 30 to 9th tier Mythical slaves, 118 8th tier Legendary slaves, and 3 7th tier Epic slaves from Lord of Blackblood Victor. After transferring all the slave contracts, Victor wore an expression that said he understood everything. Sumyubai shot him a sidelong glance, and with a thought, he released all the slaves within the energy shield of the Star Dome. Even those slaves who had not reached the 9th tier mythical level could survive in space, including Harriman. All the slaves looked at Sumyubai respectfully, waiting for his next command. Sumyubai didn't say a word. He simply flipped his hand and summoned the Death Codex. The moment he saw the Death Codex, Victor froze in place, his mouth agape. Too shocked to speak, Sumyubai ignored his reaction. His gaze swept over the crowd, and the Death Codex in his hand emitted a faint glow as he spoke calmly. Open your minds completely. Death's gift. Hint, do you confirm consuming 159.0 soul points to bestow a gift upon 159 targets and make them your believers? Hint, if a target refuses the gift, the soul points will be fully refunded, not fanatics. Sumyubai frowned, clearly somewhat disappointed. He had originally thought that targets who had signed slave contracts would become fanatics upon receiving the gift. But it was clear that the slave contracts only made these players unable to disobey his orders. They could not force them to develop faith from the bottom of their hearts. However, Brian, who was under soul control, the Angel Sisters who chose to follow him of their own volition, and Bingshuang, who had been raised by Sumyubai since childhood, were different. They could be said to be Sumyubai's believers to begin with. So after receiving the gift, they became fanatics directly. But this was fine too. After all, Sumyubai only had a few million soul points left, not even enough to bestow a gift upon a single fanatic. Confirmed. With a thought, a large mass of purple-black mist surged out from the Death Codex. Although the slaves didn't know what Sumyubai was planning, they obediently opened their minds. Even though they couldn't defy Sumyubai's orders, they still possessed independent consciousness. Therefore, as they watched the mass of purple-black mist, they all felt a vague sense of unease. Is the master going to use us for some kind of death experiment? Among all the slaves, Harriman was the most nervous. Although he didn't know why Bai Yi hadn't killed him directly, he knew in his heart that his previous actions would certainly not lead to a good end. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, the purple-black mist transformed into 159 points of light, flying into the space between everyone's brows. The next moment, their pupils dilated in unison, their eyes filled with shock. The Lord of Death, a gift. How could such a good thing exist? Hint, you have added 159 believers and gained 159 points of death power. Current number of believers, including for fanatics. Current follower limit, 2,400. Eyes. From now on, your status is no longer that of slaves, but my followers. Sumyubai gently raised his hand, and the aura of death instantly swept over everyone. A flash of brilliance crossed the eyes of the crowd, and they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Master, for your grace, Master." "Me, and me too. I want your grace as well." Victor, standing to the side, caught the subtle changes in the crowd's expressions and hurriedly volunteered himself. "You." Sumyubai glanced at Victor. "You can wait until next time." It wasn't that he didn't want to bestow grace upon Victor to make him a fanatic, but he truly lacked the soul points. Otherwise, 100 points of death power were quite tempting. Ignoring the utterly dejected Victor, Sumyubai fixed his gaze on Harriman and beckoned with his finger. "Tell me, how did you end up here?" Harriman was now Sumyubai's follower, and his loyalty was absolute. Whatever the Sanctuary Empire was, whatever Pope Burns was in his heart, they were now worth less than a single hair on the Master. It is like this. Chapter 490. The Restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Soon, Harriman recounted the process of receiving Burns' orders, how he traveled to the undead realm, and how he was captured by Victor. "Hunting me down, Burns is certainly bold." The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward slightly. After leaving the Forbidden Land of Gods, how does one return? Cross-boundary teleportation array. Hearing Harriman's answer, Sumyubai was slightly taken aback. It was that simple. He had originally assumed that the locations of the Forbidden Lands of Gods were secret, and that it would be extremely difficult for players from the myriad worlds to reach them. But he never expected that as long as one had a cross-boundary teleportation array, one could teleport directly to the vicinity of a Forbidden Land of Gods. Through Harriman's explanation, Sumyubai finally understood why the forbidden lands of gods could exist safely despite not being hidden. After all, even if the restrictions prevented the existence of law lords from entering, many races could still send large numbers of Tier 10 Saint Extermination level powerhouses inside. Races like the Blood Clan and the Werewolves, which fed on humans, could easily wipe out one forbidden land of gods after another. The reason no one did so was entirely because the restrictions within the forbidden lands of gods were different from what Sumyubai had imagined. For the native creatures of the forbidden land of gods, the restrictions merely limited power above the Saint Extermination level. However, for outsiders, once they entered, they could only use power at the early stage of the Saint Extermination level, and they couldn't even mobilize their laws. Having comprehended the path of laws, Sumyubai knew very well that a Saint Extermination level powerhouse unable to use laws was, at best, just a slightly stronger mythical level being suppressed to such an extent. What could they use to conquer a forbidden land of gods? If a certain forbidden land of gods had a 9-pattern Saint Extermination level powerhouse, then no matter how many Saint Extermination level beings the myriad races sent in, it would be useless. Under the constraints of the restriction, no matter how many there were, they could not pose a threat. No one would engage in a business where the cost far outweighed the gains. Rather than entering a forbidden land of gods and being restricted, it was simpler to keep an eye on those who walked out of them. This was the reason why the various forbidden lands of gods remained safe and sound even if they were exposed. In other words, as long as you reach the Frost Prison Star, you can teleport back to the forbidden land of gods. Sumyubai looked at Harriman, a plan forming in his mind. Yes, Harriman nodded, then smiled awkwardly. Master, there is one more thing. What is it? I don't have enough soul crystals on me to cover the teleportation fee. This was something Harriman only realized after coming out. Neither he nor Burns had much foresight, and they didn't know much about the situation in the myriad worlds. How could they have imagined that the cost of cross-boundary teleportation in the myriad worlds would be so high? The teleportation fee is a minor issue. As he spoke, Sumyubai slowly extended his hand. First, take out the soul crystals you are carrying, Harriman's expression froze at these words, and he couldn't help but glance at Victor. Sumyubai's gaze followed suit. Victor hurriedly presented a spatial ring with both hands and said with a fawning smile, Master, their wealth and mine are all here. This is a tribute to you. Sumyubai glanced at it. This ring was the same as the one Vivian had given him, a super large spatial ring with an internal capacity of 100 billion cubic meters. Like equipment, this was the limit for the Saint Extermination level. Even Cataclysm could not upgrade it further. Although median gods already possessed internal small worlds and no longer needed spatial rings to store items, they still needed them as a medium for daily transactions. After all, it was impossible for a true god to take a pile of things directly out of their internal small world every time they made a trade. Right, therefore, even at the Law Lord level, a spatial ring was an essential item for traveling the myriad worlds. Sumyubai took the ring and casually tucked it into his inventory, planning to examine the spoils slowly later. His gaze swept over the followers before him once more, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. Eye of the profound heaven. After checking the talents of these players one by one, Sumyubai couldn't help but look at Victor. You have a good eye. Among these players, the Saint Extermination level existences all possessed SSS level talents. That went without saying. It was just that, including Harriman. Their SSS level talents seemed inferior to those of Yui and the others in Sumyubai's eyes. As for the players below the Saint Extermination level, there were several who also possessed SSS level talents, and the rest all had SS level talents. But as Brian had said, the talents of these players were exactly the same within the same branch of the same race. Compared to the talents of the human race, theirs were far too rigid. As long as one found a flaw, one could target the entire branch. Players capable of compensating for those flaws were few and far between. Slaves with low-tier talents aren't worth much, so there was no need to keep them, Victor explained humbly. The implication in his words was that those low-talent slaves had already become his blood food. Hearing this, Sumyubai gave him a deep look, one that made Victor feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, Sumyubai shifted his gaze away. Catastrophe, Promote by 1 tier. The next moment, everyone present became an SSS-ranked talent player, master. Feeling their talents being elevated, these players widened their eyes, looking at Sumyubai in shock. But before they could say anything, Sumyubai waved his hand, taking them all back into his internal world. Also taken into the internal world were a bewildered Victor and the Star Dome spaceship. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure also vanished from the silent starry sky. Teleportation, Chapter 491, Brian's Past. City 08, Bonus Chapter. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure returned to the Nether Immortal Workshop. He was still in the same private room as before. Nothing had changed since he left. Sumyubai waved his hand to release Frost, the Angel Sisters, the Signal Light Brothers, and Victor, then turned and pushed open the door to leave. With the group hurriedly following behind. Inside the internal world, Brian sat quietly in a room on the Star Dome, his body wreathed in dense, deathly aura of extinction. His most important task now was to fully refine the medicinal power of the Nether Ruin's soul restoring dew to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Although this low-grade treasure could not yet restore him to his peak. With the added bonus of the catastrophe trait, the recovery effect twice that of a late-stage median god was still quite impressive. Of course, if he wanted to truly possess the combat power of a median god, merely recovering his soul injuries was not enough. Beyond that, he also needed to upgrade his current divine body. Otherwise, a weak divine body would limit the exertion of his strength. This was a unique aspect of the Lich lineage. As their true essence was always their phylactery, the divine body was merely a vessel for walking the myriad worlds. A divine body that was too weak could not withstand overly powerful soul energy. However, Brian was not worried about this at all. Having witnessed the effects of the catastrophe talent multiple times, he knew that the materials needed to upgrade his divine body were not even worth mentioning to his master. Sure enough, a large pile of materials soon appeared beside him. Among them were even quite a few rule-grade materials. These were things Sumyubai had found in Victor's spatial ring. Too lazy to sort them, he had simply promoted them all and tossed them directly to Brian. He could deal with the rest after Brian finished using these. Thank you for the reward, master. The soul fire in Brian's eyes flickered slightly, and the deathly aura of extinction on his body transformed into several large hands, grabbing the materials on the ground and beginning to refine them. As his soul gradually recovered, a fierce glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. As the gold medal enforcer of the team, he knew what Sumyubai was going to do next. After this matter was settled, he would personally take back everything that belonged to him and then offer it to his master. At this thought, two figures gradually emerged within Brian's soul. The first was Dylan. However, that guy was already dead, and his inheritance had been given to his master, so he would let that slide. The second figure was a tall, slender undead race player. Unlike ordinary undead, this guy had pale flesh, and his appearance even resembled a transformed vampire. Yet, he was not a vampire, but a pure undead. This person was the current ruler of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, Raphael. You usurper. You will surely regret betraying me. Thinking of Raphael, fury burned in Brian's eyes. Back then, he had been caught in the crossfire of the battle between the Time-Space Sovereign and the Void Monarch, his strongest divine body destroyed, and later he had encountered Dylan, who had appeared out of nowhere. Originally, even if Dylan had destroyed all his divine bodies, Brian would not have suffered a major loss, because Dylan could never have found the location of his phylactery. But all of this had been ruined by Raphael. As Brian's chief disciple, not only did he fail to protect his mentor's phylactery during the crisis, but he had also actively handed it over. It was precisely because of this that Brian's phylactery had been buried on the remote cold abyss star, and in the desolate, uninhabited far north ice plains at that. Brian didn't know whether to call his meeting with Sumyubai a misfortune or a stroke of luck. Although he had lost his freedom forever, he now possessed the opportunity to quickly recover his strength and return to Frost Prison Star for revenge. Raphael, just wait. That day is coming soon. A cold light flashed in Brian's eyes as he poured his full effort into refining the medicinal power of the Nether Ruin's soul-restoring dew. Meanwhile, Cold Abyss Star, far north ice plains. In the vast, white, snowy landscape, a tall, slender figure suddenly appeared. His attire was 70% similar to Brian's, except that instead of a bone staff, he held a pitch-black scythe. His gaze swept over the ice plains below, his lips curling upward. After all these years, I've finally found it. After confirming the coordinates, the figure took a step forward and vanished into the air. The next moment, he appeared somewhere in the far north ice plains. If Sumyubai were here, he would realize this was exactly the spot where he had arrived when teleporting from the God-forbidden land. Although I don't know why that guy Dylan didn't kill you, the figure whispered, as if talking to himself. But if you don't die, I truly cannot rest easy, teacher. Let me be the one to send you on your final journey. This person was none other than Brian's former chief disciple and the current ruler of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, Raphael. As the person who had once been most trusted by Brian, he possessed a method to confirm whether Brian was still alive. Ever since he learned that Dylan had not killed Brian, he had been filled with fear and anxiety all these years. Following the clues left behind back then, he had finally found the planet where Dylan had last stayed, thinking that he would soon be able to destroy his teacher's phylactery and completely resolve the hidden threat to the Frost Prison God Kingdom. A curve could not help but form on Raphael's lips. However, when he delved deep underground and saw the empty space along with the lingering aura of Brian's phylactery, his expression changed drastically in an instant. No, how could you possibly recover this quickly? Raphael's pupils constricted violently, and invisible world power surged from within his body, instantly enveloping the entire planet of Hanyuan. The players on this planet, however, remained completely unaware of this. A moment later, Raphael retracted his world power and disappeared from the spot with a gloomy expression. Damn it! I was still a step too late. I must make preparations as soon as possible. If teacher recovers his strength, he will definitely come to seek revenge on me the moment he can. Thinking of this, Raphael, who had already appeared in the starry sky, felt a chill flash through his eyes as he waved his hand to summon his spaceship. Since that's the case, I'll just have to find a way to force teacher out directly. You want to recover your strength before coming to find me, old man? That will depend on whether you can hold back. Notification. You have entered Pirate Bay City 08. The current administrator of this city is the Demon Wolf Pirate Group. City 08 announcement. Vampires are prohibited from entering, otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. With a flash of white light, Sumyubai and his party stepped out of the teleportation hall in City 08. Almost everyone in the hall had their eyes fixed on Victor. There was suspicion, confusion, bewilderment, and, more than anything, intense killing intent. This city was under the control of the Demon Wolf Pirate Group. So many werewolf players who were not members of the pirate group also liked to conduct their trades here. And the ones they were most hostile toward were the vampires. A vampire who gave him the guts to come to Demon Wolf City. It's been a long time since I've killed a piece of vampire trash. Brothers, if you aren't going to make a move, I'm going to go first. The group of people with him aren't simple characters either. An angel, a demon royal, a Nirvana Dragon Emperor. I can't even sense this vampire's aura. Don't worry about all that. All vampires deserve to die. As long as I don't provoke the others, it'll be fine. Just as some were unable to resist the urge to make a move, several tall figures approached them. Upon seeing the newcomers, all the players present immediately restrained their killing intent, and even the chatter died down to silence. Vice Captain Shadowtooth. This is the lord we mentioned. Among the werewolves approaching, the one-eyed werewolf was prominently among them. The werewolf addressed as Vice Captain Shadowtooth had a tall and burly physique, with fur that was a grayish-black color, and his presence was astonishing. Shadowtooth walked straight up to Sumyubai and his party, took a deep look at Victor, and finally let his gaze land on Sumyubai. The confrontation that the onlookers were eagerly anticipating did not happen. Instead, a smile squeezed onto Shadowtooth's fierce face, and he bared his fangs, which glinted with a cold light. Mr. Jinmi, our captain invites you. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 492. Captain of the Demon Wolf Pirate Group. In the center of City 08 sat a castle with an ostentatious design. This was the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Pirate Group. Wolf Castle, led by Shadowtooth and the one-eyed werewolf. Sumyubai and his party entered Wolf Castle without any obstruction. Soon, he met the target of this trip, the captain of the Demon Wolf Pirate Group, Goldtooth. Haha, Mr. Jinmi. I've heard so much about you. Goldtooth laughed as he welcomed Sumubai, revealing a mouthful of sharp golden fangs. Heard so much about you was naturally just a polite formality. Everything he knew about Sumubai came from the one-eyed werewolf. Since the latter had already become a believer of Sumubai, he naturally said whatever Sumubai wanted him to say. Sumubai did not speak. He merely glanced at Goldtooth indifferently, golden light flickering within his pupils. Mystic Heaven-Eye, Demon Wolf God Goldtooth. Werewolf Race Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Werewolf King Top Tier Werewolf Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality. 2365 stars Divine Soul. Early Stage Median God Divine Body. Early Stage Median God Combat Power. Early Stage Median God Laws. Law of Slaughter. Law of Metal Sharpness. Law of Metal Toughness. Law of Metal Amplification. Captain of the Pirate Bay Demon Wolf Pirate Group. Bloody and cruel. Robberies led by him personally never leave any survivors. Looking at Goldtooth's status window, Sumubai remained calm on the surface, but he was slightly startled inside. Even though they were both in the early stage of the Median God realm, Goldtooth's vitality was nearly 3 times that of Victor's. The span of the Median God realm was much larger than Sumubai had imagined. At the same time, a golden light flashed in Goldtooth's pupils. He was clearly checking Sumubai's information as well, but immediately after, his pupils constricted, because Goldtooth was shocked to discover that he couldn't see through this Jinmi at all. Is his strength really much higher than mine? Or does he have some kind of concealment treasure on him? Goldtooth narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Victor, who was following behind Sumubai, probing Mr. Jinmi. You certainly have impressive methods. I've had my eye on Victor for a long time. Hearing this, Victor shrank his neck. The reason he had been hiding in the Nether Immortal Workshop was precisely because he had been targeted by Goldtooth. Although they were in the same realm, their strength was not on the same level at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Sumubai as his last straw, only to end up having his soul controlled instead. Wait, I have a backer now, with Master's methods. Since he dared to come to Goldtooth's headquarters, he naturally wouldn't have come unprepared. Thinking of this, Victor couldn't help but straighten his back. Looking at Goldtooth neither humbly nor arrogantly, seeing Victor's reaction, Goldtooth was slightly stunned, as if he found it somewhat unexpected. Sumubai didn't even respond to his words. His expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Is this how Captain Goldtooth treats his guests?" Unable to gauge Sumubai's strength, Goldtooth coughed twice. My fault, Jinmi. Please, come inside." Sumubai nodded slightly and, without saying a word, walked into the hall and sat straight down in the main seat, appearing as if he didn't take Goldtooth seriously at all. HMPH. As Bing Shuang passed by Goldtooth, she deliberately snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. This demeanor was the very definition of a fox assuming the tiger's majesty. Yingya, standing to the side, was instantly incensed. But before he could even speak, Jinya raised a hand to stop him, sweeping his gaze over Bai Yi, who had seized the initiative as if he were the host. Jinya's voice resonated within the mind of the one-eyed werewolf. One Eye, tell me again about the situation when you encountered Jinmi, Captain. Mr. Jinmi only glanced at us, and we were unable to move. If it weren't for the fact that they heard we were mortal enemies of the Blood Clan, you wouldn't be seeing me right now. One Eye's voice carried a sob, his performance truly vivid and emotional. Hearing this, Jinya took a deep look at Sumubai. To suppress 3 lower-tier gods into immobility with a single glance, this had to be the effect of world power. Yet, even he could not achieve such a feat so easily. This meant that the world power controlled by Jinmi was even superior to his own. Thinking of this, Jinya took a deep breath and patted the one-eyed werewolf on the shoulder with a smile. You did well this time. If we can truly reach a cooperation, there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Thank you, Captain. A look of wild joy appeared on the one-eyed werewolf's face, causing Yingyao, who was standing nearby, to burn with envy. But in reality, he was sneering inwardly. Rewards? Once you are dead, all your assets will belong to the master. I will indeed receive a reward then, but it certainly won't be coming from you. Watching Jinya's back as he strode toward Sumubai, the one-eyed werewolf curled his lips. He turned and left the hall with Yingyao standing guard on either side of the door. Mr. Jinmi. Let's get straight to the point. Jinya did not point out Sumyubai's behavior of usurping the host's role and sat down directly beside him. I wonder what this cooperation you mentioned refers to. Sumyubai glanced at Jinya. I heard that your werewolf clan and the blood clan are currently fighting over a world within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Is that what Jinmi means? Jinya had a slight guess in his heart. Sumyubai tapped his fingers on the table and smiled. I happen to have some grudges with the blood clan as well, so I can give you a hand. Jinya did not speak upon hearing this, continuing to wait for Sumyubai's follow-up. The world belongs to your werewolf clan, but I want 50% of the profits. 50%, Jinya gasped, shaking his head decisively. That is too high. One must know that competing for a world, rather than destroying it, does not rely solely on top-tier combat power. To truly take over that world, the werewolf clan would need to pay a tremendous price. Sumyubai had long anticipated Jinya's reaction. He simply looked at him calmly without saying a word. To the side, Bing Shuang slammed a palm onto the table and barked. Giving you 50% is already showing you great respect. Don't be ungrateful. With my master taking action, your conquest of that world is a certainty, and you will suffer far fewer casualties. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Jinya almost couldn't resist using a divine thought to obliterate this arrogant Absol Dragon Emperor. But Bing Shuang's latter half caused him to suppress the anger in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, far fewer casualties. Did I not tell you that my master has a Lich King at the mid-tier god level under his command? Bing Shuang lifted his head, speaking the most arrogant words in a flat tone. A mid-tier god level Lich King. Jinya's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly used his divine soul to question the one-eyed wolf at the door. After confirming it, he stood up immediately, looking at Sumyubai with a sincere gaze. Mr. Jinmi, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 493, Blood World. I like working with straightforward people like you. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly as he pointed to Victor, who was standing ramrod straight beside him. I control this guy's soul specifically to use him as an inside agent to help you take that world. You don't have any grievances left now, do you? This sentence instantly caused the last bit of resentment in Jinya to vanish into thin air. He hurriedly waved his hands and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. I was the one being narrow-minded before. Mr. Jinmi is the one who thinks things through thoroughly. Compare it to the profits from taking that world. What did robbing a slave trader matter? Then let's talk about it. What is the current situation in that world? Sumyubai leaned lazily against the sofa. Without him having to speak, the angel sisters consciously stepped forward. Jinya glanced at them with envy, quickly withdrew his gaze, and recounted the general situation of the world their two clans were fighting over. It was not a planet, but a small world similar to a secret realm. However, this small world was somewhat special because it contained dense blood energy, making it a prime piece of land for both the werewolf clan and the blood clan. The two sides were almost evenly matched in strength, and for many years, they had been unable to determine a winner. Because the werewolf clan and the blood clan had disputes in many large worlds, neither clan could provide significant resources. After all, while this small world might be of great value to the branch of the werewolf clan that Jinya belonged to, it was not worth mentioning in the context of the entire werewolf clan. For the time being, the two clans had reached a strange balance in this small world, each occupying nearly half of the territory. However, friction occurred frequently, and the daily death of some werewolves and bloodkin was merely the norm. In recent years, both sides had intentionally exercised some restraint, which was why Jinya had been able to step away to engage in the pirate trade. In that small world, he was one of the two top combatants of the werewolf clan. The other mid-tier god werewolf remained there to guard against any sudden attacks by the blood clan. Victor also came from that small world called the Blood World, which was the main reason Jinya had targeted him. If this guy successfully returned to the Blood World, the blood clan would gain another mid-tier god powerhouse, and the balance between the two sides would be broken. Therefore, in Jinya's view, Victor had to die. However, the appearance of Jinmi had directly solved this trouble for him. So, you mean the blood clan in the blood world also has two powerhouses similar to you? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, weighing the situation in his heart. For median gods, and all of them significantly stronger than Victor, the situation seems a bit tricky. Goldtooth nodded. To be precise, one of them is stronger than me, almost reaching the mid-stage of the median god realm. Having said that, he paused, then suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Jinmi, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but I truly don't know your specific strength, and whether you can. Before he could finish his sentence, the expression on Goldtooth's face froze instantly, because he suddenly felt the powerful world force released by Sumyubai. This power was even stronger than he had imagined. It's normal for you to have such concerns. How about now? Sumyubai retracted the fully released world force and cast a casual glance at Goldtooth. It was my overthinking. With Jinmi's strength, there is absolutely no problem. A smile appeared on Goldtooth's face, and Sumyubai stood up immediately. Then let's go. So urgent. Goldtooth was stunned. It's just a mere branch of the Blood Clan. How much more of my master's time do you want to waste? Let's just go over and wipe them out. The spokesperson, Frost, spoke up arrogantly once again. All right, Frost, say less. Sumyubai scolded Frost with a smile, but there was no hint of blame in his tone. Fine, I will have Shadowtooth gather the men right now. Goldtooth nodded heavily. A short while later, all members of the Demon Wolf pirate group gathered at Wolf Castle. Although their numbers were only in the thousands, their quality was surprisingly high. The weakest among them were at the 9th rank mythical level, and there were over 1,000 10th rank Saint Extermination level werewolves, aside from Goldtooth, Shadowtooth, and the One-Eyed Wolf brothers who had become Sumyubai's believers. The Demon Wolf pirate group actually possessed two more true gods at the Lawmaster realm. Of course, these two were only at the early stage of the lesser god realm, with strength on par with the One-Eyed Wolves. In reality, 90% of the Lawmasters in the myriad worlds could only remain at the early stage of the lesser god realm. It wasn't that they didn't want to advance further, but that continuing to improve was simply too difficult. Whether it was comprehending a new path of laws or enhancing one's divine soul and divine body, none of it was a simple task. Without rare treasures, it was common to go hundreds or even thousands of years without the slightest progress. Just like Brian, if he hadn't encountered a cheap player like Sumyubai, let alone recovering his peak strength, he wouldn't even know how long it would take to condense his first divine body. Watching these werewolf pirates in Wolf Castle, Sumyubai gained a clearer understanding of just how weak the human race truly was. The entire Forbidden Divine Land 7 couldn't even compare to a single pirate group. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry for the human race. In 10 years, the restrictions on all Forbidden Divine Lands would be lifted. When that time comes, what will the human race do? Relying solely on himself would certainly not be enough. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai became even more certain of his previous plan. Once the werewolves and the Blood Clan of the Blood Realm were wiped out, it would be time for Brian to retake control of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. After Goldtooth finished his pre-battle mobilization, he waved his hand and took them all into his internal small world. Let's go, Mr. Jinmi. We are heading to the Blood Realm now. As Goldtooth spoke, he prepared to lead everyone to the teleportation hall. A spaceship could not fly directly out of the Pirate Bay barrier, even as the city administrator. He needed to go to the port first before leaving the bay. However, with Sumyubai present, there was naturally no need for such trouble. He simply moved his mind and opened a portal right inside Wolf Castle. Use this. It's faster. As his voice fell, Sumyubai stepped through it. Goldtooth's pupils constricted, a look of shock flashing in his eyes, and he hurriedly followed. My foster fathers, there are only 2 chapters today. Please forgive me. A toothache isn't a disease, but when it hurts, it's truly life-threatening. Chapter 494. Space Jump. Arriving first, crossing through the portal, the group suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the universe. Goldtooth immediately waved his hand to release his small spaceship. Mr. Jinmi, let's take my ship. This is a ship I spent a huge fortune to have Master Cannon of the mechanical race build. Its top speed can soar to 10,000 times the speed of light. As he spoke, there was a clear sense of showing off in Goldtooth's tone. Generally speaking, when the Demon Wolf pirate group went out to plunder, they used medium-sized ships. However, the vast majority of those medium-sized ships couldn't even reach the true god level. After all, They didn't rely on the ships themselves to plunder, but rather used the force field of the law net to drive their targets out of the dark space. Those medium-sized ships were, at best, troop carriers and tools for casting nets. This small spaceship was his true personal vehicle, Cannon's handiwork. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Before the Star Dome was upgraded through freeloading, it had also come from Cannon's hands. Goldtooth's ship was significantly better than the original Star Dome. Sumyubai's gaze swept over Goldtooth's small spaceship, and he nodded with satisfaction. How is it? Not bad, right? Goldtooth thought Sumyubai was envious of his ship, and a smug smile appeared on his face. After all, this ship had cost him quite a lot of resources, among the personal vehicles of all Median gods. It was definitely ranked. It is indeed not bad. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that after killing this guy, the Star Dome could be handed down for Brian to use. Then please, after you. Goldtooth grinned, revealing a mouthful of golden fangs, his smile very bright. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. He instantly went from happy to unhappy. No need. Just send me the location of the Blood Realm. I have some business to attend to first, and then I'll come to catch up with you. Sumyubai waved his hand, and the Star Dome suddenly appeared beside Goldtooth's ship. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Compared to the Star Dome, which had already been promoted to a sovereign-level ship, Goldtooth's once luxurious small ship suddenly felt several grades lower. Seeing Jinya stunned, Sumyubai reached out and waved his hand in front of him. Don't worry. By the time you reach the Blood Realm, I will definitely have arrived as well. Nothing will be delayed. Jinya snapped back to reality and coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Why did he have to act so pretentious? Since Jinmi says so. Then fine. I will head out first, and we shall meet in the Blood Realm. Jinya hurriedly sent the coordinates of the Blood Realm to Sumyubai, then decisively entered his spaceship and left without looking back, as if he had made up his mind about something. Ha 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 ha. Did you guys see the look on that guy's face just now? It was hilarious. Once Jinya's spaceship entered the dark space, Bing Shuang finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Victor nodded. For others to play the clown, it requires constant deliberation, careful thought, repeated practice, attention to detail, and meticulous observation. And him, our Jinya, he only needs to open his eyes, and it becomes a peak performance that others can never reach. Wait, where did you even learn to say things like that? Amon widened his eyes, as if he were meeting Victor for the first time. I learned it from the humans. Victor shrugged. All right, enough with the banter. Let's set off too. With a thought from Sumyubai, the Star Dome immediately lowered a beam of white light, guiding everyone into the cabin. Head to the Blood Realm. Destination confirmed. Searching for a suitable spatial channel. Sumyubai input the coordinates into the Star Dome and then added, no need to search for a spatial channel. Use spatial jump directly. The reason he didn't go with Jinya was precisely to enter the Blood Realm a step ahead of him. A partnership had been reached with the werewolf race, but the same could not be said for the vampire race. The Star Dome's spatial jump could be used to exploit this time difference. Having broken through to the Median God stage, Victor still held a significant status upon returning to the Blood Realm. Therefore, negotiating a partnership with the vampires would be even easier. Received, the intelligent voice sounded, and the Star Dome accelerated from a stationary state to the speed of light in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the spaceship vanished into the cosmic void, entering dark space. Immediately after, its speed increased rapidly. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Before long, the Star Dome's speed reached its limit. 10 million times the speed of light, maximum speed reached. Initiating spatial jump. Destination of this spatial jump, near the Blood Realm. Passengers, please prepare. The spatial jump will begin in 3 seconds. The intelligent voice sounded, and 3 seconds later, a slight tremor suddenly rippled through the hull. The Star Dome's hull flashed with a white light, and as the light contracted, it vanished from that stretch of dark space. Sumyubai and the others felt a flash of white light before their eyes. And the next moment, everything returned to normal. Spatial jump complete. This jump consumed to 87% of energy. Current energy, 100%. Arrived near the blood realm, decelerating. As the Stardome's speed dropped below the speed of light, the spaceship exited the dark space and returned to the cosmic void. All of this took less than a minute. Yet Sumubai and his group had crossed countless light years from Pirate Bay and arrived directly near the blood realm. Meanwhile, Jinya had only just set off and was still on his way to the spatial channel. "Brian, how is it going?" Sumubai didn't rush to go out. His voice appeared directly in Brian's mind. "Master, rest assured. With so many materials, by the time Jinya arrives, I will certainly have recovered to the median god realm." The latter did not open his eyes. Merely replying to Sumubai with his divine soul, he was still fully focused on refining the medicinal power of the Nether Ruins soul restoration dew. Hearing this, Sumubai nodded slightly and looked at Victor, who was standing straight beside him. "Have you notified your clan, master?" "I have already notified them. Prince Marcus said he would come to welcome us personally." A glint flashed in Victor's eyes, clearly very satisfied with his own prestige. Unexpectedly, Bing Xuan slapped Victor on the back of his head and cursed angrily. "Are you stupid? With such a commotion, how could the werewolf race not know? If you mess up Master's plan, you'll be in for a world of hurt." He might at most bicker with Brian, but in his eyes, Victor was already a dead man. So hitting him was of no consequence. As a median god, Victor was struck by a Saint Annihilation level creature. Yet instead of daring to fight back, he hurriedly apologized. "Master, I'm sorry. It was my lack of consideration." "All right, notifying them is fine." Sumubai waved his hand. "Tell them to provide coordinates, and I will head over directly. Understood, master. During their conversation, Sumubai's appearance changed once again, instantly shifting from Jinmi to Yuyi. The next moment, he exited the Star Dome and stored it directly into his internal world. Chapter 495. This move is solid. Sumubai stood alone in the vast cosmic void, not bringing a single person with him. The blood realm he was about to enter was the shared territory of the werewolf and vampire races. According to Jinya's report, the group led by Jinmi was still on their way, so even Victor could not be seen by the powerful figures of the werewolf race. There were many planets in the vicinity, but the vast majority were devoid of life. The blood realm was located not far ahead of Sumubai. This small world existed within a secret realm, not on a planet. "Is this a secret realm?" Sumubai looked at the massive, slowly rotating vortex that resembled a black hole not far ahead, slightly stunned. This thing looked exactly like an enlarged version of a dungeon portal. If he wasn't mistaken, the dungeons in the God-forbidden land were modeled after the secret realms of the myriad worlds. Pulling back his thoughts, Sumubai took a step forward and vanished from the spot instantly. Dead zone warp. The next moment, his figure appeared at the center of the vortex. System prompt. "You have discovered the blood realm secret realm. Do you wish to enter?" System prompt. This secret realm is currently jointly controlled by the werewolf race and the vampire race. Control was one thing, but this was still within the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Whether it was the werewolves or the vampires within the blood realm, they were required to hand over a portion of their resources to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom at regular intervals. Since Sumubai's destination was the Blood Realm secret realm, he naturally intended to enter. With a thought, his entire body slowly vanished into the center of the vortex. System prompt. "You have entered the Blood Realm secret realm." When he opened his eyes again, Sumubai found himself in a bizarre world. The air here was thick with the scent of blood, giving one an uncomfortable, viscous sensation. The sky was not blue, but filled with a faint layer of blood-colored mist, hazy, eerie, and concealing murderous intent. Sumubai could even feel the surrounding blood mist desperately trying to bore into his body. System prompt. "You are being eroded by the blood mist. Dominator of Death physique is in effect. The blood mist erosion cannot cause you any harm." System prompt. Detected that the player has arrived in a new world. Map is automatically loading. The top-tier system map came with a built-in loading function, capable of automatically downloading data from the Myriad Worlds game. Soon, changes appeared on Sumubai's mini-map. Although he had learned some information from Victor and Goldtooth, the map of the Blood Realm secret realm still took him by surprise. This is also a small world. The Blood Realm secret realm was much larger than he had imagined. Switching the mini-map to the scale of the entire Blood Realm secret realm, one could see that there were 9 massive blood-colored continents within this secret realm. Each continent was roughly the same size as Hanyuan Star. According to the markers on the mini-map, the 4 continents on the left were entirely controlled by the werewolf race, while the 4 on the right belonged to the vampire race. These 8 continents formed a massive circle, guarding the largest continent in the center. At the heart of this central continent lay a massive blood pool, nearly the size of the entire Shenlong Empire. This was the very place the werewolves and vampires had been fighting over. However, the 2 races were currently in a temporary truce, using the north and south of the blood pool as a boundary to divide their respective spheres of influence. Although a full-scale war had not broken out, minor frictions had never ceased. The 2 races frequently engaged in small-scale skirmishes over the resources of the blood pool. Such a situation, however, was about to change, because both races had now received intelligence and were planning to wipe the other out in one fell swoop. Within the seemingly calm Blood Realm secret realm, undercurrents were already surging. Whether it was the werewolves or the vampires, both were secretly mobilizing their armies toward the central continent, preparing to launch an all-out offensive. All of this, naturally, was instigated by Sumyubai. He checked his current location, then pulled up the coordinates provided by Victor and focused his mind. Teleportation. As long as he was within the same small world, he could remotely mark coordinate locations and teleport there directly. Therefore, when the people in the vampire headquarters on the central continent saw Sumyubai suddenly appear, the pale-faced vampire powerhouses were stunned. Who are you? What about our restrictions and barriers? How did this guy get in? Grab him first, ask questions later. Everyone present was a powerhouse, and they reacted instantly. One of them even raised a hand to grab at Sumyubai. The next moment, terrifying world power swept through, causing the group of lesser gods present to freeze in place. This is world power. Everyone stop. A deep voice rang out. Marcus, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly stood up, his gaze locked onto the suddenly appearing Sumyubai, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. I presume you are the Mr. Moon Knight that Victor spoke of. Yes. Sumyubai nodded slightly and, with a thought, released Victor from his internal small world. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Eyes of the profound heaven, Lord of Blood Marcus Vampire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Vampire Prince Top Tier Vampire Creature Law Master Realm Vitality 3333 Stars Divine Soul. Early Stage Median God Divine Body. Early Stage Median God Combat Power. Early Stage Median God Laws. Soul Annihilation Law. Blood Regeneration Law. Blood Erosion Law. Blood Curse Law. Blood Devouring Law. The strongest of the vampires in the Blood Realm secret realm. His combat power has already reached the limit of an early stage median god. One more step, and he will reach the mid-stage median god level. It was just as Goldtooth had said. Marcus's strength was already approaching the mid-stage median god level. Victor's appearance caused the gazes of the other vampires to soften immediately. They looked Victor up and down, exclaiming in surprise, I didn't expect you to have truly broken through to the median god realm. Victor is truly the most talented among us. Given time, he will probably. At this point, the lesser god vampire suddenly stopped mid-sentence. However, everyone understood exactly what he meant. Given time, Victor's achievements would likely surpass Marcus, making him the strongest in the Blood Realm secret realm. To this, the expression on Marcus's face did not change in the slightest. He merely waved his hand. You all may leave first. I wish to speak with Moon Knight. Victor, you stay. Mr. Moon Knight, welcome to the Blood Realm secret realm. The dozen or so lesser god vampires greeted Sumyubai in a friendly manner and left the hall one after another. Only after everyone had left did Victor speak up. Brother, with Mr. Moon Knight's help this time, we will definitely be able to take the entire Blood Realm secret realm in one go. This was the reason Victor did not worry about Marcus targeting him due to his talent. Because Marcus was his own brother, I never expected you to be so lucky to actually be able to invite Mr. Moon Knight to assist us. Marcus took a deep look at Sumyubai, his eyes flickering with light, like golden tooth. He also discovered that he was completely unable to fathom the depth of the person before him. However, That brief glimpse of powerful world energy just now was enough to prove that this Yi was at least a powerhouse of the same level as himself. Moreover, since the other party was from the god race, he would inevitably be much stronger than him under the same cultivation realm. This wave, it was a sure win. Chapter 496, A Big Fish, Bonus Chapter. Due to the existence of the catastrophe trait, the souls controlled by Sumiyubai were simply not something a mere intermediate god could see through. Therefore, Marcus believed every word Victor said without a shred of doubt. It's not really a matter of helping, it's just a case of each taking what they need. Sumiyubai waved his hand dismissively. I happen to have some personal grudges with the werewolf clan. Those foolish werewolves actually offended Yi. Marcus remained calm on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy. It seems their destruction this time is entirely of their own doing. I have a Lich King under my command. Victor should have already told you, right? Sumiyubai glanced at Victor, and Marcus nodded immediately. Since you know, let's agree on this beforehand. All the corpses of the werewolf clan belong to me, including those of Golden Tooth and Bellis. This condition was merely something Sumiyubai threw out to put Marcus at ease. Just like the conditions he had proposed to Golden Tooth. The price was set just right. It wouldn't make him seem like he had ulterior motives. Yet it was something they could accept if they gritted their teeth. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Marcus nodded. No problem. Everything shall be as Yi says. Although this meant receiving significantly less divine blood from the powerful ones, Marcus naturally knew how to choose when compared to gaining complete control over the Blood Realm's secret realm. Following this, the three of them held a discussion regarding the upcoming war. Under the coordinated act between Sumiyubai and Victor, everything proceeded perfectly according to Sumiyubai's plan. A moment later, Marcus took out a bottle of fine wine and laughed as he poured a glass for Sumiyubai. Mr. Yi, here's to our pleasant cooperation. I believe it will be very pleasant. Sumiyubai smiled slightly and raised his glass. Victor, take Mr. Yi to rest first. Louise is on her way back. Once she arrives, we will officially launch the all-out attack on the werewolf clan. Louisa was the other intermediate god powerhouse within the Blood Realm's secret realm, and her strength was on par with Golden Tooth's. However, she was not currently inside the Blood Realm's secret realm. After Sumiyubai entered the lounge, he waved his hand and took out a pile of essence of divine soul infused with the catastrophe trait to absorb. Meanwhile, Victor returned to the main hall. Marcus held a goblet in his hand, gently swirling it, his gaze fixed on the viscous, blood-colored liquid in the cup as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. You received the Blood Ancestor's order as well, right? Yeah, but the myriad worlds are so vast, who knows where that Bai is? Victor curled his lips, his acting skills reaching a peak. If he were on Blue Star, he would definitely win an Oscar. Hey, looking for Bai? Marcus sneered. Let whoever wants to find him go ahead. That kind of monster finding him might not necessarily be a good thing. I, for one, hope we never encounter that Bai, otherwise, there's no telling what might happen. That's true. Isn't it nice enough for us to just guard the Blood Realm's secret realm? Victor nodded in deep agreement, though he felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. Brother, you are absolutely right, but Bai is already in our base camp right now. After his soul was controlled by Sumiyubai, everything Victor did and said had to follow Sumiyubai's words as the highest principle. However, he had not lost his sense of self, which was why he felt such sorrow. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as Marcus stepped into Sumiyubai's trap, becoming just another piece on the chessboard. By the way, we can go through the motions regarding Bai, but the blood food cannot be lacking. Marcus suddenly set down his wine glass and asked, Did you catch any high-tier human blood food this time? The blood guard inside has been urging us constantly. I was unlucky this time. I didn't catch any. Victor shook his head. I knew I shouldn't have held high hopes for you. Stop keeping your eyes on those demi-human girls all day long. Marcus glared at Victor with a look of disappointment. That's only because demi-human girls are valuable, Victor muttered. Can they be more important than human blood food? No matter how valuable they are, Marcus snorted coldly. Fortunately, Louisa caught a big fish this time. A big fish? Victor's pupils constricted slightly. What kind of big fish? A human genius at the Law Lord realm. Would you say that's a big fish? The corners of Marcus's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but stick out his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Victor's face, but his heart sank. Oh well, there is absolutely no saving him now. Inside the lounge, Sumubai was absorbing the essence of Divine Soul while listening to the conversation between Victor and Marcus through Victor's soul. Humans also have existences at the Law Lord realm. Upon hearing this, Sumubai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing his pupils. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, this was the first time he had heard of a human powerhouse at this realm. Previously, in the No.07 God Forbidden Land, the strongest, Feng Yuan and Hui Jian, were only at the 10th tier Saint Extinction level. The Myriad Worlds were simply vast, and the first human Sumubai had seen after coming out was that guy Harriman. Clearly, the human genius Marcus spoke of must have come from a different God Forbidden Land. Sumubai immediately became interested in this human genius he had yet to meet. However, since Louisa had not yet arrived at the Blood Realm Secret Realm, he could only temporarily suppress his curiosity. Notification: you have absorbed 1 essence of Divine Soul. Soul power come 100. Notification: catastrophe trait activated. Your soul strength has increased to a certain extent. The system notification sounds rang continuously in Sumubai's ears. As his soul strength reached the peak of the Saint Extinction level, the significant boosting effect of the essence of Divine Soul was no longer as pronounced. However, as long as the quantity was large enough, it could still trigger a qualitative change. Sumubai clearly felt that his soul strength had reached the verge of a breakthrough, but this final bottleneck still required the absorption of quite a bit more essence of Divine Soul. As his soul power cap grew higher and higher, Sumubai was also silently calculating what he could catastrophe next. In truth, the greatest improvement nowadays would likely come from freeloading the promotion of the laws he had comprehended himself, as well as the laws of Brian and the others. Once a path of law is promoted through freeloading, it becomes a great Tao of rules. An extra chapter for today is served, my foster fathers. I wrote this while enduring a toothache. If there are any typos, please me. Thank you. By the way, April is setting sail. Please send gifts. Chapter 497. Brian emerges from seclusion. Great Tao of rules. Sumubai whispered softly, his eyes filled with a myriad of thoughts. After the catastrophe talent became usable, there were 2 main reasons why he hadn't immediately freeloaded a promotion to a great Tao of rules. First, knowing that one cannot comprehend more paths of law if the soul is not strong enough. It was clear that comprehending a great Tao of rules also had requirements for the soul. Without even trying, Sumubai was certain that his current soul was still far from meeting the requirements to comprehend a great Tao of rules. After all, he hadn't even managed to condense a Divine Soul yet. If he were to attempt it, he would have to wait until Brian had fully recovered, as he was the one with the strongest soul in the team. If even he couldn't withstand a great Tao of rules, then it would be even more impossible for anyone else. This point was a hard requirement. And the second reason was what truly kept Sumubai from attempting it all along, because he wasn't sure what kind of commotion would be caused if a path of law were promoted into a great Tao of rules. One had to remember that when he previously stole the authority of the Goddess of Luck, he had been targeted by her. It was only because of the nature of the catastrophe trait that the Goddess of Luck couldn't find him. If he were to attract a ruler of rules who was hostile to the human race just because he freeloaded a great Tao of rules, the loss would outweigh the gain. It seems I need to find an absolutely safe place before I can attempt it. Sumubai frowned. While absorbing the essence of Divine Soul, he pondered how to avoid attracting the attention of a ruler of rules. Brian had once been a peak intermediate god, yet his strongest divine body was destroyed simply because he was caught in the aftermath of a battle involving the ruler of time and space. It couldn't even be called caught in the aftermath, because from beginning to end, he didn't even know where the ruler of time and space and the monarch of the void were fighting. What destroyed his strongest divine body was merely a spatial rift that appeared out of nowhere. Even if an ordinary ruler of rules wasn't as strong as Zuxingchen, they were definitely not someone a true god at the Master of Low's realm could contend with. If he were to face such an existence now, Sumubai had absolutely no confidence in being able to escape. Better safe than sorry. if he wanted to continue roaming the myriad worlds. The prerequisite was to never become hostile to a ruler of rules too early. Notification. You have absorbed 1 essence of Divine Soul. Soul Power Come 100. Notification. Catastrophe trait activated. Your soul strength has improved to a certain extent. 1 essence of Divine Soul after another was absorbed, and Sumyubai felt that he was getting closer and closer to condensing his Divine Soul. But that final barrier remained firm. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai was about to continue absorbing when Brian's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, you may let me out now. Have you recovered to an intermediate god? Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his hand, releasing Brian from his internal small world. With the materials provided by Master, recovery was naturally a matter of course. The soul fire in Brian's pupils was significantly more robust, and the aura he exuded was far beyond what it had been before. Brian, undead race. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom former sovereign. Lich King top tier undead creature master of Lo's realm vitality, 1200 stars Divine Soul. Peak intermediate god severely damaged state. Recovering. Currently recovered to early intermediate god. Divine body early intermediate god combat power. Mid-stage intermediate god laws, summoning law, frost elemental law, soul annihilation law, soul reaping law, death curse law. Once a peak intermediate god, former sovereign of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. As his soul power recovers, his combat power will also return to its peak. Mid-stage intermediate god combat power. Looking at Brian's status window, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, this guy had some skills to have been the sovereign of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. This divine body's vitality had only reached 1200 stars. Still far behind Marcus's 3333 stars. Yet his combat power had already reached the mid-stage of an intermediate god. It can barely reach the mid-stage of an intermediate god. Brian was humble for a moment, then added, however, Master, rest assured. The medicinal power of the Nether Ruin Soul Restoring Dew is still taking effect, and I will soon be able to recover to the late stage of an intermediate god. It's fine. No rush. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Brian's current combat power made his upcoming plan much easier. By the way, has your small world recovered? It has recovered a portion. Due to his soul being severely damaged, Brian's small world had completely turned into ruins. All his past summons and contracted undead creatures had also perished. Now, as his soul recovered to the intermediate god realm, his small world had recovered a portion along with it. Let me see. Sumyubai raised his eyebrows, and Brian immediately released his world power. The intensity of this world power was almost on par with the world power Sumyubai had gained after being boosted by the Myriad Worlds game. And this was only a small portion of his recovery. Feeling the source of this power, Sumyubai immediately understood that Brian's small world was hidden within his phylactery. This meant that within the small world currently inside Sumyubai's own body, there existed another small world belonging to Brian. All right, put it away. Sumyubai waved his hand and slowly stood up. At this moment, a knock sounded at the lounge door, followed by Victor's voice. Mr. Yui, Louisa has returned. Prince Marcus says we may begin. In reality, Victor did not need to inform Sumyubai in this manner. The only reason he had made the trip personally was to put on a show for the vampires. As his voice faded, the lounge door opened, and Sumyubai and Brian walked out one after the other. Let's go. Sumyubai spoke indifferently, a flicker of contemplation flashing deep within his eyes. He was thinking about how he could rescue the human genius that Louisa had captured. A human powerhouse at the Lawmaster stage must absolutely not become mere blood food for the vampires. However, given how much the vampires valued human blood food, how could he get them to dissolve the slave contract along the way? Sumyubai frowned slightly, unable to come up with any good method. If the contract were not dissolved, Louisa would have the ability to control the slave's life and death at any moment. The moment she died, the slaves would die along with her. Even if Sumyubai had the capability to wipe out all the vampires and werewolves within the Blood Realm's secret realm, he would be unable to save that human genius. The appearance of this person was completely outside of Sumyubai's plans. However, his distress vanished into thin air the moment he entered the assembly hall. Just as he entered, he saw a tall female vampire holding a leather whip. continuously lashing it against a young human man. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise, I will make you experience what true despair is. Ha! The young human man enduring the whipping didn't even furrow his brow. He even spat at Louisa and cursed angrily. Tui, if you have the guts, just kill me. You want me to sign a slave contract? Keep dreaming. Chapter 498. The human true godly Yun. The young man's words instantly infuriated Louisa. The whip in her hand landed on him once more as she said coldly, "Want to die? It's not that easy. Once you see the blood garden, you'll know what it means to wish you were dead."